Book 5. Marking Time. Chapters 55 to 68. Our capture of Aqaba closed the Hijaz War, and gave us the task of helping the British invade Syria. The Arabs working from Aqaba became virtual right wing of Allenby's army in Sinai. To mark the changed relation, Faisal, with his army, was transferred to Allenby's command. Allenby now became responsible for his operations and equipment. Meanwhile, we organized the Aqaba area as an unassailable base, from which to hinder the Hijaz Railway. Chapter 55. Through the whirling dust we perceived that Aqaba was all a ruin. Repeated bombardments by French and English warships had degraded the place to its original rubbish. The poor houses stood about in a litter, dirty and contemptible, lacking entirely that dignity which the durability of their time-challenging bones conferred on ancient remains. We wandered into the shadowed grove of palms, at the very break of the splashing waves, and there sat down to watch our men streaming past as lines of flushed vacant faces without message for us. For months Aqaba had been the horizon of our minds, the goal. We had had no thought, we had refused thought, of anything beside. Now, in achievement, we were a little despising the entities which had spent their extremest effort on an object whose attainment changed nothing radical either in mind or body. In the blank light of victory we could scarcely identify ourselves. We spoke with surprise, sat emptily, fingered upon our white skirts, doubtful if we could understand or learn whom we were. Others' noise was a dreamlike unreality, a singing in ears drowned deep in water. Against the astonishment of this unasked-for continued me we did not know how to turn our gift to account. Especially for me was it hard, because though my sight was sharp, I never saw men's features, always I peered beyond, imagining for myself a spirit reality of this or that, and today each man owned his desire so utterly that he was fulfilled in it. And became meaningless. Hunger called us out of our trance. We had now 700 prisoners in addition to our own 500 men and 2,000 expectant allies. We had not any money, or, indeed, a market, and the last meal had been 2 days ago. In our riding camels we possessed meat enough for 6 weeks, but it was poor diet, and a dear one, indulgence in which would bring future immobility upon us. Green dates loaded the palms overhead. Their taste, raw, was nearly as nasty as the want they were to allay. Cooking left them still deplorable. So we and our prisoners sadly faced a dilemma of constant hunger, or of violent diurnal pains more proper to gluttony than to our expedient eating. The assiduous food habit of a lifetime had trained the English body to the pitch of producing a punctual nervous excitation in the upper belly at the fixed hour of each meal, and we sometimes gave the honored name of hunger to this sign that our gut had cubic space for more stuff. Arab hunger was the cry of a long empty laboring body fainting with weakness. They lived on a fraction of our bulk food, and their systems made exhaustive use of what they got. A nomad army did not dung the earth richly with byproducts. Our 42 officer prisoners were an intolerable nuisance. They were disgusted when they found how ill-provided we were, indeed they refused to believe it was not a fraud to annoy them, and plagued us for delicacies, as though Cairo lay hidden in our saddlebags. To escape them Nasir and I slept. Always we tried to signalize each accomplished stage by this little extra piece, for in the desert we were only left alone by men and flies when lying on our backs, with a cloak to shield our faces, asleep or feigning sleep. In the evening, our first reaction against success having passed off, we began to think how we should keep Aqaba, having gained it. We settled that Atta should return to Gawera. He would there be covered by the descent of Shtar, and the Gawera sands. In fact, as safe as need be. But we would make him safer yet, in excess of precaution. We would put an outpost 20 miles to his north, in the impregnable rock ruins of Nabathee and Petra, and link them to him by a post at Dalaga. Atta should also send men to Butra so that his habitat lie in a semicircle of 4 positions round the edge of the Mon highlands, covering every way towards Aqaba. These 4 positions existed independently. The enemy had swallowed Galt's impertinent generalities about the interdependence of strong posts. We looked to their delivering a spirited drive against one, and sitting afterwards in it dazed for an uncomfortable month, unable to advance for the threat of the remaining 3, scratching their heads and wondering why the others did not fall. Supper taught us the urgent need to send news over the 150 miles to the British at Suez for a relief ship. I decided to go across myself with a party of 8, mostly Hawattat, on the best camels in the force. One even was the famous Jeddah, the 7-year-old for whom the Nawazera had fought the Beni Sakr. As we rode round the bay we discussed the manner of our journey. If we went gently, sparing the animals, they might fail with hunger. If we rode hard they might break down with exhaustion or sore feet in mid-desert. Finally we agreed to keep at a walk, however tempting the surface, for so many hours of the 24 as our endurance would allow. On such time tests the man, especially if he were a foreigner, usually collapsed before the beast. In particular, I had ridden 50 miles a day for the last month, and was near my limit of strength. If I held out, we should reach Suez in 50 hours of a march, and, to preclude cooking halts upon the road, we carried lumps of boiled camel and broiled dates in a rag behind our saddles. We rode up the Sinai Scarp by the pilgrim's granite-hewn road with its gradient of 1 in 3.5. The climb was severe, because hasty, and when we reached the crest before sunset both men and camels were trembling with fatigue. One camel we then sent back as unfit for the trip, with the others we pushed out across the plain to some thorn scrub, where they cropped for an hour. Near midnight we reached Themed, the only wells on our route, in a clean valley sweep below the deserted guardhouse of the Sinai police. We let the camels breathe, gave them water and drank ourselves. Then forward again, plodding through a silence of night so intense that continually we turned round in the saddles at fancied noises away there by the cloak of stars. But the activity lay in ourselves, in the crackling of our passage through the undergrowth perfumed like ghost flowers about us. We marched into the very slow dawn. At sunup we were far out in the plain through which sheaves of watercourses gathered towards Arish, and we stopped to give our camels a few minutes' mockery of pasture. Then again in the saddle till noon, and past noon, when behind the mirage rose the lonely ruins of Nakhl. These we left on our right. At sunset we halted for an hour. Camels were sluggish, and ourselves utterly wearied. But Motlog, the one-eyed owner of Jeddah, called us to action. We remounted, and at a mechanical walk climbed the Mitla hills. The moon came out and their tops, contoured in form lines of limestone strata, shone as though crystalline with snow. In the dawn we passed a melon field, sown by some adventurous Arab in this no-man's land between the armies. We halted another of our precious hours, loosing the disgusted camels to search the sand valleys for food while we cracked the unripe melons and cooled our chapped lips on their pithy flesh. Then again forward, in the heat of the new day. Though the canal valley, constantly refreshed by breezes from the Gulf of Suez, was never too oppressive. By midday we were through the dunes, after a happy switchback ride up and down their waves, and out on the flatter plain. Suez was to be guessed at, as the frise of indeterminate points mowing and bobbing in the mirage of the canal hollow far in front. We reached great trench lines, with forts and barbed wire, roads and railways, falling to decay. We passed them without challenge. Our aim was the Shat, a post opposite Suez on the Asiatic bank of the canal, and we gained it at last near 3 in the afternoon, 49 hours out of Aqaba. For a tribal raid this would have been fair time, and we were tired men before ever we started. Shat was in unusual disorder, without even a sentry to stop us, plague having appeared there 2 or 3 days before. So the old camps had been hurriedly cleared, left standing, while the troops bivouacked out in the clean desert. Of course we knew nothing of this, but hunted in the empty offices till we found a telephone. I rang up Suez headquarters and said I wanted to come across. They regretted that it was not their business. The inland water transport managed transit across the canal, after their own methods. There was a sniff of implication that these methods were not those of the general staff. Undaunted, for I was never a partisan of my nominal branch of the service, I rang up the office of the Water Board, and explained that I had just arrived in Shat from the desert with urgent news for headquarters. They were sorry, but had no free boats just then. They would be sure to send first thing in the morning, to carry me to the quarantine department, and rang off. Chapter 56. Now I had been 4 months in Arabia continually on the move. In the last 4 weeks I had ridden 1,400 miles by camel, not sparing myself anything to advance the war, but I refused to spend a single superfluous night with my familiar vermin. I wanted a bath, and something with ice in it to drink, to change these clothes, all sticking to my saddle sores in filthiness, to eat something more tractable than green date and camel sinew. I got through again to the inland water transport and talked like Chrysostom. It had no effect, so I became vivid. Then, once more, they cut me off. I was growing very vivid, when friendly northern accents from the military exchange floated down the line. It's no bloody good, sir, talking to them Fukin water boogers. This expressed the apparent truth. And the broad-spoken operator worked me through to the embarkation office. Here, Littleton, a major of the busiest, had added to his innumerable labors that of catching Red Sea warships one by one as they entered Suez roads and persuading them, how some loved it, to pile high their decks with stores for wage or yenbo. In this way he ran our thousands of bales and men, free, as a byplay in his routine, and found time as well to smile at the curious games of us curious folk. He never failed us. As soon as he heard who and where I was, and what was not happening in the inland water transport, the difficulty was over. His launch was ready, would be at the Shat in half an hour. I was to come straight to his office, and not explain, till perhaps now after the war, that a common harbor launch had entered the sacred canal without permission of the water directorate. All fell out as he said. I sent my men and camels north to Kubri, where, by telephone from Suez, I would prepare them rations and shelter in the animal camp on the Asiatic shore. Later, of course, came their reward of hectic and astonishing days in Cairo. Littleton saw my weariness and let me go at once to the hotel. Long ago it had seemed poor, but now was become splendid. And, after conquering its first hostile impression of me and my dress, it produced the hot baths and the cold drinks, 6 of them, and the dinner and bed of my dreams. A most willing intelligence officer, warned by spies of a disguised European in the Sinai Hotel, charged himself with the care of my men at Kubri and provided tickets and passes for me to Cairo next day. The strenuous control of civilian movement in the canal zone entertained a dull journey. A mixed body of Egyptian and British military police came round the train, interrogating us and scrutinizing our passes. It was proper to make war on permit men, so I replied crisply in fluent English, Sharif of Mecca staff, to their Arabic inquiries. They were astonished. The sergeant begged my pardon, he had not expected to hear. I repeated that I was in the staff uniform of the Sharif of Mecca. They looked at my bare feet, white silk robes and gold head rope and dagger. Impossible. What army, sir? Meccan. Never heard of it, don't know the uniform. Would you recognize a Montenegrin dragoon? This was a home thrust. Any Allied troops in uniform might travel without pass. The police did not know all the Allies, much less their uniforms. Mine might really be some rare army. They fell back into the corridor and watched me while they wired up the line. Just before Ismailia, a perspiring intelligence officer in wet khaki boarded the train to check my statements. As we had almost arrived I showed him the special pass with which the forethought of Suez had twice armed my innocence. He was not pleased. At Ismailia passengers for Cairo changed, to wait until the express from Port Said was due. In the other train shone an opulent saloon, from which descended Admiral Weems and Burmester and Neville, with a very large and superior general. A terrible tension grew along the platform as the party marched up and down it in weighty talk. Officers saluted once, twice, still they marched up and down. 3 times was too much. Some withdrew to the fence and stood permanently to attention, these were the mean souls. Some fled, these were the contemptibles. Some turned to the bookstall and studied bookbacks avidly, these were shy. Only one was blatant. Burmester's eye caught my staring. He wondered who it was, for I was burned crimson and very haggard with travel. Later I found my weight to be less than 7 stone. However, he answered, and I explained the history of our unannounced raid on Aqaba. It excited him. I asked that the admiral send a storeship there at once. Burmester said the Dufferin, which came in that day, should load all the food in Suez, go straight to Aqaba, and bring back the prisoners. Splendid. He would order it himself, not to interrupt the admiral and Allenby. Allenby. What's he doing here? Cried I. Oh, he's in command now. And Murray? Gone home. This was news of the biggest, importantly concerning me, and I climbed back and fell to wondering if this heavy, rubicund man was like ordinary generals, and if we should have trouble for 6 months teaching him. Murray and Belinda had begun so tiresomely that our thought those first days had been, not to defeat the enemy, but to make our own chiefs let us live. Only by time and performance had we converted Sir Archibald and his chief of staff, who in their last months, wrote to the War Office commending the Arab venture, and especially Faisal in it. This was generous of them and our secret triumph, for they were an odd pair in one chariot, Murray all brains and claws, nervous, elastic, changeable. Lyndon Bell so solidly built up of layers of professional opinion, glued together after government testing and approval, and later trimmed and polished to standard pitch. At Cairo my sandaled feet slip-slapped up the quiet Savoy corridors to Clayton, who habitually cut the lunch hour to cope with his thronging work. As I entered he glanced up from his desk with a muttered, "Mush Fadi, Anglo-Egyptian for, engaged," but I spoke and got a surprised welcome. In Suez the night before I had scribbled a short report, so we had to talk only of what needed doing. Before the hour ended, the admiral rang up to say that the Dufferin was loading flour for her emergency trip. Clayton drew £16,000 in gold and got an escort to take it to Suez by the 3 o'clock train. This was urgent, that Nasir might be able to meet his debts. The notes we had issued at Beir, Jifar and Guwera were penciled promises, on army telegraph forms, to pay so much to bearer in Aqaba. It was a great system, but no one had dared issue notes before in Arabia, because the Bedouins had neither pockets in their shirts nor strong rooms in their tents, and notes could not be buried for safety. So there was an unconquerable prejudice against them, and for our good name it was essential that they be early redeemed. Afterwards, in the hotel, I tried to find clothes less publicly exciting than my Arab get-up. But the moths had corrupted all my former store, and it was 3 days before I became normally ill-dressed. Meanwhile I heard of Allenby's excellence, and of the last tragedy of Murray, that second attack on Gaza, which London forced on one too weak or too politic to resist. And how we went into it, everybody, generals and staff officers, even soldiers, convinced that we should lose. 5,800 was the casualty bill. They said Allenby was getting armies of fresh men, and hundreds of guns, and all would be different. Before I was clothed the commander-in-chief sent for me, curiously. In my report, thinking of Saladin and Abu Ubaidah, I had stressed the strategic importance of the eastern tribes of Syria, and their proper use as a threat to the communications of Jerusalem. This jumped with his ambitions, and he wanted to weigh me. It was a comic interview, for Allenby was physically large and confident, and morally so great that the comprehension of our littleness came slow to him. He sat in his chair looking at me, not straight, as his custom was, but sideways, puzzled. He was newly from France, where for years he had been a tooth of the great machine grinding the enemy. He was full of Western ideas of gun power and weight, the worst training for our war, but, as a cavalryman, was already half persuaded to throw up the new school, in this different world of Asia. And accompanied Donny and Chetwode along the worn road of maneuver and movement. Yet he was hardly prepared for anything so odd as myself, a little barefooted silk-skirted man offering to hobble the enemy by his preaching if given stores and arms and a fund of 200,000 sovereigns to convince and control his converts. Allenby could not make out how much was genuine performer and how much charlatan. The problem was working behind his eyes, and I left him unhelped to solve it. He did not ask many questions, nor talk much, but studied the map and listened to my unfolding of eastern Syria and its inhabitants. At the end he put up his chin and said quite directly, "Well, I will do for you what I can," and that ended it. I was not sure how far I had caught him, but we learned gradually that he meant exactly what he said, and that what General Allenby could do was enough for his very greediest servant. Chapter 57. Upon Clayton I opened myself completely. Aqaba had been taken on my plan by my effort. The cost of it had fallen on my brains and nerves. There was much more I felt inclined to do, and capable of doing, if he thought I had earned the right to be my own master. The Arabs said that each man believed his ticks to be gazelles. I did, fervently. Clayton agreed they were spirited and profitable ticks, but objected that actual command could not be given to an officer junior to the rest. He suggested Joyce as commanding officer at Aqaba, a notion which suited me perfectly. Joyce was a man in whom one could rest against the world, a serene, unchanging, comfortable spirit. His mind, like a pastoral landscape, had four corners to its view, cared for, friendly, limited, displayed. He had won golden opinions at Rabag and Wage, practicing that very labor of building up an army in a base, which would be necessary at Aqaba. Clayton-like, he was a good cartilage to set between opposing joints, but he had more laughter than Clayton, being broad and Irish and much over 6 feet in height. His nature was to be devoted to the nearest job without straining on his toes after longer horizons. Also, he was more patient than any recorded archangel, and only smiled that jolly smile of his whenever I came in with revolutionary schemes, and threw new ribbons of fancy about the neck of the wild thing he was slowly rearing. The rest was easy. For supply officer we would have Goslet, the London businessman who had made chaotic Wage so prim. The aeroplanes could not yet be moved, but the armored cars might come straight away, and a guard ship if the admiral was generous. We rang up Sir Rosslyn Weems, who was very generous. His flagship, the Euryalus, should sit there for the first few weeks. Genius, this was, for in Arabia ships were esteemed by number of funnels, and the Euryalus, with 4, was exceptional in ships. Her great reputation assured the mountains that we were indeed the winning side, and her huge crew, by the prompting of Everard Fielding, for fun built us a good pier. On the Arab side, I asked that the expensive and difficult Wage be closed down, and Faisal come to Aqaba with his full army. A sudden demand, it seemed to Cairo. So I went further, pointing out that the Yenbo Medina sector also became a back number, and advised the transfer to Aqaba of the stores, money, and officers now devoted to Ali and Abdullah. This was ruled to be impossible. But my wish regarding Wage was granted me in compromise. Then I showed that Aqaba was Allenby's right flank, only 100 miles from his center, but 800 miles from Mecca. As the Arabs prospered their work would be done more and more in the Palestine sphere. So it was logical that Faisal be transferred from the area of King Hussein to become an army commander of the Allied expedition of Egypt under Allenby. This idea held difficulties. Would Faisal accept? I had talked it over with him in Wage months ago. The High Commissioner. Faisal's army had been the largest and most distinguished of the Hijaz units, its future would not be dull. General Wingate had assumed full responsibility for the Arab movement in its darkest moment, at great risk in reputation. Dare we ask him to relinquish its advance guard now on the very threshold of success? Clayton, knowing Wingate very well, was not afraid to broach the idea to him, and Wingate replied promptly that if Allenby could make direct and large use of Faisal, it would be both his duty and his pleasure to give him up for the good of the show. A third difficulty of the transfer might be King Hussein, an obstinate, narrow-minded, suspicious character, little likely to sacrifice a pet vanity for unity of control. His opposition would endanger the scheme, and I offered to go down to talk him over, calling on the way to get from Faisal such recommendations of the change as should fortify the powerful letters which Wingate was writing to the king. This was accepted. The Duffernan returning from Aqaba, was detailed to take me to Jeddah for the new mission. She took 2 days to reach Wage. Faisal, with Joyce, Newcomb, and all the army, was at Jeddah, 100 miles inland. Stent, who had succeeded Ross in command of the Arabian flight, sent me up by air, so we crossed comfortably at 60 miles an hour the hills learned toilsomely on camelback. Faisal was eager to hear the details of Aqaba, and laughed at our prentice wars. We sat and made plans the whole night. He wrote to his father, ordered his camel corps to march upon Aqaba forthwith, and made first arrangements towards getting Jafar Pasha and his army ferried up in the long-suffering Hardinge. At dawn they flew me back to Wage, and, an hour after, the Dufferin was making for Jeddah, where things became easy for me with Wilson's powerful help. To render Aqaba, our most promising sector, strong, he sent up a shipload of reserve stores and ammunition, and offered us any of his officers. Wilson was of the Wingate school. The king came down from Mecca and talked discursively. Wilson was the royal touchstone, by which to try doubtful courses. Thanks to him, the proposed transfer of Faisal to Allenby was accepted at once, King Hussein taking the opportunity to stress his complete loyalty to our alliance. Then, changing his subject, as usual without obvious coherence, he began to expose his religious position, neither strong Shia nor strong Sunni, aiming rather at a simple pre-schism interpretation of the faith. In foreign politics he betrayed a mind as narrow as it had been broad in unworldly things, with much of that destructive tendency of little men to deny the honesty of opponents. I grasped something of the fixed jealousy which made the modern Faisal suspect in his father's court, and realized how easily mischief-makers could corrode the king. While we played so interestingly at Jeddah, 2 abrupt telegrams from Egypt shattered our peace. The first reported that the Hawaitat were in treasonable correspondence with Mon. The second connected Atta with the plot. This dismayed us. Wilson had traveled with Atta, and formed the inevitable judgment of his perfect sincerity, yet Muhammad el-Dylan was capable of double play, and Ibn Jad and his friends were still uncertain. We prepared to leave at once for Aqaba. Treachery had not been taken into account when Nasir and I had built our plan for the town's defense. Fortunately the Hardinge was in harbor for us. On the third afternoon we were in Aqaba, where Nasir had no notion that anything was wrong. I told him only of my wish to greet Atta, he lent me a swift camel and a guide, and at dawn we found Atta and Muhammad and Zal all in a tent at Gawera. They were confused when I dropped in on them, unheralded, but protested that all was well. We fed together as friends. Others of the Hawaitat came in, and there was gay talk about the war. I distributed the king's presents, and told them, to their laughter, that Nasir had got his month's leave to Mecca. The king, an enthusiast for the revolt, believed that his servants should work as manfully. So he would not allow visits to Mecca, and the poor men found continual military service heavy banishment from their wives. We had jested 100 times that, if he took Aqaba, Nasir would deserve a holiday, but he had not really believed in its coming until I gave him Hussein's letter the evening before. In gratitude he sold me Ghazala, the regal camel he won from the Hawaitat. As her owner I became of new interest to the Abu Tay. After lunch, by pretense of sleep, I got rid of the visitors. And then abruptly asked Atta and Muhammad to walk with me to see the ruined fort and reservoir. When we were alone I touched on their present correspondence with the Turks. Atta began to laugh, Muhammad to look disgusted. At last they explained elaborately that Muhammad had taken Atta's seal and written to the governor of Mon, offering to desert the Sharif's cause. The Turk had replied gladly, promising great rewards. Muhammad asked for something on account. Atta then heard of it, waited till the messenger with presents was on his way, caught him, robbed him to the skin, and was denying Muhammad a share of the spoils. A farcical story, and we laughed richly over it, but there was more behind. They were angry that no guns or troops had yet come to their support, and that no rewards had been given them for taking Aqaba. They were anxious to know how I had learnt of their secret dealings, and how much more I knew. We were on a slippery ledge. I played on their fear by my unnecessary amusement, quoting in careless laughter, as if they were my own words, actual phrases of the letters they had exchanged. This created the impression desired. Parenthetically I told them Faisal's entire army was coming up, and how Allenby was sending rifles, guns, high explosive, food and money to Aqaba. Finally, I suggested that Otto's present expenses in hospitality must be great. Would it help if I advanced something of the great gift Faisal would make him, personally, when he arrived? Otto saw that the immediate moment would not be unprofitable, that Faisal would be highly profitable, and that the Turks would be always with him if other resources failed. So he agreed, in a very good temper, to accept my advance, and with it to keep the Hawattat well-fed and cheerful. It was near sunset. Zal had killed a sheep and we ate again in real amity. Afterwards I remounted, with Mafati, to draw Otto's allowance, and Abd el-Rahman, a servant of Muhammad's who, so he whispered me, would receive any little thing I wished to send him separately. We rode all night towards Aqaba, where I roused Nasir from sleep, to run over our last business. Then I paddled out in a derelict canoe from Buarilis jetty to the Hardinge just as the first dawn crept down the western peaks. I went below, bathed, and slept till mid-morning. When I came on deck the ship was rushing grandly down the narrow gulf under full steam for Egypt. My appearance caused a sensation, for they had not dreamed I could reach Gawera, assure myself, and get back in less than 6 or 7 days, to catch a later steamer. We rang up Cairo and announced that the situation at Gawera was thoroughly good, and no treachery abroad. This may have been hardly true. But since Egypt kept us alive by stinting herself, we must reduce impolitic truth to keep her confident and ourselves a legend. The crowd wanted book heroes, and would not understand how more human old Otto was because, after battle and murder, his heart yearned towards the defeated enemy now subject, at his free choice, to be spared or killed, and therefore never so lovely. Chapter 58. Again there fell a pause in my work and again my thoughts built themselves up. Till Faisal and Jafar and Joyce and the army came we could do little but think, yet that, for our own credit, was the essential process. So far our war had had but the one studied operation, the march on Aqaba. Such haphazard playing with the men and movements of which we had assumed the leadership disgraced our minds. I vowed to know henceforward, before I moved, where I was going and by what roads. At Wage the Hijaz war was won, after Aqaba it was ended. Faisal's army had cleared off its Arabian liabilities and now, under General Allenby the joint commander-in-chief, its role was to take part in the military deliverance of Syria. The difference between Hijaz and Syria was the difference between the desert and the Sown. The problem which faced us was one of character, the learning to become civil. Wadi Musa village was our first peasant recruit. Unless we became peasants too, the independence movement would get no further. It was good for the Arab Revolt that so early in its growth this change imposed itself. We had been hopelessly laboring to plow waste lands. To make nationality grow in a place full of the certainty of God, that Upas certainty which forbade all hope. Among the tribes our creed could be only like the desert grass, a beautiful swift seeming of spring, which, after a day's heat, fell dusty. Aims and ideas must be translated into tangibility by material expression. The desert men were too detached to express the one, too poor in goods, too remote from complexity, to carry the other. If we would prolong our life, we must win into the ornamented lands, to the villages where roofs or fields held men's eyes downward and near. And begin our campaign as we had begun that in Wadi Ace, by a study of the map, and a recollection of the nature of this our battleground of Syria. Our feet were upon its southern boundary. To the east stretched the nomadic desert. To the west Syria was limited by the Mediterranean, from Gaza to Alexandretta. On the north the Turkish populations of Anatolia gave it an end. Within these limits the land was much parcelled up by natural divisions. Of them the first and greatest was longitudinal, the rugged spine of mountains which, from north to south, divided a coast strip from a wide inland plain. These areas had climatic differences so marked that they made two countries, two races almost, with their respective populations. The shore Syrians lived in different houses, fed and worked differently, used an Arabic differing by inflection and in tone from that of the inlanders. They spoke of the interior unwillingly, as of a wild land of blood and terror. The inland plain was subdivided geographically into strips by rivers. These valleys were the most stable and prosperous tillages of the country. Their inhabitants reflected them, contrasting, on the desert side, with the strange, shifting populations of the borderland, wavering eastward or westward with the season, living by their wits, wasted by drought and locusts, by Bedouin raids. Or, if these failed them, by their own incurable blood feuds. Nature had so divided the country into zones. Man, elaborating nature, had given to her compartments an additional complexity. Each of these main north and south strip divisions was crossed and walled off artificially into communities at odds. We had to gather them into our hands for offensive action against the Turks. Faisal's opportunities and difficulties lay in these political complications of Syria which we mentally arranged in order, like a social map. In the very north, furthest from us, the language boundary followed, not inaptly, the coach road from Alexandretta to Aleppo, until it met the Baghdad railway, up which it went to the Euphrates Valley. But enclaves of Turkish speech lay to the south of this general line in the Turkoman villages north and south of Antioch, and in the Armenians who were sifted in among them. Otherwise, a main component of the coast population was the community of Ansariya, those disciples of a cult of fertility, sheer pagan, anti-foreign, distrustful of Islam, drawn at moments towards Christians by common persecution. The sect, vital in itself, was clannish in feeling and politics. One Nozeri would not betray another, and would hardly not betray an unbeliever. Their villages lay in patches down the main hills to the Tripoli Gap. They spoke Arabic, but had lived there since the beginning of Greek letters in Syria. Usually they stood aside from affairs, and left the Turkish government alone in hope of reciprocity. Mixed among the Ansariya were colonies of Syrian Christians. And in the bend of the Orontes had been some firm blocks of Armenians, inimical to Turkey. Inland, near Haram were Druzes, Arabic in origin, and some Circassians from the Caucasus. These had their hand against all. Northeast of them were Kurds, settlers of some generations back, who were marrying Arabs and adopting their politics. They hated native Christians most, and, after them, they hated Turks and Europeans. Just beyond the Kurds existed a few Yazidis, Arabic-speaking, but in thought affected by the dualism of Iran, and prone to placate the spirit of evil. Christians, Mohammedans, and Jews, peoples who placed revelation before reason, united to spit upon Yazid. Inland of them stood Aleppo, a town of 200,000 people, an epitome of all Turkey's races and religions. Eastward of Aleppo, for 60 miles, were settled Arabs whose color and manner became more and more tribal as they neared the fringe of cultivation where the semi-nomad ended and the Bedawi began. A section across Syria from sea to desert, a degree further south, began in colonies of Muslim Circassians near the coast. In the new generation they spoke Arabic and were an ingenious race, but quarrelsome, much opposed by their Arab neighbors. Inland of them were Ismailia. These Persian immigrants had turned Arab in the course of centuries, but revered among themselves one Muhammad, who in the flesh, was the Aga Khan. They believed him to be a great and wonderful sovereign, honoring the English with his friendship. They shunned Moslems, but feebly hid their beastly opinions under a veneer of orthodoxy. Beyond them were the strange sights of villages of Christian tribal Arabs, under sheiks. They seemed very sturdy Christians, quite unlike their sniveling brethren in the hills. They lived as the Sunni about them, dressed like them, and were on the best terms with them. East of the Christians lay semi-pastoral Moslem communities. And on the last edge of cultivation, some villages of Ismailia outcasts, in search of the peace men would not grant. Beyond were Bedouin. A third section through Syria, another degree lower, fell between Tripoli and Beirut. First, near the coast, were Lebanon Christians, for the most part Maronites or Greeks. It was hard to disentangle the politics of the two churches. Superficially, one should have been French and one Russian. But a part of the population, to earn a living, had been in the United States, and there developed an Anglo-Saxon vein, not the less vigorous for being spurious. The Greek Church prided itself on being Old Syrian, autochthonous, of an intense localism which might ally it with Turkey rather than endure irretrievable domination by a Roman power. The adherents of the two sects were at one in unmeasured slander, when they dared, of Mohammedans. Such verbal scorn seemed to salve their consciousness of inbred inferiority. Families of Moslems lived among them, identical in race and habit, except for a less mincing dialect, and less parade of emigration and its results. On the higher slopes of the hills clustered settlements of Metawalla, Shia Mohammedans from Persia generations ago. They were dirty, ignorant, surly and fanatical, refusing to eat or drink with infidels, holding the Sunni as bad as Christians. Following only their own priests and notables. Strength of character was their virtue, a rare one in garrulous Syria. Over the hill crest lay villages of Christian yeomen living in free peace with their Moslem neighbors as though they had never heard the grumbles of Lebanon. East of them were semi-nomad Arab peasantry, and then the open desert. A fourth section, a degree southward, would have fallen near Acre, where the inhabitants, from the seashore, were first Sunni Arabs, then Druzes, then Metawalla. On the banks of the Jordan Valley lived bitterly suspicious colonies of Algerian refugees, facing villages of Jews. The Jews were of varied sorts. Some, Hebrew scholars of the traditionalist pattern, had developed a standard and style of living befitting the country, while the later comers, many of whom were German-inspired, had introduced strange manners, and strange crops. And European houses, erected out of charitable funds, into this land of Palestine, which seemed too small and too poor to repay in kind their efforts, but the land tolerated them. Galilee did not show the deep-seated antipathy to its Jewish colonists which was an unlovely feature of the neighboring Judea. Across the eastern plains, thick with Arabs, lay a labyrinth of crackled lava, the Leha, where the loose and broken men of Syria had foregathered for unnumbered generations. Their descendants lived there in lawless villages, secure from Turk and Bedouin, and worked out their internecine feuds at leisure. South and southwest of them opened the Horan, a huge fertile land. Populous with warlike, self-reliant and prosperous Arab peasantry. East of them were the Druzes, heterodox Moslem followers of a mad and dead Sultan of Egypt. They hated Maronites with a bitter hatred, which, when encouraged by the government and the fanatics of Damascus, found expression in great periodic killings. None the less the Druzes were disliked by the Moslem Arabs and despised them in return. They were at feud with the Bedouins, and preserved in their mountain a show of the chivalrous semi-feudalism of Lebanon in the days of their autonomous emirs. A fifth section in the latitude of Jerusalem would have begun with Germans and with German Jews, speaking German or German Yiddish, more intractable even than the Jews of the Roman era, unable to endure contact with others not of their race. Some of them farmers, most of them shopkeepers, the most foreign, uncharitable part of the whole population of Syria. Around them glowered their enemies, the sullen Palestine peasants, more stupid than the yeomen of North Syria, material as the Egyptians, and bankrupt. East of them lay the Jordan depth, inhabited by charred serfs. And across it group upon group of self-respecting village Christians who were, after their agricultural co-religionists of the Orontes Valley, the least timid examples of our original faith in the country. Among them and east of them were tens of thousands of semi-nomad Arabs, holding the creed of the desert, living on the fear and bounty of their Christian neighbors. Down this debatable land the Ottoman government had planted a line of Circassian immigrants from the Russian Caucasus. These held their ground only by the sword and the favor of the Turks, to whom they were, of necessity, devoted. Chapter 59. The tale of Syria was not ended in this count of odd races and religions. Apart from the country folk, the six great towns, Jerusalem, Beirut, Damascus, Horns, Hama, and Aleppo, were entities, each with its character, direction, and opinion. The southernmost, Jerusalem, was a squalid town, which every Semitic religion had made holy. Christians and Mohammedans came there on pilgrimage to the shrines of its past, and some Jews looked to it for the political future of their race. These united forces of the past and the future were so strong that the city almost failed to have a present. Its people, with rare exceptions, were characterless as hotel servants, living on the crowd of visitors passing through. Ideals of Arab nationality were far from them, though familiarity with the differences of Christians at their moment of most poignant sentience had led the classes of Jerusalem to despise us all. Beirut was altogether new. It would have been bastard French in feeling as in language but for its Greek harbor and American college. Public opinion in it was that of the Christian merchants, fat men living by exchange, for Beirut itself produced nothing. The next strongest component was the class of returned emigrants, happy on invested savings in the town of Syria which most resembled that Washington Street where they had made good. Beirut was the door of Syria, a chromatic Levantine screen through which cheap or shop-soiled foreign influences entered. It represented Syria as much as Soho the home counties. Yet Beirut, because of its geographical position, because of its schools, and the freedom engendered by intercourse with foreigners, had contained before the war a nucleus of people, talking, writing, thinking like the doctrinaire cyclopastists who paved the way for revolution in France. For their sake, and for its wealth, and its exceeding loud and ready voice, Beirut was to be reckoned with. Damascus, Homs, Hama and Aleppo were the four ancient cities in which native Syria took pride. They stretched like a chain along the fertile valleys between the desert and the hills. Because of their setting they turned their backs upon the sea and looked eastward. They were Arab, and knew themselves such. Of them, and of Syria, Damascus was the inevitable head, the seat of lay government, and the religious center. Its sheikhs were leaders of opinion, more Meccan than others elsewhere. Its fresh and turbulent citizens, always willing to strike, were as extreme in thought and word as in pleasure. The city boasted to move before any part of Syria. The Turks made it military headquarters, just as certainly as the Arab opposition, and Oppenheim, and Sheikh Shawish there established themselves. Damascus was a lodestar to which Arabs were naturally drawn, a capital which would not smoothly be subservient to any alien race. Homs and Hama were twins disliking one another. All in them manufactured things, in Homs often cotton and wool, in Hama brocaded silks. Their industries were prosperous and increasing, their merchants quick to find new outlets, or to meet new tastes, in North Africa, the Balkans, Asia Minor, Arabia, Mesopotamia. They demonstrated the productive ability of Syria, unguided by foreigners, as Beirut proved its skill in distribution. Yet while the prosperity of Beirut made it Levantine, the prosperity of Homs and Kama reinforced their localism. Made them more firmly native, more jealously native. Almost it seemed as though familiarity with plant and power taught people that their fathers' manners were best. Aleppo was a great city in Syria, but not of it, nor of Anatolia, nor of Mesopotamia. There the races, creeds, and tongues of the Ottoman Empire met and knew one another in a spirit of compromise. The clash of characteristics, which made its streets a kaleidoscope, imbued the Aleppine with a lewd thoughtfulness which corrected in him what was blatant in the Damascene. Aleppo had shared in all the civilizations which turned about it, the result seemed to be a lack of zest in its people's belief. Even so, they surpassed the rest of Syria. They fought and traded more, were more fanatical and vicious. And made most beautiful things, but all with a dearth of conviction which rendered barren their multitudinous strength. It was typical of Aleppo that in it, while yet Mohammedan feeling ran high, more fellowship should rule between Christian and Mohammedan, Armenian, Arab, Turk, Kurd and Jew, than in perhaps any other great city of the Ottoman Empire. And that more friendliness, though little license, should have been accorded to Europeans. Politically, the town stood aside altogether, save in Arab quarters which, like overgrown half-nomad villages scattered over with priceless medieval mosques, extended east and south of the mural crown of its great citadel. The intensity of their self-sown patriotism tinged the bulk of the citizens outside them with a color of local consciousness which was by so much less vivid than the Beirut-acquired unanimity of Damascus. All these peoples of Syria were open to us by the master key of their common Arabic language. Their distinctions were political and religious, morally they differed only in the steady gradation from neurotic sensibility on the sea coast to reserve inland. They were quick-minded, admirers, but not seekers of truth, self-satisfied. Not, like the Egyptians, helpless before abstract ideas, but unpractical, and so lazy in mind as to be habitually superficial. Their ideal was ease in which to busy themselves with others' affairs. From childhood they were lawless, obeying their fathers only from physical fear, and their government later for much the same reason, yet few races had the respect of the upland Syrian for customary law. All of them wanted something new, for with their superficiality and lawlessness went a passion for politics, a science fatally easy for the Syrian to smarter, but too difficult for him to master. They were discontented always with what government they had, such being their intellectual pride, but few of them honestly thought out a working alternative, and fewer still agreed upon one. In settled Syria there was no indigenous political entity larger than the village, in patriarchal Syria nothing more complex than the clan. And these units were informal and voluntary, devoid of sanction, with heads indicated from the entitled families only by the slow cementing of public opinion. All higher constitution was the imported bureau system of the Turk, in practice either fairly good or very bad according to the frailty of the human instruments, generally gendarmes, through which, in the last resort, it worked. The people, even the best taught, showed a curious blindness to the unimportance of their country, and a misconception of the selfishness of great powers whose normal course was to consider their own interests before those of unarmed races. Some cried aloud for an Arab kingdom. These were usually Moslems, and the Catholic Christians would counter them by demanding European protection of a Thelemic order, conferring privileges without obligation. Both proposals were, of course, far from the hearts of the national groups, who cried for autonomy for Syria, having a knowledge of what autonomy was, but not knowing Syria. For in Arabic there was no such name, nor any name for all the country any of them meant. The verbal poverty of their Rome-borrowed name indicated a political disintegration. Between town and town, village and village, family and family, creed and creed, existed intimate jealousies sedulously fostered by the Turks. Time seemed to have proclaimed the impossibility of autonomous union for such a land. In history, Syria had been a corridor between sea and desert, joining Africa to Asia, Arabia to Europe. It had been a prize ring, a vassal, of Anatolia, of Greece, of Rome, of Egypt, of Arabia, of Persia, of Mesopotamia. When given a momentary independence by the weakness of neighbors it had fiercely resolved into discordant northern, southern, eastern and western kingdoms, with the area at best of Yorkshire, at worst of Rutland. For if Syria was by nature a vassal country it was also by habit a country of tireless agitation and incessant revolt. The master key of opinion lay in the common language, where also lay the key of imagination. Moslems whose mother tongue was Arabic looked upon themselves for that reason as a chosen people. Their heritage of the Quran and classical literature held the Arabic-speaking peoples together. Patriotism, ordinarily of soil or race, was warped to a language. A second buttress of a polity of Arab motive was the dim glory of the early caliphate, whose memory endured among the people through centuries of Turkish misgovernment. The accident that these traditions savored rather of the Arabian Nights than of sheer history maintained the Arab rank and file in their conviction that their past was more splendid than the present of the Ottoman Turk. Yet we knew that these were dreams. Arab government in Syria, though buttressed on Arabic prejudices, would be as much imposed as the Turkish government, or a foreign protectorate, or the historic caliphate. Syria remained a vividly colored racial and religious mosaic. Any wide attempt after unity would make a patched and parceled thing, ungrateful to a people whose instincts ever returned towards parochial home rule. Our excuse for overrunning expediency was war. Syria, ripe for spasmodic local revolt, might be seethed up into insurrection, if a new factor, offering to realize that centripetal nationalism of the Beirut cyclopedists, arose to restrain the jarring sects and classes. Novel the factor must be, to avoid raising a jealousy of itself, not foreign, since the conceit of Syria forbade. Within our sight the only independent factor with acceptable groundwork and fighting adherents was a Sunni prince, like Faisal, pretending to revive the glories of Umayyad or Ayyubid. He might momentarily combine the inland men until success came with its need to transfer their debauched enthusiasm to the service of ordered government. Then would come reaction, but only after victory. And for victory everything material and moral might be pawned. There remained the technique and direction of the new revolts, but the direction a blind man could see. The critical center of Syria in all ages had been the Yarmouk Valley, Horan, and Dira. When Horan joined us our campaign would be well ended. The process should be to set up another ladder of tribes, comparable to that from Wage to Aqaba, only this time our ladder would be made of steps of Hawatat, Beni Sakr, Sherarat, Ruala, and Sarahin, to raise us 300 miles to Azraq. The oasis nearest Horan and Jebel Druze. In character our operations of development for the final stroke should be like naval war, in mobility, ubiquity, independence of bases and communications, ignoring of ground features, of strategic areas, of fixed directions, of fixed points. He who commands the sea is at great liberty, and may take as much or as little of the war as he will. And we commanded the desert. Camel raiding parties, self-contained like ships, might cruise confidently along the enemy's cultivation frontier, sure of an unhindered retreat into their desert element which the Turks could not explore. Discrimination of what point of the enemy organism to disarrange would come to us with war practice. Our tactics should be tip and run, not pushes, but strokes. We should never try to improve an advantage. We should use the smallest force in the quickest time at the farthest place. The necessary speed and range for distant war we would attain through the frugality of the desert men, and their efficiency on camels. The camel, that intricate, prodigious piece of nature, in expert hands yielded a remarkable return. On them we were independent of supply for 6 weeks, if each man had a half bag of flour, 45 pounds in weight, slung on his riding saddle. Of water we would not want to carry more than a pint each. The camels must drink, and there was no gain in making ourselves richer than our mounts. Some of us never drank between wells, but those were hardy men, most drank fully at each well, and carried a drink for an intermediate dry day. In summer the camels would do about 250 miles after a watering. A 3 days vigorous march. An easy stage was 50 miles, 80 was good. In an emergency we might do 110 miles in the 24 hours, twice the Ghazala, our greatest camel, did 143 alone with me. Wells were seldom 100 miles apart, so the pint reserve was latitude enough. Our 6 weeks' food gave us capacity for 1,000 miles out and home. The endurance of our camels made it possible for us, for me, the camel novice in the army, painful would be the fitter word, to ride 1,500 miles in 30 days, without fear of starvation. Because, even if we exceeded in time, each of us sat on 200 pounds of potential meat, and the man-made camel-less could double-bank another, riding 2 up, in emergency. The equipment of the raiding parties should aim at simplicity. With, nevertheless, a technical superiority over the Turks in the critical department. I sent to Egypt demands for great quantities of light automatic guns, Hotchkiss or Lewis, to be used as snipers' tools. The men we trained to them were kept deliberately ignorant of the mechanism, not to waste speed in action upon efforts at repair. Ours were battles of minutes, fought at 18 miles an hour. If a gun jammed, the gunner must throw it aside and go in with his rifle. Another distinguishing feature might be high explosives. We evolved special dynamite methods, and by the end of the war could demolish any quantity of track and bridges with economy and safety. Allenby was generous with explosive. It was only guns we never got until the last month, and the pity of it. In maneuver war 1 long-range gun outweighed 99 short. The distribution of the raiding parties was unorthodox. We could not mix or combine tribes, because of their distrusts, nor could we use one in the territory of another. In compensation we aimed at the widest dissipation of force, and we added fluidity to speed by using one district on Monday, another on Tuesday, a third on Wednesday. Thus natural mobility was reinforced. In pursuit, our ranks refilled with fresh men at each new tribe, and maintained the pristine energy. In a real sense, maximum disorder was our equilibrium. The internal economy of our raiding parties achieved irregularity and extreme articulation. Our circumstances were not twice similar, so no system could fit them twice, and our diversity threw the enemy intelligence off the track. By identical battalions and divisions, information built itself up, until a corps could be inferred on corpses from 3 companies. Our strengths depended upon whim. We were serving a common ideal, without tribal emulation, and so could not hope for esprit de corps. Ordinary soldiers were made a caste either by great rewards in pay, dress, and privilege, or by being cut off from life by contempt. We could not so knit man to man, for our tribesmen were in arms willingly. Many armies had been voluntarily enlisted, few served voluntarily. Any of our Arabs could go home without penalty whenever the conviction failed him, the only contract was honor. Consequently, we had no discipline in the sense in which it was restrictive, submergent of individuality, the lowest common denominator of men. In peace armies, discipline meant the hunt, not of an average but of an absolute. The 100% standard in which the 99 were played down to the level of the weakest man on parade. The aim was to render the unit a unit, the man a type. In order that their effort might be calculable, and the collective output even in grain and bulk. The deeper the discipline, the lower was the individual excellence, also the more sure the performance. By this substitution of a sure job for a possible masterpiece, military science made a deliberate sacrifice of capacity in order to reduce the uncertain element, the bionomic factor, in enlisted humanity. Discipline's necessary accompaniment was compound or social war, that form in which the fighting man was the product of the multiplied exertions of a long hierarchy, from workshop to supply unit, which kept him active in the field. The Arab war should react against this, and be simple and individual. Every enrolled man should serve in the line of battle and be self-contained there. The efficiency of our forces was the personal efficiency of the single man. It seemed to me that, in our articulated war, the sum yielded by single men would at least equal the product of a compound system of the same strength. In practice, we should not employ in the firing line the great numbers which a simple system put theoretically at our disposal, lest our attack, as contrasted with our threat, become too extended. The moral strain of isolated fighting made simple war very hard upon the soldier, exacting from him special initiative, endurance, enthusiasm. Irregular war was far more intellectual than a bayonet charge, far more exhausting than service in the comfortable imitative obedience of an ordered army. Guerrillas must be allowed liberal work-room. In irregular war, of 2 men together, one was being wasted. Our ideal should be to make our battle a series of single combats, our ranks a happy alliance of agile commanders-in-chief. Chapter 60. Vessels steamed up the Gulf of Aqaba. Faisal landed, and with him Jafar, his staff, and Joyce, the fairy godmother. There came the armored cars, Goslet, Egyptian laborers and thousands of troops. To repair the 6 weeks' peace, Falkenhayn had been down to advise the Turks, and his fine intelligence made them worthier our opposition. Mon was a special command, under Bajet, the old GOC Sinai. He had 6,000 infantry, a regiment of cavalry and mounted infantry, and had entrenched Mon till it was impregnable according to the standard of maneuver war. A flight of aeroplanes operated daily thence. Great supply dumps had been collected. By now the Turkish preparations were complete. They began to move, disclosing that their objective was Gawera, the best road for Aqaba. 2,000 infantry pushed out to Aba el-Lisan, and fortified it. Cavalry kept the outskirts, to contain a possible Arab counterstroke from the Wadi Musa side. This nervousness was our cue. We would play with them and provoke them to go for us in Wadi Musa, where the natural obstacles were so tremendous that the human defending factor might behave as badly as it liked, and yet hold the place against attack. To bait the hook, the men of neighboring Dalaga were set busy. The Turks, full of spirit, put in a counterstroke, and suffered sharply. We rubbed into the peasantry of Wadi Musa the rich booty now enjoyed by their rivals of Dalaga. Maulud, the old war horse, went up with his mule-mounted regiment, and quartered himself among the famous ruins of Petra. The encouraged Liathena, under their one-eyed sheik, Khalil, began to foray out across the plateau, and to snap up by twos and threes Turkish riding or transport animals, together with the rifles of their occasional guards. This went on for weeks, while the irritated Turks grew hotter and hotter. We could also prick the Turks into discomfort by asking General Salman for his promised long-distance air raid on Mon. As it was difficult, Salman had chosen Stent, with other tried pilots of Rabag or Wage, and told them to do their best. They had experience of forced landing on desert surfaces and could pick out an unknown destination across unmapped hills. Stent spoke Arabic perfectly. The flight had to be air-contained, but its commander was full of resource and display, like other bundles of nerves, who, to punish themselves, did outrageous things. On this occasion he ordered low flying, to make sure the aim. And profited by reaching Mon, and dropping 32 bombs in and about the unprepared station. 2 bombs into the barracks killed 35 men and wounded 50. 8 struck the engine shed, heavily damaging the plant and stock. A bomb in the general's kitchen finished his cook and his breakfast. 4 fell on the aerodrome. Despite the shrapnel, our pilots and engines returned safely to their temporary landing ground at Kuntilla above Aqaba. That afternoon they patched the machines, and after dark slept under their wings. In the following dawn they were off once more, 3 of them this time, to Aba-el-Lisan, where the sight of the great camp had made Stent's mouth water. They bombed the horse lines and stampeded the animals, visited the tents and scattered the Turks. As on the day before, they flew low and were much hit, but not fatally. Long before noon they were back in Kuntilla. Stent looked over the remaining petrol and bombs, and decided they were enough for one more effort. So he gave directions to everyone to look for the battery which had troubled them in the morning. They started in the midday heat. Their loads were so heavy they could get no height, and therefore came blundering over the crest behind Aba-el-Lisan, and down the valley at about 300 feet. The Turks, always somnolent at noon, were taken completely by surprise. 30 bombs were dropped, 1 silenced the battery, the others killed dozens of men and animals. Then the lightened machines soared up and home to El Arish. The Arabs rejoiced, the Turks were seriously alarmed. Bajet Pasha set his men to digging shelters, and when his aeroplanes had been repaired, he disposed them innocuously about the plateau for camp defense. By air we had perturbed the Turks, by irritative raids we were luring them towards a wrong objective. Our third resource to ruin their offensive was to hinder the railway, whose need would make them split up the striking force on defensive duties. Accordingly we arranged many demolitions for mid-September. I decided also to revive the old idea of mining a train. Something more vigorous and certain than automatic mines was indicated, and I had imagined a direct firing, by electricity, of a charge under the locomotive. The British sappers encouraged me to try, especially General Wright, the chief engineer in Egypt, whose experience took a sporting interest in my irregularities. He sent me the recommended tools, an exploder and some insulated cable. With them I went on board HMS No., our new guard ship, and introduced myself to Captain Snag, in command. Snag was fortunate in his ship, which had been built for Brazil, and was much more comfortably furnished than British monitors. And we were doubly fortunate in him and in this, for he was the spirit of hospitality. His inquiring nature took interest in the shore, and saw the comic side even of our petty disasters. To tell him the story of a failure was to laugh at it, and always for a good story he gave me a hot bath, and tea with civilized trappings, free from every suspicion of blown sand. His kindness and help served us in lieu of visits to Egypt for repairs, and enabled us to hammer on against the Turks through month after month of feckless disappointment. The exploder was in a formidable locked white box, very heavy. We split it open, found a ratchet handle, and pushed it down without harming the ship. The wire was heavy rubber insulated cable. We cut it in half, fastened the ends to screw terminals on the box, and transmitted shocks to one another convincingly. It worked. I fetched detonators. We stuffed the free ends of the cable into one and pumped the handle. Nothing followed. We tried again and again ineffectually, grieving over it. At last Snag rang his bell for the gunner warrant officer who knew all about circuits. He suggested special electric detonators. The ship carried 6, and gave me 3 of them. We joined one up with our box, and when the handle was crashed down it popped off beautifully. So I felt that I knew all about it and turned to arrange the details of the raid. Of targets, the most promising and easiest reached seemed Mutawara, a water station 80 miles south of Mon. A smashed train there would embarrass the enemy. For men, I would have the tried Hawitat. And, at the same time, the expedition would test the 3 Horani peasants whom I had added to my personal followers. In view of the new importance of the Horan, there was need for us to learn its dialect, the construction and jealousies of its clan framework, and its names and roads. These 3 fellows, Rahel, Asaf and Hamid would teach me their home affairs imperceptibly, as we rode on business, chatting. To make sure of the arrested train required guns and machine guns. For the first, why not trench mortars? For the second, Lewis guns. Accordingly, Egypt chose 2 forceful sergeant instructors from the army school at Sidon, to teach squads of Arabs in Aqaba how to use such things. Snag gave them quarters in his ship, since we had, as yet, no convenient English camp ashore. Their names may have been Yells and Brooke, but became Lewis and Stokes after their jealously loved tools. Lewis was an Australian, long, thin and sinuous, his supple body lounging in unmilitary curves. His hard face, arched eyebrows, and predatory nose set off the peculiarly Australian air of reckless willingness and capacity to do something very soon. Stokes was a stocky English yeoman, workmanlike and silent, always watching for an order to obey. Lewis, full of suggestion, emerged bursting with delight at what had been well done whenever a thing happened. Stokes never offered opinion until after action, when he would stir his cap reflectively, and painstakingly recount the mistakes he must next time avoid. Both were admirable men. In a month, without common language or interpreter, they got on terms with their classes and taught them their weapons with reasonable precision. More was not required, for an empirical habit appeared to agree with the spirit of our haphazard raids better than complete scientific knowledge. As we worked at the organization of the raid, our appetites rose. Mutawara Station sounded vulnerable. 300 men might rush it suddenly. That would be an achievement, for its deep well was the only one in the dry sector below Mon. Without its water, the train service across the gap would become uneconomic in load. Chapter 61. Lewis, the Australian, at such an ambitious moment, said that he and Stokes would like to be of my party. A new, attractive idea. With them we should feel sure of our technical detachments, whilst attacking a garrison place. Also, the sergeants wanted to go very much, and their good work deserved reward. They were warned that their experiences might not at the moment seem altogether joyful. There were no rules, and there could be no mitigation of the marching, feeding, and fighting, inland. If they went they would lose their British Army comfort and privilege, to share with the Arabs, except in booty, and suffer exactly their hap in food and discipline. If anything went wrong with me, they, not speaking Arabic, would be in a tender position. Lewis replied that he was looking for just this strangeness of life. Stokes supposed that if we did it, he could. So they were lent 2 of my best camels, their saddlebags tight with bully beef and biscuits, and on September the 7th we went together up Wadi Itm, to collect our Hawitat from Ada in Gawera. For the sergeant's sake, to harden them gently, things were made better than my word. We marched very easily for today, while we were our own masters. Neither had been on a camel before, and there was risk that the fearful heat of the naked granite walls of Itm might knock them out before the trip had properly begun. September was a bad month. A few days before, in the shade of the palm gardens of Aqaba beach, the thermometer had shown 120 degrees. So we halted for midday under a cliff, and in the evening rode only 10 miles to camp for the night. We were comfortable with cans of hot tea, and rice and meat, and it was covertly enjoyable to watch the percussion of their surroundings on the two men. Each reacted to the type expected. The Australian from the first seemed at home, and behaved freely towards the Arabs. When they fell into his spirit, and returned the fellowship, he was astonished, almost resentful, having never imagined that they would be misled by his kindness to forget the difference between a white man and a brown. It added humor to the situation that he was browner by far than my new followers, of whom the youngest interested me most. He, Rahel, was quite a lad, a free-built, sturdy fellow, too fleshy for the me we were to lead, but for that the more tolerant of pains. His face was high-colored, his cheeks a little full and low-pouched, almost pendant. The mouth was budded and small, the chin very pointed. This, added to the high, strong brows and antimony-enlarged eyes, gave him a mixed air of artifice and petulance, with weary patience self-imposed upon a base of pride. He was blowsy-spoken, mouthing his Arabic, vulgar in dialect, forward and impudent in speech, always thrusting, flaunting, restless and nervous. His spirit was not as strong as his body, but mercurial. When exhausted or cross he broke into miserable tears easily chased away by any interference, and after, was fit for more endurance. My followers, Muhammad and Ahmed, with Rashid and Asaf, the probationers, gave Rahel much license of behavior. Partly because of his animal attractiveness, and of his tendency to advertise his person. He had to be checked once or twice for taking liberties with the sergeants. Stokes, the Englishman, was driven by the Arab strangeness to become more himself. More insular. His shy correctness reminded my men in every movement that he was unlike them, and English. Such consideration elicited a return of respect. To them he was the sergeant, while Lewis was the long one. These were points of character, which all showed in their degree. It was humiliating to find that our book experience of all countries and ages still left us prejudiced like washerwomen, but without their verbal ability to get on terms with strangers. The Englishman in the Middle East divided into two classes. Class 1, subtle and insinuating, caught the characteristics of the people about him, their speech, their conventions of thought, almost their manner. He directed men secretly, guiding them as he would. In such frictionless habit of influence his own nature lay hid, unnoticed. Class 2, the John Bull of the books, became the more rampantly English the longer he was away from England. He invented an old country for himself, a home of all remembered virtues, so splendid in the distance that, on return, he often found reality a sad falling off and withdrew his muddle-headed self into fractious advocacy of the good old times. Abroad, through his armored certainty, he was a rounded sample of our traits. He showed the complete Englishman. There was friction in his track, and his direction was less smooth than that of the intellectual type, yet his stout example cut wider swathe. Both sorts took the same direction in example, one vociferously, the other by implication. Each assumed the Englishman a chosen being, inimitable, and the copying him blasphemous or impertinent. In this conceit they urged on people the next best thing. God had not given it them to be English, a duty remained to be good of their type. Consequently we admired native custom, studied the language, wrote books about its architecture, folklore, and dying industries. Then one day, we woke up to find this chthonic spirit turned political, and shook our heads with sorrow over its ungrateful nationalism, truly the fine flower of our innocent efforts. The French, though they started with a similar doctrine of the Frenchman as the perfection of mankind, dogma amongst them, not secret instinct, went on, contrarily, to encourage their subjects to imitate them. Since, even if they could never attain the true level, yet their virtue would be greater as they approached it. We looked upon imitation as a parody, they as a compliment. Next day, in the early heat, we were near Guerra, comfortably crossing the sanded plain of restful pink with its grey-green undergrowth, when there came a droning through the air. Quickly we drove the camels off the open road into the bush-speckled ground, where their irregular coloring would not be marked by the enemy airmen. For the loads of blasting gelatin, my favorite and most powerful explosive, and the many ammo-filled shells of the Stokes gun would be ill neighbors in a bombing raid. We waited there, soberly, in the saddle while our camels grazed the little which was worth eating in the scrub, until the aeroplane had circled twice about the rock of Gawera in front of us, and planted 3 loud bombs. We collected our caravan again on the path and paced gently into camp. Gawera was thronged with life, and a mart for the habitat of both hills and highlands. As far as the eye reached, the plain was softly moving with herded camels, whose multitude drained the near waterholes each morning before dawn, so that late risers must travel many miles to drink. This was little matter, for the Arabs had nothing to do but wait for the morning aeroplane, and after its passing, nothing but talk to kill time till night was full enough for sleep. The talk and leisure were too plentiful and had revived old jealousies. Oda was ambitious to take advantage of our dependence on his help to assort the tribes. He drew the bulk wages for the habitat. And, by the money, sought to compel the smaller free sections to his leadership. They resented it, and were threatening either to retire into their hills or to reopen touch with the Turks. Faisal sent up Sharif Master as mediator. The thousands of habitat, in hundreds of sections, were uncompromising, hard-headed, greedy land lawyers. To hold them content without angering Oda was task delicate enough for the most fastidious mind. Also, it was 110 degrees in the shade, and the shade was a surge of flies. The 3 southern clans on whom we had been counting for our raid were among the dissidents. Master spoke to them, the chiefs of the Abu Tayi spoke, we all spoke, without effect. It seemed as though our plans were to break down at the start. One day, going along before noon under the rock, Master met me with news that the Southerners were mounting to desert our camp and movement. Full of vexation, I swung round into Oda's tent. He sat on its sand floor, feeding on boiled bread with his latest wife, a jolly girl, whose brown skin was blue with the indigo dye from her new smock. When I suddenly burst in, the little woman whisked away through the back flap like a rabbit. To gain ground with him, I began to jeer at the old man for being so old and yet so foolish like the rest of his race, who regarded our comic reproductive processes not as an unhygienic pleasure, but as a main business of life. Oda retorted with his desire for heirs. I asked if he had found life good enough to thank his haphazard parents for bringing him into it, or selfishly to confer the doubtful gift upon an unborn spirit. He maintained himself. Indeed, I am Oda, said he, firmly, and you know Oda. My father, to whom God be merciful, was master, greater than Oda, and he would praise my grandfather. The world is greater as we go back. But, Oda, we say honor our sons and daughters, the heirs of our accumulated worth, fulfillers of our broken wisdom. With each generation the earth is older, mankind more removed from its childhood. The old thing, not today to be teased, looked at me through his narrowed eyes with a benign humor, and pointed to Abu Tayi, his son, out on the plain before us trying a new camel. Banging it on the neck with his stick in vain effort to make it pace like a thoroughbred. O world's imp, said he, if God please he has inherited my worth, but thank God not yet my strength, and if I find fault with him I will redden his tail. No doubt you are very wise. The upshot of our talk was that I should go off to a clean spot, to wait events. We hired 20 camels to carry the explosives, and the morrow, 2 hours after the aeroplane, was fixed for our start. The aeroplane was the quaint regulator of public business in the Gawera camp. The Arabs, up as ever before dawn, waited for it. Master set a slave on the crag's peak to sound the first warning. When its constant hour drew near the Arabs would saunter, chatting in parade of carelessness, towards the rock. Arrived beneath it, each man climbed to the ledge he favored. After Master would climb the bevy of his slaves, with his coffee on the brazier, and his carpet. In a shaded nook he and Oda would sit and talk till the little shiver of excitement tightened up and down the crowded ledges when first was heard the song of the engine over the pass of Star. Everyone pressed back against the wall and waited stilly while the enemy circled vainly above the strange spectacle of this crimson rock banded with thousands of gaily dressed Arabs, nesting like ibises in every cranny of its face. The aeroplane dropped 3 bombs, or 4 bombs, or 5 bombs, according to the day of the week. Their bursts of dense smoke sat on the sage-green plain compactly like cream puffs, writhing for minutes in the windless air before they slowly spread and faded. Though we knew there was no menace in it, yet we could not but catch our breath when the sharp growing cry of the falling bombs came through the loud engine overhead. Chapter 62. Gladly we left the noise and heartburning of Guerra. So soon as we had lost our escort of flies we halted. Indeed there was no need of haste, and the two unfortunate fellows with me were tasting of such heat as they had never known, for the stifling air was like a metal mask over our faces. It was admirable to see them struggle not to speak of it, that they might keep the spirit of the Aqaba undertaking to endure as firmly as the Arabs, but by this silence the sergeants went far past their bond. It was ignorance of Arabic which made them so superfluously brave, for the Arabs themselves were loud against the tyrannous sun and the breathlessness, but the test effect was wholesome, and, for effect, I played about, seeming to enjoy myself. In the late afternoon we marched further and stopped for the night under a thick screen of tamarisk trees. The camp was very beautiful, for behind us rose a cliff, perhaps 400 feet in height, a deep red in the level sunset. Under our feet was spread a floor of buff-colored mud, as hard and muffled as wood paving, flat like a lake for half a mile each way, and on a low ridge to one side of it stood the grove of tamarisk stems of brown wood, edged with a sparse and dusty fringe of green, which had been faded by drought and sunshine till it was nearly of the silvered grey below the olive leaves about Lesbos. When a wind from the river mouth rustled up the valley grass and made the trees turn pale. We were riding for Rum, the northern water of the Beni Atiya, a place which stirred my thought, as even the unsentimental Hawaitat had told me it was lovely. The morrow would be new with our entry to it, but very early, while the stars were yet shining, I was roused by Aid, the humble Hariti Sharif accompanying us. He crept to me, and said in a chilled voice, "Lord, I am gone blind." I made him lie down, and felt that he shivered as if cold, but all he could tell me was that in the night, waking up, there had been no sight, only pain in his eyes. The sun blink had burned them out. Day was still young as we rode between two great pikes of sandstone to the foot of a long, soft slope poured down from the domed hills in front of us. It was tamarisk covered, the beginning of the valley of Rum, they said. We looked up on the left to a long wall of rock, sheering in like a 1,000-foot wave towards the middle of the valley, whose other arc, to the right, was an opposing line of steep, red broken hills. We rode up the slope, crashing our way through the brittle undergrowth. As we went, the brushwood grouped itself into thickets whose massed leaves took on a stronger tint of green the purer for their contrasted setting in plots of open sand of a cheerful delicate pink. The ascent became gentle, till the valley was a confined tilted plain. The hills on the right grew taller and sharper, a fair counterpart of the other side which straightened itself to one massive rampart of redness. They drew together until only 2 miles divided them, and then, towering gradually till their parallel parapets must have been 1,000 feet above us, ran forward in an avenue for miles. They were not unbroken walls of rock, but were built sectionally, in crags like gigantic buildings, along the 2 sides of their street. Deep alleys, 50 feet across, divided the crags, whose plans were smoothed by the weather into huge apses and bays, and enriched with surface fretting and fracture, like design. Caverns high up on the precipice were round like windows, others near the foot gaped like doors. Dark stains ran down the shadowed front for hundreds of feet, like accidents of use. The cliffs were striated vertically, in their granular rock, whose main order stood on 200 feet of broken stone deeper in color and harder in texture. This plinth did not, like the sandstone, hang in folds like cloth, but chipped itself into loose courses of scree, horizontal as the footings of a wall. The crags were capped in nests of domes, less hotly red than the body of the hill, rather grey and shallow. They gave the finishing semblance of Byzantine architecture to this irresistible place, this processional way greater than imagination. The Arab armies would have been lost in the length and breadth of it, and within the walls a squadron of aeroplanes could have wheeled in formation. Our little caravan grew self-conscious, and fell dead quiet, afraid and ashamed to flaunt its smallness in the presence of the stupendous hills. Landscapes, in childhood's dream, were so vast and silent. We looked backward through our memory for the prototype up which all men had walked between such walls toward such an open square as that in front where this road seemed to end. Later, when we were often riding inland, my mind used to turn me from the direct road, to clear my senses by a night in rum and by the ride down its dawnlit valley towards the shining plains. Or up its valley in the sunset towards that glowing square which my timid anticipation never let me reach. I would say, shall I ride on this time, beyond the Kazale, and know it all? But in truth I liked rum too much. Today we rode for hours while the perspectives grew greater and more magnificent in ordered design, till a gap in the cliff face opened on our right to a new wonder. The gap, perhaps 300 yards across, was a crevice in such a wall, and led to an amphitheatre, oval in shape, shallow in front, and long-lobed right and left. The walls were precipices, like all the walls of Rum, but appeared greater, for the pit lay in the very heart of a ruling hill, and its smallness made the besetting height seem overpowering. The sun had sunk behind the western wall, leaving the pit in shadow. But its dying glare flooded with startling red the wings each side of the entry, and the fiery bulk of the further wall across the great valley. The pit floor was of damp sand, darkly wooded with shrubs, while about the feet of all the cliffs lay boulders greater than houses, sometimes, indeed, like fortresses which had crashed down from the heights above. In front of us a path, pale with use, zigzagged up the cliff plinth to the point from which the main face rose, and there it turned precariously southward along a shallow ledge outlined by occasional leafy trees. From between these trees, in hidden crannies of the rock, issued strange cries, the echoes, turned into music, of the voices of the Arabs watering camels at the springs which there flowed out 300 feet above ground. The rains, falling on the grey domes of the hilltop, seemed to have soaked slowly into the porous rock. And my mind followed them, filtering inch by inch downward through those mountains of sandstone till they came against the impervious horizontal layer of the plinth, and ran along its top under pressure, in jets which burst out on the cliff face at the junction of the two rocky layers. Muhammad turned into the amphitheatre's left-hand lobe. At its far end Arab ingenuity had cleared a space under an overhanging rock, there we unloaded and settled down. The dark came upon us quickly in this high prison place, and we felt the water-laden air cold against our sunburnt skin. The Houatat who had looked after the loads of explosive collected their camel drove, and led them with echo-testing shouts up the hill path to water against their early return to Guwera. We lit fires and cooked rice to add to the sergeant's bully beef, while my coffee men prepared for the visitors who would come to us. The Arabs in the tents outside the hollow of the springs had seen us enter, and were not slow to learn our news. In an hour we had the head men of the Darusha, Zelabani, Zuwaida and Tagaka clans about us, and there mounted great talk, none too happy. Aid, the Sharif, was too cast down in heart by his blindness to lift the burden of entertainment from my shoulders, and a work of such special requirements was not to be well done by me. These smaller clans, angry with the Abu Tayi, suspected us of abetting Atta in his ambition to win a predominance over them. They were unwilling to serve the Sharif till assured of his support of their extremist claims. Qasim Abu Dumiak, the fine horseman who had led the Highland men on the day of Aba el-Lisan, seemed particularly vicious. He was a dark man with an arrogant face and thin-lipped smile, good enough at heart, but crusted. Today, he flamed with jealousy of the Taweha. Alone, I could never win him, so to make patent his hostility I took him as adversary and fought him fiercely with my tongue till he was silenced. In shame his audience deserted him and rallied ever so little to my side. Their flickering judgments began to murmur at the chiefs, and to advocate marching off with me. I took the chance to say that Zal would be here in the morning, and that he and I would accept the help of all except the Jumaniya, who, made impossible by Qasim's words, would be erased from Faisal's book and forfeit their earned goodwill and rewards. Qasim, swearing he would join the Turks at once, withdrew from the fireside in great anger, while cautious friends tried vainly to stop his mouth. Chapter 63. Next morning there he was, with his men, ready to join or oppose us, as the whim went. While he hesitated, Zal arrived. Gassim's darkness soon clashed upon Zal's metallic cruelty, and the pair had high words. We got between them before a fight could start, but enough passed to overthrow the weak arrangement of the night. The other clans, disgusted at Gassim's fierceness, came to us quietly in 2s and 3s, as volunteers. But begged me to make their loyalty known to Faisal before we started. Their doubts determined me to communicate at once with him, partly that this trouble might be composed, and partly to raise camels for carrying the explosives. To hire Dumania camels would not be fitting, and there were no others here. The best way was to go myself, because while Gassim might stop a messenger, he would not dare hinder me. The 2 sergeants were commended to Zal, who swore to answer for their lives, and off went Ahmed and myself on stripped camels, meaning to hurry to Aqaba and back. We knew only the very long way by Wadi Itm. A short cut existed, but we could find no guide to it. Vainly we searched up and down the valley, and were in despair when a boy blurted out that we should go along the next valley to our right. By it, after an hour, we were on a watershed from which valleys trended away westward. They could lead only into Wadi Itm, for there was no other drainage hereabouts through the hills to the sea. And we raced down them, ever and again cutting at a venture across ridges on our right into parallel tributaries, to shorten the assumed line. In the beginning it was clean sandstone country, of pleasant rock shapes, but as we went spines of granite, the material of the shore, rose up in front of us, and after 30 miles of good trotting gradient we passed, by the southern Itm, into the main valley, just above the well of the surrender of Aqaba. The journey took us only 6 hours. In Aqaba we rode straight to Faisal's house. My sudden return scared him, but a word explained the little drama which was being played at Rum. After we had fed we took the necessary steps. The 20 baggage camels should start up in 2 days with enough of Faisal's camelmen to transport the explosives, and a few of his personal slaves to guard them. He would lend me Sharif Abdullah el-Fire, the best of his henchmen now in camp, as mediator. The families of the men who rode with me to the railway should draw provisions from his stores on my certificate. Abdullah and I went off before dawn, and in the afternoon, after a friendly ride, reached Rum to find all safe, so anxiety was lifted. Sharif Abdullah at once got to work. Having collected the Arabs, including the recalcitrant Gassim, he began to smooth over their griefs with that ready persuasiveness which was the birthmark of an Arab leader, and which all his experience served to whet. In the idleness forced on him by our absence, Lewis had explored the cliff, and reported the springs very good for washing in. So, to get rid of the dust and strain after my long rides, I went straight up the gully into the face of the hill. Along the ruined wall of the conduit by which a spout of water had once run down the ledges to a Nabatasan well house on the valley floor. It was a climb of 15 minutes to a tired person, and not difficult. At the top, the waterfall, El Shelala as the Arabs named it, was only a few yards away. Its rushing noise came from my left, by a jutting bastion of cliff over whose crimson face trailed long falling runners of green leaves. The path skirted it in an undercut ledge. On the rock bulge above were clear-cut Nabatean inscriptions, and a sunk panel incised with a monogram or symbol. Around and about were Arab scratches, including tribe marks, some of which were witnesses of forgotten migrations, but my attention was only for the splashing of water in a crevice under the shadow of the overhanging rock. From this rock a silver runlet issued into the sunlight. I looked in to see the spout, a little thinner than my wrist, jetting out firmly from a fissure in the roof, and falling with that clean sound into a shallow, frothing pool, behind the step which served as entrance. The walls and roof of the crevice dripped with moisture. Thick ferns and grasses of the finest green made it a paradise just 5 feet square. Upon the water-cleansed and fragrant ledge I undressed my soiled body, and stepped into the little basin, to taste at last a freshness of moving air and water against my tired skin. It was deliciously cool. I lay there quietly, letting the clear, dark red water run over me in a ribbly stream, and rub the travel dirt away. While I was so happy, a grey-bearded, ragged man, with a hewn face of great power and weariness, came slowly along the path till opposite the spring. And there he let himself down with a sigh upon my clothes spread out over a rock beside the path, for the sun heat to chase out their thronging vermin. He heard me and leaned forward, peering with rheumy eyes at this white thing splashing in the hollow beyond the veil of sun mist. After a long stare he seemed content, and closed his eyes, groaning, "The love is from God, and of God, and towards God." His low-spoken words were caught by some trick distinctly in my water pool. They stopped me suddenly. I had believed Semites unable to use love as a link between themselves and God, indeed, unable to conceive such a relation except with the intellectuality of Spinoza, who loved so rationally and sexlessly, and transcendently that he did not seek, or rather had not permitted, a return. Christianity had seemed to me the first creed to proclaim love in this upper world, from which the desert and the Semite, from Moses to Zeno, had shut it out, and Christianity was a hybrid, except in its first root not essentially Semitic. Its birth in Galilee had saved it from being just one more of the innumerable revelations of the Semite. Galilee was Syria's non-Semitic province, contact with which was almost uncleanness for the perfect Jew. Like Whitechapel to London, it lay alien to Jerusalem. Christ by choice passed his ministry in its intellectual freedom. Not among the mud huts of a Syrian village, but in polished streets among fora and pillared houses and rococo baths, products of an intense if very exotic provincial and corrupt Greek civilization. The people of this stranger colony were not Greek, at least not in the majority, but Levantines of sorts, aping a Greek culture. And in revenge producing, not the correct banal Hellenism of the exhausted homeland, but a tropical rankness of idea, in which the rhythmical balance of Greek art and Greek ideality blossomed into novel shapes tawdry with the larded passionate colors of the East. Gadarene poets, stuttering their verses in the prevailing excitement, held a mirror to the sensuality and disillusioned fatalism, passing into disordered lust, of their age and place. From whose earthiness the ascetic Semite religiosity perhaps caught the tang of humanity and real love that made the distinction of Christ's music, and fitted it to sweep across the hearts of Europe in a fashion which Judaism and Islam could not achieve. And then Christianity had had the fortune of later architects of genius, and in its passage through time and clime had suffered sea changes incomparably greater than the unchanging Jewry, from the abstraction of Alexandrian bookishness into Latin prose. For the mainland of Europe, and last and most terrible passing of all, when it became Teuton, with a formal synthesis to suit our chilly disputatious north. So remote was the Presbyterian creed from the Orthodox faith of its first or second embodiment that, before the war, we were able to send missionaries to persuade these softer Oriental Christians to our presentation of a logical God. Islam, too, had inevitably changed from continent to continent. It had avoided metaphysics, except in the introspective mysticism of Iranian devotees, but in Africa it had taken on colors of fetishism, to express in a loose word the varied animalities of the dark continent, and in India it had to stoop to the legality and literalism of its converts' minds. In Arabia, however, it had kept a Semitic character, or rather the Semitic character had endured through the phase of Islam, as through all the phases of the creeds with which the town-dwellers continually vested the simplicity of faith, expressing the monotheism of open spaces, the pass-through infinity of pantheism and its everyday usefulness of an all-pervading, household God. By contrast with this fixity, or with my reading of it, the old man of Rum loomed portentous in his brief, single sentence, and seemed to overturn my theories of the Arab nature. In fear of a revelation, I put an end to my bath, and advanced to recover my clothes. He shut his eyes with his hands and groaned heavily. Tenderly I persuaded him to rise up and let me dress, and then to come with me along the crazy path which the camels had made in their climbing to and from the other water springs. He sat down by our coffee place, where Muhammad blew up the fire while I sought to make him utter doctrine. When the evening meal was ready we fed him, so checking for some minutes his undercurrent of groans and broken words. Late at night, he rose painfully to his feet and tottered deftly into the night, taking his beliefs, if any, with him. The Howittat told me that lifelong he had wandered among them moaning strange things, not knowing day or night, not troubling himself for food or work or shelter. He was given bounty of them all, as an afflicted man, but never replied a word, or talked aloud, except when abroad by himself or alone among the sheep and goats. Chapter 64. Abdullah made progress with his settlement. Qasim, no longer defiant, but sulky, would not give public counsel, so about 100 men of the smaller clans dared defy him by promising to ride with us. We talked it over with Zal, and decided to try our fortune to the utmost of this power. By longer delay we risked adherents whom we now had, with little hope of getting others in the present temper of the tribes. It was a tiny party, only a third of what had been hoped. Our weakness would modify our plans regrettably, also we lacked an assured leader. Zal, as ever, showed himself capable of being chief, prescient and active in all concrete preparations. He was a man of great mettle, but too close to Audda to suit the others, and his sharp tongue and the sneer hovering on his blue, wet lips fanned distrust and made men reluctant to obey even his good advice. Next day the baggage camels came from Faisal, 20 of them in charge of 10 freedmen, and guarded by 4 of his body slaves. These were the trustiest attendants in the army, with a quite particular reading of the duties of personal service. They would have died to save their master hurt, or have died with him if he were hurt. We attached 2 to each sergeant, so that whatever happened to me their safe return would be assured. The loads needed for the reduced raid were sorted out and all made ready for an early start. Accordingly at dawn on September the 16th we rode out from Rum. Aid, the blind Sharif, insisted on coming, despite his lost sight. Saying he could ride, if he could not shoot, and that if God prospered us he would take leave from Faisal in the flush of the success, and go home, not too sorry, to the blank life which would be left. Zal led his 25 Nawazera, a clan of Audda's Arabs who called themselves my men, and were famous the desert over for their saddle camels. My hard riding tempted them to my company. Old Motlog El Awar, owner of El Jeddah, the finest she-camel in North Arabia, rode her in our van. We looked at her with proud or greedy eyes, according to our relationship with him. My Ghazala was taller and more grand, with a faster trot, but too old to be galloped. However, she was the only other animal in the party, or, indeed, in this desert, to be matched with the Jeddah, and my honor was increased by her dignity. The rest of our party strayed like a broken necklace. There were groups of Zuwaida, Darusha, Tagatka, and Zelabani, and it was on this ride that the virtue of Hamad el-Tugtaji was first brought to my mind. Half an hour after we started there rode out from a side valley some shame-faced men of the Jumaniya, unable to endure others raiding while they idled with the women. No one group would ride or speak with another, and I passed back and forth all day like a shuttle, talking first to one lowering sheik, and then to another, striving to draw them together. So that before a cry to action came there might be solidarity. As yet they agreed only in not hearing any word from Zal as to the order of our march, though he was admitted the most intelligent warrior, and the most experienced. For my private part he was the only one to be trusted further than eyesight. Of the others, it seemed to me that neither their words nor their counsels, perhaps not their rifles, were sure. Poor Sharif Aid's uselessness, even as nominal leader, forced me to assume the direction myself, against both principle and judgment. Since the special arts of tribal raiding, the details of food halts and pasturage, road direction, pay, disputes, division of spoils, feuds and march order were much outside the syllabus of the Oxford School of Modern History. The need to vamp these matters kept me too busy to see the country, and prevented my worrying out how we must assault Mutawara, and the best surprise uses of explosive. We put our midday halt in a fertile place, where the late spring rain, falling on a sandy talus, had brought up a thick tufting of silvery grass which our camels loved. The weather was mild, perfect as an August in England, and we lingered in great content, recovered at last from the bickering appetites of the days before the start. And from that slight rending of nerve inevitable when leaving even a temporary settlement. Man, in our circumstances, took root so soon. Late in the day we rode again, winding downhill in a narrow valley between moderate sandstone walls, till before sunset we were out on another flat of laid yellow mud, like that which had been so wonderful a prelude to Rum's glory. By its edge we camped. My care had borne fruit, for we settled in only 3 parties, by bright fires of crackling, flaring tamarisk. At one supped my men, at the second Zal, at the third the other Hawatat. And late at night, when all the chiefs had been well adjusted with gazelle meat and hot bread, it became possible to bring them to my neutral fire, and discuss sensibly our course for the morrow. It seemed that about sunset we should water at Mutawara well, 2 or 3 miles this side of the station, in a covered valley. Then, in the early night, we might go forward to examine the station and see if, in our weakness, we might yet attempt some stroke against it. I held strongly to this, against the common taste, for it was by so much the most critical point of the line. The Arabs could not see it, since their minds did not hold a picture of the long, linked Turkish front with its necessitous demands. However, we had reached internal harmony, and scattered confidently to sleep. In the morning we delayed to eat again, having only 6 hours of march before us. And then pushed across the mud flat to a plain of firm limestone rag, carpeted with brown, weather-blunted flint. This was succeeded by low hills, with occasional soft beds of sand, under the steeper slopes where eddying winds had dropped their dust. Through these we rode up shallow valleys to a crest. And then by like valleys down the far side, whence we issued abruptly, from dark, tossed stone heaps into the sun-steeped wideness of a plain. Across it an occasional low dune stretched a drifting line. We had made our noon halt at the first entering of the broken country, and, rightly, in the late afternoon came to the well. It was an open pool, a few yards square, in a hollow valley of large stone slabs and flint and sand. The stagnant water looked uninviting. Over its face lay a thick mantle of green slime, from which swelled curious bladder islands of floating fatty pink. The Arabs explained that the Turks had thrown dead camels into the pool to make the water foul. But that time had passed and the effect was grown faint. It would have been fainter had the criterion of their effort been my taste. Yet it was all the drink we should get up here unless we took Mutawara, so we set to and filled our waterskins. One of the Hawatat, while helping in this, slipped off the wet edge into the water. Its green carpet closed oilily over his head and hid him for an instant, then he came up, gasping vigorously, and scrambled out amid our laughter. Leaving behind him a black hole in the scum from which a stench of old meat rose like a visible pillar, and hung about us and him and the valley, disconcertingly. At dusk, Zal and I, with the sergeants and others, crept forward quietly. In half an hour we were at the last crest, in a place where the Turks had dug trenches and stoned up an elaborate outpost of enrailed sangars which on this black new moon night of our raid were empty. In front and below lay the station, its doors and windows sharply marked by the yellow cooking fires and lights of the garrison. It seemed close under our observation, but the Stokes gun would carry only 300 yards. Accordingly we went nearer, hearing the enemy noises, and attentively afraid lest their barking dogs uncover us. Sergeant Stokes made casts out to left and right, in search of gun positions, but found nothing that was satisfactory. Meanwhile, Zal and I crawled across the last flat, till we could count the unlighted tents and hear the men talking. One came out a few steps in our direction, then hesitated. He struck a match to light a cigarette, and the bold light flooded his face, so that we saw him plainly, a young, hollow-faced sickly officer. He squatted, busy for a moment, and returned to his men, who hushed as he passed. We moved back to our hill and consulted in whispers. The station was very long, of stone buildings, so solid that they might be proof against our time-fused shell. The garrison seemed about 200. We were 116 rifles and not a happy family. Surprise was the only benefit we could be sure of. So, in the end, I voted that we leave it, unalarmed, for a future occasion, which might be soon. But, actually, one accident after another saved Mutawara, and it was not until August, 1918, that Buxton's Camel Corps at last measured to it the fate so long overdue. Chapter 65 Quietly we regained our camels and slept. Next morning we returned on our tracks to let a fold of the plain hide us from the railway, and then marched south across the sandy flat, seeing tracks of gazelle, oryx and ostrich, with, in one spot, stale padmarks of leopard. We were making for the low hills bounding the far side, intending to blow up a train. For Zal said that where these touched the railway was such a curve as we needed for mine laying, and that the spurs commanding it would give us ambush and a field of fire for our machine guns. So we turned east in the southern ridges till within half a mile of the line. There the party halted in a 30-foot valley, while a few of us walked down to the line, which bent a little eastward to avoid the point of higher ground under our feet. The point ended in a flat table 50 feet above the track, facing north across the valley. The metals crossed the hollow on a high bank, pierced by a two-arched bridge for the passage of rainwater. This seemed an ideal spot to lay the charge. It was our first try at electric mining and we had no idea what would happen. But it stood to our reason that the job would be more sure with an arch under the explosive because, whatever the effect on the locomotive, the bridge would go, and the succeeding coaches be inevitably derailed. The ledge would make an admirable position for Stokes. For the automatics it was rather high, but the enfilade would be masterful whether the train was going up or down the line. So we determined to put up with the disadvantages of plunging fire. It was good to have my two British responsibilities in one place, safe from surprise and with an independent retreat into the rough, for today Stokes was in pain with dysentery. Probably the Mutawara water had upset his stomach. So few Englishmen seem to have been endowed by their upbringing with any organic resistance to disease. Back with our camels, we dumped the loads, and sent the animals to safe pasture near some undercut rocks from which the Arabs scraped salt. The freedmen carried down the Stokes gun with its shells, the Lewis guns, and the gelatin with its insulated wire, magneto, and tools to the chosen place. The sergeants set up their toys on a terrace, while we went down to the bridge to dig a bed between the ends of two steel sleepers, wherein to hide my 50 pounds of gelatin. We had stripped off the paper wrapping of the individual explosive plugs and kneaded them together by help of the sun heat into a shaking jelly in a sand bag. The burying of it was not easy. The embankment was steep, and in the sheltered pocket between it and the hillside was a wind-laid bank of sand. No one crossed this but myself, stepping carefully, yet I left unavoidable great prints over its smoothness. The ballast dug out from the track I had to gather in my cloak for carriage in repeated journeys to the culvert, whence it could be tipped naturally over the shingle bed of the watercourse. It took me nearly 2 hours to dig in and cover the charge, then came the difficult job of unrolling the heavy wires from the detonator to the hills whence we would fire the mine. The top sand was crusted and had to be broken through in burying the wires. They were stiff wires, which scarred the wind-rippled surface with long lines like the belly marks of preposterously narrow and heavy snakes. When pressed down in one place they rose into the air in another. At last they had to be weighted down with rocks which, in turn, had to be buried at the cost of great disturbance of the ground. Afterwards it was necessary, with a sand bag, to stipple the marks into a wavy surface, and, finally, with a bellows and long fanning sweeps of my cloak, to simulate the smooth laying of the wind. The whole job took 5 hours to finish. But then it was well finished, neither myself nor any of us could see where the charge lay, or that double wires led out underground from it to the firing point 200 yards off, behind the ridge marked for our riflemen. The wires were just long enough to cross from this ridge into a depression. There we brought up the two ends and connected them with the electric exploder. It was an ideal place both for it and for the man who fired it, except that the bridge was not visible thence. However, this only meant that someone would have to press the handle at a signal from a point 50 yards ahead, commanding the bridge and the ends of the wires alike. Salem, Faisal's best slave, asked for this task of honor, and was yielded it by acclamation. The end of the afternoon was spent in showing him, on the disconnected exploder, what to do, till he was act perfect and banged down the ratchet precisely as I raised my hand with an imaginary engine on the bridge. We walked back to camp, leaving one man on watch by the line. Our baggage was deserted, and we stared about in a puzzle for the rest, till we saw them suddenly sitting against the golden light of sunset along a high ridge. We yelled to them to lie down or come down, but they persisted up there on their perch like a school of hooded crows, in full view of north and south. At last we ran up and threw them off the skyline, too late. The Turks in a little hill post by Hawlat Omar, 4 miles south of us, had seen them, and opened fire in their alarm upon the long shadows which the declining sun was pushing gradually up the slopes towards the post. Bedouin were past masters in the art of using country, but in their abiding contempt for the stupidity of the Turks they would take no care to fight them. This ridge was visible at once from Mutawara and Hawlat Omar, and they had frightened both places by their sudden ominous expectant watch. However, the dark closed on us, and we knew we must sleep away the night patiently in hope of the morrow. Perhaps the Turks would reckon us gone if our place looked deserted in the morning. So we lit fires in a deep hollow, baked bread and were comfortable. The common tasks had made us one party, and the hilltop folly shamed everyone into agreement that Zal should be our leader. Day broke quietly, and for hours we watched the empty railway with its peaceful camps. The constant care of Zal and of his lame cousin Hawimil kept us hidden, though with difficulty, because of the insatiate restlessness of the Bedouin, who would never sit down for 10 minutes, but must fidget and do or say something. This defect made them very inferior to the stolid English for the long, tedious strain of a waiting war. Also it partly accounted for their uncertain stomachs in defense. Today they made us very angry. Perhaps, after all, the Turks saw us, for at 9 o'clock some 40 men came out of the tents on the hilltop by Hawlat Omar to the south and advanced in open order. If we left them alone, they would turn us off our mine in an hour. If we opposed them with our superior strength and drove them back, the railway would take notice, and traffic be held up. It was a quandary, which eventually we tried to solve by sending 30 men to check the enemy patrol gradually. And, if possible, to draw them lightly aside into the broken hills. This might hide our main position and reassure them as to our insignificant strength and purpose. For some hours it worked as we had hoped, the firing grew desultory and distant. A permanent patrol came confidently up from the south and walked past our hill, over our mine and on towards Mutawara without noticing us. There were 8 soldiers and a stout corporal, who mopped his brow against the heat, for it was now after 11 o'clock and really warm. When he had passed us by a mile or two the fatigue of the tramp became too much for him. He marched his party into the shade of a long culvert, under whose arches a cool draught from the east was gently flowing, and there in comfort they lay on the soft sand, drank water from their bottles, smoked, and at last slept. We presumed that this was the noonday rest which every solid Turk in the hot summer of Arabia took as a matter of principle, and that their allowing themselves the pause showed that we were disproved or ignored. However, we were in error. Chapter 66. Noon brought a fresh care. Through my powerful glasses we saw 100 Turkish soldiers issue from Mutawara station and make straight across the sandy plain towards our place. They were coming very slowly, and no doubt unwillingly, for sorrow at losing their beloved midday sleep, but at their very worst marching temper they could hardly take more than 2 hours before they reached us. We began to pack up, preparatory to moving off, having decided to leave the mine and its leads in place on chance that the Turks might not find them, and we be able to return and take advantage of all the careful work. We sent a messenger to our covering party on the south, that they should meet us farther up, near those scarred rocks which served as screen for our pasturing camels. Just as he had gone, the watchman cried out that smoke in clouds was rising from Hawlat Omar. Zal and I rushed uphill and saw by its shape and volume that indeed there must be a train waiting in that station. As we were trying to see it over the hill, suddenly it moved out in our direction. We yelled to the Arabs to get into position as quick as possible, and there came a wild scramble over sand and rock. Stokes and Lewis, being booted, could not win the race, but they came well up, their pains and dysentery forgotten. The men with rifles posted themselves in a long line behind the spur running from the guns past the exploder to the mouth of the valley. From it they would fire directly into the derailed carriages at less than 150 yards, whereas the ranges for the Stokes and Lewis guns were about 300 yards. An Arab stood up on high behind the guns and shouted to us what the train was doing, a necessary precaution. For if it carried troops and detrained them behind our ridge, we should have to face about like a flash and retire fighting up the valley for our lives. Fortunately it held on at all the speed the two locomotives could make on wood fuel. It drew near where we had been reported, and opened random fire into the desert. I could hear the racket coming, as I sat on my hillock by the bridge to give the signal to Salem, who danced round the exploder on his knees, crying with excitement, and calling urgently on God to make him fruitful. The Turkish fire sounded heavy, and I wondered with how many men we were going to have a fare, and if the mine would be advantage enough for our 80 fellows to equal them. It would have been better if the first electrical experiment had been simpler. However, at that moment the engines, looking very big, rocked with screaming whistles into view around the bend. Behind them followed 10 box wagons, crowded with rifle muzzles at the windows and doors, and in little sandbag nests on the roofs Turks precariously held on, to shoot at us. I had not thought of 2 engines, and on the moment decided to fire the charge under the second, so that however little the mine's effect, the uninjured engine should not be able to uncouple and drag the carriages away. Accordingly, when the front driver of the second engine was on the bridge, I raised my hand to Salem. There followed a terrific roar, and the line vanished from sight behind a spouting column of black dust and smoke 100 feet high and wide. Out of the darkness came shattering crashes and long, loud metallic clangings of ripped steel, with many lumps of iron and plate. While one entire wheel of a locomotive whirled up suddenly black out of the cloud against the sky, and sailed musically over our heads to fall slowly and heavily into the desert behind. Except for the flight of these, there succeeded a deathly silence, with no cry of men or rifle shot, as the now grey mist of the explosion drifted from the line towards us, and over our ridge until it was lost in the hills. In the lull, I ran southward to join the sergeants. Salem picked up his rifle and charged out into the murk. Before I had climbed to the guns the hollow was alive with shots, and with the brown figures of the Bedouin leaping forward to grips with the enemy. I looked round to see what was happening so quickly, and saw the train stationary and dismembered along the track, with its wagon sides jumping under the bullets which riddled them. While Turks were falling out from the far doors to gain the shelter of the railway embankment. As I watched, our machine guns chattered out over my head, and the long rows of Turks on the carriage roofs rolled over, and were swept off the top like bales of cotton before the furious shower of bullets which stormed along the roofs and splashed clouds of yellow chips from the planking. The dominant position of the guns had been an advantage to us so far. When I reached Stokes and Lewis the engagement had taken another turn. The remaining Turks had got behind the bank, here about 11 feet high, and from cover of the wheels were firing point-blank at the Bedouin 20 yards away across the sand-filled dip. The enemy in the crescent of the curving line were secure from the machine guns, but Stokes slipped in his first shell, and after a few seconds there came a crash as it burst beyond the train in the desert. He touched the elevating screw, and his second shot fell just by the trucks in the deep hollow below the bridge where the Turks were taking refuge. It made a shambles of the place. The survivors of the group broke out in a panic across the desert, throwing away their rifles and equipment as they ran. This was the opportunity of the Lewis gunners. The sergeant grimly traversed with drum after drum, till the open sand was littered with bodies. Mushagraph, the Shirari boy behind the second gun, saw the battle over, threw aside his weapon with a yell, and dashed down at speed with his rifle to join the others who were beginning, like wild beasts, to tear open the carriages and fall to plunder. It had taken nearly 10 minutes. I looked upline through my glasses and saw the Mutawara patrol breaking back uncertainly towards the railway to meet the train fugitives running their fastest northward. I looked south, to see our 30 men cantering their camels neck and neck in our direction to share the spoils. The Turks there, seeing them go, began to move after them with infinite precaution, firing volleys. Evidently we had a half-hour respite, and then a double threat against us. I ran down to the ruins to see what the mine had done. The bridge was gone, and into its gap was fallen the front wagon, which had been filled with sick. The smash had killed all but 3 or 4 and had rolled dead and dying into a bleeding heap against the splintered end. One of those yet alive deliriously cried out the word typhus. So I wedged shut the door, and left them there, alone. Succeeding wagons were derailed and smashed, some had frames irreparably buckled. The second engine was a blanched pile of smoking iron. Its driving wheels had been blown upward, taking away the side of the firebox. Cab and tender were twisted into strips, among the piled stones of the bridge abutment. It would never run again. The front engine had got off better, though heavily derailed and lying half over, with the cab burst, yet its steam was at pressure, and driving gear intact. Our greatest object was to destroy locomotives, and I had kept in my arms a box of gun cotton with fuse and detonator ready fixed, to make sure such a case. I now put them in position on the outside cylinder. On the boiler would have been better, but the sizzling steam made me fear a general explosion which would sweep across my men, swarming like ants over the booty, with a blast of jagged fragments. Yet they would not finish their looting before the Turks came. So I lit the fuse, and in the half-minute of its burning drove the plunderers a little back, with difficulty. Then the charge burst, blowing the cylinder to smithers, and the axle too. At the moment I was distressed with uncertainty whether the damage were enough, but the Turks, later, found the engine beyond use and broke it up. The valley was a weird sight. The Arabs, gone raving mad, were rushing about at top speed bareheaded and half-naked, screaming, shooting into the air, clawing one another nail and fist, while they burst open trucks and staggered back and forward with immense bales, which they ripped by the rail side, and tossed through, smashing what they did not want. The train had been packed with refugees and sick men, volunteers for boat service on the Euphrates, and families of Turkish officers returning to Damascus. There were scores of carpets spread about, dozens of mattresses and flowered quilts. Blankets in heaps, clothes for men and women in full variety, clocks, cooking pots, food, ornaments and weapons. To one side stood 30 or 40 hysterical women, unveiled, tearing their clothes and hair, shrieking themselves distracted. The Arabs without regard to them went on wrecking the household goods, looting their absolute fill. Camels had become common property. Each man frantically loaded the nearest with what it could carry and shoot it westward into the void, while he turned to his next fancy. Seeing me tolerably unemployed, the women rushed, and caught at me with howls for mercy. I assured them that all was going well, but they would not get away till some husbands delivered me. These knocked their wives off and seized my feet in a very agony of terror of instant death. A Turk so broken down was a nasty spectacle. I kicked them off as well as I could with bare feet, and finally broke free. Next a group of Austrians, officers and non-commissioned officers, appealed to me quietly in Turkish for quarter. I replied with my halting German, whereupon one, in English, begged a doctor for his wounds. We had none, not that it mattered, for he was mortally hurt and dying. I told them the Turks would return in an hour and care for them. But he was dead before that, as were most of the others, instructors in the new Skoda mountain howitzers supplied to Turkey for the Hejaz War, because some dispute broke out between them and my own bodyguard. And one of them fired a pistol shot at young Rahel. My infuriated men cut them down, all but 2 or 3, before I could return to interfere. So far as could be seen in the excitement, our side had suffered no loss. Among the 90 military prisoners were 5 Egyptian soldiers, in their underclothes. They knew me, and explained that in a night raid of Davenport's, near Wadi Ace, they had been cut off by the Turks and captured. They told me something of Davenport's work, of his continual pegging away in Abdullah's sector, which was kept alive by him for month after month, without any of the encouragement lent to us by success and local enthusiasm. His best helpers were such stolid infantrymen as these, whom I made lead the prisoners away to our appointed rallying place at the Salt Rocks. Chapter 67. Lewis and Stokes had come down to help me. I was a little anxious about them. For the Arabs, having lost their wits, were as ready to assault friend as foe. 3 times I had had to defend myself when they pretended not to know me and snatched at my things. However, the sergeant's war-stained khaki presented few attractions. Lewis went out east of the railway to count the 30 men he had slain, and, incidentally, to find Turkish gold and trophies in their haversacks. Stokes strolled through the wrecked bridge, saw there the bodies of 20 Turks torn to pieces by his second shell, and retired hurriedly. Ahmed came up to me with his arms full of booty and shouted, no Arab could speak normally in the thrill of victory, that an old woman in the last wagon but one wished to see me. I sent him at once, empty-handed, for my camel and some baggage camels to remove the guns. For the enemy's fire was now plainly audible, and the Arabs, sated with spoils, were escaping one by one towards the hills, driving tottering camels before them into safety. It was bad tactics to leave the guns until the end, but the confusion of a first, overwhelmingly successful, experiment had dulled our judgment. In the end of the wagon sat an ancient and very tremulous Arab dame, who asked me what it was all about. I explained. She said that though an old friend and hostess of Faisal, she was too infirm to travel and must wait her death there. I replied that she would not be harmed. The Turks were almost arrived and would recover what remained of the train. She accepted this, and begged me to find her old negress, to bring her water. The slave woman filled a cup from the spouting tender of the first engine, delicious water, from which Lewis was slaking his thirst, and then I led her to her grateful mistress. Months after there came to me secretly from Damascus a letter and a pleasant little Baluchi carpet from the Lady Aisha, daughter of Jalal el-Lay, of Medina, in memory of an odd meeting. Ahmed never brought the camels. My men, possessed by greed, had dispersed over the land with the Bedouins. The sergeants and I were alone by the wreck, which had a strange silence now. We began to fear that we must abandon the guns and run for it, but just then saw 2 camels dashing back. Zal and Hawimil had missed me and had returned in search. We were rolling up the insulated cable, our only piece. Zal dropped from his camel and would have me mount and ride, but, instead, we loaded it with the wire and the exploder. Zal found time to laugh at our quaint booty, after all the gold and silver in the train. Hawimil was dead lame from an old wound in the knee and could not walk, but we made him couch his camel, and hoisted the Lewis guns, tied but like scissors, behind his saddle. There remained the trench mortars. But Stokes reappeared, unskillfully leading by the nose a baggage camel he had found straying. We packed the mortars in haste. Put Stokes, who was still weak with his dysentery, on Zal's saddle, with the Lewis guns, and sent off the 3 camels in charge of Hawimil, at their best pace. Meanwhile, Lewis and Zal, in a sheltered and invisible hollow behind the old gun position, made a fire of cartridge boxes, petrol and waste, banked round at the Lewis drums and the spare small arms ammunition. And, gingerly, on the top, laid some loose Stokes shells. Then we ran. As the flames reached the cordite and ammonal there was a colossal and continuing noise. The thousands of cartridges exploded in series like massed machine guns, and the shells roared off in thick columns of dust and smoke. The outflanking Turks, impressed by the tremendous defense, felt that we were in strength and strongly posted. They halted their rush, took cover, and began carefully to surround our position and reconnoiter it according to rule, while we sped panting into concealment among the ridges. It seemed a happy ending to the affair, and we were glad to get off with no more loss than my camels and baggage, though this included the sergeant's cherished kits. However, there was food at Rum, and Zal thought perhaps we should find our property with the others, who were waiting ahead. We did. My men were loaded with booty, and had with them all our camels whose saddles were being suddenly delivered of spoils to look ready for our mounting. Softly I explained what I thought of the 2 men who had been ordered to bring up the camels when the firing ceased. They pleaded that the explosion had scattered everyone in fright, and afterwards the Arabs had appropriated each man any animal he saw. This was probably true, but my men also were able-bodied and might have helped themselves. We asked if anyone were hurt, and a voice said that the Shunt's boy, a very dashing fellow, had been killed in the first rush forward at the train. This rush was a mistake, made without instructions, as the Lewis and Stokes guns were sure to end the business if the mine worked properly. So I felt that his loss was not directly my reproach. 3 men had been slightly wounded. Then one of Faisal's slaves vouchsafed that Salem was missing. We called everyone together and questioned them. At last an Arab said that he had seen him lying hit, just beyond the engine. This reminded Lewis, who, ignorant that he was one of us, had seen a Negro on the ground there, badly hurt. I had not been told and was angry, for half the Howattat must have known of it, and that Salem was in my charge. By their default now, for the second time, I had left a friend behind. I asked for volunteers to come back and find him. After a little Zal agreed, and then 12 of the Nawazera. We trotted fast across the plain towards the line. As we topped the last ridge but one we saw the train wreck with Turks swarming over it. There must have been 150 of them, and our attempt was hopeless. Salem would have been dead, for the Turks did not take Arab prisoners. Indeed, they used to kill them horribly, so, in mercy, we were finishing those of our badly wounded who would have to be left helpless on abandoned ground. We must give up Salem. But, to make some profit out of our return, I suggested to Zal that we slip up valley and recover the sergeant's kits. He was willing, and we rode till the Turks' shooting drove us to cover behind a bank. Our camp had been in the next hollow, across 100 yards of flat. So, watching the time, 1 or 2 of the quicker youths nipped across to drag back the saddlebags. The Turks were distant, and Turkish long-range fire was always bad. But for our third trip they got up a machine gun, and the dusty splashes of the bullets on the dark flints let them group well about us. I sent the running boys away, picked out what was light and best of the remaining baggage, and rejoined the party. We pounded down the slope and across. In the open the Turks could clearly count our fewness. They grew bold and ran forward on both flanks to cut us off. Zal threw himself from his camel, climbed with 5 men to the peak of the ridge we had just crossed, and fired back at them. He was a marvelous shot, whom I had seen to bring down a running gazelle from the saddle with his second bullet at 300 yards, and his fire checked them. He called to us laden men to hurry across the next hollow and hold it while he fell back on us, and in this fashion we retired from ridge to ridge, putting up a good delay action and hitting 13 or 14 Turks at a cost of 4 camels wounded. At last, when we were only 2 ridges from our supports, and were feeling sure that we should do it easily, a solitary rider appeared, coming up. It was Lewis, with a Lewis gun held efficiently across his thighs. He had heard the rapid fire, and thought to see if we needed help. He changed our strength very much, and my mind, for I was angry with the Turks, who had got Salem and had chased us breathless so far in dust and heat and streaming sweat. Therefore we took place to give our pursuers a knock, but either they suspected our silence, or they feared the distance they had come. Anyway, we saw no more of them. After a few minutes we became cool, and wise-headed enough to ride off after the others. They had marched very heavy-laden. Of our 90 prisoners, 10 were friendly Medina women electing to go to Mecca by way of Faisal. There had been 22 riderless camels. The women had climbed onto 5 pack saddles, and the wounded were in pairs on the residue. It was late in the afternoon. We were exhausted, the prisoners had drunk all our water. We must refill from the old well at Mutawara that night to sustain ourselves so far as rum. As the well was close to the station, it was highly desirable that we get to it and away, lest the Turks divine our course and find us there defenseless. We broke up into little parties and struggled north. Victory always undid an Arab force, so we were no longer a raiding party, but a stumbling baggage caravan, loaded to breaking point with enough household goods to make rich an Arab tribe for years. My sergeants asked me for a sword each, as souvenir of their first private battle. As I went down the column to look out something, suddenly I met Faisal's freedmen. And to my astonishment on the crupper behind one of them, strapped to him, soaked with blood, unconscious, was the missing Salem. I trotted up to Farhan and asked wherever he had found him. He told me that when the Stokes gun fired its first shell, Salem rushed past the locomotive, and one of the Turks shot him in the back. The bullet had come out near his spine, without, in their judgment, hurting him mortally. After the train was taken, the Howattat had stripped him of cloak, dagger, rifle and headgear. Mijbil, one of the freedmen, had found him, lifted him straight to his camel, and trekked off homeward without telling us. Farhan, overtaking him on the road, had relieved him of Salem, who, when he recovered, as later he did, perfectly, bore me always a little grudge for having left him behind, when he was of my company and wounded. I had failed in staunchness. My habit of hiding behind a sharif was to avoid measuring myself against the pitiless Arab standard, with its no mercy for foreigners who wore its clothes, and aped its manners. Not often was I caught with so poor a shield as blind sharif aid. We reached the well in 3 hours and watered without mishap. Afterwards we moved off another 10 miles or so, beyond fear of pursuit. There we lay down and slept, and in the morning found ourselves happily tired. Stokes had had his dysentery heavy upon him the night before, but sleep and the ending of anxiety made him well. He and I and Lewis, the only unburdened ones, went on in front across one huge mudflat after another till just before sunset we were at the bottom of Wadi Rum. This new route was important for our armored cars, because its 20 miles of hard mud might enable them to reach Mutawara easily. If so, we should be able to hold up the circulation of trains when we pleased. Thinking of this, we wheeled into the avenue of Rum, still gorgeous in sunset color, the cliffs as red as the clouds in the west, like them in scale and in the level bar they raised against the sky. Again we felt how Rum inhibited excitement by its serene beauty. Such whelming greatness dwarfed us, stripped off the cloak of laughter in which we had ridden over the Jockin Flats. Night came down, and the valley became a mined landscape. The invisible cliffs boded as presences. Imagination tried to piece out the plan of their battlements by tracing the dark pattern they cut in the canopy of stars. The blackness in the depth was very real, it was a night to despair of movement. We felt only our camels' labor, as hour after hour monotonously and smoothly they shouldered their puny way along the unfenced level, with the wall in front no nearer and the wall behind no further than at first. About 9 at night we were before the pit in which lay the water and our old camp. We knew its place because the deep darkness there grew humidly darker. We turned our camels to the right and advanced towards the rock, which reared its crested domes so high over us that the ropes of our headcloths slipped back round our necks as we stared up. Surely if we stretched out even our camel sticks in front of us we should touch the facing walls, yet for many paces more we crept in under their horns. At last we were in the tall bushes, then we shouted. An Arab shouted back. The echoes of my voice rolling down from the cliff met his rising cry, and the sounds wrapped themselves together and wrestled among the crags. A flame flickered palely on the left, and we found Musa our watchman there. He lit a fire of powerfully scented wood, and by its light we broke open bully beef and fed ravenously, gulping down, through our food, bowl after bowl of the delicious water, ice-cold, and heady after the foul drink of Mutawara, which, for days, had seared our throats. We slept through the coming of the rest. 2 days later we were at Aqaba, entering in glory, laden with precious things, and boasting that the trains were at our mercy. From Aqaba the 2 sergeants took hurried ship to Egypt. Cairo had remembered them and gone peevish because of their non-return. However, they could pay the penalty of this cheerfully. They had won a battle single-handed, had had dysentery, lived on camel milk, and learned to ride a camel 50 miles a day without pain. Also Allenby gave them a medal each. Chapter 68. Days passed, talking politics, organization and strategy with Faisal, while preparations for a new operation went forward. Our luck had quickened the camp. And the mining of trains promised to become popular, if we were able to train in the technique of the work enough men for several parties. Captain Pisani was first volunteer. He was the experienced commander of the French at Aqaba, an active soldier who burned for distinction, and distinctions. Faisal found me 3 young Damascenes of family, who were ambitious to lead tribal raids. We went to Rum and announced that this raid was specially for Gassim's clan. Such coals of fire scorched them, but greed would not let them refuse. Everyone for days around flocked to join. Most were denied. Nevertheless, we started out with 150 men and a huge train of empty pack camels for the spoils. For variety we determined to work by Mon. So we rode up to Butra, climbing out of heat into cold, out of Arabia into Syria, from tamarisk to wormwood. As we topped the pass and saw the blood-red stain on the hills above the leech-infested wells, there met us a first breath of the northern desert. That air too fine to describe, which told of perfect loneliness, dried grass, and the sun on burning flints. The guide said that kilometer 475 would be good for mining, but we found it beset by blockhouses, and had to creep shyly away. We marched down the line till it crossed a valley on a high bank, pierced by bridges on each side and in the middle. There, after midnight, we laid an automatic mine of a new and very powerful Luddite type. The burying took hours, and dawn caught us as we worked. There was no perceptible lightning, and when we stared round to know where the dark was yielding, we could see no special onset of the day. Long minutes afterwards the sun disclosed itself, high above the earth's rim, over a vignette bank of edgeless mist. We retired 1,000 yards up the valley's scrubby bed to ambush for the intolerable day. As the hours passed the sun increased, and shone so closely upon our radiant trench that we felt crowded by its rays. The men were a mad lot, sharpened to distraction by hope of success. They would listen to no word but mine, and brought me their troubles for judgment. In the 6 days' raid there came to a head, and were settled, 12 cases of assault with weapons, for camel liftings, 1 marriage, 2 thefts, a divorce, 14 feuds, 2 evil eyes, and a bewitchment. These decisions were arrived at despite my imperfect knowledge of Arabic. The fraudulence of my business stung me. Here were more fruits, bitter fruits, of my decision, in front of Aqaba, to become a principle of the revolt. I was raising the Arabs on false pretenses, and exercising a false authority over my dupes, on little more evidence than their faces, as visible to my eyes weakly watering and stinging after a year's exposure to the throb of sunlight. We waited that day and night. At sunset a scorpion scuttled out of the bush by which I had lain down to make note of the day's weariness, and fastening on my left hand struck me, it seemed repeatedly. The pain of my swollen arm kept me awake until the second dawn, to the relief of my overburdened mind, for its body became clamant enough to interrupt my self-questioning when the fire of some such surface injury swept the sluggish nerves. Yet pain of this quality never endured long enough really to cure mind sickness. After a night it would give way to that unattractive, and not honorable, internal ache which in itself provoked thought and left its victim yet weaker to endure. In such conditions the war seemed as great a folly as my sham leadership a crime, and, sending for our sheiks, I was about to resign myself and my pretensions into their puzzled hands, when the fugleman announced a train. It came down from Mon, a water train, and passed over the mine without accident. The Arabs thanked me, for a booty of water was not their dream. The mine action had failed. So at noon, with my pupils, I went down to lay an electric mine over the lyddite, that the detonation of one might fire the other. For concealment we trusted to the mirage and midday drowsiness of the Turks. Justifiably, for there was no alarm in the hour we spent burying the charge. From the southern bridge we brought the electric leads to the middle bridge, whose arch would conceal the exploder from a train overhead. The Lewis guns we put under the northern bridge, to rake the far side of the train when the mine went off. The Arabs would line the bushes of a cross-channel of the valley 300 yards our side of the railway. We waited afterwards throughout a day of sunlight and flies. Enemy patrols marched actively along the line morning, afternoon and evening. On the second day, about 8 in the morning, a pillar of smoke left Mon. At the same time the first patrol approached. They were only half a dozen men, but their warning would deter the train, and we watched strainingly, in wonder which would win the race. The train was very slow, and sometimes the patrol halted. We calculated they might be 200 or 300 yards short of us when the train came. So we ordered everybody to stations. With 12 loaded wagons the engine panted on the upgrade. However, it held on steadily. I sat by a bush in the stream bed, 100 yards from the mine, in view of it and of the exploder party and of the machine guns. When Faiz and Bedri heard the engine over their arch, they danced a war dance round their little electric box. The Arabs in the ditch were hissing softly to me that it was time to fire, but not until the engine was exactly over the arch did I jump up and wave my cloak. Faiz instantly pressed his handle, and the great noise and dust and blackness burst up, as at Mutawara a week before, and enveloped me where I sat, while the green-yellow sickly smoke of lyddite hung sluggishly about the wreck. The Lewis guns rattled out suddenly, 3 or 4 short bursts, there was a yell from the Arabs, and, headed by Pisani sounding the women's vibrant battle cry, they rushed in a wild torrent for the train. A Turk appeared upon the buffers of the 4th truck from the end, loosed the couplings, and let the tail of the train slip back down the gradient. I made a languid effort to get behind the wheel with a stone, but scarcely cared enough to do it well. It seemed fair and witty that this much of the booty should escape. A Turkish colonel from the window fired at me with a Mauser pistol, cutting the flesh of my hip. I laughed at his too great energy, which thought, like a regular officer, to promote the war by the killing of an individual. Our mine had taken out the near arch of the bridge. Of the locomotive, the firebox was torn open, and many tubes burst. The cab was cleared out, a cylinder gone, the frame buckled, 2 driving wheels and their journals shattered. The tender and first wagon had telescoped. About 20 Turks were dead, and others prisoners, including 4 officers, who stood by the line weeping for the life which the Arabs had no mind to take. The contents of the trucks were foodstuffs, some 70 tons of them, urgently needed, according to the waybill, in Medine Salih. We sent one waybill to Faisal, as detailed report of our success, and left the other reseated in the van. We also kicked northward some dozen civilians, who had thought they were going to Medina. Pisani superintended the carrying off or destruction of the booty. As before, the Arabs were now merely camel drivers, walking behind laden pack animals. Faraj held my camel, while Salem and Dylan helped with the exploder and the 2 heavy wire. Rescue parties of Turks were 400 yards away when we had finished, but we rode off without a man killed or wounded. My pupils practiced the art of mining afterwards by themselves, and taught others. Rumor of their fortune rolled about the tribes in a growing wave, not always intelligently. "Send us a Lurans and we will blow up trains with it," wrote the Beni Atiyah to Faisal. He lent them sod, a cut anthrust ajali, by whose help they got an important train carrying Suleiman Rifada, our old nuisance of wage, with 20,000 pounds in gold, and precious trophies. Saad repeated history by saving only the wire for his share. In the next 4 months our experts from Aqaba destroyed 17 locomotives. Traveling became an uncertain terror for the enemy. At Damascus people scrambled for the back seats in trains, even paid extra for them. The engine drivers struck. Civilian traffic nearly ceased. And we extended our threat to Aleppo by the mere posting a notice one night on Damascus town hall, that good Arabs would henceforward travel by the Syrian railway at their own risk. The loss of the engines was sore upon the Turks. Since the rolling stock was pooled for Palestine and Hijaz, our destructions not merely made the mass evacuation of Medina impossible, but began to pinch the army about Jerusalem, just as the British threat grew formidable. Meanwhile Egypt had wired for me. An aeroplane carried me to GHQ, where Allenby by splendor of will was recreating the broken British army. He asked what our railway efforts meant. Or rather if they meant anything beyond the melodramatic advertisement they gave Faisal's cause. I explained my hope to leave the line just working, but only just, to Medina, where Fakhri's corps fed itself at less cost than if in prison at Cairo. The surest way to limit the line without killing it was by attacking trains. The Arabs put into mining a zest absent from their pure demolitions. We could not yet break the line, since railhead was the strongest point of a railway, and we preferred weakness in the nearest enemy neighbor till our regular army was trained and equipped and numerous enough to invest Mon. He asked about Wadi Musa, because Turkish messages showed their intention to assault it at once. I explained that we had tried to provoke the Turks to attack Wadi Musa, and were about to be rewarded by their falling, foxed and fogged, into our trap. We went about in parties, not in stiff formation, and their aeroplanes failed to estimate us. No spies could count us either, since even ourselves had not the smallest idea of our strength at any given moment. On the other hand, we knew them exactly, each single unit, and every man they moved. They treated us as regulars, and before venturing a move against us calculated the total force we could meet them with. We, less orthodox, knew exactly what they would meet us with. This was our balance. For these years the Arab movement lived on the exhilarating but slippery tableland between could and would. We allowed no margin for accident, indeed no margins was the Aqaba motto, continuously in the mouths of all. When at last it came, Jemal's great attack on Wadi Musa made no noise. Maulad presided beautifully. He opened his center, and with the greatest of humor led in the Turks until they broke their faces against the vertical cliffs of the Arab refuge. Then, while they were still puzzled and hurt, he came down simultaneously on both flanks. They never again attacked a prepared Arab position. Their losses had been heavy, but the loss of nerve at finding us invisible and yet full of backlash cost them more than the casualties. Thanks to Maulad, Aqaba became quit of all concern for its own present safety. Book 6. The Raid Upon the Bridges. Chapters 69-81. By November, 1917, Allenby was ready to open a general attack against the Turks along his whole front. The Arabs should have done the same in their sector, but I was afraid to put everything on a throw, and designed instead the specious operation of cutting the Yarmouk Valley Railway, to throw into disorder the expected Turkish retreat. This half-measure met with the failure it deserved. Chapter 69. October, accordingly, was a month of anticipation for us, in the knowledge that Allenby, with Bowles and Daunay, was planning to attack the Gazabir Sheba line. While the Turks, a quite small army strongly entrenched, with excellent lateral communications, had been puffed up by successive victories to imagine that all British generals were incompetent to keep what their troops had won for them by dint of sheer hard fighting. They deceived themselves. Allenby's coming had remade the English. His breadth of personality swept away the mist of private or departmental jealousies behind which Murray and his men had worked. General Lyndon Bell made way for General Bowles, Allenby's chief of staff in France, a little, quick, brave, pleasant man, a tactical soldier perhaps, but principally an admirable and effaced foil to Allenby, who used to relax himself on Bowles. Unfortunately, neither of them had the power of choosing men, but Chetwode's judgment completed them with Guy Daunay as third member of the staff. Bowles had never an opinion, nor any knowledge. Daunay was mainly intellect. He lacked the eagerness of Bowles, and the calm drive and human understanding of Allenby, who was the man the men worked for, the image we worshipped. Daunay's cold, shy mind gazed upon our efforts with bleak eye, always thinking. Beneath this mathematical surface he hid passionate many-sided convictions, a reasoned scholarship in higher warfare, and the brilliant bitterness of a judgment disappointed with us, and with life. He was the least professional of soldiers, a banker who read Greek history, a strategist unashamed, and a burning poet with strength over daily things. During the war he had had the grief of planning the attack at Suvla, spoiled by incompetent tacticians, and the battle for Gaza. As each work of his was ruined he withdrew further into the hardnesses of frosted pride, for he was of the stuff of fanatics. Allenby, by not seeing his dissatisfaction, broke into him. And Daunay replied by giving for the Jerusalem advance all the talent which he abundantly possessed. A cordial union of two such men made the Turks' position hopeless from the outset. Their divergent characters were mirrored in the intricate plan. Gaza had been entrenched on a European scale with line after line of defenses in reserve. It was so obviously the enemy's strongest point, that the British higher command had twice chosen it for frontal attack. Allenby, fresh from France, insisted that any further assault must be delivered by overwhelming numbers of men and guns, and their thrust maintained by enormous quantities of all kinds of transport. Bowles nodded his assent. Dawnay was not the man to fight a straight battle. He sought to destroy the enemy's strength with the least fuss. Like a master politician, he used the bluff chief as a cloak for the last depth of justifiable slimness. He advised a drive at the far end of the Turkish line, near Beersheba. To make his victory cheap, he wanted the enemy main force behind Gaza, which would be best secured if the British concentration was hidden so that the Turks would believe the flank attack to be a shallow feint. Bowles nodded his assent. Consequently, the movements were made in great secrecy, but Dawnay found an ally in his intelligence staff who advised him to go beyond negative precautions, and to give the enemy specific, and speciously wrong, information of the plans he matured. This ally was Meinertzhagen, a student of migrating birds drifted into soldiering, whose hot immoral hatred of the enemy expressed itself as readily in trickery as in violence. He persuaded Dawnay, Allenby reluctantly agreed, Bowles assented, and the work began. Meinertzhagen knew no half-measures. He was logical, an idealist of the deepest, and so possessed by his convictions that he was willing to harness evil to the chariot of good. He was a strategist, a geographer, and a silent laughing masterful man, who took as blithe a pleasure in deceiving his enemy, or his friend, by some unscrupulous jest, as in spattering the brains of a cornered mob of Germans one by one with his African knobkerrie. His instincts were abetted by an immensely powerful body in a savage brain, which chose the best way to its purpose, unhampered by doubt or habit. Miner thought out false army papers, elaborate and confidential, which to a trained staff officer would indicate wrong positions for Allenby's main formation, a wrong direction of the coming attack, and a date some days too late. This information was led up to by careful hints given in code wireless messages. When he knew the enemy had picked these up, Meinertzhagen rode out with his notebooks, on reconnaissance. He pushed forward until the enemy saw him. In the ensuing gallop he lost all his loose equipment and very nearly himself, but was rewarded by seeing the enemy reserves held behind Gaza and their whole preparations swung towards the coast and made less urgent. Simultaneously, an army order by Ali Fuad Pasha cautioned his staff against carrying documents into the line. We on the Arab front were very intimate with the enemy. Our Arab officers had been Turkish officers, and knew every leader on the other side personally. They had suffered the same training, thought the same, took the same point of view. By practicing modes of approach upon the Arabs we could explore the Turks, understand, almost get inside, their minds. Relation between us and them was universal, for the civil population of the enemy area was wholly ours without pay or persuasion. In consequence our intelligence service was the widest, fullest and most certain imaginable. We knew, better than Allenby, the enemy hollowness, and the magnitude of the British resources. We underestimated the crippling effect of Allenby's too plentiful artillery, and the cumbrous intricacy of his infantry and cavalry, which moved only with rheumatic slowness. We hoped Allenby would be given a month's fine weather. And, in that case, expected to see him take, not merely Jerusalem, but Haifa too, sweeping the Turks in ruin through the hills. Such would be our moment, and we needed to be ready for it in the spot where our weight and tactics would be least expected and most damaging. For my eyes, the center of attraction was Deira, the junction of the Jerusalem-Haifa-Damascus-Medina railways, the navel of the Turkish armies in Syria, the common point of all their fronts. And, by chance, an area in which lay great untouched reserves of Arab fighting men, educated and armed by Faisal from Aqaba. We could there use Ruala, Sarahin, Sirdia, Koresha. And, far stronger than tribes, the settled peoples of Horan and Jebel Druze. I pondered for a while whether we should not call up all these adherents and tackle the Turkish communications in force. We were certain, with any management, of 12,000 men, enough to rush Deira, to smash all the railway lines, even to take Damascus by surprise. Any one of these things would make the position of the Beersheba army critical, and my temptation to stake our capital instantly upon the issue was very sore. Not for the first or last time service to two masters irked me. I was one of Allenby's officers, and in his confidence, in return, he expected me to do the best I could for him. I was Faisal's advisor, and Faisal relied upon the honesty and competence of my advice so far as often to take it without argument. Yet I could not explain to Allenby the whole Arab situation, nor disclose the full British plan to Faisal. The local people were imploring us to come. Sheikh Talal el-Haraidan, leader of the hollow country about Dira, sent in repeated messages that, with a few of our riders as proof of Arab support, he would give us Dira. Such an exploit would have done the Allenby business, but was not one which Faisal could scrupulously afford unless he had a fair hope of then establishing himself there. Dira's sudden capture, followed by a retreat, would have involved the massacre, or the ruin of all the splendid peasantry of the district. They could only rise once, and their effort on that occasion must be decisive. To call them out now was to risk the best asset Faisal held for eventual success, on the speculation that Allenby's first attack would sweep the enemy before it, and that the month of November would be rainless, favorable to a rapid advance. I weighed the English army in my mind, and could not honestly assure myself of them. The men were often gallant fighters, but their generals as often gave away in stupidity what they had gained in ignorance. Allenby was quite untried, sent to us with a not blameless record from France, and his troops had broken down in and been broken by the Murray period. Of course, we were fighting for an Allied victory, and since the English were the leading partners, the Arabs would have, in the last resort, to be sacrificed for them. But was it the last resort? The war generally was going neither well nor very ill, and it seemed as though there might be time for another try next year. So I decided to postpone the hazard for the Arabs' sake. Chapter 70. However, the Arab movement lived on Allenby's good pleasure, so it was needful to undertake some operation, less than a general revolt. In the enemy rear, an operation which could be achieved by a raiding party without involving the settled peoples. And yet one which would please him by being of material help to the British pursuit of the enemy. These conditions and qualifications pointed, upon consideration, to an attempted cutting of one of the great bridges in the Yarmouk Valley. It was by the narrow and precipitous gorge of the Biva Yarmouk that the railway from Palestine climbed to Horan, on its way to Damascus. The depth of the Jordan Depression, and the abruptness of the eastern plateau face made this section of the line most difficult to build. The engineers had to lay it in the very course of the winding river valley, and to gain its development the line had to cross and recross the stream continually by a series of bridges. The farthest west and the farthest east of which were hardest to replace. To cut either of these bridges would isolate the Turkish army in Palestine, for 1 fortnight, from its base in Damascus, and destroy its power of escaping from Allenby's advance. To reach the Yarmouk we should need to ride from Aqaba, by way of Azraq, some 420 miles. The Turks thought the danger from us so remote that they guarded the bridges insufficiently. Accordingly we suggested the scheme to Allenby, who asked that it be done on November the 5th, or one of the 3 following days. If it succeeded, and the weather held up afterwards for a fortnight, the odds were that no coherent unit of von Ressa's army would survive its retreat to Damascus. The Arabs would then have their opportunity to carry their wave forward into the great capital, taking up at the halfway point from the British, whose original impulse would then be nearly exhausted, with the exhaustion of their transport. For such an eventuality we needed at Azraq an authority to lead the potential local adherents. Nasir, our usual pioneer, was absent, but out with the Beni Sakr was Ali ibn el-Hussein, the youthful and attractive Harith Sharif, who had distinguished himself in Faisal's early desperate days about Medina. And later had out-Nukum about El-Ula. Ali, having been Jemal's guest in Damascus, had learned something of Syria, so I begged a loan of him from Faisal. His courage, his resource, and his energy were proven. There had never been any adventure, since our beginning, too dangerous for Ali to attempt, nor a disaster too deep for him to face with his high yell of a laugh. He was physically splendid, not tall nor heavy, but so strong that he would kneel down, resting his forearms palm up on the ground, and rise to his feet with a man on each hand. In addition, Ali could outstrip a trotting camel on his bare feet, keep his speed over half a mile and then leap into the saddle. He was impertinent, headstrong, conceited, as reckless in word as in deed. Impressive, if he pleased, on public occasions, and fairly educated for a person whose native ambition was to excel the nomads of the desert in war and sport. Ali would bring us the Beni Sakr. We had good hopes of the Sarahin, the tribe at Azraq. I was in touch with the Beni Hassan. The Ruala, of course, at this season were away at their winter quarters, so that our greatest card in the Horan could not be played. Faiz el-Ghuzian had gone into the Leja to prepare for action against the Horan railway if the signal came. Explosives were stored in desirable places. Our friends in Damascus were warned. And Ali Riza Pasha Rakabi, the city's military governor for the innocent Turks, and at the same time chief agent and conspirator for the Sharif, took quiet steps to retain control if the emergency arose. My detailed plan was to rush from Azraq, under guidance of Rafa, that most gallant sheikh who had convoyed me in June, to Qis, in 1 or 2 huge marches with a handful of, perhaps, 50 men. Qis was Gadara, very precious with its memories of Menippus and of Meleager, the immoral Greek Syrian whose self-expression marked the highest point of Syrian letters. It stood just over the westernmost of the Yarmouk bridges, a steel masterpiece whose destruction would fairly enroll me in the Gadarene school. Only half a dozen sentries were stationed actually on the girders and abutments. Reliefs for them were supplied from a garrison of 60, in the station buildings of Hem, where the hot springs of Gadara yet gushed out to the advantage of local sick. My hope was to persuade some of the Abu Tayi under Zal to come with me. These men-wolves would make certain the actual storming of the bridge. To prevent enemy reinforcements coming up, we would sweep the approaches with machine guns, handled by Captain Bray's Indian volunteers from the cavalry division in France, under Jemadar Hassan Shah, a firm and experienced man. They had been months up country, rail cutting, from wage, and might fairly be assumed to have become experts on camelback, fit for the forced marches in prospect. The demolition of great underslung girders with limited weights of explosive was a precise operation, and demanded a necklace of blasting gelatin, fired electrically. The Humber made us canvas straps and buckles, to simplify the fixing. None the less, the job remained a difficult one to do under fire. For fear of a casualty, Wood, the base engineer at Aqaba, the only sapper available, was invited to come along and double me. He immediately agreed, though knowing he had been condemned medically for active service as the result of a bullet through the head in France. George Lloyd, who was spending the last few days in Aqaba before going to Versailles on a regretted inter-allied commission, said that he would ride up with us to Jiffer, as he was one of the best fellows and least obtrusive travelers alive. His coming added greatly to our forlorn anticipation. We were making our last preparations when an unexpected ally arrived in Emir Abd el-Kader el-Jazari, grandson of the chivalrous defender of Algiers against the French. The exiled family had lived in Damascus for a generation. One of them, Omar, had been hanged by Gemal for treason disclosed in the Pico papers. The others had been deported, and Abd el-Kader told us a long story of his escape from Brusa, and his journey, with 1,000 adventures, across Anatolia to Damascus. In reality, he had been enlarged by the Turks upon request of the Khedive Abbas Hilmi, and sent down by him on private business to Mecca. He went there, saw King Hussein, and came back with a crimson banner, and noble gifts, his crazy mind half persuaded of our right, and glowing jerkily with excitement. To Faisal he offered the bodies and souls of his villagers, sturdy, hard-smiting Algerian exiles living compactly along the north bank of the Yarmouk. We seized at the chance this would give us to control for a little time the middle section of the Valley Railway, including 2 or 3 main bridges, without the disability of raising the countryside. Since the Algerians were hated strangers and the Arab peasantry would not join them. Accordingly, we put off calling Rafa to meet us at Azraq, and said not a word to Zal, concentrating our thoughts instead on Wadi Khalid and its bridges. While we were in this train of mind arrived a telegram from Colonel Bremond, warning us that Abd el-Kader was a spy in pay of the Turks. It was disconcerting. We watched him narrowly, but found no proof of the charge, which was not to be accepted blindly, as from Bremond, who was more a liability than our colleague. His military temper might have carried away his judgment when he heard Abd el-Kader's outspoken public and private denunciations of France. The French conception of their country as a fair woman lent to them a national spitefulness against those who scorned her charms. Faisal told Abd el-Kader to ride with Ali and myself, and said to me, "I know he is mad. I think he is honest. Guard your heads and use him." We carried on, showing him our complete confidence, on the principle that a crook would not credit our honesty, and that an honest man was made a crook soonest by suspicion. As a matter of fact, he was an Islamic fanatic, half insane with religious enthusiasm and a most violent belief in himself. His Muslim susceptibilities were outraged by my undisguised Christianity. His pride was hurt by our companionship. For the tribes greeted Ali as greater, and treated me as better, than himself. His bullet-headed stupidity broke down Ali's self-control twice or thrice into painful scenes, while his final effort was to leave us in the lurch at a desperate moment. After hindering our march and upsetting ourselves and our plans as far as he could. Chapter 71. Starting was as difficult as ever. For my bodyguard I took 6 recruits. Of these Mahmud was a native of the Yarmouk. He was an alert and hot-tempered lad of 19, with the petulance often accompanying curly hair. Another, Aziz, of Tafis, an older fellow, had spent 3 years with the Bedouin in avoidance of military service. Though capable with camels, he was a shallow spirit, almost rabbit-mouthed, but proud. A third was Mustafa, a gentle boy from Dira, very honest, who went about sadly by himself because he was deaf, and ashamed of his infirmity. One day on the beach, in a short word he had begged admittance to my bodyguard. So evidently did he expect to be refused that I took him, and it was a good choice for the others, since he was a mild peasant, whom they could bully into all the menial tasks. Yet he, too, was happy, for he was among desperate fellows, and the world would think him desperate. To balance his inefficiency on the march I enrolled Shoak and Salem, 2 Shirari camel herds, and Abd el-Rahman, a runaway slave from Riyadh. Of the old bodyguard I gave Muhammad and Ali a rest. They were tired after train-wrecking adventures, and, like their camels, needed to pasture quietly a while. This left Ahmed the inevitable head man. His ruthless energy deserved promotion, but the obvious choice as ever failed. He misused his power and became oppressive, so it was his last march with me. I took cream for the camels. And Rahel, the lusty, conceited Horani lad, for whom overwork was the grace which kept him continent. Matar, a parasite fellow of the Beni Hassan, attached himself to us. His fat peasant's buttocks filled his camel saddle, and took nearly as large a share in the lewd or lurid jokes which, on march, helped pass my guard's leisure. We might enter Beni Hassan territory, where he had some influence. His unblushing greed made us sure of him, till his expectations failed. My service was now profitable, for I knew my worth to the movement, and spent freely to keep myself safe. Rumor, for once in a helpful mood, gilded my open hand. Faraj and Dud, with Khaidr and Mijbil, 2 Biashah, completed the party. Faraj and Dud were capable and merry on the road, which they loved as all the Litha jail loved it. But in camp their excess of spirit led them continually into dear affairs. This time they surpassed themselves by disappearing on the morning of our departure. At noon came a message from Sheikh Yusuf that they were in his prison, and would I talk to him about it? I went up to the house and found his bulk shaking between laughter and rage. He had just bought a cream-colored riding camel of purest blood. The beast had strayed in the evening into the palm garden where my jail were camped. They never suspected she belonged to the governor, but labored till dawn dyeing her head bright red with henna, and her legs blue with indigo, before turning her loose. Aqaba bubbled immediately in an uproar about this circus beast. Yusuf recognized her with difficulty and hurled all his police abroad to find the criminals. The 2 friends were dragged before the judgment seat, stained to the elbows with dye, and loudly protesting their entire innocence. Circumstances, however, were too strong, and Yusuf, after doing his best with a palm rib to hurt their feelings, put them in irons for a slow week's meditation. My concern made good his damage by the loan of a camel till his own should be respectable. Then I explained our instant need of the sinners, and promised another dose of his treatment for them when their skins were fit, so he ordered their release. They were delighted to escape the verminous prison on any terms, and rejoined us singing. This business had delayed us. So we had an immense final meal in the luxury of camp, and started in the evening. For 4 hours we marched slowly. A first march was always slow, and both camels and men hated the setting out on a new hazard. Loads slipped, saddles had to be regirthed, and riders changed. In addition to my own camels, Ghazala, the old grandmother, now far gone in foal, and Rima, a full-pointed Shirari camel which the Sukkar had stolen from the Ruala, and those of the bodyguard, I had mounted the Indians. And lent one to Wood, who was delicate in the saddle and rode a fresh animal nearly every day, and one to Thorn, Lloyd's yeomanry trooper, who sat his saddle like an Arab and looked workmanlike in a headcloth, with a striped cloak over his khaki. Lloyd himself was on a thoroughbred Durea which Faisal had lent him, a fine, fast-looking animal, but clipped after mange and thin. Our party straggled. Wood fell behind, and my men, being fresh, and having much work to keep the Indians together, lost touch with him. So he found himself alone with Thorn, and missed our turn to the east, in the blackness which always filled the depths of the Itm gorge by night, except when the moon was directly overhead. They went on up the main track towards Gawera, riding for hours, but at last decided to wait for day in a side valley. Both were new to the country, and not sure of the Arabs, so they took turns to keep watch. We guessed what had happened when they failed to appear at our midnight halt, and before dawn Ahmed, Aziz and Abd el-Rahman went back, with orders to scatter up the 3 or 4 practicable roads and bring the missing pair to Rum. I stayed with Lloyd and the main body as their guide across the curved slopes of pink sandstone and tamarisk green valleys to Rum. Air and light were so wonderful that we wandered without thinking in the least of tomorrow. Indeed, had I not Lloyd to talk to? The world became very good. A faint shower last evening had brought earth and sky together in the mellow day. The colors in cliffs and trees and soil were so pure, so vivid, that we ached for real contact with them, and at our tethered inability to carry anything of them away. We were full of leisure. The Indians proved bad camel masters, while Faraj and Dud pleaded a new form of saddle soreness, called Tusafaya, which made them walk mile after mile. We entered Ruin at last, while the crimson sunset burned on its stupendous cliffs and slanted ladders of hazy fire down the walled avenue. Wood and Thorn were there already, in the sandstone amphitheater of the springs. Wood was ill, and lying on the platform of my old camp. Abd el-Rahman had caught them before noon, and persuaded them to follow him after a good deal of misunderstanding, for their few words of Egyptian did not help much with his clipped arid dialect or the Hawaii slang with which he eked it out. He had cut across the hills by a difficult path to their great discomfort. Wood had been hungry and hot and worried, angry to the point of refusing the native mess which Abd el-Rahman contrived them in a wayside tent. He had begun to believe that he would never see us again, and was ungrateful when we proved too overcome with the awe that Rum compelled on her visitors to sympathize deeply with his sufferings. In fact, we stared and said, yes, and left him lying there while we wandered whispering about the wonder of the place. Fortunately Ahmed and Thorn thought more of food, and with supper friendly relations were restored. Next day, while we were saddling, Ali and Abd el-Kader appeared. Lloyd and I had a second lunch with them, for they were quarreling, and to have guests held them in check. Lloyd was the rare sort of traveler who could eat anything with anybody, anyhow and at any time. Then, making pace, we pushed after our party down the giant valley, whose hills tell short of architecture only in design. At the bottom we crossed the flat Gaa, matching our camels in a burst over its velvet surface, until we overtook the main body, and scattered them with the excitement of our gallop. The Indians' soberly laden camels danced like ironmongery till they had shed their burdens. Then we calmed ourselves, and plodded together gently up Wadi Hafra, a gash like a sword cut into the plateau. At its head lay a stiff pass to the height of Butra, but today we fell short of this, and out of laziness and craving for comfort stopped in the sheltered bottom of the valley. We lit great fires, which were cheerful in the cool evening. Faraj prepared rice in his manner for me as usual. Lloyd and Wood and Thorne had brought with them bully beef in tins and British Army biscuits. So we joined ranks and feasted. Next day we climbed the zigzag broken pass, the grassy street of Hafra below us framing a cone hill in its center, with, as background, the fantastic grey domes and glowing pyramids of the mountains of Rum. Prolonged today into wider fantasies by the cloud masses brooding over them. We watched our long train wind upwards, till before noon the camels, Arabs, Indians and baggage had reached the top without accident. Contentedly we plumped ourselves down in the first green valley over the crest, sheltered from the wind, and warmed by the faint sunshine which tempered the autumn chill of this high tableland. Someone began to talk again about food. Chapter 72. I went away north, scouting with Awad, a Shirari camel boy, engaged in Rum without investigation. There were so many baggage camels in our party, and the Indians proved such novices at loading and leading them, that my bodyguard were being diverted from their proper duty of riding with me. So when Showak introduced his cousin, a Kyle Shirari who would serve with me on any conditions, I accepted him at the glance, and now set out to measure his worth in a predicament. We circled round Aba el Lisan to make sure that the Turks were in seemly idleness, for they had a habit of rushing a mounted patrol over the buttress sites at sudden notice, and I had no mind to put our party into unnecessary action yet. Awad was a ragged, brown-skinned lad of perhaps 18, splendidly built, with the muscles and sinews of an athlete, active as a cat, alive in the saddle. He rode magnificently, and not ill-looking. Though with something of the base appearance of the Shararat, and in his savage eye an air of constant and rather suspicious expectancy, as though he looked any moment for something new from life, and that something not of his seeking or ordering. Nor wholly grateful. These Shararat helots were an enigma of the desert. Other men might have hopes or illusions. Shararat knew that nothing better than physical existence was willingly permitted them by mankind in this world or another. Such extreme degradation was a positive base on which to build a trust. I treated them exactly like the others in my bodyguard. This they found astonishing, and yet pleasant, when they had learned that my protection was active and sufficient. While they served me they became wholly my property, and good slaves they were, for nothing practicable in the desert was beneath their dignity, or beyond their tempered strength and experience. Awad before me showed himself confused and self-conscious, though with his fellows he could be merry and full of japes. His engagement was a sudden fortune beyond dreams, and he was pitifully determined to suit my mind. For the moment this was to wander across the Mon-Hai road in order to draw the Turks' notice. When we had succeeded, and they trotted out in chase, we returned back, doubled again, and so tricked their mule riders away northward out of the direction of danger. Awad took gleeful concern in the game and handled his new rifle well. Afterwards I climbed with him to the top of a hill overlooking Butra, and the valleys which slope to Aba el Lisan, and we lay there lazily till afternoon, watching the Turks riding in a vain direction, and our fellows asleep. And their pasturing camels, and the shadows of the low clouds seeming like gentle hollows as they chased over the grass in the pale sunlight. It was peaceful, chilly, and very far from the fretting world. The austerity of height shamed back the vulgar baggage of our cares. In the place of consequence it set freedom, power to be alone, to slip the escort of our manufactured selves. A rest and forgetfulness of the chains of being. But Awad could not forget his appetite and the new sensation of power in my caravan to satisfy it regularly each day, so he fidgeted about the ground on his belly chewing innumerable stalks of grass. And talking to me of his animal joys in jerky phrases with averted face, till we saw Ali's cavalcade beginning to lip over the head of the pass. Then we ran down the slopes to meet them, and heard how he had lost 4 camels on the pass, 2 broken by falls, 2 failing through weakness as they mounted the rocky ledges. Also, he had fallen out again with Abd el-Kader, from whose deafness and conceit and boorish manners he prayed God to deliver him. The emir moved so cumbrously, having no sense of the road, and flatly refused to join with Lloyd and myself into one caravan, for safety. We left them to follow us after dark, and as they had no guide, I loaned them a wad. We would meet again in Atta's tents. Then we moved forward over shallow valleys and cross ridges till the sun set behind the last high bank, from whose top we saw the square box of the station at Ghadir el Hajj breaking artificially out of the level, miles and miles away. Behind us in the valley were broom bushes, so we called a halt, and made our supper fires. This evening Hassan Shah devised a pleasant notion, later to become a habit, of winding up our meal by an offering of his Indian tea. We were too greedy and grateful to refuse, and shamelessly exhausted his tea and sugar before fresh rations could be sent him from the base. Lloyd and I marked the bearing of the railway where we purposed to cross just below Shidia. As the stars rose we agreed that we must march upon Orion. So we started and marched on Orion for hour after hour, with effect that Orion seemed no nearer, and there were no signs of anything between us and him. We had debouched from the ridges upon the plain, and the plain was never-ending, and monotonously striped by shallow wadi beds, with low, flat, straight banks, which in the milky starlight looked always like the earthwork of the expected railway. The going underfoot was firm, and the cool air of the desert in our faces made the camels swing out freely. Lloyd and I went in front to spy out the line, that the main body might not be involved if chance put us against a Turkish blockhouse or night patrol. Our fine camels, lightly ridden, set too long astride. So that, without knowing, we drew more and more ahead of the laden Indians. Hassan Shah the Jemadar threw out a man to keep us in sight, and then another, and after that a third, till his party was a hurrying string of connecting files. Then he sent up an urgent whisper to go slowly, but the message which reached us after its passage through 3 languages was unintelligible. We halted and so knew that the quiet night was full of sounds, while the scents of withering grass ebbed and flowed about us with the dying wind. Afterwards we marched again more slowly, as it seemed for hours, and the plain was still barred with deceitful dikes, which kept our attention at unprofitable stretch. We felt the stars were shifting and that we were steering wrong. Lloyd had a compass somewhere. We halted and groped in his deep saddlebags. Thorn rode up and found it. We stood around calculating on its luminous arrowhead, and deserted Orion for a more auspicious northern star. Then again interminably forward till as we climbed a larger bank Lloyd reined up with a gasp and pointed. Fair in our track on the horizon were 2 cubes blacker than the sky, and by them a pointed roof. We were bearing straight for Shidia station, nearly into it. We swung to the right, and jogged hastily across an open space, a little nervous lest some of the caravan strung out behind us should miss the abrupt change of course, but all was well. And a few minutes later in the next hollow we exchanged our thrill in English and Turkish, Arabic and Urdu. Behind us broke out a faint pulse-quickening clamor of dogs in the Turkish camp. We now knew our place, and took a fresh bearing to avoid the first blockhouse below Shidia. We led off confidently, expecting in a little to cross the line. Yet again time dragged and nothing showed itself. It was midnight, we had marched for 6 hours, and Lloyd began to speak bitterly of reaching Baghdad in the morning. There could be no railway here. Thorn saw a row of trees, and saw them move. The bolts of our rifles clicked, but they were only trees. We gave up hope, and rode carelessly, nodding in our saddles, letting our tired eyes lid themselves. My Rima lost her temper suddenly. With a squeal she plunged sideways, nearly unseating me, pranced wildly over 2 banks and a ditch and flung herself flat in a dusty place. I hit her over the head, and she rose and paced forward nervously. Again the Indians lagged far behind our hasty selves, but after an hour the last bank of tonight loomed differently in front of us. It took straight shape, and over its length grew darker patches which might be the shadowed mouths of culverts. We spurred our minds to a fresh interest, and drove our animals swiftly and silently forward. When we were nearer it, the bank put up a fencing of sharp spikes along its edge. These were the telegraph poles, A white-headed figure checked us for a moment, but he never stirred, and so we judged him a kilometer post. Quickly we halted our party and rode to one side and then straight in, to challenge what lay behind the quiet of the place, expecting the darkness to spout fire at us suddenly, and the silence to volley out in rifle shots. But there was no alarm. We reached the bank and found it deserted. We dismounted and ran up and down each way 200 yards, nobody. There was room for our passage. We ordered the others immediately over into the empty, friendly desert on the east, and sat ourselves on the metals under the singing wires, while the long line of shadowy bulks wavered up out of the dark. Shuffled a little on the bank and its ballast, and passed down behind us into the dark in that strained noiselessness which was a night march of camels. The last one crossed. Our little group collected about a telegraph post. Out of a short scuffle Thorn rose slowly up the pole to catch the lowest wire and swing himself to its insulator bracket. He reached for the top, and a moment later there was a loud metallic twang and shaking of the post as the cut wire leaped back each way into the air, and slapped itself free from 6 or more poles on either side. The second and third wires followed it, twisting noisily along the stony ground, and yet no answering sound came out of the night, showing that we had passed lightly in the empty distance of 2 blockhouses. Thorn, with splintery hands, slid down the tottering pole. We walked to our kneeling camels, and trotted after the company. Another hour, and we ordered a rest till dawn. But before then were roused by a brief flurry of rifle fire and the tapping of a machine gun far away to the north. Little Ali and Abd el-Qadir were not making so clean a crossing of the line. Next morning, in a cheerful sunshine, we marched up parallel with the line to salute the first train from Mon, and then struck inland over the strange Jiffer plain. The day was close, and the sun's power increased, making mirages on all the heated flats. Riding apart from our straggling party, we saw some of them drowned in the silver flood, others swimming high over its changing surface, which stretched and shrank with each swaying of the camel, or inequality of ground. Early in the afternoon we found Auda camped unobtrusively in the broken, bushy expanse southwest of the wells. He received us with constraint. His large tents, with the women, had been sent away beyond reach of the Turkish aeroplanes. There were few Taweha present, and those in violent dispute over the distribution of tribal wages. The old man was sad we should find him in such weakness. I did my best tactfully to smooth the troubles by giving their minds a new direction and countervailing interests. Successfully too, for they smiled, which with Arabs was often half the battle. Enough advantage for the time. We adjourned to eat with Muhammad el-Dylan. He was a better diplomat, because less open than Auda, and would have looked cheerful if he thought proper, whatever the truth. So we were made very welcome to his platter of rice and meat and dried tomatoes. Muhammad, a villager at heart, fed too well. After the meal, as we were wandering back over the grey dry ditches, like mammoth wallows, which floods had hacked deeply into the fibrous mud, I broached to Zal my plans for an expedition to the Yarmouk bridges. He disliked the idea very much. Zal in October was not the Zal of August. Success was changing the hard-riding gallant of spring into a prudent man, whose new wealth made me precious to him. In the spring he would have led me anywhere. But the last raid had tried his nerve, and now he said he would mount only if I made a personal point of it. I asked what party we could make up, and he named 3 of the men in the camp as good fellows for so desperate a hope. The rest of the tribe were away, dissatisfied. To take 3 Taweha would be worse than useless, for their just conceit would inflame the other men, while they themselves were too few to suffice alone, so I said I would try elsewhere. Zal showed his relief. While we were still discussing what we ought to do, for I needed the advice of Zal, one of the finest raiders alive, and most competent to judge my half-formed scheme. A scared lad rushed to our coffee hearth and blurted that riders in a dust cloud were coming up fast from the side of Mon. The Turks there had a mule regiment and a cavalry regiment, and were always boasting that they would some day visit the Abu Tayi. So we jumped up to receive them. Auda had 15 men, of whom 5 were able-bodied, and the rest greybeards or boys, but we were 30 strong. And I pondered the hard luck of the Turkish commander who had chosen for his surprise the day on which there happened to be guesting with the Hawattat a section of Indian machine gunners who knew their business. We couched and knee-haltered the camels in the deeper water cuts, and placed the Vickers and Lewis in others of these natural trenches, admirably screened with alkali bushes, and commanding a flat field 800 yards each way. Auda dropped his tents, and threw out his riflemen to supplement our fire. And then we waited easily till the first horseman rode up the bank onto our level, and we saw they were Ali ibn el-Hussein and Abd el-Qadir, coming to Jifar from the enemy direction. We foregathered merrily, while Muhammad produced a second edition of tomato rice for Ali's comfort. They had lost 2 men and a mare in the shooting on the railway in the night. Chapter 73. Lloyd was to go back from here to Versailles, and we asked Auda for a guide to take him across the line. About the man there was no difficulty, but great difficulty in mounting him. For the Hawattat camels were at pasture, and the nearest pasture lay a full day's journey southeast of these barren wells. I cut this difficulty by providing a mount for the new guide from my own beasts. Choice fell on my ancient gazala, whose pregnancy had proved more heavy than we thought. Before our long expedition ended she would be unfit for fast work. So, in honor of his good seat and cheerful spirit, Thorn was transferred to her, while the Hawattat stared open-mouthed. They esteemed Gazala above all the camels of their desert and would have paid much for the honor of riding her, and here she was given to a soldier, whose pink face and eyes swollen with ophthalmia made him look feminine and tearful. "A little," said Lloyd, "like an abducted nun." It was a sorry thing to see Lloyd go. He was understanding, helped wisely, and wished our cause well. Also he was the one fully taught man with us in Arabia, and in these few days together our minds had ranged abroad, discussing any book or thing in heaven or earth which crossed our fancy. When he left we were given over again to war and tribes and camels without end. The night began with a surfeit of such work. The matter of the Hawattat must be put right. After dark we gathered round Auda's hearth, and for hours I was reaching out to this circle of firelit faces, playing on them with all the tortuous arts I knew, now catching one. Now another, it was easy to see the flash in their eyes when a word got home. Or again, taking a false line, and wasting minutes of precious time without response. The Abu Tay were as hard-minded as they were hard-bodied, and the heat of conviction had burned out of their long since in stress of work. Gradually I won my points, but the argument was yet marching near midnight when Auda held up his stick and called silence. We listened, wondering what the danger was, and after a while we felt a creeping reverberation, a cadence of blows too dull, too wide, too slow easily to find response in our ears. It was like the mutter of a distant, very lowly thunderstorm. Auda raised his haggard eyes towards the west, and said, "The English guns." Allenby was leading off in preparation, and his helpful sounds closed my case for me beyond dispute. Next morning the atmosphere of the camp was serene and cordial. Old Auda, his difficulties over for this time, embraced me warmly, invoking peace upon us. At the last, whilst I was standing with my hand on my couched camel, he ran out, took me in his arms again, and strained me to him. I felt his harsh beard brush my ear as he whispered to me windily, "Beware of Abd el-Qadir." There were too many about us to say more. We pushed on over the unending but weirdly beautiful Jifar flats, till night fell on us at the foot of a flint scarp, like a cliff above the plain. We camped there, in a snake-infested pocket of underwood. Our marches were short and very leisurely. The Indians had proved novices on the road. They had been for weeks inland from Wage, and I had rashly understood that they were riders. But now, on good animals, and trying their best, they could average only 35 miles a day, a holiday for the rest of the party. So for us each day was an easy movement, without effort, quite free from bodily strain. A golden weather of misty dawns, mild sunlight, and an evening chill added a strange peacefulness of nature to the peacefulness of our march. This week was a St. Martin's summer, which passed like a remembered dream. I felt only that it was very gentle, very comfortable, that the air was happy, and my friends content. Conditions so perfect must needs presage the ending of our time. But this certainty, because of its being unchallenged by any rebellious hope, served only to deepen the quiet of the autumnal present. There was no thought or care at all. My mind was as near stilled those days as ever in my life. We camped for lunch and for a midday rest. The soldiers had to have 3 meals a day. Suddenly there was an alarm. Men on horses and camels appeared from the west and north and closed quickly on us. We snatched our rifles. The Indians, getting used to short notices, now carried their Vickers and Lewis mounted for action. After 30 seconds we were in complete posture of defense, though in this shallow country our position held little of advantage. To the front on each flank were my bodyguards in their brilliant clothes, lying spread out between the grey tufts of weed, with their rifles lovingly against their cheeks. By them the 4 neat groups of khaki Indians crouched about their guns. Behind them lay Sharif Ali's men, himself in their midst, bareheaded and keen, leaning easily upon his rifle. In the background the camel men were driving in our grazing animals to be under cover of our fire. It was a picture that the party made. I was admiring ourselves and Sharif Ali was exhorting us to hold our fire till the attack became real, when Awad, with a merry laugh sprang up and ran out towards the enemy, waving his full sleeve over his head in sign of friendliness. They fired at, or over him, ineffectually. He lay down and shot back, one shot, aimed just above the head of the foremost rider. That, and our ready silence perplexed them. They pulled off in a hesitant group, and after a minute's discussion, flagged back their cloaks in half-hearted reply to our signal. One of them rode towards us at a foot's pace. Awad, protected by our rifles, went 200 yards to meet him, and saw that he was a Sakuri, who, when he heard our names, feigned shock. We walked together to Sharif Ali, followed at a distance by the rest of the newcomers, after they had seen our peaceful greeting. They were a raiding party from the Zebn Sukkar, who were camped, as we had expected, in front at Bear. Ali, furious with them, for their treacherous attack on us, threatened all sorts of pains. They accepted his tirade sullenly, saying that it was a Beni Sakr manner to shoot over strangers. Ali accepted this as their habit, and a good habit in the desert, but protested that their unheralded appearance against us from 3 sides showed a premeditated ambush. The Beni Sakr were a dangerous gang, not pure enough nomads to hold the nomadic code of honor or to obey the desert law in spirit, and not villagers enough to have abjured the business of rapine and raid. Our late assailants went into Bear to report our coming. Mifla, chief of their clan, thought it best to efface the ill reception by a public show in which all men and horses in the place turned out to welcome us with wild cheers and gallopings and curvettings, and much firing of shots and shouting. They whirled round and round us in desperate chase, clattering over rocks with reckless horsemanship and small regard for our staidness, as they broke in and out of the ranks and let off their rifles under our camels' necks continually. Clouds of parching chalk dust arose, so that men's voices croaked. Eventually the parade eased off, but then Abd el-Kader, thinking the opinion even of fools desirable, felt it upon him to assert his virtue. They were shouting to Ali ibn el-Hussein, God give victory to our Sharif, and were reining back on their haunches beside me with welcome, orans, harbinger of action. So he climbed up his mare, into her high Moorish saddle, and with his 7 Algerian servants behind him in stiff file, began to prance delicately in slow curves, crying out, hoop, hoop, in his throaty voice. And firing a pistol unsteadily in the air. The Bedouin, astonished at this performance, gaped silently. Till Mifla came to us, and said, in his wheedling way, Lords, pray call off your servant, for he can neither shoot nor ride, and if he hit someone he will destroy our good fortune of today. Mifla did not know the family precedent for his nervousness. Abd el-Kader's brother held what might well be a world's record for 3 successive fatal accidents with automatic pistols in the circle of his Damascus friends. Ali Riza Pasha, chief local gladiator, had said 3 things are notably impossible: 1, that Turkey win this war; 1, that the Mediterranean become Champagne; 1, that I be found in the same place with Muhammad said, and he armed. We offloaded by the ruins. Beyond us the black tents of the Beni Sakr were like a herd of goats spotting the valley. A messenger bade us to Mifla's tent. First, however, Ali had an inquiry to make. At the request of the Beni Sakr, Faisal had sent a party of Bisha masons and well sinkers to reline the blasted well from which Nasir and I had picked the gelignite on our way to Aqaba. They had been for months in Beir and yet reported that the work was not nearly finished. Faisal had deputed us to inquire into the reasons for the costly delay. Ali found that the Bisha men had been living at ease and forcing the Arabs to provide them with meat and flour. He charged them with it. They prevaricated, vainly, for Sharifs had a trained judicial instinct, and Mifla was preparing a great supper for us. My men whispered excitedly that sheep had been seen to die behind his tent high on the knoll above the graves. So Ali's justice moved on wings before the food bowls could be carried up. He heard and condemned the blacks all in a moment, and had judgment inflicted on them by his slaves inside the ruins. They returned, a little self-conscious, kissed hands in sign of amenity and forgiveness, and a reconciled party knelt together to meat. Hawatat feasts had been wet with butter, the Beni Sakr were overflowing. Our clothes were splashed, our mouths running over, the tips of our fingers scalded with its heat. As the sharpness of hunger was appeased the hands dipped more slowly. But the meal was still far from its just end when Abd el-Kader grunted, rose suddenly to his feet, wiped his hands on a handkerchief, and sat back on the carpets by the tent wall. We hesitated, but Ali muttered the fellahs and the work continued until all the men of our sitting were full, and the more frugal of us had begun to lick the stiff fat from our smarting fingers. Ali cleared his throat, and we returned to our carpets while the second and third relays round the pans were satisfied. One little thing, of 5 or 6, in a filthy smock, sat there stuffing solemnly with both hands from first to last, and, at the end, with swollen belly and face glistening with grease, staggered off speechlessly hugging a huge unpicked rib in triumph to its breast. In front of the tent the dogs cracked the dry bones loudly, and Mifla's slave in the corner split the sheep's skull and sucked out the brains. Meanwhile, Abd el-Kader sat spitting and belching and picking his teeth. Finally, he sent one of his servants for his medicine chest, and poured himself out a draught, grumbling that tough meat was bad for his digestion. He had meant by such unmannerliness to make himself a reputation for grandeur. His own villagers could no doubt be browbeaten so, but the Zebn were too near the desert to be measured by a purely peasant measure. Also today they had before their eyes the contrary example of Sharif Ali ibn el-Hussein, a born desert lord. His fashion of rising all at once from the food was of the central deserts. On fringes of cultivation, among the semi-nomadic, each guest slipped aside as he was full. The Anazay of the extreme north set the stranger by himself, and in the dark, that he be not ashamed of his appetite. All these were modes, but among the considerable clans the manner of the Sharifs was generally praised. So poor Abd el-Kader was not understood. He took himself off, and we sat in the tent mouth, above the dark hollow, now set out in little constellations of tent fires, seeming to mimic or reflect the sky above. It was a calm night, except when the dogs provoked one another to choral howlings, and as these grew rarer we heard again the quiet, steady thudding of the heavy guns preparing assault in Palestine. To this artillery accompaniment we told Mifla that we were about to raid the Dira district, and would be glad to have him and some 15 of his tribesmen with us, all on camels. After our failure with the Hawatat, we had decided not to announce our plain object, lest its forlorn character dissuade our partisans. However, Mifla agreed at once, apparently with haste and pleasure, promising to bring with him the 15 best men in the tribe and his own son. This lad, Turkey by name, was an old love of Ali ibn el-Hussein. The animal in each called to the other, and they wandered about inseparably, taking pleasure in a touch and silence. He was a fair, open-faced boy of perhaps 17. Not tall, but broad and powerful, with a round freckled face, upturned nose, and very short upper lip, showing his strong teeth, but giving his full mouth rather a sulky look, belied by the happy eyes. We found him plucky and faithful on 2 critical occasions. His good temper atoned for his having caught a little of the begging habit of his father, whose face was eaten up with greed. Turkey's great anxiety was to be sure that he was reckoned a man among the men, and he was always looking to do something bold and wonderful which would let him flaunt his courage before the girls of his tribe. He rejoiced exceedingly in a new silk robe which I gave him at dinner, and walked, to display it, twice through the tent village without his cloak, railing at those who seemed laggard from our meat. Chapter 74. Dark had fallen long before our caravan left Bear, after watering. We chiefs waited longer still while the Zebn got ready. Mifla's preparations included a visit to Esad, the supposed ancestor of the clan, in his bedecked tomb near Anad's grave. The Beni Sakr were already settled enough to have dressed themselves in the Semitic village superstitions of sacred places, holy trees, and funerary shrines. Sheikh Mifla thought the occasion warranted his adding another head cord to the ragged collection looped round Esad's headstone, and characteristically asked us to provide the offering. I handed over one of my rich red and silver Mecca ornaments, remarking that the virtue lay with the donor. The thrifty Mifla pressed upon me 1 halfpenny in exchange, that he might plead purchase. And when I came past a few weeks later and saw that the god was gone, he cursed loudly in my hearing the sacrilege of some godless Shirari, who had robbed his ancestor. Turkey would have told me more. A steep old pathway took us out of Wadi Bear. Near the crest of a ridge we found the others camped for the night round a fire, but there passed no talk or coffee-making for this time. We lay close together, hushed and straining the ears to catch the throbbing of Allenby's guns. They spoke eloquently, and sheet lightning in the west made gun flashes for them. Next day we passed to the left of the Flaithaquat, the 3 sisters whose clean white peaks were landmarks on their lofty watershed for a day's journey all about. And went down the soft rolling slopes beyond them. The exquisite November morning had a softness in it like an English summer, but its beauty had to be fought off. I was spending the halts, and riding the stages, in the ranks of the Beni Sakr, teaching my ear their dialect, and storing in my memory the tribal, family or personal notes they let drop. In the little peopled desert every worshipful man knew every other, and instead of books they studied their generation. To have fallen short in such knowledge would have meant being branded either as ill-bred, or as a stranger. And strangers were not admitted to familiar intercourse or counsels, or confidences. There was nothing so wearing, yet nothing so important for the success of my purpose, as this constant mental gymnastic of apparent omniscience at each time of meeting a new tribe. At nightfall we camped in an affluent of Wadi Jesha, by some bushes of faint grey-green foliage, which pleased our camels and gave us firewood. That night the guns were very clear and loud, perhaps because the intervening hollow of the Dead Sea drummed the echoes up and over our high plateau. The Arabs whispered, "They are nearer, the English are advancing. God deliver the men under that rain." They were thinking compassionately of the passing Turks, so long their weak oppressors. Whom, for their weakness, though oppressors, they loved more than the strong foreigner with his blind indiscriminate justice. The Arab respected force a little, he respected craft more, and often had it in enviable degree, but most of all he respected blunt sincerity of utterance, nearly the sole weapon God had excluded from his armament. The Turk was all things by turn, and so commended himself to the Arabs for such while as he was not corporately feared. Much lay in this distinction of the corporate and the personal. There were Englishmen whom, individually, the Arabs preferred to any Turk, or foreigner, but, on the strength of this, to have generalized and called Thai Arabs pro-English, would have been a folly. Each stranger made his own poor bed among them. We were up early, meaning to push the long way to Amari by sunset. We crossed ridge after carpeted ridge of sunburned flints, grown over with a tiny saffron plant so bright and close that all the view was gold. Safra el Jesha, the Sukar called it. The valleys were only inches deep, their beds grained like Morocco leather, in an intricate curving mesh, by innumerable rills of water after the last rain. The swell of every curve was a grey breast of sand set hard with mud, sometimes glistening with salt crystals, and sometimes rough with the projecting brush of half-buried twigs which had caused it. These tailings of valleys running into Sirhan were always rich in grazing. When there was water in their hollows the tribes collected, and peopled them with tent villages. The Beni Sakr with us had so camped. And, as we crossed the monotonous downs they pointed first to one indistinctive hollow with hearth and straight gutter trenches and then to another saying, there was my tent and there lay Hamdan el-Say. Look at the dry stones for my bedplace, and for Tarfa's next it. God have mercy upon her, she died the year of Sam, in the Snanerat, of a puff-adder. About noon a party of trotting camels appeared over the ridge, moving fast and openly towards us. Little Turkey cantered out on his old she-camel, with cocked carbine across his thighs, to find what they meant. Ha! Cried Mifla to me while they were still a mile off, that is Fahad, on his Shaira, in the front. These are our kinsmen, and sure enough they were. Fahad and Adhub, chief war leaders of the Zebn, had been camped west of the railway by Ziza, when a Gomani came in with news of our march. They had saddled at once, and by hard riding caught us only halfway on the road. Fahad, in courteous fashion, chided me gently for presuming to ride their district on an adventure while his father's sons lay in their tent. Fahad was a melancholy, soft-voiced, little-spoken man of perhaps 30, with a white face, trim beard and tragic eyes. His young brother Adhub was taller and stronger, yet not above middle height. Unlike Fahad, he was active, noisy, uncouth-looking, with a snub nose, hairless boy's face and gleaming green eyes flickering hungrily from object to object. His commonness was pointed by his disheveled hair and dirty clothes. Fahad was neater, but still very plainly dressed, and the pair, on their shaggy homebred camels, looked as little like sheiks of their reputation as can be conceived. However, they were famous fighters. At Amari a high cold night wind was stirring the ash and dust of the salt ground about the wells into a haze, which gritted in our teeth like the stale breath of an eruption, and we were ungrateful for the water. It was on the surface, like so much of Sirhan, but most of the pools were too bitter to drink. One notable one, however, called Bir el-Amir was thought very good by contrast. It lay in a little floor of bare limestone among sand hummocks. The water, opaque and tasting of mixed brine and ammonia, was just below the level of the rock slab, in a stone bath with ragged undercut lips. Its depth Dud proved, by hurling Faraj fully dressed into it. He sank out of view in its yellowness, and afterwards rose quietly to the surface under the rock edge where he could not be seen in the dusk. Dud waited a strained minute. But when his victim did not appear tore off his cloak and plunged after, to find him smiling under the overhanging ledge. Pearl diving in the gulf had made them like fishes in the water. They were dragged out, and then had a wild struggle in the sand beside the waterhole. Each sustained hurt, and they returned to my fire dripping wet, in rags, bleeding, with their hair and faces, legs, arms and bodies covered with mud and thorns, more like the devils of a whirlwind than their usual suave delicate presences. They said they had been dancing, and had tripped over a bush. It would be like my generosity to make them a gift of new clothes. I blasted their hopes, and sent them off to repair damages. My bodyguard, more especially the Ajail in it, were by nature foppish, and spent their wages on dress or ornaments, and much time in braiding their plaits of shining hair. Butter gave it the polish. And to keep down the vermin they frequently dragged the scalp with a fine-toothed comb, and sprinkled it with camel staling. A German doctor at Beersheba. In their Turkish days, these were the men who one misty dawn rushed our yeomanry in Sinai and wiped out a post, had taught them to be clean by prisoning the lousy ones in army latrines until they had swallowed their lice. The wind became faint at dawn, and we moved forward for Azrak, half a march ahead. Hardly, however, were we dear of the drifts beside the wells when there was an alarm. Mounted men had been seen in the brushwood. This country was a torn tiddler's ground of raiding parties. We drew together in the best place and halted. The Indian section chose a tiny ridge hacked about with narrow ruts of water channels. They couched camels in the hollow behind, and had their guns mounted in due order in a moment. Ali and Abd el-Kader threw out their great crimson banners in the intermittent breeze. Our skirmishers headed by Ahmed and Awad, ran out to right and left, and long shots were exchanged. All of it ended suddenly. The enemy broke cover and marched in line towards us, waving their cloaks and sleeves in the air and chanting their war march of welcome. They were the fighting men of the Sirhan tribe on their way to swear allegiance to Faisal. When they heard our news they turned back with us, rejoicing to be spared the road, for this tribe was not ordinarily warlike or nomadic. They made some little pomp over our joint entry to their tents at Ain el-Baida, a few miles east of Azraq, where the whole tribe was gathered. And our reception was loud, because there had been fear and lamentation among the women that morning when they saw their men march away on the hazard of rebellion. However, here they were returning the same day, with a sharif of their own, and Arab banners, and machine guns, marching a ragged 100 men abreast, and singing as merrily as when they started out. My eyes were upon a notable red camel, perhaps a 7-year-old, under a Sirhani in the second line. The tall beast would not be put upon, but with a long, swinging pace, of which there was no equal in the crowd of us, forged to the front, and kept there. Ahmed slipped off to get acquainted with her owner. In camp the chief men distributed our party among their tents for the privilege of entertainment. Ali, Abd el-Kader, Wood and myself were taken in by Mter, the paramount sheik of the tribe, an old, toothless, friendly thing, whose loose jaw sagged in his supporting hand all the while he talked. He gave us a fussy greeting and abundant hospitality of seethed sheep and bread. Wood and Abd el-Kader were, perhaps, a little squeamish, for the Sarahin seemed primitive in food discipline, and at the common bowl there was more splashing and spluttering than was proper in the best tents. Afterwards, by constraint of Mter's urgency, we lay on his rugs for the one night. Round our fresh bodies, for the change of food, collected all such local ticks, fleas and lice as were sick of a diet of unmitigated Sirhan. Their delight made them so ravenous that with the best will in the world I could not go on feasting them. Nor apparently could Ali, for he, too, sat up and said that he felt wakeful. So we roused Sheikh Mter, and sent for Mifla ibn Bani, a young, active man, accustomed to command their battles. To them we explained Faisal's needs, and our plan to relieve him. Gravely they heard us. The western bridge, they said, was quite impossible. The Turks had just filled its country with hundreds of military woodcutters. No hostile party could slip through undetected. They professed great suspicion of the Moorish villages, and of Abd el-Kader. Nothing would persuade them to visit the one under the guidance of the other. For Tel el-Shahab, the nearest bridge, they feared lest the villagers, their inveterate enemies, attack them in the rear. Also if it rained the camels would be unable to trot back across the muddy plains by Remda, and the whole party would be cut off and killed. We were now in deep trouble. The Sarahin were our last resource, and if they refused to come with us we should be unable to carry out Allenby's project by the appointed time. Accordingly Ali collected about our little fire more of the better men of the tribe, and fortified the part of courage by bringing in Fahad, and Mifla, and Adhub. Before them we began to combat in words this crude prudence of the Sarahin, which seemed all the more shameful to us after our long sojourn in the clarifying wilderness. We put it to them, not abstractedly, but concretely, for their case, how life in mass was sensual only, to be lived and loved in its extremity. There could be no rest houses for revolt, no dividend of joy paid out. Its spirit was accretive, to endure as far as the senses would endure, and to use each such advance as base for further adventure, deeper privation, sharper pain. Sense could not reach back or forward. A felt emotion was a conquered emotion, an experience gone dead, which we buried by expressing it. To be of the desert was, as they knew, a doom to wage unending battle with an enemy who was not of the world, nor life, nor anything, but hope itself, and failure seemed God's freedom to mankind. We might only exercise this our freedom by not doing what it lay within our power to do, for then life would belong to us, and we should have mastered it by holding it cheap. Death would seem best of all our works, the last free loyalty within our grasp, our final leisure, and of these two poles, death and life, or, less finally, leisure and subsistence. We should shun subsistence, which was the stuff of life, in all save its faintest degree, and cling close to leisure. Thereby we would serve to promote the not doing rather than the doing. Some men, there might be, uncreative, whose leisure was barren, but the activity of these would have been material only. To bring forth immaterial things, things creative, partaking of spirit, not of flesh, we must be jealous of spending time or trouble upon physical demands, since in most men the soul grew aged long before the body. Mankind had been no gainer by its drudges. There could be no honor in a sure success, but much might be wrested from a sure defeat. Omnipotence and the infinite were our two worthiest foemen, indeed the only ones for a full man to meet, they being monsters of his own spirit's making, and the stoutest enemies were always of the household. In fighting omnipotence, honor was proudly to throw away the poor resources that we had, and dare him empty-handed, to be beaten, not merely by more mind, but by its advantage of better tools. To the clear-sighted, failure was the only goal. We must believe, through and through, that there was no victory, except to go down into death fighting and crying for failure itself, calling in excess of despair to omnipotence to strike harder. That by his very striking he might temper our tortured selves into the weapon of his own ruin. This was a halting, half-coherent speech, struck out desperately, moment by moment, in our extreme need, upon the anvil of those white minds round the dying fire, and hardly its sense remained with me afterwards. For once my picture-making memory forgot its trade and only felt the slow humbling of the Sarahin, the night quiet in which their worldliness faded, and at last their flashing eagerness to ride with us whatever the bourne. Before daylight we called old Abd el-Kader, and, taking him aside among the sandy thickets, screamed into his dense ear that the Sarahin would start with us, under his auspices, for Wadi Khalid, after sunrise. He grunted that it was well, and we said to one another that never, if life and opportunity were prolonged for us, would we take a deaf man for a conspirator again. Chapter 75. Exhausted, we lay down a moment, but were astir again very early to review the camel-men of the Sirhan. They made a wild and ragged show, dashing past, but we thought them loose riders, and they blustered too much to be quite convincing. It was a pity they had no real leader. Mtair was too old for service, and Ibn Bani was an indistinct man, ambitious rather as a politician than as a fighter. However, they were the force we had, so there was an end to it, and at 3 in the afternoon we mounted for Azraq, since another night in the tent would have left us picked to dry bones. Abd el-Kader and his servants mounted their mares, as sign that the fighting line was near. They rode just behind us. It was to be Ali's first view of Azraq, and we hurried up the stony ridge in high excitement, talking of the wars and songs and passions of the early shepherd kings, with names like music, who had loved this place. And of the Roman legionaries who languished here as garrison in yet earlier times. Then the blue fort on its rock above the rustling palms, with the fresh meadows and shining springs of water, broke on our sight. Of Azraq, as of Rum, one said, Numinist. Both were magically haunted, but whereas Rum was vast and echoing and godlike, Azraq's unfathomable silence was steeped in knowledge of wandering poets, champions, lost kingdoms. All the crime and chivalry and dead magnificence of Hira and Ghassan. Each stone or blade of it was radiant with half-memory of the luminous, silky Eden, which had passed so long ago. At last Ali shook his rein, and his camel picked her careful way down the lava flow to the rich turf behind the springs. Our puckered eyes opened wide with relief that the bitterness of many weeks was gone out of the reflected sunlight. Ali screamed grass, and flung himself off the saddle to the ground on hands and feet, his face bowed down among the harsh stems which seemed so kindly in the desert. He leaped up, flushed, with his hurried war cry, tore his headcloth off, and raced along the marsh, bounding over the red channels where water clotted among the reeds. His white feet flashed beneath the tossed folds of his cashmere robes. We in the West seldom experienced that added beauty when the body was seen lightly poised on bare feet. When the rhythm and grace of movement became visible, with the play of muscle and sinew pointing the mechanism of each stride and the balance of repose. When we turned again to business, there was no Abd el-Kader. We looked for him in the castle, in the palm garden, over by the spring. Eventually we sent our men away to search, and they came back with Arabs, who told us that from just after the start he had ridden off northward through the flaky hillocks, towards Jebel Druze. The rank and file did not know our plans, hated him, and had been glad to see him go, but it was bad news for us. Of our three alternatives, Keys had been abandoned. Without Abd el-Kader, Wadi Khalid was impossible. This meant that we must necessarily attempt the bridge at Tel el-Shahab. To reach it we had to cross the open land between Remda and Dira. Abd el-Kader was gone up to the enemy, with information of our plans and strength. The Turks, if they took the most reasonable precautions, would trap us at the bridge. We took counsel with Fahad and decided to push on nonetheless, trusting to the usual incompetence of our enemy. It was not a confident decision. While we took it the sunshine seemed less lambent, and Azrak not so aloof from fear. Next morning we wound pensively along a flinty valley and over a ridge into Wadi el-Harith, whose green course had a sickening likeness to some lands at home. Ali rejoiced to see a rich pasture valley bearing his family name, and was as glad as our camels when we found limpid pools of last week's rainwater in hollows among the bushes. We stopped and used the discovery for lunch, making a long halt. Adhub went off with Ahmed and Awad to look for gazelle. He came back with 3. So we stopped yet longer and made a second lunch, like a feast, of meat gobbets roasted on ramrods till the outside was black as coal, while the heart remained juicily sweet. Sojourners in the desert loved its accidental bounty. Also on this trip a reluctance weighed down our daily marching, to make us glad of each delay. Unhappily my rest time was spoiled by a bed of justice. The feud between Ahmed and Awad broke out during this gazelle chase into a duel. Awad shot off Ahmed's head rope, Ahmed hold Awad's cloak. I disarmed them and gave loud order that the right thumb and forefinger of each be cut off. The terror of this drove them into an instant, violent and public kissing of peace. A little later all my men went capital bail that the trouble had ended. I referred the case to Ali ibn el-Hussein, who set them at liberty on probation. After sealing their promise with the ancient and curious nomad penance of striking the head sharply with the edge of a weighty dagger again and again till the issuing blood had run down to the waist belt. It caused painful but not dangerous scalp wounds, whose ache at first and whose scars later were supposed to remind the would-be defaulter of the bond he had given. We pushed on again for miles over perfect going, through rich country for the camels, till at Abu Sa'ana we found a flinty hollow, brimful of deliciously clear rainwater in a narrow channel 2 feet deep, and perhaps 10 feet wide. But half a mile long. This would serve as starting point for our bridge raid. To be sure of its safety, we rode a few yards further, to the top of a stony knoll. And there found ourselves looking down upon a retreating party of Circassian horsemen, sent out by the Turks to report if the waters were occupied. They had missed us, to our mutual benefit, by 5 minutes. Next morning we filled our water skins, since we should find nothing to drink between here and the bridge. And then marched leisurely until the desert ended in a 3-foot depression at the edge of a clean plain, which extended flatly to the metals of the railway some miles off. We halted for dusk to make its crossing possible. Our plan was to slip over secretly, and hide in the further foothills, below Dira. In the spring these hills were full of grazing sheep, for the rain cloaked their low sides in new grass and flowers. With the coming of summer they dried, and became deserted save for chance travelers on obscure errands. We might fairly calculate on lying in their folds for a day undisturbed. We made our halt another opportunity of food, for we were recklessly eating all we could as often as we had the chance. It lightened our stores, and kept us from thinking, but even with this help the day was very long. At last sunset came. The plain shivered once, as the darkness, which for an hour had been gathering among the facing hills, flowed slowly out and drowned it. We mounted. 2 hours later after a quick march over gravel, Fahad and myself, out scouting ahead, came to the railway, and without difficulty found a stony place where our caravan would make no signs of passage. The Turkish railguards were clearly at their ease, which meant that Abd el-Kader had not yet caused a panic by what news he brought. We rode the other side of the line for half an hour, and then dipped into a very slight rocky depression full of succulent plants. This was Ghadir el-Abayad, recommended by Mifla as our ambush. We took his surprising word that we were in cover, and lay down among or alongside our loaded beasts for a short sleep. Dawn would show us how far we were safe and hidden. As day was breaking, Fahad led me to the edge of our pit, some 15 feet above, and from it we looked straight across a slowly dropping meadow to the railway, which seemed nearly within shot. It was most inconveniently close, but the Sukkur knew no better place. We had to stand to all the day. Each time something was reported, our men ran to look at it, and the low bank would grow a serried frieze of human heads. Also, the grazing camels required many guards to keep them from straying into view. Whenever a patrol passed we had to be very gentle in controlling the beasts, since if one of them had roared or ruckled it would have drawn the enemy. Yesterday had been long, today was longer, we could not feed, as our water had to be husbanded with jealous care against the scarcity of tomorrow. The very knowledge made us thirsty. Ali and I worked at the last arrangements for our ride. We were penned here until sunset, and must reach Tel el-Shahab, blow up the bridge, and get back east of the railway by dawn. This meant a ride of at least 80 miles in the 13 hours of darkness, with an elaborate demolition thrown in. Such a performance was beyond the capacity of most of the Indians. They were not good riders, and had broken up their camels in the march from Aqaba. An Arab, by saving his beast, could bring it home in fair condition after hard work. The Indians had done their best, but the discipline of their cavalry training had tired out them and the animals in our easy stages. So we picked out the 6 best riders and put them on the 6 best camels, with Hassan Shah, their officer and greatest-hearted man, to lead them. He decided that this little party would be fittest armed with just one Vickers gun. It was a very serious reduction of our offensive power. The more I looked at it, the less fortunate seemed the development of this Yarmouk plan of ours. The Beni Sakr were fighting men, but we distrusted the Sarahin. So Ali and I decided to make the Beni Sakr, under Fahad, our storming party. We would leave some Sarahin to guard the camels while the others carried the blasting gelatin in our dismounted charge upon the bridge. To suit the hurried carriage down steep hillsides in the dark we changed the explosive loads into 30-pound lumps, which were put, for visibility, each lump into its own white bag. Wood undertook to repack the gelatin, and shared the rare headache all got from handling it. This helped pass the time. My bodyguard had to be carefully distributed. One good rider was told off to each of the less expert local men, whose virtue was that they knew the country. The pairs so made were attached to one or other of my foreign liabilities, with instructions to keep close to him all night. Ali ibn el-Hussein took 6 of his servants, and the party was completed by 20 Beni Sakr and 40 Sarahin. We left the lame and weak camels behind at Abayad in charge of the balance of our men, with instructions to get back to Abu Sa'ana before dawn tomorrow and wait there for our news. 2 of my men developed sudden illnesses, which made them feel unable to ride with us. I excused them for the night, and afterward from all duties whatsoever. Chapter 76. Just at sunset we said goodbye to them, and went off up our valley, feeling miserably disinclined to go on at all. Darkness gathered as we rode over the first ridge and turned west, for the abandoned pilgrim road, whose ruts would be our best guide. We were stumbling down the irregular hillside, when the men in front suddenly dashed forward. We followed and found them surrounding a terrified peddler, with 2 wives and 2 donkeys laden with raisins, flour and cloaks. They had been going to Mafraq, the station just behind us. This was awkward. And in the end we told them to camp, and left a Sirhani to see they did not stir. He was to release them at dawn, and escape over the line to Abu Sa'ana. We went plodding across country in the now absolute dark till we saw the gleam of the white furrows of the pilgrim road. It was the same road along which the Arabs had ridden with me on my first night in Arabia out by Rabag. Since then in 12 months we had fought up it for some 1,200 kilometers, past Medina and Hidia, Dizad, Mutawara and Mon. There remained little to its head in Damascus where our armed pilgrimage should end. But we were apprehensive of tonight. Our nerves had been shaken by the flight of Abd el-Kader, the solitary trader of our experience. Had we calculated fairly we should have known that we had a chance in spite of him, yet a dispassionate judgment lay not in our mood, and we thought half despairingly how the Arab Revolt would never perform its last stage. But would remain one more example of the caravans which started out ardently for a cloud goal, and died man by man in the wilderness without the tarnish of achievement. Some shepherd or other scattered these thoughts by firing his rifle at our caravan, seen by him approaching silently and indistinctly in the dark. He missed widely, but began to cry out in extremity of terror and, as he fled, to pour shot after shot into the brown of us. Mifla el-Goman, who was guiding, swerved violently, and in a blind trot carried our plunging line down a slope, over a breakneck bottom, and round the shoulder of a hill. There we had peaceful unbroken night once more, and swung forward in fair order under the stars. The next alarm was a barking dog on the left, and then a camel unexpectedly loomed up in our track. It was, however, astray, and riderless. We moved on again. Mifla made me ride with him, calling me Arab that my known name might not betray me to strangers in the blackness. We were coming down into a very thick hollow when we smelt ashes, and the dusky figure of a woman leaped from a bush beside the track and rushed shrieking out of sight. She may have been a gypsy, for nothing followed. We came to a hill. At the top was a village which blazed at us while we were yet distant. Mifla bore off to the right over a broad stretch of plough. We climbed it slowly, with creaking saddles. At the edge of the crest we halted. Away to the north below our level were some brilliant clusters of lights. These were the flares of Dira station, lit for army traffic, and we felt something reassuring perhaps, but also a little blatant in this Turkish disregard for us. It was our revenge to make it their last illumination. Dira was obscured from the Moro for a whole year until it fell. In a close group we rode to the left along the summit and down a long valley into the plain of Remna, from which village an occasional red spark glowed out, in the darkness to the northwest. The going became flat. But it was land half-ploughed, and very soft with a labyrinth of coney burrows, so that our plunging camels sank fetlock in and labored. None the less, we had to put on speed, for the incidents and roughness of the way had made us late. Mifla urged his reluctant camel into a trot. I was better mounted than most, on the red camel which had led our procession into Beda. She was a long, raking beast, with a huge piston stride very hard to suffer, pounding, yet not fully mechanical, because there was courage in the persistent effort which carried her sailing to the head of the line. There, all competitors outstripped, her ambition died into a solid step, longer than normal by some inches, but like any other animals, except that it gave a confident feeling of immense reserves in strength and endurance. I rode back down the ranks and told them to press forward faster. The Indians, riding wooden, like horsemen, did their best, as did most of our number. But the ground was so bad that the greatest efforts were not very fruitful, and as hours went on first one and then another rider dropped behind. Thereupon I chose the rear position, with Ali ibn el-Hussein who was riding a rare old racing camel. She may have been 14 years old, but never flagged nor jogged the whole night. With her head low she shuffled along in the quick, hang-kneed-edged pace which was so easy for the rider. Our speed and camel sticks made life miserable for the last men and camels. Soon after 9 o'clock we left the plough. The going should have improved, but it began to drizzle, and the rich surface of the land grew slippery. A Sirhani camel fell. Its rider had it up in a moment and trotted forward. One of the Beni Sakr came down. He also was unhurt, and remounted hastily. Then we found one of Ali's servants standing by his halted camel. Ali hissed him on, and when the fellow mumbled an excuse cut him savagely across the head with his cane. The terrified camel plunged forward, and the slave, snatching at the hinder girth, was able to swing himself into the saddle. Ali pursued him with a rain of blows. Mustafa, my man, an inexperienced rider, fell off twice. Awad, his rank man, each time caught his halter, and had helped him up before we overtook them. The rain stopped, and we went faster. Downhill, now. Suddenly Mifla, rising in his saddle, slashed at the air overhead. A sharp metallic contact from the night showed we were under the telegraph line to Mezrib. Then the grey horizon before us went more distant. We seemed to be riding on the camber of an arc of land, with a growing darkness at each side and in front. There came to our ears a faint sighing, like wind among trees very far away, but continuous and slowly increasing. This must be from the great waterfall below Tel el-Shahab, and we pressed forward confidently. A few minutes later Mifla pulled up his camel and beat her neck very gently till she sank silently on her knees. He threw himself off, while we reined up beside him on this grassy platform by a tumbled cairn. Before us from a lip of blackness rose very loudly the rushing of the river which had been long dinning our ears. It was the edge of the Yarmouk gorge, and the bridge lay just under us to the right. We helped down the Indians from their burdened camels, that no sound betray us to listening ears, then mustered, whispering, on the clammy grass. The moon was not yet over Hermon, but the night was only half dark in the promise of its dawn, with wild rags of tattered clouds driving across a livid sky. I served out the explosives to the 15 porters, and we started. The Beni Sakr under at Hub sank into the dark slopes before us to scout the way. The rainstorm had made the steep hill treacherous, and only by driving our bare toes sharply into the soil could we keep a sure foothold. 2 or 3 men fell heavily. When we were in the stiffest part, where rocks cropped out brokenly from the face, a new noise was added to the roaring water as a train clanked slowly up from Galilee. The flanges of its wheels screaming on the curves and the steam of its engine panting out of the hidden depths of the ravine in white ghostly breaths. The Sarahin hung back. Wood drove them after us. Fahad and I leaped to the right, and in the light of the furnace flames saw open trucks in which were men in khaki, perhaps prisoners going up to Asia Minor. A little farther. And at last, below our feet, we saw a something blacker in the precipitous blackness of the valley, and at its other end a speck of flickering light. We halted to examine it with glasses. It was the bridge, seen from this height in plan, with a guard tent pitched under the shadowy village-crested wall of the opposite bank. Everything was quiet, except the river, everything was motionless, except the dancing flame outside the tent. Wood, who was only to come down if I were hit, got the Indians ready to spray the guard tent if affairs became general. While Ali, Fahad, Mifla and the rest of us, with Beni Sakr and explosive porters, crept on till we found the old construction path to the near abutment. We stole along this in single file, our brown cloaks and soiled clothes blending perfectly with the limestone above us, and the depths below, until we reached the metals just before they curved to the bridge. There the crowd halted, and I crawled on with Fahad. We reached the naked abutment, and drew ourselves forward on our faces in the shadow of its rails till we could nearly touch the grey skeleton of underhung girders, and see the single sentry leaning against the other abutment. 60 yards across the gulf. Whilst we watched, he began to move slowly up and down, before his fire, without ever setting foot on the dizzy bridge. I lay staring at him fascinated, as if planless and helpless, while Fahad shuffled back by the abutment wall where it sprang clear of the hillside. This was no good, for I wanted to attack the girders themselves. So I crept away to bring the gelatin bearers. Before I reached them there was the loud clatter of a dropped rifle and a scrambling fall from up the bank. The sentry started and stared up at the noise. He saw, high up, in the zone of light with which the rising moon slowly made beautiful the gorge, the machine gunners climbing down to a new position in the receding shadow. He challenged loudly, then lifted his rifle and fired, while yelling the guard out. Instantly all was complete confusion. The invisible Beni Sakr, crouched along the narrow path above our heads, blazed back at random. The guard rushed into trenches, and opened rapid fire at our flashes. The Indians, caught moving, could not get their vicars in action to riddle the tent before it was empty. firing became general. The volleys of the Turkish rifles, echoing in the narrow place, were doubled by the impact of their bullets against the rocks behind our party. The Sarahin porters had learned from my bodyguard that gelatin would go off if hit. So when shot spattered about them they dumped the sacks over the edge and fled. Ali leaped down to Fahad and me, where we stood on the obscure abutment unperceived, but with empty hands, and told us that the explosives were now somewhere in the deep bed of the ravine. It was hopeless to think of recovering them, with such hell let loose, so we scampered, without accident, up the hill path through the Turkish fire, breathlessly to the top. There we met the disgusted Wood and the Indians, and told them it was all over. We hastened back to the cairn where the Sarahin were scrambling on their camels. We copied them as soon as might be, and trotted off at speed, while the Turks were yet rattling away in the bottom of the valley. Tura, the nearest village, heard the clamor and joined in. Other villages awoke, and lights began to sparkle everywhere across the plain. Our rush overran a party of peasants returning from Dira. The Sarahin, sore at the part they had played, or at what I said in the heat of running away, were looking for trouble, and robbed them bare. The victims dashed off through the moonlight with their women, raising the ear-piercing Arab call for help. Remda heard them. Its massed shrieks alarmed every sleeper in the neighborhood. Their mounted men turned out to charge our flank, while settlements for miles about manned their roofs and fired volleys. We left the Sarahin offenders with their encumbering loot, and drove on in grim silence, keeping together in what order we could, while my trained men did marvelous service helping those who fell, or mounting behind them those whose camels got up too hurt to canter on. The ground was still muddy, and the plowed strips more laborious than ever, but behind us was the riot, spurring us and our camels to exertion, like a pack hunting us into the refuge of the hills. At length we entered these, and cut through by a better road towards peace, yet riding our jaded animals as hard as we could, for dawn was near. Gradually the noise behind us died away, and the last stragglers fell into place, driven together, as on the advance, by the flail of Ali ibn el-Hussein and myself in the rear. The day broke just as we rode down to the railway, and Wood, Ali and the chiefs, now in front to test the passage, were amused by cutting the telegraph in many places while the procession marched over. We had crossed the line the night before to blow up the bridge at Tel el-Shahab, and so cut Palestine off from Damascus, and we were actually cutting the telegraph to Medina after all our pains and risks. Allenby's guns, still shaking the air away there on our right, were bitter recorders of the failure we had been. The grey dawn drew on with gentleness in it, foreboding the grey drizzle of rain which followed, a drizzle so soft and hopeless that it seemed to mock our broken-footed plodding towards Abu Sa'ana. At sunset we reached the long water pool. And there the rejects of our party were curious after the detail of our mistakes. We were fools, all of us equal fools, and so our rage was aimless. Ahmed and Awad had another fight. Young Mustafa refused to cook rice. Faraj and Dud knocked him about until he cried. Ali had 2 of his servants beaten, and none of us or of them cared a little bit. Our minds were sick with failure, and our bodies tired after nearly 100 strained miles over bad country in bad conditions, between sunset and sunset, without halt or food. Chapter 77. Food was going to be our next preoccupation, and we held a council in the cold driving rain to consider what we might do. For lightness' sake we had carried from Azrak 3 days' rations, which made us complete until tonight. But we could not go back empty-handed. The Beni Sakr wanted honor, and the Sarahin were too lately disgraced not to clamor for more adventure. We had still a reserve bag of 30 pounds of gelatin, and Ali ibn el-Hussein, who had heard of the performances below Mon, and was as Arab as any Arab, said, "Let's blow up a train." The word was hailed with universal joy, and they looked at me, but I was not able to share their hopes, all at once. Blowing up trains was an exact science when done deliberately, by a sufficient party, with machine guns in position. If scrambled at it might become dangerous. The difficulty this time was that the available gunners were Indians, who, though good men fed, were only half men in cold and hunger. I did not propose to drag them off without rations on an adventure which might take a week. There was no cruelty in starving Arabs, they would not die of a few days fasting, and would fight as well as ever on empty stomachs. While, if things got too difficult, there were the riding camels to kill and eat, but the Indians, though Moslems, refused camel flesh on principle. I explained these delicacies of diet. Ali at once said that it would be enough for me to blow up the train, leaving him and the Arabs with him to do their best to carry its wreck without machine gun support. As, in this unsuspecting district, we might well happen on a supply train, with civilians or only a small guard of reservists aboard, I agreed to risk it. The decision having been applauded, we sat down in a cloaked circle, to finish our remaining food in a very late and cold supper. The rain had sodden the fuel and made fire not possible, our hearts somewhat comforted by chance of another effort. At dawn, with the unfit of the Arabs, the Indians moved away for Azraq, miserably. They had started up country with me in hope of a really military enterprise, and first had seen the muddled bridge, and now were losing this prospective train. It was hard on them, and to soften the blow with honor I asked Wood to accompany them. He agreed, after argument, for their sakes. But it proved a wise move for himself, as a sickness which had been troubling him began to show the early signs of pneumonia. The balance of us, some 60 men, turned back towards the railway. None of them knew the country, so I led them to Minifur, where, with Zal, we had made havoc in the spring. The recurved hilltop was an excellent observation post, camp, grazing ground and way of retreat, and we sat there in our old place till sunset. Shivering and staring out over the immense plain which stretched map-like to the clouded peaks of Jebel Druze, with El Jemal and her sister villages like ink smudges on it through the rain. In the first dusk we walked down to lay the mine. The rebuilt culvert of kilometer 172 seemed still the fittest place. While we stood by it there came a rumbling, and through the gathering darkness and mist a train suddenly appeared round the northern curve, only 200 yards away. We scurried under the long arch and heard it roll overhead. This was annoying. But when the course was clear again, we fell to burying the charge. The evening was bitterly cold, with drifts of rain blowing down the valley. The arch was solid masonry, of 4 meters span, and stood over a shingle waterbed which took its rise on our hilltop. The winter rains had cut this into a channel 4 feet deep, narrow and winding, which served us as an admirable approach till within 300 yards of the line. There the gully widened out and ran straight towards the culvert, open to the sight of anyone upon the rails. We hid the explosive carefully on the crown of the arch, deeper than usual, beneath a tie, so that the patrols would not feel its jelly softness under their feet. The wires were taken down the bank into the shingle bed of the watercourse, where concealment was quick, and up it as far as they would reach. Unfortunately, this was only 60 yards, for there had been difficulty in Egypt over insulated cable and no more had been available when our expedition started. 60 yards was plenty for the bridge, but little for a train. However, the ends happened to coincide with a little bush about 10 inches high, on the edge of the watercourse, and we buried them beside this very convenient mark. It was impossible to leave them joined up to the exploder in the proper way, since the spot was evident to the permanent way patrols as they made their rounds. Owing to the mud the job took longer than usual, and it was very nearly dawn before we finished. I waited under the draughty arch till day broke, wet and dismal, and then I went over the whole area of disturbance, spending another half hour in effacing its every mark, scattering leaves and dead grass over it, and watering down the broken mud from a shallow rain pool near. Then they waved to me that the first patrol was coming, and I went up to join the others. Before I had reached them they came tearing down into their prearranged places, lining the watercourse and spurs each side. A train was coming from the north. Hamid, Faisal's long slave, had the exploder, but before he reached me a short train of closed box wagons rushed by at speed. The rainstorms on the plain and the thick morning had hidden it from the eyes of our watchmen until too late. This second failure saddened us further, and Ali began to say that nothing would come right this trip. Such a statement held risk as prelude of the discovery of an evil eye present. So, to divert attention, I suggested new watching posts be sent far out, one to the ruins on the north, one to the great cairn of the southern crest. The rest, having no breakfast, were to pretend not to be hungry. They all enjoyed doing this, and for a while we sat cheerfully in the rain, huddling against one another for warmth behind a breastwork of our streaming camels. The moisture made the animals' hair curl up like a fleece, so that they looked queerly disheveled. When the rain paused, which it did frequently, a cold moaning wind searched out the unprotected parts of us very thoroughly. After a time we found our wetted shirts clammy and comfortless things. We had nothing to eat, nothing to do and nowhere to sit except on wet rock, wet grass or mud. However, this persistent weather kept reminding me that it would delay Allenby's advance on Jerusalem, and rob him of his great possibility. So large a misfortune to our lion was a half-encouragement for the mice. We would be partners into next year. In the best circumstances, waiting for action was hard. Today it was beastly. Even enemy patrols stumbled along without care, perfunctorily, against the rain. At last, near noon, in a snatch of fine weather, the watchmen on the south peak flagged their cloaks wildly in signal of a train. We reached our positions in an instant, for we had squatted the late hours on our heels in a streaming ditch near the line, so as not to miss another chance. The Arabs took cover properly. I looked back at their ambush from my firing point, and saw nothing but the grey hillsides. I could not hear the train coming, but trusted, and knelt ready for perhaps half an hour, when the suspense became intolerable, and I signaled to know what was up. They sent down to say it was coming very slowly, and was an enormously long train. Our appetite stiffened. The longer it was the more would be the loot. Then came word that it had stopped. It moved again. Finally, near 1 o'clock, I heard it panting. The locomotive was evidently defective, all these wood-fired trains were bad, and the heavy load on the up gradient was proving too much for its capacity. I crouched behind my bush, while it crawled slowly into view past the south cutting, and along the bank above my head towards the culvert. The first 10 trucks were open trucks, crowded with troops. However, once again it was too late to choose, so when the engine was squarely over the mine I pushed down the handle of the exploder. Nothing happened. I sawed it up and down 4 times. Still nothing happened. And I realized that it had gone out of order, and that I was kneeling on a naked bank, with a Turkish troop train crawling past 50 yards away. The bush, which had seemed a foot high, shrank smaller than a fig leaf. And I felt myself the most distinct object in the countryside. Behind me was an open valley for 200 yards to the cover where my Arabs were waiting and wondering what I was at. It was impossible to make a bolt for it, or the Turks would step off the train and finish us. If I sat still, there might be just a hope of my being ignored as a casual Bedouin. So there I sat, counting for sheer life, while 18 open trucks, 3 box wagons, and 3 officers' coaches dragged by. The engine panted slower and slower, and I thought every moment that it would break down. The troops took no great notice of me, but the officers were interested, and came out to the little platforms at the ends of their carriages, pointing and staring. I waved back at them, grinning nervously, and feeling an improbable shepherd in my Meccan dress, with its twisted golden circlet about my head. Perhaps the mud stains, the wet and their ignorance made me accept it. The end of the brake van slowly disappeared into the cutting on the north. As it went, I jumped up, buried my wires, snatched hold of the wretched exploder, and went like a rabbit uphill into safety. There I took breath and looked back to see that the train had finally stuck. It waited, about 500 yards beyond the mine, for nearly an hour to get up a head of steam, while an officer's patrol came back and searched, very carefully, the ground where I had been seen sitting. However the wires were properly hidden, they found nothing, the engine plucked up heart again, and away they went. Chapter 78. Mifla was past tears, thinking I had intentionally let the train through. And when the Sarahin had been told the real cause, they said, "Bad luck is with us." Historically they were right. But they meant it for a prophecy, so I made sarcastic reference to their courage at the bridge the week before, hinting that it might be a tribal preference to sit on camel guard. At once there was uproar, the Sarahin attacking me furiously, the Beni Soccer defending. Ali heard the trouble, and came running. When we had made it up, the original despondency was half forgotten. Ali backed me nobly, though the wretched boy was blue with cold and shivering in an attack of fever. He gasped that their ancestor the Prophet had given to Sharifs the faculty of sight, and by it he knew that our luck was turning. This was comfort for them. My first installment of good fortune came when in the wet, without other tool than my dagger, I got the box of the exploder open and persuaded its electrical gear to work properly once more. We returned to our vigil by the wires, but nothing happened, and evening drew down with more squalls and beastliness, everybody full of grumbles. There was no train, it was too wet to light a cooking fire, our only potential food was camel. Raw meat did not tempt anyone that night, and so our beasts survived to the morrow. Ali lay down on his belly, which position lessened the hunger ache, trying to sleep off his fever. Kazan, Ali's servant, lent him his cloak for extra covering. For a spell I took Kazan under mine, but soon found it becoming crowded. So I left it to him and went downhill to connect up the exploder. Afterwards I spent the night there alone by the singing telegraph wires, hardly wishing to sleep, so painful was the cold. Nothing came all the long hours, and dawn, which broke wet, looked even uglier than usual. We were sick to death of mini-fur, of railways, of train watching and wrecking, by now. I climbed up to the main body while the early patrol searched the railway. Then the day cleared a little. Ali awoke, much refreshed, and his new spirit cheered us. Hamid, the slave, produced some sticks which he had kept under his clothes by his skin all night. They were nearly dry. We shaved down some blasting gelatin, and with its hot flame got a fire going, while the sukkar hurriedly killed a mangy camel, the best spared of our riding beasts, and began with entrenching tools to hack it into handy joints. Just at that moment the watchman on the north cried a train. We left the fire and made a breathless race of the 600 yards downhill to our old position. Bound the bend, whistling its loudest, came the train, a splendid two-engine thing of 12 passenger coaches, traveling at top speed on the favoring grade. I touched off under the first driving wheel of the first locomotive, and the explosion was terrific. The ground spouted blackly into my face, and I was sent spinning, to sit up with the shirt torn to my shoulder and the blood dripping from long, ragged scratches on my left arm. Between my knees lay the exploder, crushed under a twisted sheet of sooty iron. In front of me was the scalded and smoking upper half of a man. When I peered through the dust and steam of the explosion, the whole boiler of the first engine seemed to be missing. I dully felt that it was time to get away to support. But when I moved, learnt that there was a great pain in my right foot, because of which I could only limp along, with my head swinging from the shock. Movement began to clear away this confusion, as I hobbled towards the upper valley, whence the Arabs were now shooting fast into the crowded coaches. Dizzily I cheered myself by repeating aloud in English, "Oh, I wish this hadn't happened." When the enemy began to return our fire, I found myself much between the two. Ali saw me fall, and thinking that I was hard hit, ran out, with Turkey and about 20 men of his servants and the Beni Soccer, to help me. The Turks found their range and got 7 of them in a few seconds. The others, in a rush, were about me, fit models, after their activity, for a sculptor. Their full white cotton drawers drawn in, bell-like, round their slender waists and ankles. Their hairless brown bodies, and the lovelocks plaited tightly over each temple in long horns, made them look like Russian dancers. We scrambled back into cover together, and there, secretly, I felt myself over, to find I had not once been really hurt. Though besides the bruises and cuts of the boilerplate and a broken toe, I had 5 different bullet grazes on me, some of them uncomfortably deep, and my clothes ripped to pieces. From the watercourse we could look about. The explosion had destroyed the arched head of the culvert, and the frame of the first engine was lying beyond it, at the near foot of the embankment, down which it had rolled. The second locomotive had toppled into the gap, and was lying across the ruined tender of the first. Its bed was twisted. I judged them both beyond repair. The second tender had disappeared over the further side. And the first 3 wagons had telescoped and were smashed in pieces. The rest of the train was badly derailed, with the listing coaches butted end to end at all angles, zigzagged along the track. One of them was a saloon, decorated with flags. In it had been Mem Jemal Pasha, commanding the 8th Army Corps, hurrying down to defend Jerusalem against Allenby. His chargers had been in the first wagon, his motorcar was on the end of the train, and we shot it up. Of his staff we noticed a fat ecclesiastic, whom we thought to be Asad Shakir, imam to Ahmed Jemal Pasha, and a notorious pro-Turk pimp. So we blazed at him till he dropped. It was all long bowls. We could see that our chances of carrying the wreck were slight. There had been some 400 men on board, and the survivors, now recovered from the shock, were under shelter and shooting hard at us. At the first moment our party on the north spur had closed, and nearly won the game. Mifla on his mare chased the officers from the saloon into the lower ditch. He was too excited to stop and shoot, and so they got away scathless. The Arabs following him had turned to pick up some of the rifles and medals littering the ground, and then to drag bags and boxes from the train. If we had had a machine gun posted to cover the far side, according to my mining practice, not a Turk would have escaped. Mifla and Adhub rejoined us on the hill, and asked after Fahad. One of the Sarahin told how he had led the first rush, while I lay knocked out beside the exploder, and had been killed near it. They showed his belt and rifle as proof that he was dead and that they had tried to save him. Adhub said not a word, but leaped out of the gully, and raced downhill. We caught our breaths till our lungs hurt us, watching him, but the Turk seemed not to see. A minute later he was dragging a body behind the left-hand bank. Mifla went back to his mare, mounted, and took her down behind a spur. Together they lifted the inert figure onto the pommel, and returned. A bullet had passed through Fahad's face, knocking out 4 teeth, and gashing the tongue. He had fallen unconscious, but had revived just before Adhub reached him, and was trying on hands and knees, blinded with blood, to crawl away. He now recovered poise enough to cling to a saddle. So they changed him to the first camel they found, and led him off at once. The Turks, seeing us so quiet, began to advance up the slope. We let them come halfway, and then poured in volleys which killed some 20 and drove the others back. The ground about the train was strewn with dead, and the broken coaches had been crowded, but they were fighting under eye of their corps commander, and undaunted began to work round the spurs to outflank us. We were now only about 40 left, and obviously could do no good against them. So we ran in batches up the little stream bed, turning at each sheltered angle to delay them by pot shots. Little Turkey much distinguished himself by quick coolness, though his straight-stock Turkish cavalry carbine made him so expose his head that he got 4 bullets through his headcloth. Ali was angry with me for retiring slowly. In reality my raw hurts crippled me, but to hide from him this real reason I pretended to be easy, interested in and studying the Turks. Such successive rests while I gained courage for a new run kept him and Turkey far behind the rest. At last we reached the hilltop. Each man there jumped on the nearest camel, and made away at full speed eastward into the desert, for an hour. Then in safety we sorted our animals. The excellent Rahel, despite the ruling excitement, had brought off with him, tied to his saddle girth, a huge haunch of the camel slaughtered just as the train arrived. He gave us the motive for a proper halt, 5 miles farther on, as a little party of 4 camels appeared marching in the same direction. It was our companion, Muhtar, coming back from his home village to Azrak with loads of raisins and peasant delicacies. So we stopped at once, under a large rock in Wadi Dulil, where was a barren fig tree, and cooked our first meal for 3 days. There, also, we bandaged up Fahad, who was sleepy with the lassitude of his severe hurt. Adhub, seeing this, took one of Muhtar's new carpets, and, doubling it across the camel saddle, stitched the ends into great pockets. In one they laid Fahad, while Adhub crawled into the other as make weight, and the camel was led off southward towards their tribal tents. The other wounded men were seen to at the same time. Mifla brought up the youngest lads of the party, and had them spray the wounds with their piss, as a rude antiseptic. Meanwhile we whole ones refreshed ourselves. I bought another mangy camel for extra meat, paid rewards, compensated the relatives of the killed, and gave prize money, for the 60 or 70 rifles we had taken. It was small booty, but not to be despised. Some Sarahin, who had gone into the action without rifles, able only to throw unavailing stones, had now 2 guns apiece. Next day we moved into Azraq, having a great welcome, and boasting, God forgive us, that we were victors. Chapter 79. Rain had set in steadily, and the country was sodden wet. Allenby had failed in his weather, and there could be no great advance this year. Nevertheless, for progress' sake we determined to hold to Azraq. Partly it would be a preaching base, from which to spread our movement in the north, partly it would be a center of intelligence, partly it would cut off Nuri Shah Alan from the Turks. He hesitated to declare himself only because of his wealth in Syria, and the possible hurt to his tribesmen if they were deprived of their natural market. We, by living in one of his main manors, would keep him ashamed to go into the enemy. Azraq lay favorably for us, and the old fort would be convenient headquarters if we made it habitable, no matter how severe the winter. So I established myself in its southern gate tower, and set my 6 Harani boys, for whom manual labor was not disgraceful, to cover with brushwood, palm branches, and clay the ancient split stone rafters, which stood open to the sky. Ali took up his quarters in the southeast corner tower, and made that roof tight. The Indians weatherproofed their own northwest rooms. We arranged the stores on the ground floor of the western tower, by the little gate, for it was the soundest, driest place. The Bia Shah chose to live under me in the south gate. So we blocked that entry and made a hall of it. Then we opened a great arch from the court to the palm garden, and made a ramp, that our camels might come inside each evening. Hassan Shah we appointed seneschal. As a good Moslem his first care was for the little mosque in the square. It had been half unroofed and the Arabs had penned sheep within the walls. He set his 20 men to dig out the filth, and wash the pavement clean. The mosque then became a most attractive house of prayer. What had been a place shut off, dedicated to God alone, time had broken open to the evanescent with its ministering winds and rain and sunlight, these entering into the worship taught worshippers how the two were one. Our prudent Jemadar's next labor was to make positions for machine guns in the upper towers, from whose tops the approaches lay at mercy. Then he placed a formal sentry, a portent and cause of wonder in Arabia, whose main duty was the shutting of the postern gate at sundown. The door was a poised slab of dressed basalt, a foot thick, turning on pivots of itself, socketed into threshold and lintel. It took a great effort to start swinging, and at the end went shut with a clang and crash which made tremble the west wall of the old castle. Meanwhile, we were studying to provision ourselves. Aqaba was far off, and in winter the roads thither would be rigorous, so we prepared a caravan to go up to Jebel Druze, the neutral land, only a day off. Muhtar went in charge of this for us, with a long train of camels to carry back varieties of food for our motley party. Besides my bodyguard, who were taught to live on what they got, we had the Indians, for whom pepperless food was no food at all. Ali ibn el-Hussein wanted sheep and butter and parched wheat for his men and the Bia Shah. Then there were the guests and refugees whom we might expect so soon as the news of our establishment was rumored in Damascus. Till they came we should have a few days' repose, and we sat down to enjoy these dregs of autumn, the alternate days of rain and shine. We had sheep and flour, milk and fuel. Life in the fort, but for the ill-omened mud, went well enough. Yet the peacefulness ended sooner than we thought. Wood, who had been ailing for some time, went down with a sharp attack of dysentery. This was nothing by itself, but the consequent weakness might have endangered him when winter set in earnestly. Besides, he was their base engineer at Aqaba, and, except for the comfort of his companionship, I had no justification in keeping him longer. So we made up a party to go down with him to the coast, choosing as the escort, Ahmed, Abd el-Rahman, Mahmud, and Aziz. These were to return to Azraq forthwith from Aqaba with a new caravan of stores, particularly comprising Indian rations. The rest of my men would stay in chilly idleness watching the situation develop. Then began our flood of visitors. All day and every day they came, now in the running column of shots, raucous shouting and rush of camel feet which meant a Bedouin parade. It might be of Ruala, or Sherarat, or Sarahin, Serdia, or Beni Sakr, chiefs of great name like Ibn Zuhair, Ibn Kabir, Rafa el-Qarisha, or some little father of a family demonstrating his greedy goodwill before the fair eyes of Ali ibn el-Hussein. Then it would be a wild gallop of horse, druzas, or the ruffling warlike peasants of the Arab plain. Sometimes it was a cautious, slow-led caravan of ridden camels, from which stiffly dismounted Syrian politicians or traders not accustomed to the road. One day arrived 100 miserable Armenians, fleeing starvation and the suspended terror of the Turks. Again would come a spick and span group of mounted officers, Arab deserters from the Turkish armies, followed, often as not, by a compact company of Arab rank and file. Always they came, day after day, till the desert, which had been trackless when we came, was starred out with grey roads. Ali appointed first one, then two, and at last three, guest masters, who received the rising tide of these newcomers, sorted worshipful from curious, and marshalled them in due time before him or me. All wanted to know about the Sharif, the Arab army and the English. Merchants from Damascus brought presents, sweetmeats, sesame, caramel, apricot paste, nuts, silk clothes for ourselves, brocade cloaks, headcloths, sheepskins, felt rugs with colored strands beaten into them in arabesques, Persian carpets. We returned them coffee and sugar, rice, and rolls of white cotton sheeting, necessities of which they had been deprived by war. Everybody learned that in Aqaba there was plenty, coming across the open sea from all the markets of the world. And so the Arab cause which was theirs by sentiment, and instinct and inclination, became theirs by interest also. Slowly our example and teaching converted them, very slowly, by our own choice, that they might be ours more surely. The greatest asset of Faisal's cause in this work up north was Sharif Ali ibn el-Hussein. The lunatic competitor of the wilder tribesmen in their wildest feats was now turning all his force to greater ends. The mixed natures in him made of his face and body powerful pleadings, carnal, perhaps, except in so far as they were transfused by character. No one could see him without the desire to see him again. Especially when he smiled, as he did rarely, with both mouth and eyes at once. His beauty was a conscious weapon. He dressed spotlessly, all in black or all in white, and he studied gesture. Fortune had added physical perfection and unusual grace, but these qualities were only the just expression of his powers. They made obvious the pluck which never yielded, which would have let him be cut to pieces, holding on. His pride broke out in his war cry, "I am of the Harith, the 2,000-year-old clan of freebooters." While the huge eyes, white with large black pupils slowly turning in them, emphasized the frozen dignity which was his ideal carriage, and to which he was always striving to still himself. But as ever the bubbling laugh would shriek out of him unawares, and the youth, boyish or girlish, of him, the fire and deviltry would break through his night like a sunrise. Yet, despite this richness, there was a constant depression with him, the unknown longing of simple, restless people for abstract thought beyond their mind supply. His bodily strength grew day by day, and hatefully fleshed over this humble something which he wanted more. His wild mirth was only one sign of the vain wearing out of his desire. These besetting strangers underlined his detachment, his unwilling detachment, from his fellows. Despite his great instinct for confession and company, he could find no intimates. Yet he could not be alone. If he had no guests, Kazan, the servant, must serve his meals, while Ali and his slaves ate together. In these slow nights we were secure against the world. For one thing, it was winter, and in the rain and the dark few men would venture either over the labyrinth of lava or through the marsh, the two approaches to our fortress, and, further, we had ghostly guardians. The first evening we were sitting with the Sarahin, Hassan Shah had made the rounds, and the coffee was being pounded by the hearth, when there rose a strange, long wailing round the towers outside. Ibn Bani seized me by the arm and held to me, shuddering. I whispered to him, "What is it?" and he gasped that the dogs of the Beni Hilal, the mythical builders of the fort, quested the 6 towers each night for their dead masters. We strained to listen. Through Ali's black basalt window frame crept a rustling, which was the stirring of the night wind in the withered palms, an intermittent rustling, like English rain on yet crisp fallen leaves. Then the cries came again and again and again, rising slowly in power, till they sobbed round the walls in deep waves to die away choked and miserable. At such times our men pounded the coffee harder while the Arabs broke into sudden song to occupy their ears against the misfortune. No Bedouin would lie outside in wait for the mystery, and from our windows we saw nothing but the motes of water in the dank air which drove through the radiance of our firelight. So it remained a legend, but wolves or jackals, hyasnas, or hunting dogs, their ghost watch kept our ward more closely than arms could have done. In the evening, when we had shut to the gate, all guests would assemble either in my room or in Ali's, and coffee and stories would go round until the last meal, and after it, till sleep came. On stormy nights we brought in brushwood and dung and lit a great fire in the middle of the floor. About it would be drawn the carpets and the saddle sheepskins, and in its light we would tell over our own battles, or hear the visitors' traditions. The leaping flames chased our smoke-muffled shadows strangely about the rough stone wall behind us, distorting them over the hollows and projections of its broken face. When these stories came to a period, our tight circle would shift over, uneasily, to the other knee or elbow. While coffee cups went clinking round, and a servant fanned the blue reek of the fire towards the loophole with his cloak, making the glowing ash swirl and sparkle with his draught. Till the voice of the storyteller took up again, we would hear the rainspots hissing briefly as they dripped from the stone-beamed roof into the fire's heart. At last the sky turned solidly to rain, and no man could approach us. In loneliness we learned the full disadvantage of imprisonment within such gloomy ancient unmortared palaces. The rains guttered down within the walls' thickness and spouted into the rooms from their chinks. We set rafts of palm branches to bear us clear of the streaming floor, covered them with felt mats, and huddled down on them under sheepskins, with another mat over us like a shield to throw off the water. It was icy cold, as we hid there, motionless, from murky daylight until dark, our minds seeming suspended within these massive walls, through whose every shot window the piercing mist streamed like a white pennant. Past and future flowed over us like an uneddying river. We dreamed ourselves into the spirit of the place, sieges and feasting, raids, murders, love singing in the night. This escape of our wits from the fettered body was an indulgence against whose enervation only change of scene could avail. Very painfully I drew myself again into the present, and forced my mind to say that it must use this wintry weather to explore the country lying round about Dira. As I was thinking how I would ride, there came to us, unheralded, one morning in the rain, Talal el-Haridan, Sheikh of Tafas. He was a famous outlaw with a price upon his head, but so great that he rode about as he pleased. In 2 wild years he had killed, according to report, some 23 of the Turks. His 6 followers were splendidly mounted, and himself the most dashing figure of a man in the height of Horan fashion. His sheepskin coat was finest Angora, covered in green broadcloth, with silk patches and designs in braid. His other clothes were silk, and his high boots, his silver saddle, his sword, dagger, and rifle matched his reputation. He swaggered to our coffee hearth, as a man sure of his welcome, greeting Ali boisterously. After our long sojourn with the tribes all peasants sounded boisterous, laughing broad-mouthed at the weather and our old fort and the enemy. He looked about 35, was short and strong, with a full face, trimmed beard and long, pointed mustaches. His round eyes were made rounder, larger and darker by the antimony loaded on in villager style. He was ardently ours, and we rejoiced, since his name was one to conjure within Horan. When a day had made me sure of him, I took him secretly to the palm garden, and told him my ambition to see his neighborhood. The idea delighted him, and he companioned me for the march as thoroughly and cheerfully as only a Syrian on a good horse could. Halim and Faris, men specially engaged, rode with me as guards. We went past Umte, looking at tracks, wells and lava fields, crossed the line to Sheikh Saad, and turned south to Tafas, where Talal was at home. Next day we went on to Tel Er, a splendid position closing the Damascus railway and commanding Dira. Afterwards we rode through tricky rolling country to Mesrib on the Palestine railway, planning, here also, for the next time. When with men, money and guns we should start the general rising to win inevitable victory. Perhaps the coming spring might see Allenby leap forward. Chapter 80. Properly to round off this spying of the hollow land of Horan, it was necessary to visit Dira, its chief town. We could cut it off on north and west and south, by destroying the 3 railways. But it would be more tidy to rush the junction first and work outwards. Talal, however, could not venture in with me since he was too well known in the place. So we parted from him with many thanks on both sides, and rode southward along the line until near Dira. There we dismounted. The boy, Halim, took the ponies, and set off for Nizib, south of Dira. My plan was to walk round the railway station and town with Faris, and reach Nizib after sunset. Paris was my best companion for the trip, because he was an insignificant peasant, old enough to be my father, and respectable. The respectability seemed comparative as we tramped off in the watery sunlight, which was taking the place of the rain last night. The ground was muddy, we were barefoot, and our draggled clothes showed the stains of the foul weather to which we had been exposed. I was in Halim's wet things, with a torn Hurani jacket, and was yet limping from the broken foot acquired when we blew up Gemal's train. The slippery track made walking difficult, unless we spread out our toes widely and took hold of the ground with them, and doing this for mile after mile was exquisitely painful to me. Because pain hurt me so, I would not lay weight always on my pains in our revolt. Yet hardly one day in Arabia passed without a physical ache to increase the corroding sense of my accessory deceitfulness towards the Arabs. And the legitimate fatigue of responsible command. We mounted the curving bank of the Palestine railway, and from its vantage surveyed Dira station, but the ground was too open to admit of surprise attack. We decided to walk down the east front of the defenses, so we plodded on, noting German stores, barbed wire here and there, rudiments of trenches. Turkish troops were passing incuriously between the tents and their latrines dug out on our side. At the corner of the aerodrome by the south end of the station we struck over towards the town. There were old albatros machines in the sheds, and men lounging about. One of these, a Syrian soldier, began to question us about our villages, and if there was much government where we lived. He was probably an intending deserter, fishing for a refuge. We shook him off at last and turned away. Someone called out in Turkish. We walked on deftly, but a sergeant came after, and took me roughly by the arm, saying, "The Bey wants you." There were too many witnesses for fight or flight, so I went readily. He took no notice of Paris. I was marched through the tall fence into a compound set about with many huts and a few buildings. We passed to a mud room, outside which was an earth platform, whereon sat a fleshy Turkish officer, one leg tucked under him. He hardly glanced at me when the sergeant brought me up and made a long report in Turkish. He asked my name. I told him Ahmet ibn Bagr, a Circassian from Quneitra. A deserter? But we Circassians have no military service. He turned, stared at me, and said very slowly, "You are a liar. Enroll him in your section, Hassan Chawish, and do what is necessary till the Bey sends for him." They led me into a guard room, mostly taken up by large wooden cribs, on which lay or sat a dozen men in untidy uniforms. They took away my belt, and my knife, made me wash myself carefully, and fed me. I passed the long day there. They would not let me go on any terms, but tried to reassure me. A soldier's life was not all bad. Tomorrow, perhaps, leave would be permitted, if I fulfilled the Bey's pleasure this evening. The Bey seemed to be Nahi, the governor. If he was angry, they said, I would be drafted for infantry training to the depot in Baalbek. I tried to look as though, to my mind, there was nothing worse in the world than that. Soon after dark 3 men came for me. It had seemed a chance to get away, but one held me all the time. I cursed my littleness. Our march crossed the railway, where were 6 tracks, besides the sidings of the engine shop. We went through a side gate, down a street, past a square, to a detached, 2-storied house. There was a sentry outside, and a glimpse of others lolling in the dark entry. They took me upstairs to the Bey's room, or to his bedroom, rather. He was another bulky man, a Circassian himself, perhaps, and sat on the bed in a nightgown, trembling and sweating as though with fever. When I was pushed in he kept his head down, and waved the guard out. In a breathless voice he told me to sit on the floor in front of him, and after that was dumb, while I gazed at the top of his great head, on which the bristling hair stood up, no longer than the dark stubble on his cheeks and chin. At last he looked me over, and told me to stand up, then to turn round. I obeyed. He flung himself back on the bed, and dragged me down with him in his arms. When I saw what he wanted I twisted round and up again, glad to find myself equal to him, at any rate in wrestling. He began to fawn on me, saying how white and fresh I was, how fine my hands and feet, and how he would let me off drills and duties, make me his orderly, even pay me wages, if I would love him. I was obdurate, so he changed his tone, and sharply ordered me to take off my drawers. When I hesitated, he snatched at me, and I pushed him back. He clapped his hands for the sentry, who hurried in and pinioned me. The Bey cursed me with horrible threats, and made the man holding me tear my clothes away, bit by bit. His eyes rounded at the half-healed places where the bullets had flicked through my skin a little while ago. Finally he lumbered to his feet, with a glitter in his look, and began to paw me over. I bore it for a little, till he got too beastly, and then jerked my knee into him. He staggered to his bed, squeezing himself together and groaning with pain, while the soldier shouted for the corporal and the other 3 men to grip me hand and foot. As soon as I was helpless the governor regained courage, and spat at me, swearing he would make me ask pardon. He took off his slipper, and hit me repeatedly with it in the face, while the corporal braced my head back by the hair to receive the blows. He leaned forward, fixed his teeth in my neck and bit till the blood came. Then he kissed me. Afterwards he drew one of the men's bayonets. I thought he was going to lull me, and was sorry, but he only pulled up a fold of the flesh over my ribs, worked the point through, after considerable trouble, and gave the blade a half-turn. This hurt, and I winced, while the blood wavered down my side, and dripped to the front of my thigh. He looked pleased and dabbled it over my stomach with his fingertips. In my despair I spoke. His face changed and he stood still, then controlled his voice with an effort, to say significantly, "You must understand that I know, and it will be easier if you do as I wish." I was dumbfounded, and we stared silently at one another, while the men who felt an inner meaning beyond their experience, shifted uncomfortably. But it was evidently a chance shot, by which he himself did not, or would not, mean what I feared. I could not again trust my twitching mouth, which faltered always in emergencies, so at last threw up my chin, which was the sign for "no" in the East. Then he sat down, and half whispered to the corporal to take me out and teach me everything. They kicked me to the head of the stairs, and stretched me over a guard bench, pommeling me. 2 knelt on my ankles, bearing down on the back of my knees, while 2 more twisted my wrists till they cracked, and then crushed them and my neck against the wood. The corporal had run downstairs, and now came back with a whip of the Circassian sort, a thong of supple black hide, rounded, and tapering from the thickness of a thumb at the grip, which was wrapped in silver, down to a hard point finer than a pencil. He saw me shivering, partly I think, with cold, and made it whistle over my ear, taunting me that before his 10th cut I would howl for mercy, and at the 20th beg for the caresses of the Bey. And then he began to lash me madly across and across with all his might, while I locked my teeth to endure this thing which lapped itself like flaming wire about my body. To keep my mind in control I numbered the blows, but after 20 lost count, and could feel only the shapeless weight of pain, not tearing claws, for which I had prepared, but a gradual cracking apart of my whole being by some too great force whose waves rolled up my spine till they were pent within my brain, to clash terribly together. Somewhere in the place a cheap clock ticked loudly, and it distressed me that their beating was not in its time. I writhed and twisted, but was held so tightly that my struggles were useless. After the corporal ceased, the men took up, very deliberately, giving me so many, and then an interval, during which they would squabble for the next turn, ease themselves, and play unspeakably with me. This was repeated often, for what may have been no more than 10 minutes. Always for the first of every new series, my head would be pulled round, to see how a hard white ridge, like a railway, darkening slowly into crimson, leaped over my skin at the instant of each stroke, with a bead of blood where two ridges crossed. As the punishment proceeded, the whip fell more and more upon existing wheels, biting blacker or more wet, till my flesh quivered with accumulated pain, and with terror of the next blow coming. They soon conquered my determination not to cry, but while my will ruled my lips I used only Arabic, and before the end a merciful sickness choked my utterance. At last, when I was completely broken, they seemed satisfied. Somehow I found myself off the bench, lying on my back on the dirty floor, where I snuggled down, dazed, panting for breath, but vaguely comfortable. I had strung myself to learn all pain until I died, and no longer actor, but spectator, thought not to care how my body jerked and squealed. Yet I knew or imagined what passed about me. I remembered the corporal kicking with his nailed boot to get me up, and this was true, for next day my right side was dark and lacerated, and a damaged rib made each breath stab me sharply. I remembered smiling idly at him, for a delicious warmth, probably sexual, was swelling through me, and then that he flung up his arm and hacked with the full length of his whip into my groin. This doubled me half over, screaming, or, rather, trying impotently to scream, only shuddering through my open mouth. One giggled with amusement. A voice cried, "Shame, you've killed him." Another slash followed. A roaring, and my eyes went black, while within me the core of me seemed to heave slowly up through the rending nerves, expelled from its body by this last indescribable pang. By the bruises perhaps they beat me further, but I next knew that I was being dragged about by two men, each disputing over a leg as though to split me apart, while a third man rode me astride. It was momently better than more flogging. Then Nahi called. They splashed water in my face, wiped off some of the filth, and lifted me between them, retching and sobbing for mercy, to where he lay, but he now rejected me in haste, as a thing too torn and bloody for his bed. Blaming their excess of zeal which had spoilt me, whereas no doubt they had laid into me much as usual, and the fault rested mainly upon my indoor skin, which gave way more than an Arab's. So the crestfallen corporal, as the youngest and best-looking of the guard, had to stay behind, while the others carried me down the narrow stair into the street. The coolness of the night on my burning flesh, and the unmoved shining of the stars after the horror of the past hour, made me cry again. The soldiers, now free to speak, warned me that men must suffer their officers' wishes or pay for it, as I had just done, with greater suffering. They took me over an open space, deserted and dark, and behind the government house to a lean-to wooden room, in which were many dusty quilts. An Armenian dresser appeared, to wash and bandage me in sleepy haste. Then all went away, the last soldier delaying by my side a moment to whisper in his Druze accent that the door into the next room was not locked. I lay there in a sick stupor, with my head aching very much, and growing slowly numb with cold, till the dawn light came shining through the cracks of the shed, and a locomotive whistled in the station. These and a draining thirst brought me to me, and I found I was in no pain. Pain of the slightest had been my obsession and secret terror, from a boy. Had I now been drugged with it, to bewilderment? Yet the first movement was anguish, in which I struggled nakedly to my feet, and rocked moaning in wonder that it was not a dream, and myself back 5 years ago, a timid recruit at Kalfati, where something, less staining, of the sort had happened. The next room was a dispensary. On its door hung a suit of shoddy clothes. I put them on slowly and unhandily, because of my swollen wrists, and from the drugs chose corrosive sublimate, as safeguard against recapture. The window looked on a long blank wall. Stiffly I climbed out, and went shaking down the road towards the village, past the few people already astir. They took no notice. Indeed, there was nothing peculiar in my dark broadcloth, red fez, and slippers, but it was only by the full urge of my tongue silently to myself that I refrained from being foolish out of sheer fright. Dira felt inhuman with vice and cruelty, and it shocked me like cold water when a soldier laughed behind me in the street. By the bridge were the wells, with men and women about them. A side trough was free. From its end I scooped up a little water in my hands, and rubbed it over my face, then drank, which was precious to me, and afterwards wandered along the bottom of the valley, towards the south, unobtrusively retreating out of sight. This valley provided the hidden road by which our projected raid could attain Dira town secretly, and surprise the Turks. So, in escaping I solved, too late, the problem which had brought me to Dira. Further on, a Surdi, on his camel, overtook me hobbling up the road towards Nizib. I explained that I had business there, and was already footsore. He had pity and mounted me behind him on his bony animal, to which I clung the rest of the way, learning the feelings of my adopted name-saint on his gridiron. The tribe's tents were just in front of the village, where I found Fans and Halim anxious about me, and curious to learn how I had fared. Halim had been up to Dira in the night, and knew by the lack of rumor that the truth had not been discovered. I told them a merry tale of bribery and trickery, which they promised to keep to themselves, laughing aloud at the simplicity of the Turks. During the night I managed to see the great stone bridge by Nizib. Not that my maimed will now care to hoot about the Arab Revolt, or about anything but mending itself yet, since the war had been a hobby of mine, for custom's sake I would force myself to push it through. Afterwards we took horse, and rode gently and carefully towards Azraq, without incident, except that a raiding party of Wood-Ali let us and our horses go unplundered when they heard who we were. This was an unexpected generosity, the Wood-Ali being not yet of our fellowship. Their consideration, rendered at once, as if we had deserved men's homage, momently stayed me to carry the burden, whose certainty the passing days confirmed, how in Dira that night the citadel of my integrity had been irrevocably lost. Chapter 81. Zuri, the Druze Emir of Saqqad, reached our old castle just before me on his first visit to Sharif Ali. He told us the rest of the history of the Emir Abd el-Kader, the Algerian. After stealing away from us he had ridden straight to their village, and entered in triumph, the Arab flag displayed, and his 7 horsemen cantering about him, firing joy shots. The people were astonished, and the Turkish governor protested that such doings were an insult to him. He was introduced to Abd el-Kader, sitting in pomp on the divan, made a bombastic speech, stating that the Sharif now took over Jebel Druze through his agency, and all existing officials were confirmed in their appointments. Next morning he made a second progress through the district. The suffering governor complained again. Emir Abd el-Kader drew his gold-mounted Meccan sword, and swore that with it he would cut off Jemal Pasha's head. The Druzes reproved him, vowing that such things should not be said in their house before His Excellency the Governor. Abd el-Kader called them whoresons, Ingles accidents, sons of a bitch, profiteering cuckolds and pimps, jetting his insults broadcast to the room full. The Druzes got angry. Abd el-Kader flung raging out of the house and mounted, shouting that when he stamped his foot all Jebel Druze would rise on his side. With his 7 servants, he spurred down the road to Dira station, which he entered as he had entered Saqqad. The Turks, who knew his madness of old, left him to play. They disbelieved even his yarn that Ali and I would try the Yarmouk bridge that night. When, however, we did, they took a graver view, and sent him under custody to Damascus. Jemal's brutal humor was amused, and he enlarged him as a butt. Abd el-Kader gradually became amenable. The Turks began to use him once more as agent provocateur and dissipator of the energy generated by their local Syrian nationalists. The weather was now dreadful, with sleet and snow and storms continually. It was obvious that at Azraq there would be nothing but teaching and preaching in the next months. For this I was not eager. When necessary, I had done my share of proselytizing fatigues, converting as best I could, conscious all the time of my strangeness, and of the incongruity of an alien's advocating national liberty. The war for me held a struggle to sidetrack thought, to get into the people's attitude of accepting the revolt naturally and trustingly. I had to persuade myself that the British government could really keep the spirit of its promises. Especially was this difficult when I was tired and ill, when the delirious activity of my brain tore to shreds my patience. And then, after the blunt Bedouin, who would thrust in, hailing me, "Ya Orans," and put their need without compliments. These smooth townspeople were maddening as they crawled for the favor of an audience with their prince and bey and lord and deliverer. Such imputed dignities, like body armor in a duel, were no doubt useful, but uncomfortable, and mean, too. I had never been a lofty person. On the contrary, I had tried to be accessible to everyone, even if it continually felt as though most of them came and saw me every day. I had striven as eloquently as I could by my own example to keep plain the standard of existence. I had had no tents, no cooks, no body servants, just my guards, who were fighting men, not servile, and behold these Byzantine shopkeepers endeavoring to corrupt our simplicity. So I flung away from them in a rage, determined to go south and see if anything active could be done, in the cold weather, about the Dead Sea, which the enemy held as a trench dividing us from Palestine. My remaining money was handed over to Sharif Ali, for his maintenance till the spring, and the Indians were commended to his care. Particularly we bought them fresh riding camels, in case the need to move came suddenly upon them in the winter. Though the daily news of a threat by the Turks against Azraq was scornfully discounted by young Ali. He and I took affectionate leave of one another. Ali gave me half his wardrobe, shirts, headcloths, belts, tunics. I gave him an equivalent half of mine, and we kissed like David and Jonathan, each wearing the other's clothes. Afterwards, with Rahel only, on my 2 best camels, I struck away southward. We left Azraq one evening, riding into a glowing west, while over our heads schools of cranes flew into the sunset like the outdrawn barbs of arrows. It was toilsome from the start. Night was deep by Wadi Butam, where the conditions became even worse. All the plain was wet, and our poor camels slithered and fell time and again. We fell as often as they did, but at least our part of sitting still, between falls, was easier than their part of movement. By midnight we had crossed the Gadaf and the quag felt too awful for further progress. Also the mishandling at Dira had left me curiously faint, my muscles seemed at once pappy and inflamed, and all effort frightened me in anticipation. So we halted. We slept where we were, in the mud. Rose up plated with it at dawn, and smiled crackily at one another. The wind blew, and the ground began to dry. It was important, for I wanted to reach Aqaba before Wood's men had left it with the return caravan, and their 8 days' start called for speed. My body's reluctance to ride hard was another, and perverse, reason for forcing the march. Until noon we made poor traveling, for the camels still broke through the loose crust of flints, and foundered in the red underclay. After noon, on the higher ground, we did better, and began rapidly to close the white sky tents which were the Flaithaquat peaks. Suddenly shots rang out at close range, and 4 mouthing men dashed down the slope towards us. I stopped my camel peaceably. Seeing this they jumped off, and ran to us brandishing their arms. They asked who I was, volunteering that they were Jotsi Hawitat. This was an open he, because their camel brands were Foyes. They covered us with rifles at 4 yards, and told us to dismount. I laughed at them, which was good tactics with Bedouin at a crisis. They were puzzled. I asked the loudest if he knew his name. He stared at me, thinking I was mad. He came nearer, with his finger on the trigger, and I bent down to him and whispered that it must be turns, since no other tradesman could be so rude. As I spoke, I covered him with a pistol hidden under my cloak. It was a shooting insult, but he was so astonished that anyone should provoke an armed man, as to give up for the moment his thought of murdering us. He took a step back, and looked around, fearful that there was a reserve somewhere, to give us confidence. At once I rode off slowly, with a creepy feeling in my back, calling Rahel to follow. They let him go too, unhurt. When we were 100 yards away, they repented themselves, and began to shoot, but we dashed over the watershed into the next depression, and across it cantered more confidently into safe ground. From the ridge at sunset we looked back for an instant upon the northern plain, as it sank away from us greyly, save that here and there glowed specks or great splashes of crimson fire. The reflection of the dying sun in shallow pools of rain-water on the flats. These eyes of a dripping bloody redness were so much more visible than the plain that they carried our sight miles into the haze, and seemed to hang detached in the distant sky, tilted up, like mirage. We passed Bear long after dark, when only its latest tent fires still shone. As we went we saw the stars mirrored in a valley bottom, and were able to water our breathless camels in a pool of yesterday's rain. After their drink we eased them for half an hour. This night journeying was hard on both men and animals. By day the camels saw the irregularities of their path, and undulated over them. And the rider could swing his body to miss the jerk of a long or short stride, but by night everything was blinded, and the march racked with shocks. I had a heavy bout of fever on me, which made me angry, so that I paid no attention to Rahel's appeals for rest. That young man had maddened all of us for months by his abundant vigor, and by laughing at our weaknesses. So this time I was determined to ride him out, showing no mercy. Before dawn he was blubbering with self-pity, but softly, lest I hear him. Dawn in Jiffer came imperceptibly through the mist like a ghost of sunlight, which left the earth untouched, and demonstrated itself as a glittering blink against the eyes alone. Things at their heads stood mad against the pearl-grey horizon, and at their feet melted softly into the ground. Our shadows had no edge, we doubted if that faint stain upon the soil below was cast by us or not. In the forenoon we reached Auda's camp, and stopped for a greeting, and a few joff dates. Auda could not provide us a relay of camels. We mounted again to get over the railway in the early night. Rahel was past protest now. He rode beside me white-faced, bleak and silent, wrought up only to outstay me, beginning to take a half-pride in his pains. Even had we started fair, he had the advantage anyhow over me in strength, and now I was nearly finished. Step by step I was yielding myself to a slow ache which conspired with my abating fever and the numb monotony of riding to close up the gate of my senses. I seemed at last approaching the insensibility which had always been beyond my reach, but a delectable land, for one born so slug-tissued that nothing this side fainting would let his spirit free. Now I found myself dividing into parts. There was one which went on riding wisely, sparing or helping every pace of the wearied camel. Another hovering above and to the right bent down curiously, and asked what the flesh was doing. The flesh gave no answer, for, indeed, it was conscious only of a ruling impulse to keep on and on, but a third garrulous one talked and wondered, critical of the body's self-inflicted labor, and contemptuous of the reason for effort. The night passed in these mutual conversations. My unseeing eyes saw the dawn goal in front, the head of the pass, below which that other world of rum lay out like a sunlit map. And my parts debated that the struggle might be worthy, but the end foolishness and a rebirth of trouble. The spent body toiled on doggedly and took no heed, quite rightly, for the divided selves said nothing which I was not capable of thinking in cold blood, they were all my natives. Talesius, taught by some such experience, split up the soul. Had he gone on, to the furthest limit of exhaustion, he would have seen his conceived regiment of thoughts and acts and feelings ranked around him as separate creatures, eyeing, like vultures, the passing in their midst of the common thing which gave them life. Rahel collected me out of my death sleep by jerking my headstall and striking me, while he shouted that we had lost our direction, and were wandering toward the Turkish lines at Abal Lisan. He was right, and we had to make a long cut back to reach Butra safely. We walked down the steeper portions of the pass, and then stumbled along Wadi Hafra. In its midst a gallant little Hawaii, aged perhaps 14, darted out against us, finger on trigger, and told us to stand and explain, which we did, laughing. The lad blushed, and pleaded that his father's camels kept him always in the field so that he had not known us either by sight or by description. He begged that we would not do him shame by betraying his error. The incident broke the tension between Rahel and myself, and, chatting, we rode out upon the Gaa. There under the tamarisk we passed the middle hour of the day in sleep, since by our slowness in the march over Butra we had lost the possibility of reaching Aqaba within the 3 days from Azraq. The breaking of our intention we took quietly. Rum's glory would not let a man waste himself in feverish regrets. We rode up its valley in the early afternoon, easier now and exchanging jests with one another, as the long winter evening crept down. When we got past the Kazail in the ascent we found the sun veiled behind level banks of low clouds in the west, and enjoyed a rich twilight of the English sort. In Itm the mist steamed up gently from the soil, and collected into wool-white masses in each hollow. We reached Aqaba at midnight, and slept outside the camp till breakfast, when I called on Joyce, and found the caravan not yet ready to start. Indeed Wood was only a few days returned. Later came urgent orders for me to go up at once to Palestine by air. Croyle flew me to Suez. Thence I went up to Allenby's headquarters beyond Gaza. He was so full of victories that my short statement that we had failed to carry a Yarmouk bridge was sufficient, and the miserable details of failure could remain concealed. While I was still with him, word came from Chetwode that Jerusalem had fallen, and Allenby made ready to enter in the official manner which the Catholic imagination of Mark Sykes had devised. He was good enough, although I had done nothing for the success, to let Clayton take me along as his staff officer for the day. The personal staff tricked me out in their spare clothes till I looked like a major in the British Army. Dalmeny lent me red tabs, Evans his brass hat, so that I had the gauds of my appointment in the ceremony of the Jaffa Gate, which for me was the supreme moment of the war. Book 7. The Dead Sea Campaign. Chapters 82-91. After the capture of Jerusalem, Allenby, to relieve his right, assigned us a limited objective. We began well. But when we reached the Dead Sea, bad weather, bad temper and division of purpose blunted our offensive spirit and broke up our force. I had a misunderstanding with Zaid, threw in my hand, and returned to Palestine reporting that we had failed, and asking the favor of other employment. Allenby was in the hopeful midst of a great scheme for the coming spring. He sent me back at once to Faisal with new powers and duties. Chapter 82. Shamefaced with triumph, which was not so much a triumph as homage by Allenby to the mastering spirit of the place, we drove back to Shay's headquarters. The aides pushed about, and from great baskets drew a lunch, varied, elaborate and succulent. On us fell a short space of quiet, to be shattered by Monsieur Picot, the French political representative permitted by Allenby to march beside Clayton in the entry, who said in his fluting voice, "And tomorrow, my dear General, I will take the necessary steps to set up civil government in this town." It was the bravest word on record. A silence followed, as when they opened the 7th seal in heaven. Salad, chicken mayonnaise and foie gras sandwiches hung in our wet mouths unmunched, while we turned to Allenby and gaped. Even he seemed for the moment at a loss. We began to fear that the idol might betray a frailty. But his face grew red, he swallowed, his chin coming forward, in the way we loved, whilst he said, grimly, "In the military zone the only authority is that of the commander-in-chief, myself." "But Sir Grey, Sir Edward Grey," stammered M. Picot. He was cut short. Sir Edward Grey referred to the civil government which will be established when I judge that the military situation permits. And by car again, through the sunshine of a great thankfulness, we sped down the saluting mountainside into our camp. There Allenby and Donaghy told me the British were marched and fought nearly to a standstill, in the ledged and precipitous hills, shell-torn and bullet-spattered, amid which they wrestled with the Turks along a line from Ramla to Jerusalem. So they would ask us in the lull to come north towards the Dead Sea until, if possible, we linked right up to its southern end, and renewed the continuous front. Fortunately, this had already been discussed with Faisal, who was preparing the convergent move on Tafili, its necessary first step. It was the moment to ask Allenby what he would do next. He thought he was immobilized till the middle of February, when he would push down to Jericho. Much enemy food was being lighted up the Dead Sea, and he asked me to note this traffic as a second objective if the effort to Tafili prevailed. I, hoping to improve on this, replied that, should the Turks be continually shaken, we might join him at the north end of the Dead Sea. If he could put Faisal's 50 tons a day of supplies, stores and ammunition into Jericho, we would abandon Aqaba and transfer our headquarters to the Jordan Valley. The Arab regulars, now some 3,000 strong, would suffice to make our retention of the river's eastern bank reasonably secure. This idea commended itself to Allenby and Donay. They could almost promise us such facilities when the railway reached Jerusalem sometime towards the end of the coming January. We might be able to move our base 2 months after the line was through. This talk left us a clear course of operations. The Arabs were to reach the Dead Sea as soon as possible, to stop the transport of food up it to Jericho before the middle of February, and to arrive at the Jordan before the end of March. Since the first movement would take a month to start, and all preliminaries were in hand, I could take a holiday. So I went down to Cairo, and stayed there a week experimenting with insulated cable and explosives. After the week it seemed best to return to Aqaba, where we arrived on Christmas Day, to find Snag, as senior officer in Aqaba, entertaining the British community to dinner. He had screened in the after deck and built tables, which took the hosts and the 20-odd guests easily. Snag stood godfather to the land, in hospitality, in the loan of his ship's doctor and workshop, and in cheerfulness. In the early days of the revolt it had been the Hardange which played his role of providence to us. Once, at Yenbo, Faisal had ridden in from the hills on a streaming day of winter, cold, wet, miserable and tired. Captain Linbury sent a launch ashore and invited him to the ship, where he found, waiting for him, a warm cabin, a peaceful meal, and a bountiful bath. Afterwards he lay back in an armchair, smoking one of his constant cigarettes, and remarked dreamily to me that now he knew what the furnishings of heaven would be. Joyce told me that things were well. The situation had sensibly changed since Maulad's victory. The Turks had concentrated in Aba el Lisan. We were distracting them by raids against the line south of Mon. Abdullah and Ali were doing the same near Medina. And the Turks, being pinched to guard the railway, had to draw men from Aba el Lisan to strengthen weak sections. Maulad boldly threw out posts to places on the plateau, and began to harry the supply caravans from Mon. He was hampered by the intense cold, the rain and snow on the heights. Some of his ill-clad men actually died of exposure. But the Turks lost equally in men and much more in transport, since their mangy camels died off rapidly in the storms and mud. The loss straitened them in food carrying and involved further withdrawals from Aba el Lisan. At last they were too weak to hold the wide position, and, early in January, Maulad was able to force them out towards Mrega. The Bedouin caught the Turks moving, and cut up the hindmost battalion. This threw the Turks back precipitately, to Haida, only 6 miles from Mon, and when we pressed after menacingly, they withdrew to Semna, the outpost line of Mon, 3 miles out. So by January the 7th Maulad was containing Mon directly. Prosperity gave us 10 days leisure, and as Joyce and myself were rarely at liberty together we decided to celebrate the occasion by taking a car trip down the mudflats towards Mutawara. The cars were now at Gawera, in permanent camp. Gilman and Dowsett, with their crews and 50 Egyptian soldiers, had spent months in Wadi Itm, building, like engineers, a motor road through the gorge. It had been a great work, and was now in order to Gawera. So we took the Rolls tenders, filled them with spare tires, petrol, and food for 4 days, and set off on our exploring trip. The mud flats were bone-dry and afforded perfect going. Our tires left only a faint white scar across their velvet surface, as we twisted about the spacious smoothness at speed, skirting clumps of tamarisk and roaring along under the great sandstone crags. The drivers rejoiced for the first time in 9 months, and flung forward abreast in a mad race. Their speedometers touched 65. Not bad for cars which had been months plowing the desert with only such running repairs as the drivers had time and tools to give them. Across the sandy neck from the first flat to the second we built a corduroy road of brushwood. When this was ready, the cars came steaming and hissing along it, dangerously fast to avoid getting stuck, rocking over hummocks in a style which looked fatal for springs. However, we knew it was nearly impossible to break a Rolls-Royce, and so were sorrier for the drivers, Thomas, Rolls and Sanderson. The jolts tore the steering wheel from their grip, and left them breathless with bleeding hands after the crossing. We lunched and rested, and then had another burst of speed, with a wild diversion in the middle when a gazelle was sighted over the flat, and two of the great cars lurched aside in unavailing chase. At the end of this second flat, the GAA of Daisai, we had a rough mile to the third flat of Abu Sa'ana, across which we had a final glorious sprint of 15 miles, over the mud and over the equally firm flint plains beyond. We slept there that chilly night, happy with bully beef and tea and biscuit, with English talk and laughter round the fire, golden with its shower of sparks from the fierce brushwood. When these things tired, there was soft sand beneath our bodies and 2 blankets to wrap ourselves in. For me it was a holiday, with not an Arab near, before whom I must play out my tedious part. In the morning we ran on nearly to Mutawara, finding the ground surface excellent to the watershed. So our reconnaissance had been a quick and easy success. At once we turned back, to fetch the armored cars and undertake an immediate operation, with the help of the mountain gun section on Talbots. This section was an oddment, which General Clayton had seen in Egypt, and had sent down to us in an inspired moment. Its Talbots, specially geared for heavy work, carried 2 10-pounders with British gunners. It was wicked to give good men such rotten tools, yet their spirit seemed hardly affected by the inferior weapons. Their commander, Brodie, was a silent Scotsman, never very buoyant and never too anxious. A man who found difficulties shameful to notice, and who stamped himself on his fellows. However hard the duty given them, they always attacked it with such untroubled determination that their will prevailed. On every occasion and in every crisis they would be surely in place at their moment, perspiring but imperturbable, with never a word in explanation or complaint. 8 imposing cars drove off from Gawera next day, and reached our old stopping place behind Mutawara by sundown. This was excellent, and we camped, intending to find a road to the railway in the morning. Accordingly we set off early in a Rolls tender and searched through the very nasty low hills till evening, when we were in place behind the last ridge, above Tel Sham, the second station northward from Mutawara. We had talked vaguely of mining a train, but the country was too open, and enemy blockhouses numerous. Instead we determined to attack a little entrenched work exactly opposite our hiding place. So late in New Year's morning, a day as cool as a good summer's day in England, after a pleasant breakfast we rolled gently over a stony plain to a hillock which overlooked the Turkish post. Joyce and I got out of our cars and climbed its summit, to look on. Joyce was in charge, and for the first time I was at a fight as spectator. The novelty was most enjoyable. Armored car work seemed fighting de luxe, for our troops, being steel-covered, could come to no hurt. Accordingly we made a field day of it like the best regular generals, sitting in laconic conference on our hilltop and watching the battle intently through binoculars. The Talbot battery opened the affair, coming spiritedly into action just below our point, while the 3 armored cars crawled about the flanks of the Turkish earthwork like great dogs nosing out a trail. The enemy soldiers popped up their heads to gaze, and everything was very friendly and curious, till the cars slewed round their Vickers and began to spray the trenches. Then the Turks, realizing that it was an attack, got down behind their parapets and fired at the cars raggedly. It was about as deadly as trying to warm a rhinoceros with birdshot. After a while they turned their attention to Brodie's guns and peppered the earth about them with bullets. Obviously they did not mean to surrender, and obviously we had no means at disposal to compel them. So we drew off, contented with having prowled up and down the line, and proved the surface hard enough for car operations at deliberate speed. However, the men looked for more, and to humor them we drove southward till opposite Sham. There Brodie chose a gun position at 2,000 yards and began to throw shell after shell neatly into the station area. Hating this, the Turks trickled off to a blockhouse, while the cars put leisurely bullets through the station doors and windows. They might have entered it safely, had there been point in doing so. As it was we called everybody off again, and returned into our hiding hills. Our anxiety and forethought had been all to reach the railway through the manifold difficulties of the plains and hills. When we did reach it, we were entirely unready for action, with not a conception of what our tactics or method should be, yet we learned much from this very indecision. The certainty that in a day from Guwera we could be operating along the railway, meant that traffic lay at our mercy. All the Turks in Arabia could not fight a single armored car in open country. Thereby the situation of Medina, already bad, became hopeless. The German staff saw it, and after Falkenhayn's visit to Mon, they repeatedly urged abandonment of everything south of that point. But the old Turk party valued Medina as the last remnant of their sovereignty in the holy places, their surviving claim upon the caliphate. Sentiment swung them to the decision, against military expediency. The British seemed curiously dense about Medina. They insisted that it must be captured, and lavished money and explosives on the operations which Ali and Abdullah continually undertook from their Yenbo base. When I pleaded to the contrary, they treated my view as a witty paradox. Accordingly, to excuse our deliberate inactivity in the north, we had to make a show of impotence, which gave them to understand that the Arabs were too poltroon to cut the line near Mon and keep it cut. This reason gratified their sense of fitness, for soldiers, always ready to believe ill of native action, took its inferiority as a compliment. So we battened on our ill reputation, which was an ungenerous stratagem, but the easiest. The staff knew so much more of war than I did that they refused to learn from me of the strange conditions in which Arab irregulars had to act, and I could not be bothered to set up a kindergarten of the imagination for their benefit. Chapter 83. On our return to Aqaba, domestic affairs engaged the remaining free days. My part mostly concerned the bodyguard which I formed for private protection, as rumor gradually magnified my importance. On our first going up country from Rabeg and Yenbo, the Turks had been curious, afterwards they were annoyed. To the point of ascribing to the English the direction and motive force of the Arab Revolt, much as we used to flatter ourselves by attributing the Turkish efficiency to German influence. However, the Turks said it often enough to make it an article of faith, and began to offer a reward of £100 for a British officer alive or dead. As time went on they not only increased the general figure, but made a special bid for me. After the capture of Aqaba the price became respectable, while after we blew up Jemal Pasha they put Ali and me at the head of their list. Worth £20,000 alive or 10,000 dead. Of course, the offer was rhetorical, with no certainty whether in gold or paper, or that the money would be paid at all. Still, perhaps, it might justify some care. I began to increase my people to a troop, adding such lawless men as I found, fellows whose dash had got them into trouble elsewhere. I needed hard riders and hard livers, men proud of themselves, and without family. By good fortune 3 or 4 of this sort joined me at the first, setting a tone and standard. One afternoon, I was quietly reading in Marshall's tent at Aqaba. I lodged with Marshall, our Scottish doctor, as often as I was in camp, when there entered over the noiseless sand an Agili, thin, dark, and short, but most gorgeously dressed. He carried on his shoulder the richest Hausa saddlebag I had ever seen. Its woolen tapestry of green and scarlet, white, orange and blue, had tassels woven over its sides in 5 rows, and from the middle and bottom hung 5-foot streamers, of geometric pattern, tasseled and fringed. Respectfully greeting me, the young man threw the saddlebag on my carpet, saying, "Yours," and disappeared suddenly, as he had come. Next day, he returned with a camel saddle of equal beauty, the long brass horns of its cantles adorned with exquisite old Yemeni engraving. On the 3rd day he reappeared empty-handed, in a poor cotton shirt, and sank down in a heap before me, saying he wished to enter my service. He looked odd without his silk robes. For his face, shriveled and torn with smallpox, and hairless, might have been of any age, while he had a lad's supple body, and something of a lad's recklessness in his carriage. His long black hair was carefully braided into 3 shining plaits down each cheek. His eyes were weak, closed up to slits. His mouth was sensual, loose, wet, and gave him a good-humored, half-cynical expression. I asked him his name. He replied Abdullah, surnamed El-Nahabi, or the robber. The nickname, he said, was an inheritance from his respected father. His own adventures had been unprofitable. He was born in Boraida, and while young had suffered from the civil power for his impiety. When half-grown, a misfortune in a married woman's house had made him leave his native town, in a hurry, and take service with Ibn Sa'd, Emir of Nejd. In this service his hard swearing earned lashes and imprisonment. Consequently he deserted to Kuwait, where again he had been amorous. On his release he had moved to Hale, and enrolled himself among the retainers of Ibn Rashid, the Emir. Unfortunately there he had disliked his officer to the point of striking him in public with a camel stick. Return was made in kind, and, after a slow recovery in prison, he had once more been thrust friendless on the world. The Hijaz Railway was being built, and to its works he had come in search of fortune, but a contractor docked his wages for sleeping at noonday. He retorted by docking the contractor of his head. The Turkish government interfered, and he found life very hard in the prison at Medina. However, through a window, he came to Mecca, and for his proved integrity in camelmanship was made post-carrier between Mecca and Jeddah. To this employ he settled down, laying aside his young extravagances, bringing to Mecca his father and mother and setting them up in a shop to work for him, with the capital provided by commission from merchants and robbers. After a year's prosperity he was waylaid, losing his camel and its consignment. They seized his shop in compensation. From the wreck he saved enough to fit himself out as a man-at-arms, in the Sharifian camel police. Merit made him a petty officer, but too much attention was drawn to his section by a habit of fighting with daggers, and by his foul mouth, a maw of depravity which had eaten filth in the stews of every capital in Arabia. Once too often his lips trembled with humor, sardonic, salacious, lying, and when reduced, he charged his downfall to a jealous Atibi, whom he stabbed in court before the eyes of the outraged Sharif Sharaf. Sharaf's stern sense of public decency punished Abdullah by the severest of his chastisements, from which he very nearly died. When well enough, he entered Sharaf's service. On the outbreak of war he became orderly to Ibn Dakhil, captain of the Ajail with Faisal. His reputation grew, but the mutiny at Wage turned Ibn Dakhil into an ambassador. Abdullah missed the comradeship of the ranks, and Ibn Dakhil had given him a written character to enter my service. The letter said that for 2 years he had been faithful, but disrespectful. The wont of sons of shame. He was the most experienced Ajaili, having served every Arabian prince and having been dismissed each employment, after stripes and prison, for offences of too great individuality. Ibn Dakhil said that the Nahabi rode second to himself, was a master judge of camels, and as brave as any son of Adam, easily, since he was too blind-eyed to see danger. In fact, he was the perfect retainer, and I engaged him instantly. In my service only once did he taste cells. That was at Allenby's headquarters, when a despairing provost-marshal rang up to say that a wild man, with weapons, found sitting on the commander-in-chief's doorstep, had been led without riot to the guard-room, where he was eating oranges as though for a wager, and proclaiming himself my son, one of Faisal's dogs. Oranges were running short. So Abdullah experienced his first telephone conversation. He told the APM that such a fitting would be a comfort in all prisons, and took a ceremonious leave. He scouted absolutely the notion that he might walk about Ramla unarmed, and was given a pass to make lawful his sword, dagger, pistol, and rifle. His first use of this pass was to revisit the guard-room with cigarettes for the military police. He examined the applicants for my service, and, thanks to him and to the Zaghi, my other commander, a stiff man of normal officer cut, a wonderful gang of experts grew about me. The British at Aqaba called them cutthroats. But they cut throats only to my order. Perhaps in others' eyes it was a fault that they would recognize no authority but mine. Yet when I was away they were kind to Major Marshall, and would hold him in incomprehensible talk about points of camels, their breeds and ailments, from dawn till night time. Marshall was very patient. And 2 or 3 of them would sit attentive by his bedside, from the first daylight, waiting to continue his education as soon as he became conscious. A good half, nearly 50 of the 90, were a jail, the nervous Umbernetti villagers who made the color and the parade in Faisal's army, and whose care for their riding camels was such a feature of their service. They would call them by name, from 100 yards away, and leave them in charge of the kit when they dismounted. The Ajail, being mercenaries, would not do well unless well paid. And for lack of that condition had fallen into disrepute, yet the bravest single effort of the Arab war belonged to that one of them who twice swam down the subterranean water conduit into Medina, and returned with a full report of the invested town. I paid my men £6 a month, the standard army wage for a man and camel, but mounted them on my own animals, so that the money was clear income. This made the service enviable, and put the eager spirits of the camp at my disposal. For my timetable's sake, since I was more busy than most, my rides were long, hard and sudden. The ordinary Arab, whose camel represented half his wealth, could not afford to founder it by traveling my speed, also such riding was painful for the man. Consequently, I had to have with me picked riders, on my own beasts. We bought at long prices the fastest and strongest camels to be obtained. We chose them for speed and power, no matter how hard and exhausting they might be under the saddle. Indeed, often we chose the hard-paced as the more enduring. They were changed or rested in our own camel hospital when they became thin, and their riders were treated likewise. The Zaghi held each man bodily responsible for his mount's condition, and for the fitness of his saddlery. Fellows were very proud of being in my bodyguard, which developed a professionalism almost flamboyant. They dressed like a bed of tulips, in every color but white, for that was my constant wear, and they did not wish to seem to presume. In half an hour they would make ready for a ride of 6 weeks, that being the limit for which food could be carried at the saddle-bow. Baggage camels they shrank from as a disgrace. They would travel day and night at my whim, and made it a point of honor never to mention fatigue. If a new man grumbled, the others would silence him, or change the current of his complaint, brutally. They fought like devils, when I wanted, and sometimes when I did not, especially with Turks or with outsiders. For one guardsman to strike another was the last offense. They expected extravagant reward and extravagant punishment. They made boast throughout the army of their pains and gains. By this unreason in each degree they were kept apt for any effort, any risk. Abdullah and the Zaghi ruled them, under my authority, with a savagery palliated only by the power of each man to quit the service if he wished. Yet we had but one resignation. The others, though adolescents full of carnal passion, tempted by this irregular life, well-fed, exercised, rich, seemed to sanctify their risk, to be fascinated by their suffering. Servitude, like other conduct, was profoundly modified to Eastern minds by their obsession with the antithesis between flesh and spirit. These lads took pleasure in subordination. In degrading the body, so as to throw into greater relief their freedom in equality of mind, almost they preferred servitude as richer in experience than authority, and less binding in daily care. Consequently the relation of master and man in Arabia was at once more free and more subject than I had experienced elsewhere. Servants were afraid of the sword of justice and of the steward's whip, not because the one might put an arbitrary term to their existence, and the other print red rivers of pain about their sides, but because these were the symbols and the means to which their obedience was vowed. They had a gladness of abasement, a freedom of consent to yield to their master the last service and degree of their flesh and blood, because their spirits were equal with his and the contract voluntary. Such boundless engagement precluded humiliation, repining and regret. In this pledging of their endurance, it disgraced men if, from weakness of nerve or insufficiency of courage, they fell short of the call. Pain was to them a solvent, a cathartic, almost a decoration, to be fairly worn while they survived it. Fear, the strongest motive in slothful man, broke down with us, since love for a cause, or for a person, was aroused. For such an object, penalties were discounted, and loyalty became open-eyed, not obedient. To it men dedicated their being, and in its possession they had no room for virtue or vice. Cheerfully they nourished it upon what they were. gave it their lives, and, greater than that, the lives of their fellowship, it being many times harder to offer than to endure sacrifice. To our strained eyes, the ideal, held in common, seemed to transcend the personal, which before had been our normal measure of the world. Did this instinct point to our happily accepting final absorption in some pattern wherein the discordant selves might find reasonable, inevitable purpose? Yet this very transcending of individual frailty made the ideal transient. Its principle became activity, the primal quality, external to our atomic structure, which we could simulate only by unrest of mind and soul and body, beyond holding point. So always the ideality of the ideal vanished, leaving its worshippers exhausted, holding for false what they had once pursued. However, for the time the Arabs were possessed, and cruelty of governance answered their need. Besides, they were blood enemies of 30 tribes, and only for my hand over them would have murdered in the ranks each day. Their feuds prevented them combining against me. While their unlikeness gave me sponsors and spies wherever I went or sent, between Aqaba and Damascus, between Beersheba and Baghdad. In my service nearly 60 of them died. With quaint justice, events forced me to live up to my bodyguard, to become as hard, as sudden, as heedless. The odds against me were heavy, and the climate cogged the die. In the short winter I outdid them, with my allies of the frost and snow, in the heat they outdid me. In endurance there was less disparity. For years before the war I had made myself trim by constant carelessness. I had learned to eat much one time. Then to go 2, 3, or 4 days without food, and after to overeat. I made it a rule to avoid rules in food, and by a course of exceptions accustomed myself to no custom at all. So, organically, I was efficient in the desert, felt neither hunger nor surfeit, and was not distracted by thought of food. On the march I could go dry between wells, and, like the Arabs, could drink greatly today for the thirst of yesterday and of tomorrow. In the same way, though sleep remained for me the richest pleasure in the world, I supplied its place by the uneasy swaying in the saddle of a night march, or failed of it for night after laborious night without undue fatigue. Such liberties came from years of control, contempt of use might well be the lesson of our manhood, and they fitted me peculiarly for our work. But, of course, in me they came half by training, half by trying, out of mixed choice and poverty. Not effortlessly, as with the Arabs. Yet in compensation stood my energy of motive. Their less taught wills flagged before mine flagged, and by comparison made me seem tough and active. Into the sources of my energy of will I dared not probe. The conception of antithetical mind and matter, which was basic in the Arab self-surrender, helped me not at all. I achieved surrender, so far as I did achieve it, by the very opposite road, through my notion that mental and physical were inseparably one, that our bodies, the universe. Our thoughts and tactilities were conceived in and of the molecular sludge of matter, the universal element through which form drifted as clots and patterns of varying density. It seemed to me unthinkable that assemblages of atoms should cogitate except in atomic terms. My perverse sense of values constrained me to assume that abstract and concrete, as badges, did not denote oppositions more serious than liberal and conservative. The practice of our revolt fortified the nihilist attitude in me. During it, we often saw men push themselves or be driven to a cruel extreme of endurance, yet never was there an intimation of physical break. Collapse rose always from a moral weakness eating into the body, which of itself, without traitors from within, had no power over the will. While we rode we were disbodied, unconscious of flesh or feeling, and when at an interval this excitement faded and we did see our bodies, it was with some hostility, with a contemptuous sense that they reached their highest purpose. Not as vehicles of the spirit, but when, dissolved, their elements served to manure a field. Chapter 84. Remote from the fighting line, in Aqaba, during this pause, we saw the reverse of the shield, the corruption of our enthusiasm, which made the moral condition of the base unsatisfactory. We rejoiced when at last we were able to escape into the clean, fresh hills about Gawera. The early winter gave us days hot and sunny, or days overcast, with clouds massed about the head of the plateau 9 miles away, where Maulud was keeping his watch in the mist and rain. The evenings held just enough of chill to add delightful value to a thick cloak and a fire. We waited in Guwera for news of the opening of our operation against Tafili, the knot of villages commanding the south end of the Dead Sea. We planned to tackle it from west, south, and east, at once, the east opening the ball by attacking Jerf, its nearest station on the Hejaz line. Conduct of this attack had been trusted to Sharif Nasir, the Fortunate. With him went Nuri Said, Jaffar's chief of staff, commanding some regulars, a gun, and some machine guns. They were working from Jifar. After 3 days their post came in. As usual, Nasir had directed his raid with skill and deliberation. Jerf, the objective, was a strong station of 3 stone buildings with outerworks and trenches. Behind the station was a low mound, trenched and walled, on which the Turks had set 2 machine guns and a mountain gun. Beyond the mound lay a high, sharp ridge, the last spur of the hills which divided Jifar from Beir. The weakness of the defense lay in this ridge, for the Turks were too few to hold both it and the knoll or station, and its crest overlooked the railway. Nasir one night occupied the whole top of the hill without alarm, and then cut the line above and below the station. A few minutes later, when it was light enough to see, Nuri Said brought his mountain gun to the edge of the ridge. And, with a third lucky shot, a direct hit, silenced the Turkish gun beneath his view. Nasir grew greatly excited, the Beni Sakr mounted their camels, swearing they would charge in forthwith. Nuri thought it madness while Turkish machine guns were still in action from trenches, but his words had no effect upon the Bedouin. In desperation he opened a rattling fire with all he had against the Turkish position, and the Beni Sakr swept round the foot of the main ridge and up over the knoll in a flash. When they saw this camel horde racing at them, the Turks flung away their rifles and fled into the station. Only 2 Arabs were fatally hurt. Nuri ran down to the knoll. The Turkish gun was undamaged. He slewed it round and discharged it point blank into the ticket office. The Beni Sakr mob yelled with joy to see the wood and stones flying, jumped again on their camels and loped into the station just as the enemy surrendered. Nearly 200 Turks, including 7 officers, survived as our prisoners. The Bedouin became rich. Besides the weapons, there were 25 mules, and in the siding 7 trucks of delicacies for the officers' messes of Medina. There were things the tribesmen had only heard of, and things they had never heard of. They were supremely happy. Even the unfortunate regulars got a share, and were able once more to enjoy olives, sesame paste, dried apricot, and other sweet or pickled products of their native, half-forgotten, Syria. Nuri Said had artificial tastes, and rescued tinned meats and liquors from the wilder men. There was 1 whole truck of tobacco. As the Hawatat did not smoke, it was divided between the Beni Sakr and the regulars. By its loss the Medina garrison became tobacco-less. Their sad plight later so worked on Faisal, a confirmed smoker, that he loaded some pack camels with cheap cigarettes and drove them into Tabuk with his compliments. After the looting, the engineers fired charges under the 2 engines, against the water tower, in the pump, and between the points of the sidings. They burned the captured trucks and damaged a bridge. But perfunctorily, for, as usual after victory, everyone was too loaded and too hot to care for altruistic labor. They camped behind the station, and about midnight had an alarm, when the noise and lights of a train came from the south and halted, clearly with foreknowledge, by the break of the evening before. Auda sent scouts to report. Before they had returned a solitary sergeant walked into Nasir's camp as a volunteer for the Sharif's army. He had been sent out by the Turks to explore the station. His story was that there were only 60 men and a mountain gun on the relief train, which, if he went back with smooth news, might be surprised without a shot fired. Nasir called Auda, who called the Hawatat, and they went off silently to lay the trap, but just before they got there our scouts decided to do their unaided best, and opened fire against the coaches. In fear, the engine reversed, and rolled the train back, unhurt, to Mon. It was the only sorrow of Jerf. After this raid the weather once more broke. For 3 successive days came falls of snow. Nasir's force with difficulty regained the tents at Jifar. This plateau about Mon lay between 3 and 5,000 feet above sea level, open to all winds from north and east. They blew from Central Asia, or from Caucasus, terribly over the great desert to these low hills of Edom, against which their first fury broke. The surplus bitterness lipped the crest and made a winter, quite severe of its degree, below in Judea and Sinai. Outside Beersheba and Jerusalem the British found it cold, but our Arabs fled there to get warm. Unhappily the British supply staff realized too late that we were fighting in a little Alp. They would not give us tents for 1/4 of our troops, nor serge clothing, nor boots, nor blankets enough to issue 2 to each man of the mountain garrisons. Our soldiers, if they neither deserted nor died, existed in an aching misery which froze the hope out of them. According to our plan the good news of Jerf was to send the Arabs of Petra, under Sharif Abd el-Ma'in, at once up their hills into the forest towards Shobek. It was an uncanny march in the hoar mist, that of these frozen-footed peasants in their sheepskins, up and down sharp valleys and dangerous hillsides, out of whose snowdrifts the heavy trunks of junipers, grudging in leaves, jutted like castings in grey iron. The ice and frost broke down the animals, and many of the men, yet these hardy Highlanders, used to being too cold throughout their winter, persisted in the advance. The Turks heard of them as they struggled slowly nearer, and fled from the caves and shelters among the trees to the branch railhead, littering the roads of their panic with cast baggage and equipment. Railhead of the forest railway, with its temporary sheds, was commanded from low ridges by the Arab gunfire, and no better than a trap. The tribesmen, in a pack, tore the enemy to pieces as they ran out from their burning and falling walls. One disciplined company of proper troops, under an Albanian officer, fought their way to the main line. But the Arabs killed or took the others, and also the stores in Shobek, the old Crusader fort of Monreal, poised high on a chalk cone above its winding valley. Abd el-Ma'in put his headquarters there, and sent word to Nasir. Master, too, was told. He drew his Motalga horse and foot from the comfort of their tents in the sunny depths of Arabia and with them climbed the hill pass eastward towards Tafili. However, the advantage lay with Nasir, who leaped in one day from Jifr, and after a whirlwind night appeared at dawn on the rocky brink of the ravine in which Tafili hid, and summoned it to surrender on pain of bombardment, an idle threat. For Nuri said with the guns had gone back to Gawera. There were only 180 Turks in the village, but they had supporters in the Mahazin, a clan of the peasantry, not for love so much as because Diab, the vulgar headman of another faction, had declared for Faisal. So they shot up at Nasir a stream of ill-directed bullets. The Hawatat spread out along the cliffs to return the peasants' fire. This manner of going displeased Auda, the old lion, who raged that a mercenary village folk should dare to resist their secular masters, the Abu Ta'i. So he jerked his halter, cantered his mare down the path, and rode out plain to view beneath the easternmost houses of the village. There he reined in, and shook a hand at them, booming in his wonderful voice, "Dogs, do you not know Auda?" When they realized it was that implacable son of war their hearts failed them, and an hour later Sharif Nasir in the townhouse was sipping tea with his guest the Turkish governor, trying to console him for the sudden change of fortune. At dark Master rode in. His Motalga looked blackly at their blood enemies the Abu Ta'i, lolling in the best houses. The two Sharifs divided up the place, to keep their unruly followers apart. They had little authority to mediate, for by passage of time Nasir was nearly adopted into the Abu Ta'i, and Master into the Jatsi. When morning came the factions were bickering, and the day passed anxiously. For besides these blood enemies, the Mahazin were fighting for authority among the villagers, and further complications developed in two stranger elements, one a colony of freebooting Senussi from North Africa, who had been intruded by the Turks into some rich, but half-derelict ploughland. The other a playative and active suburb of 1,000 Armenians, survivors of an infamous deportation by the Young Turks in 1915. The people of Tafili went in deadly fear of the future. We were, as usual, short of food and short of transport, and they would remedy neither ill. They had wheat or barley in their bins, but hid it. They had pack animals, asses and mules in abundance, but drove them away for safety. They could have driven us away too, but were, fortunately for us, short of the sticking point. Incuriousness was the most potent ally of our imposed order. For Eastern government rested not so much on consent or force, as on the common supinity, hebitude, lackadaisiness, which gave a minority undue effect. Faisal had delegated command of this push towards the Dead Sea to his young half-brother Zayd. It was Zayd's first office in the north, and he set out eager with hope. As advisor he had Jafar Pasha, our general. His infantry, gunners and machine gunners stuck, for lack of food, at Petra, but Zayd himself and Jafar rode on to Tafili. Things were almost at a break. Auda affected a magnanimity very galling to the Motalga boys, Medab and Anad, sons of Abton, whom Auda's son had killed. They, lithe, definite, self-conscious figures, began to talk big about revenge-torn tits threatening a hawk. Auda declared he would whip them in the marketplace if they were rude. This was very well, but their followers were 2 to every man of his, and we should have the village in a blaze. The young fellows, with Rahel, my ruffler, went flaunting in every street. Zayd thanked and paid Auda and sent him back to his desert. The enlightened heads of the Mahazin had to go as forced guests to Faisal's tent. Diab, their enemy, was our friend. We remembered regretfully the adage that the best allies of a violently successful new regime were not its partisans, but its opponents. By Zayd's plenty of gold the economic situation improved. We appointed an officer-governor and organized our 5 villages for further attack. Chapter 85. Notwithstanding, these plans quickly went adrift. Before they had been agreed upon we were astonished by a sudden try of the Turks to dislodge us. We had never dreamed of this, for it seemed out of the question that they should hope to keep Tafili, or want to keep it. Allenby was just in Jerusalem, and for the Turks the issue of the war might depend on their successful defense of the Jordan against him. Unless Jericho fell, or until it fell, Tafili was an obscure village of no interest. Nor did we value it as a possession, our desire was to get past it towards the enemy. For men so critically placed as the Turks to waste one single casualty on its recapture appeared the rankest folly. Hamid Fakhri Pasha, commanding the 48th Division in the Amman sector, thought otherwise, or had his orders. He collected about 900 infantry, made up of 3 battalions. In January 1918 a Turkish battalion was a poor thing, with 100 cavalry, 2 mountain howitzers, and 27 machine guns, and sent them by rail and road to Kerak. There he impressed all the local transport, drew a complete set of civil officials to staff his new administration in Tafili, and marched southward to surprise us. Surprise us he did. We first heard of him when his cavalry feelers fell on our pickets in Wadi Hiza, the gorge of great width and depth and difficulty which cut off Kerak from Tafili, Moab from Edom. By dusk he had driven them back, and was upon us. Jafar Pasha had sketched a defense position on the south bank of the great ravine of Tafili, proposing, if the Turks attacked, to give them the village, and defend the heights which overhung it, behind. This seemed to me doubly unsound. The slopes were dead, and their defense as difficult as their attack. They could be turned from the east, and by quitting the village we threw away the local people, whose votes and hands would be for the occupiers of their houses. However, it was the ruling idea, all Zayd had, and so about midnight he gave the order, and servants and retainers loaded up their stuff. The men-at-arms proceeded to the southern crest, while the baggage train was sent off by the lower road to safety. This move created panic in the town. The peasants thought we were running away, I think we were, and rushed to save their goods and lives. It was freezing hard, and the ground was crusted with noisy ice. In the blustering dark the confusion and crying through the narrow streets were terrible. Diab the sheik had told us harrowing tales of the disaffection of the townspeople, to increase the splendor of his own loyalty. But my impression was that they were stout fellows of great potential use. To prove it I sat out on my roof, or walked in the dark up and down the steep alleys, cloaked against recognition, with my guards unobtrusively about me within call. So we heard what passed. The people were in a very passion of fear, nearly dangerous, abusing everybody and everything, but there was nothing pro-Turkish abroad. They were in horror of the Turks returning, ready to do all in their physical capacity to support against them a leader with fighting intention. This was satisfactory, for it chimed with my hankering to stand where we were and fight stiffly. Finally, I met the young Jotsi sheiks Medab and Anad, beautiful in silks and gleaming silver arms, and sent them to find their uncle, Hamd el-Arar. Him I asked to ride away north of the ravine, to tell the peasantry, who, by the noise, were still fighting the Turks, that we were on our way up to help them. Hamd, a melancholy, courtly, gallant cavalier, galloped off at once with 20 of his relations, all that he could gather in the distracted moment. Their passage at speed through the streets added the last touch required to perfect the terror. The housewives bundled their goods pell-mell out of doors and windows, though no men were waiting to receive them. Children were trampled on, and yelled, while their mothers were yelling anyhow. The Motalga during their gallop fired shot after shot into the air to encourage themselves, and, as though to answer them, the flashes of the enemy rifles became visible, outlining the northern cliffs in that last blackness of sky before the dawn. I walked up the opposite heights to consult with Sharif Zaid. Zaid sat gravely on a rock, sweeping the country with field glasses for the enemy. As crises deepened, Zaid drew detached, nonchalant. I was in a furious rage. The Turks should never, by the rules of sane generalship, have ventured back to Tafili at all. It was simple greed, a dog-in-the-manger attitude unworthy of a serious enemy, just the sort of hopeless thing a Turk would do. How could they expect a proper war when they gave us no chance to honor them? Our morale was continually being ruined by their follies, for neither could our men respect their courage, nor our officers respect their brains. Also, it was an icy morning, and I had been up all night and was Teutonic enough to decide that they should pay for my changed mind and plan. They must be few in number, judging by their speed of advance. We had every advantage, of time, of terrain, of number, of weather, and could checkmate them easily, but to my wrath that was not enough. We would play their kind of game on our pygmy scale, deliver them a pitched battle such as they wanted. Kill them all. I would rake up my memory of the half-forgotten maxims of the Orthodox Army textbook, and parody them in action. This was villainous, for with arithmetic and geography for allies we might have spared the suffering factor of humanity, and to make a conscious joke of victory was wanton. We could have won by refusing battle, foxed them by maneuvering our center as on 20 such occasions before and since, yet bad temper and conceit united for this time to make me not content to know my power, but determined to give public advertisement of it to the enemy and to everyone. Zaid, now convinced of the inconvenience of the defense line, was very ready to listen to the voice of the tempter. First I suggested that Abdullah go forward with 2 Hotchkiss guns to test the strength and disposition of the enemy. Then we talked of what next, very usefully, for Zaid was a cool and gallant little fighter, with the temperament of a professional officer. We saw Abdullah climb the other bank. The shooting became intense for a time, and then faded into distance. His coming had stimulated the Motalga horsemen and the villagers, who fell on the Turkish cavalry and drove them over a first ridge, across a plain 2 miles wide, and over a ridge beyond it down the first step of the Great Hiza Depression. Behind this lay the Turkish main body, just getting on the road again after a severe night which had stiffened them in their places. They came properly into action, and Abdullah was checked at once. We heard the distant rolling of machine gun fire, growing up in huge bursts, laced by a desultory shelling. Our ears told us what was happening as well as if we saw it, and the news was excellent. I wanted Zaid to come forward at once on that authority, but his caution stepped in and he insisted that we wait exact word from his advance guard, Abdullah. This was not necessary, according to book, but they knew I was a sham soldier, and took license to hesitate over my advice when it came peremptorily. However, I held a hand worth 2 of that and went off myself for the front to prejudge their decision. On the way I saw my bodyguard, turning over the goods exposed for removal in the streets, and finding much of interest to themselves. I told them to recover our camels and to bring their Hotchkiss automatic to the north bank of the gorge in a hurry. The road dipped into a grove of fig trees, knots of blue snaky boughs. Bare, as they would be long after the rest of nature was grown green. Thence it turned eastward, to wind lengthily in the valley to the crest. I left it, climbing straight up the cliffs. An advantage of going barefoot was a new and incredible sureness upon rock when the soles had got hard by painful insistence, or were too chilled to feel jags and scrapes. The new way, while warming me, also shortened my time appreciably, and very soon, at the top, I found a level bit, and then a last ridge overlooking the plateau. This last straight bank, with Byzantine foundations in it, seemed very proper for a reserve or ultimate line of defense for Tafili. To be sure, we had no reserve as yet, no one had the least notion who or what we would have anywhere, but, if we did have anybody, here was their place, and at that precise moment Zaid's personal jail became visible, hiding coyly in a hollow. To make them move required words of a strength to unravel their plaited hair, but at last I had them sitting along the skyline of Reserve Ridge. They were about 20, and from a distance looked beautiful, like points of a considerable army. I gave them my signet as a token, with orders to collect their all-newcomers, especially my fellows with their gun. As I walked northward towards the fighting, Abdullah met me, on his way to Zaid with news. He had finished his ammunition, lost 5 men from shell fire, and had 1 automatic gun destroyed. 2 guns, he thought the Turks had. His idea was to get up Zaid with all his men and fight, so nothing remained for me to add to his message. And there was no subtlety in leaving alone my happy masters to cross and dot their own right decision. He gave me leisure in which to study the coming battlefield. The tiny plain was about 2 miles across, bounded by low green ridges, and roughly triangular, with my reserve ridge as base. Through it ran the road to Kerak, dipping into the Hiza Valley. The Turks were fighting their way up this road. Abdullah's charge had taken the western or left-hand ridge, which was now our firing line. Shells were falling in the plain as I walked across it, with harsh stalks of wormwood stabbing into my wounded feet. The enemy fusing was too long, so that the shells grazed the ridge and burst away behind. One fell near me, and I learned its caliber from the hot cap. As I went they began to shorten range, and by the time I got to the ridge it was being freely sprinkled with shrapnel. Obviously the Turks had got observation somehow, and looking round I saw them climbing along the eastern side beyond the gap of the Kerak road. They would soon outflank us at our end of the western ridge. Chapter 86. Us proved to be about 60 men, clustered behind the ridge in 2 bunches, one near the bottom, one by the top. The lower was made up of peasants, on foot, blown, miserable, and yet the only warm things I had seen that day. They said their ammunition was finished, and it was all over. I assured them it was just beginning and pointed to my populous reserve ridge, saying that all arms were there in support. I told them to hurry back, refill their belts and hold on to it for good. Meanwhile we would cover their retreat by sticking here for the few minutes yet possible. They ran off, cheered, and I walked about among the upper group quoting how one should not quit firing from one position till ready to fire from the next. In command was young Medab, stripped to his skimp riding drawers for hard work, with his black love curls awry, his face stained and haggard. He was beating his hands together and crying hoarsely with baffled vexation, for he had meant to do so well in this, his first fight for us. My presence at the last moment, when the Turks were breaking through, was bitter. And he got angrier when I said that I only wanted to study the landscape. He thought it flippancy, and screamed something about a Christian going into battle unarmed. I retorted with a quip from Clausewitz, about a rearguard affecting its purpose more by being than by doing, but he was past laughter, and perhaps with justice, for the little flinty bank behind which we sheltered was crackling with fire. The Turks, knowing we were there, had turned 20 machine guns upon it. It was 4 feet high and 50 feet long, of bare flinty ribs, off which the bullets slapped deafeningly, while the air above so hummed or whistled with ricochets and chips that it felt like death to look over. Clearly we must leave very soon, and as I had no horse I went off first, with Medab's promise that he would wait where he was if he dared, for another 10 minutes. The run warmed me. I counted my paces, to help in ranging the Turks when they ousted us, since there was only that one position for them, and it was poorly protected against the south. In losing this Motalga ridge we would probably win the battle. The horsemen held on for almost their 10 minutes, and then galloped off without hurt. Medab lent me his stirrup to hurry me along, till we found ourselves breathless among the Ajail. It was just noon, and we had leisure and quiet in which to think. Our new ridge was about 40 feet up, and a nice shape for defense. We had 80 men on it, and more were constantly arriving. My guards were in place with their gun. Lutfi, an engine destroyer, rushed up hotly with his 2, and after him came another 100 Ajail. The thing was becoming a picnic, and by saying "excellent" and looking overjoyed, we puzzled the men, and made them consider the position dispassionately. The automatics were put on the skyline, with orders to fire occasional shots, short, to disturb the Turks a little, but not too much, after the expedient of Messina in delaying enemy deployment. Otherwise a lull fell. I lay down in a sheltered place which caught a little sun, and no wind, and slept a blessed hour, while the Turks occupied the old ridge, extending over it like a school of geese, and about as wisely. Our men left them alone, being contented with a free exhibition of themselves. In the middle of the afternoon Zayd arrived, with Master, Razm and Abdullah. They brought our main body, comprising 20 mounted infantry on mules, 30 Motalga horsemen, 200 villagers, 5 automatic rifles, for machine guns and the Egyptian army mountain gun which had fought about Medina, Petra and Jerf. This was magnificent, and I woke up to welcome them. The Turks saw us crowding, and opened with shrapnel and machine gun fire, but they had not the range and fumbled it. We reminded one another that movement was the law of strategy, and started moving. Razm became a cavalry officer, and mounted with all our 80 riders of animals to make a circuit about the eastern ridge and envelop the enemy's left wing, since the books advised attack not upon a line, but upon a point. And by going far enough along any finite wing it would be found eventually reduced to a point of one single man. Razm liked this, my conception of his target. He promised, grinningly, to bring us that last man, but Hamd el-Error took the occasion more fittingly. Before riding off he devoted himself to the death for the Arab cause, drew his sword ceremoniously, and made to it, by name, a heroic speech. Razm took 5 automatic guns with him, which was good. We in the center paraded about, so that their departure might be unseen of the enemy, who were bringing up an apparently endless procession of machine guns and dressing them by the left at intervals along the ridge, as though in a museum. It was lunatic tactics. The ridge was flint, without cover for a lizard. We had seen how, when a bullet struck the ground, it and the ground spattered up in a shower of deadly chips. Also we knew the range, and elevated our Vickers guns carefully, blessing their long, old-fashioned sights. Our mountain gun was propped into place ready to let go a sudden burst of shrapnel over the enemy when Razm was at grips. As we waited, a reinforcement was announced of 100 men from Ima. They had fallen out with Zayd over war wages the day previous, but had grandly decided to sink old scores in the crisis. Their arrival convinced us to abandon Marshal Foch and to attack from, at any rate, 3 sides at once. So we sent the Ima men, with 3 automatic guns, to outflank the right, or western wing. Then we opened against the Turks from our central position, and bothered their exposed lines with hits and ricochets. The enemy felt the day no longer favorable. It was passing, and sunset often gave victory to defenders yet in place. Old General Hamid Fakhri collected his staff and headquarters, and told each man to take a rifle. I have been 40 years a soldier, but never saw I rebels fight like these. Enter the ranks, but he was too late. Razm pushed forward an attack of his 5 automatic guns, each with its 2-man crew. They went in rapidly, unseen till they were in position, and crumpled the Turkish left. The Ima men, who knew every blade of grass on these, their own village pastures, crept, unharmed, within 300 yards of the Turkish machine guns. The enemy, held by our frontal threat, first knew of the Ima men when they, by a sudden burst of fire, wiped out the gun teams and flung the right wing into disorder. We saw it, and cried advance to the camel men and levies about us. Mohammed el-Ghassib, comptroller of Zayd's household, led them on his camel, in shining wind-billowed robes, with the crimson banner of the Ajail over his head. All who had remained in the center with us, our servants, gunners and machine gunners, rushed after him in a wide, vivid line. The day had been too long for me, and I was now only shaking with desire to see the end, but Zayd beside me clapped his hands with joy at the beautiful order of our plan unrolling in the frosty redness of the setting sun. On the one hand Razm's cavalry were sweeping a broken left wing into the pit beyond the ridge, on the other the men of Aima were bloodily cutting down fugitives. The enemy center was pouring back in disorder through the gap, with our men after them on foot, on horse, on camel. The Armenians, crouching behind us all day anxiously, now drew their knives and howled to one another in Turkish as they leaped forward. I thought of the depths between here and Kerak, the ravine of Hiza, with its broken, precipitous paths, the undergrowth, the narrows and defile of the way. It was going to be a massacre and I should have been crying sorry for the enemy. But after the angers and exertions of the battle my mind was too tired to care to go down into that awful place and spend the night saving them. By my decision to fight, I had killed 20 or 30 of our 600 men, and the wounded would be perhaps 3 times as many. It was 1/6 of our force gone on a verbal triumph, for the destruction of this 1,000 poor Turks would not affect the issue of the war. In the end we had taken their 2 mountain howitzers, Skoda guns, very useful to us, 27 machine guns, 200 horses and mules, 250 prisoners. Men said only 50 got back, exhausted fugitives, to the railway. The Arabs on their track rose against them and shot them ignobly as they ran. Our own men gave up the pursuit quickly, for they were tired and sore and hungry, and it was pitifully cold. A battle might be thrilling at the moment for generals, but usually their imagination played too vividly beforehand, and made the reality seem sham, so quiet and unimportant that they ranged about looking for its fancied core. This evening there was no glory left, but the terror of the broken flesh, which had been our own men, carried past us to their homes. As we turned back it began to snow, and only very late, and by a last effort did we get our hurt men in. The Turkish wounded lay out, and were dead next day. It was indefensible, as was the whole theory of war, but no special reproach lay on us for it. We risked our lives in the blizzard, the chill of victory bowing us down, to save our own fellows. And if our rule was not to lose Arabs to kill even many Turks, still less might we lose them to save Turks. Next day and the next it snowed yet harder. We were weather-bound, and as the days passed in monotony we lost the hope of doing. We should have pushed past Kerak on the heels of victory, frighting the Turks to Amman with our rumor. As it was, nothing came of all the loss and effort. Except a report which I sent over to the British headquarters in Palestine for the staff's consumption. It was meanly written for effect, full of quaint smiles and mock simplicities, and made them think me a modest amateur, doing his best after the great models. Not a clown, leering after them were they with Foch, bandmaster, at their head went drumming down the old road of a fusion of blood into the house of Clausewitz. Like the battle, it was a nearly proof parody of regulation use. Headquarters loved it, and innocently, to crown the jest, offered me a decoration on the strength of it. We should have more bright breasts in the army if each man was able without witnesses, to write out his own dispatch. Chapter 87. Hiza's sole profit lay, then, in its lesson to myself. Never again were we combative, whether in jest, or betting on a certainty. Indeed, only 3 days later, our honor was partially redeemed by a good and serious thing we arranged through Abdullah el-Fayr, who was camped beneath us in the paradise of the Dead Sea's southern shore, a plain gushing with brooks of sweet water, and rich in vegetation. We sent him news of victory, with a project to raid the lake port of Kerak and destroy the Turks' flotilla. He chose out some 70 horsemen, of the Beersheba Bedouin. They rode in the night along the shelf of track between the hills of Moab and the sea's brim as far as the Turkish post. And in the first grayness, when their eyes could reach far enough for a gallop, they burst out of their undergrowth upon motor launch and sailing lighters, harbored in the northern bight. with the unsuspecting crews sleeping on the beach or in the reed huts nearby. They were from the Turkish navy, not prepared for land fighting, still less for receiving cavalry. They were awakened only by the drumming of our horses' hooves in the headlong charge, and the engagement ended at the moment. The huts were burned, the stores looted, the shipping taken out to deep sea and scuttled. Then, without a casualty, and with their 60 prisoners, our men rode back praising themselves. January the 28th. And we had attained our second objective, the stopping of Dead Sea traffic, a fortnight sooner than we had promised Allenby. The third objective had been the Jordan mouth by Jericho, before the end of March. And it would have been a fair prospect, but for the paralysis which weather and distaste for pain had brought upon us since the Red Day of Giza. Conditions in Tafili were mended. Faisal had sent us ammunition and food. Prices fell, as men grew to trust our strength. The tribes about Kerak, in daily touch with Zayd, purposed to join him in arms so soon as he moved forward. Just this, however, we could not do. The winter's potency drove leaders and men into the village and huddled them in a lackluster idleness against which counsels of movement availed little. Indeed, reason, also, was within doors. Twice I ventured up to taste the snow-laden plateau, upon whose even face the Turkish dead, poor brown pats of stiffened clothes, were littered, but me there was not tolerable. In the day it thawed a little and in the night it froze. The wind cut open the skin, fingers lost power, and sense of feel, cheeks shivered like dead leaves till they could shiver no more, and then bound up their muscles in a witless ache. To launch out across the snow on camels, beasts singularly inept on slippery ground, would be to put ourselves in the power of however few horsemen wished to oppose us, and, as the days dragged on, even this last possibility was withdrawn. Barley ran short in Tafili, and our camels, already cut off by the weather from natural grazing, were now also cut off from artificial food. We had to drive them down into the happier Gore, a day's journey from our vital garrison. Though so far by the devious road, yet in direct distance the Gore lay little more than 6 miles away, and in full sight, 5,000 feet below. Salt was rubbed into our miseries by the spectacle of that near winter garden beneath us by the lakeside. We were penned in verminous houses of cold stone, lacking fuel, lacking food. Stormbound in streets like sewers, amid blizzards of sleet and an icy wind, while there in the valley was sunshine upon spring grass, deep with flowers, upon flocks in milk and air so warm that men went uncloaked. My private party were more fortunate than most, as the Zaghi had found us an empty unfinished house, of 2 sound rooms and a court. My money provided fuel, and even grain for our camels, which we kept sheltered in a corner of the yard, where Abdullah, the animal lover, could curry them and teach every one by name to take a gift of bread, like a kiss, from his mouth, gently. With her loose lips, when he called her. Still, they were unhappy days, since to have a fire was to be stifled with green smoke, and in the window spaces were only makeshift shutters of our own joinery. The mud roof dripped water all the day long, and the fleas on the stone floor sang together nightly, for praise of the new meats given them. We were 28 in the 2 tiny rooms, which reeked with the sour smell of our crowd. In my saddlebags was a Mort d'Arthur. It relieved my disgust. The men had only physical resources, and in the confined misery their tempers roughened. Their oddnesses, which ordinary time packed with a saving film of distance, now jostled me angrily, while a grazed wound in my hip had frozen, and irritated me with painful throbbing. Day by day, the tension among us grew, as our state became more sordid, more animal. At last Awad, the wild Sharari, quarreled with little Mamas, and in a moment their daggers clashed. The rest nipped the tragedy, so that there was only a slight wounding, but it broke the greatest law of the bodyguard, and as both example and guilt were blatant. The others went packing into the far room while their chiefs forthwith executed sentence. However, the Zaghi's shrill whip-strokes were too cruel for my taut imagination, and I stopped him before he was well warned. Awad, who had lain through his punishment without complaint, at this release levered himself slowly to his knees and with bent legs and swaying head staggered away to his sleeping place. It was then the turn of the waiting mammas, a tight-lipped youth with pointed chin and pointed forehead, whose beady eyes dropped at the inner corners with an indescribable air of impatience. He was not properly of my guard, but a camel driver. For his capacity fell far below his sense of it, and a constantly hurt pride made him sudden and fatal in companionship. If worsted in argument, or laughed at, he would lean forward with his always handy little dagger and rip up his friend. Now he shrank into a corner showing his teeth, vowing, across his tears, to be through those who hurt him. Arabs did not dissect endurance, their crown of manhood, into material and moral, making allowance for nerves. So Mabma's crying was called fear, and when loosed, he crept out disgraced into the night to hide. I was sorry for Awad, his hardness put me to shame. Especially I was ashamed when, next dawn, I heard a limping step in the yard, and saw him attempting to do his proper duty by the camels. I called him in to give him an embroidered headcloth as reward for faithful service. He came pitiably sullen, with a shrinking, mobile readiness for more punishment. My changed manner broke him down. By afternoon he was singing and shouting, happier than ever, as he had found a fool in Taffily to pay him £4 for my silken gift. Such nervous sharpening ourselves on each other's faults was so revolting that I decided to scatter the party, and to go off myself in search of the extra money we should need when fine weather came. Zayd had spent the first part of the sum set aside for Taffily and the Dead Sea, partly on wages, partly on supplies and in rewards to the victors of Sile Hiza. Wherever we next put our front line, we should have to enlist and pay fresh forces, for only local men knew the qualities of their ground instinctively, and they fought best, defending their homes and crops against the enemy. Joyce might have arranged to send me money, but not easily in this season. It was surer to go down myself, and more virtuous than continued fader and promiscuity in Taffily. So 5 of us started off on a day which promised to be a little more open than usual. We made good time to Reshidiyah, and as we climbed the saddle beyond, found ourselves momentarily above the clouds in a faint sunshine. In the afternoon the weather drew down again and the wind hardened from the north and east, and made us sorry to be out on the bare plain. When we had forded the running river of Shobek, rain began to fall, first in wild gusts, but then more steadily, reading down over our left shoulders and seeming to cloak us from the main bleakness of wind. Where the rain streaks hit the ground they furred out whitely like a spray. We pushed on without halting until long after sunset urged our trembling camels, with many slips and falls across the greasy valleys. We made nearly 2 miles an hour, despite our difficulties, and progress was become so exciting and unexpected that its mere exercise kept us warm. It had been my intention to ride all night, but, near Odro, mist came down about us in a low ring curtain, over which the clouds, like tatters of a veil, spun and danced high up across the calmness of the sky. The perspective seemed to change, so that far hills looked small, and near hillocks great. We bore too much to the right. This open country, though appearing hard, broke rottenly beneath their weight and let our camels in, for 5 inches deep, at every stride. The poor beasts had been chilled all day, and had bumped down so often that they were stiff with bruises. Consequently, they made unwilling work of the new difficulties. They hurried for a few steps, stopped abruptly, looked round, or tried to dart off sideways. We prevented their wishes, and drove them forward till our blind way met rocky valleys, with a broken skyline. Dark to right and left, and in front apparent hills where no hills should be. It froze again, and the slabby stones of the valley became iced. To push farther, on the wrong road, through such a night was folly. We found a larger outcrop of rock. Behind it, where there should have been shelter, we couched our camels in a compact group, tails to wind, facing it, they might die of cold. We snuggled down beside them, hoping for warmth and sleep. The warmth I, at least, never got, and hardly the sleep. I dozed once only to wake with a start when slow fingers seemed to stroke my face. I stared out into a night livid with large, soft snowflakes. They lasted a minute or two. But then followed rain, and after it more frost, while I squatted in a tight ball, aching every way but too miserable to move, till dawn. It was a hesitant dawn, but enough. I rolled over in the mud to see my men, knotted in their cloaks, cowering abandoned against the beast's flanks. On each man's face weighed the most dolorous expression of resigned despair. They were 4 Southerners, whom fear of the winter had turned ill at Tafili, and who were going to rest in Guerra till it was warm again, but here in the mist they had made up their minds, like he-camels, that death was upon them, and though they were too proud to grumble at it, they were not above showing me silently that this which they made for my sake was a sacrifice. They did not speak or move in reply to me. Under a flung camel it was best to light a slow fire, to raise it, but I took the smallest of these dummies by the head curls, and proved to him that he was still capable of feeling. The others got to their feet, and we kicked up the stiff camels. Our only loss was a water skin, frozen to the ground. With daylight the horizon had grown very close, and we saw that our proper road was a quarter of a mile to our left. Along it we struggled afoot. The camels were too done to carry our weight, all but my own died later of this march, and it was so muddy in the clay bottoms that we ourselves slid and fell like them. However, the Dira trick helped, of spreading wide the toes and hooking them downward into the mud at each stride, and by this means, in a group, clutching and holding one another, we maintained progress. The air seemed cold enough to freeze anything, but did not. The wind, which had changed during the night, swept into us from the west in hindering buzzards. Our cloaks bellied out and dragged like sails, against us. At last we skinned them off, and went easier, our bare shirts wrapped tightly about us to restrain their slapping tails. The whirling direction of the squalls was shown to our eyes by the white mist they carried across hill and dale. Our hands were numbed into insensibility, so that we knew the cuts on them only by red stains in their plastered mud, but our bodies were not so chill, and for hours quivered under the hailstones of each storm. We twisted ourselves to get the sharpness on an unhurt side, and held our shirts free from the skin, to shield us momentarily. By late afternoon we had covered the 10 miles to Abal Lisan. Maulad's men were gone to ground, and no one hailed us. Which was well, for we were filthy and miserable, stringy like shaven cats. Afterwards the going was easier, the last 2 miles to the head of Shtar being frozen like iron. We remounted our camels, whose breath escaped whitely through their protesting nostrils, and raced up to the first wonderful glimpse of the Guerra plain, warm, red and comfortable, as seen through the cloud gaps. The clouds had sealed the hollow strangely, cutting the mid-sky in a flat layer of curds at the level of the hilltop on which we stood. We gazed on them contentedly for minutes. Every little while a wisp of their fleecy seafoam stuff would be torn away and thrown at us. We on the wall of bluffs would feel it slash across our faces. And, turning, would see a white hem draw over the rough crest, tear to shreds, and vanish in a powdering of hoar grains or a trickle of water across the peat soil. After having wondered at the sky we slid and ran gaily down the pass to dry sand in a calm mild air. Yet the pleasure was not vivid, as we had hoped. The pain of the blood fraying its passage once more about our frozen limbs and faces was much faster than the pain of its driving out, and we grew sensible that our feet had been torn and bruised nearly to pulp among the stones. We had not felt them tender while in the icy mud, but this warm, salty sand scoured the cuts. In desperation we climbed up our sad camels, and beat them woodenly towards Guerra. However, the change had made them happier, and they brought us home there sedately, but with success. Chapter 88. Lazy nights, 3 of them, in the armored car tents at Guerra were pleasant, with Alan Donnelly, Joyce, and others talking, and Tafili to boast about. Yet these friends were a little grieved at my luck, for their great expedition with Faisal a fortnight ago to overwhelm Mutawara had turned out unprofitably. Partly it was the ancient problem of the cooperation of regulars with irregulars. Partly it was the fault of old Muhammad Ali el-Badawi, who, put over the Beni Atiyah, had come with them to water, cried, "Noon halt," and sat there for 2 months, pandering to that hedonistic streak among the Arabs which made them helpless slaves of carnal indulgence. In Arabia, where superfluities lacked, the temptation of necessary food lay always on men. Each morsel which passed their lips might, if they were not watchful, become a pleasure. Luxuries might be as plain as running water or a shady tree, whose rareness and misuse often turned them into lusts. Their story reminded me of Apollonius. Come off it, you men of Tarsus, sitting on your river like geese, drunken with its white water. Then 30,000 pounds in gold came up from Aqaba for me and my cream camel, Wodiha, the best of my remaining stud. She was Aqaba bred and had won many races for her old owner. Also, she was in splendid condition, fat but not too fat, her pads hardened by much practice over the northern flints, and her coat thick and matted. She was not tall, and looked heavy, but was docile and smooth to ride, turning left or right if the saddle horn were tapped on the required side. So I rode her without a stick, comfortably reading a book when the march permitted. As my proper men were at Tafili or Azraq, or out on mission, I asked Faisal for temporary followers. He lent me his 2 Aqaba horsemen, Serge and Ramid. And, to help carry my gold, added to the party Sheikh Motlog, whose worth we had discovered when our armored cars explored the plains below Mutawara for Tabuk. Motlog had gone as sponsor, pointing out the country from a perch high on the piled baggage of a box Ford. They were dashing in and out of sandhills at speed, the Ford swaying like launches in a swell. At one bad bend they skidded half round on 2 wheels crazily. Motlog was tossed out on his head. Marshall stopped the car and ran back contrite, with ready excuses for the driving. But the sheik, ruefully rubbing his head, said gently, "Don't be angry with me. I have not learnt to ride these things." The gold was in 1,000-pound bags. I gave 2 bags each to 14 of Motlog's 20 men, and took the last 2 myself. A bag weighed 22 pounds, and in the awful road conditions 2 were weight enough for a camel, and swung fairly on either side in the saddlebags. We started at noon, hoping to make a good first stage before getting into the trouble of the hills, but unfortunately it turned wet after half an hour, and a steady rain soaked us through and through, and made our camel's hair curl like a wet dog's. Motlog at that precise stage saw a tent, Sharif Fahad's, in the corner of a sandstone pike. Despite my urging, he voted to spend the night there, and see what it looked like on the hills tomorrow. I knew this would be a fatal course, wasting days in indecision, so I said farewell to him and rode on with my 2 men, and with 6 Shobek-bound Hawatat, who had joined our caravan. The argument had delayed us, and consequently we only reached the foot of the pass at dark. By the sad, soft rain we were made rather sorry for our virtue, inclined to envy Motlog his hospitality with Fahad, when suddenly a red spark to our left drew us across to find Salah Ibi and Shifia camped there in a tent and 3 caves. With 100 of his freedmen fighters from Yenbo. Salah, the son of poor old Muhammad, our jester, was the proper lad who had carried wage by assault on Vickery's field day. "Chief Ent. How are you?" said I earnestly twice or thrice. His eyes sparkled at the Juhina manner. He came near me and with bowed head and intense voice poured out a string of 20 chief ents before drawing breath. I disliked being outdone, so replied with a dozen as solemnly. He took me up with another of his long bursts, many more than 20 this time. So I gave up trying to learn how many are the possible repetitions of salutations in Wadi Yenbo. He welcomed me, in spite of my drenched condition, to his own carpet in his tent and gave me a new garment of his mother's sewing, while waiting for the hot stew of meat and rice. Then we lay down and slept a full night of great satisfaction, hearing the patter of rain on the double canvas of his Meccan tent. In the morning we were off at dawn, munching a handful of Saleh's bread. As we set foot on the ascent, Serge looked up and said, "The mountain wears his skullcap." There was a white dome of snow on every crest, and the Aqaba pushed quickly and curiously up the pass to feel this new wonder with their hands. The camels, too, were ignorant, and stretched their slow necks down to sniff its whiteness twice or thrice in tired inquiry, but then drew their heads away and looked forward without life interest, once more. Our inactivity lasted only another moment, for, as we put our heads over the last ridge, a wind from the northeast took us in the teeth, with a cold so swift and biting that we gasped for breath and turned hurriedly back into shelter. It seemed as if it would be fatal to face it, but that we knew was silly, so we pulled ourselves together and rode hard through its first extreme to the half-shelter of the valley. Serge and Ramid, terrified by these new pains in their lungs, thought they were strangling. And to spare them the mental struggle of passing a friendly camp, I led our little party aside behind Maulad's hill, so that we saw nothing of his weather-beaten force. These men of Maulad's had been camped in this place, 4,000 feet above the sea, for 2 months without relief. They had to live in shallow dugouts on the hillside. They had no fuel except the sparse, wet wormwood, over which they were just able to bake their necessary bread every other day. They had no clothes but khaki drill uniform of the British summer sort. They slept in their rain-sodden verminous pits on empty or half-empty flour sacks, 6 or 8 of them together in a knotted bunch, that enough of the worn blankets might be pooled for warmth. Rather more than half of them died or were injured by the cold and wet, yet the others maintained their watch, exchanging shots daily with the Turkish outposts, and protected only by the inclement weather from crushing counterattack. We owed much to them, and more to Maulad, whose fortitude stiffened them in their duty. The old scarred warrior's history in the Turkish army was a catalogue of affairs provoked by his sturdy sense of Arab honor and nationality, a creed for which 3 or 4 times he had sacrificed his prospects. It must have been a strong creed which enabled him to endure cheerfully 3 winter months in front of Mon and to share out enough spirit among 500 ordinary men to keep them stout-heartedly about him. We, for our one day, had a fill of hardship. Just on the ridge about Abal Lisan the ground was crusted with frost, and only the smart of the wind in our eyes hindered us, but then our troubles began. The camels came to a standstill in the slush at the bottom of a 20-foot bank of slippery mud, and lowed at it helplessly, as if to say that they could not carry us up that. We jumped off to help them, and slid back ourselves just as badly. At last we took off our new, cherished boots, donned to armor us against the winter, and hauled the camels up the glassy barefoot, as on the journey down. That was the end of our comfort, and we must have been off 20 times before sunset. Some of the dismounts were involuntary, when our camels side-slipped under us, and came down with the jingle of coin ringing through the hollow rumble of their cask-like bellies. While they were strong, this falling made them as angry as she-camels could be. Afterwards they grew plaintive, and finally afraid. We also grew short with one another, for the foul wind gave us no rest. Nothing in Arabia could be more cutting than a north wind at Mon, and today's was of the sharpest and strongest. It blew through our clothes as if we had none, fixed our fingers in claws not able to hold either halter or riding stick, and cramped our legs so that we had no grip of the saddle pin. Consequently, when thrown from our falling beasts we pitched off, to crash stiffly on the ground, still frozen brittle in the cross-legged attitude of riding. However, there was no rain, and the wind felt like a drying one, so we held on steadily to the north. By evening we had almost made the rivulet of Basta. This meant that we were traveling more than a mile an hour. And for fear lest on the morrow we and our camels would both be too tired to do so well, I pushed on in the dark across the little stream. It was swollen, and the beasts jibbed at it, so that we had to lead the way on foot, through 3 feet of chilly water. Over the high ground, beyond, the wind buffeted us like an enemy. At about 9 o'clock the others flung themselves crying down on the ground and refused to go further. I too, was very near crying. Sustained, indeed, only by my annoyance with their open lamentations, and therefore reluctantly glad at heart to yield to their example. We built up the 9 camels in a phalanx, and lay between them in fair comfort, listening to the driving rack clashing about us as loud as the surges by night round a ship at sea. The visible stars were brilliant, seeming to change groups and places waywardly between the clouds which scudded over our heads. We had each 2 army blankets, and a packet of cooked bread. So we were armed against evil and could sleep securely in the mud and cold. Chapter 89. At dawn we went forward refreshed, but the weather had turned soft, with a greyness through which loomed the sad wormwood-covered hills. Upon their slopes the limestone ribs of this very old earth stood wearily exposed. In their hollows our difficulties increased with the mud. The misty valleys were sluggish streams of melting snow, and at last new thick showers of wet flakes began to fall. We reached the desolate ruins of Odro in a midday-like twilight. A wind was blowing and dying intermittently, and slow-moving banks of cloud and drizzle closed us about. I bore right, to avoid the Bedouin between us and Shobek, but our Hawattat companions led us straight upon their camp. We had ridden 6 miles in 7 hours, and they were exhausted. The two Aqaba were not only exhausted, but demoralized, and swore mutinously that nothing in the world should keep us from the tribal tents. We wrangled by the roadside under the soft drift. For myself I felt quite fresh and happy, averse from the delay of needless tribal hospitality. Zayd's penniless state was excellent pretext for a trial of strength with the Edomite winter. Shobek was only 10 miles further, and daylight had yet 5 hours to run. So I decided to go on alone. It would be quite safe, for in such weather neither Turk nor Arab was abroad, and the roads were mine. I took their 4,000 pounds from Serge and Ramid, and cursed them into the valley for cowards, which really they were not. Ramid was catching his breath in great sobs, and Surf's nervous pain marked each lurch of his camel with a running moan. They raved with miserable rage when I dismissed them and turned away. The truth was that I had the best camel. The excellent Wodiha struggled gamely forward under the weight of the extra gold. In flat places I rode her, at ascents and descents we used to slide together side by side with comic accidents, which she seemed rather to enjoy. By sunset the snowfall ceased. We were coming down to the river of Shobek, and could see a brown track straggling over the opposite hill towards the village. I tried a short cut, but the frozen crust of the mud banks deceived me, and I crashed through the cat ice, which was sharp, like knives, and bogged myself so deeply that I feared I was going to pass the night there. Half in and half out of the sludge, or wholly in, which would be a tidier death. Wodiha, sensible beast, had refused to enter the morass, but she stood at a loss on the hard margin, and looked soberly at my mudlarking. However, I managed, with the still-held headstall, to persuade her a little nearer. Then I flung my body suddenly backward against the squelching quag, and, grabbing wildly behind my head, laid hold of her fetlock. She was frightened, and started back, and her purchase dragged me clear. We crawled farther down the bed to a safe place, and there crossed, after I had hesitatingly sat in the stream and washed off the weight of stinking clay. Shiveringly I mounted again. We went over the ridge and down to the base of the shapely cone, whose mural crown was the ring wall of the old castle of Monreal, very noble against the night sky. The chalk was hard, and it was freezing. Snowdrifts lay a foot deep each side of the spiral path which wound up the hill. The white ice crackled desolately under my naked feet as we neared the gate, where, to make a stage entry, I climbed up by Wodiha's patient shoulder into the saddle. Then I repented, since only by throwing myself sideways along her neck did I avoid the voussoirs of the arch as she crashed underneath in half-terror of this strange place. I knew that Sharif Abd el-Main should be still at Shobek, so rode boldly up the silent street in the reeded starlight, which played with the white icicles and their underlying shadow among the walls and snowy roofs and ground. The camel stumbled doubtfully over steps hidden beneath a thick covering of snow, but I had no care of that, having reached my night's goal, and having so powdery a blanket to fall on. At the crossways I called out the salutation of a fair night, and after a minute, a husky voice protested to God through the thick sacking which stuffed a loophole of the mean house on my right. I asked for Abd el-Main, and was told, in the government house, which lay at the further end of the old castle's enceinte. Arrived there I called again. A door was flung open, and a cloud of smoky light streamed recklessly across, whirling with motes, through which black faces peered to know who I was. I hailed them friendly, by name, saying that I was come to eat a sheep with the master, upon which these slaves ran out, noisy with astonishment, and relieved me of Wodiha, whom they led into the reeking stable where themselves lived. One lit me with a flaming spar up the stone outside stairs to the house door, and between more servants, down a winding passage dripping with water from the broken roof, into a tiny room. There lay Abd el-Muin upon a carpet, face down, breathing the least smoky level of air. My legs were shaky, so I dropped beside him, and gladly copied his position to avoid the choking fumes of a brass brazier of flaming wood which crackled in a recessed shot window of the mighty outer wall. He searched out for me a waistcloth, while I stripped off my things and hung them to steam before the fire, which became less smarting to the eyes and throat as it burned down into red coals. Meanwhile Abd el-Ma'in clapped his hands for supper to be hastened and served, fozari, tea in Harith slang, so named from his cousin, governor of their village, hot and spiced and often, till the mutton, boiled with raisins and butter, was carried in. He explained, with his blessings on the dish, that next day they would starve or rob, since he had here 200 men, and no food or money, and his messengers to Faisal were held up in the snow. Whereat I, too, clapped hands, commanding my saddlebags, and presented him with £500 on account, till his subsidy came. This was good payment for the food, and we were very merry over my oddness of riding alone, in winter, with 100 and more of gold for baggage. I repeated that Zayd, like himself, was straitened, and told of Surge and Ramid with the Arabs. The Sharif's eyes darkened, and he made passes in the air with his riding stick. I explained, in extenuation of their failure, that the cold did not trouble me, since the English climate was of this sort most of the year. God forbid it, said Abd el-Mu'in. After an hour he excused himself, because he had just married a Shobek wife. We talked of their marriage, whose end was the bearing of children. I withstood it, quoting old Dionysius of Tarsus. At his 60 years without marriage they were shocked, holding procreation and evacuation alike as inevitable movements of the body. They repeated their half of the commandment to honor parents. I asked how they could look with pleasure on children, embodied proofs of their consummated lust, and invited them to picture the minds of the children, seeing crawl worm-like out of the mother that bloody, blinded thing which was themselves. It sounded to him a most excellent joke, and after it we rolled up in the rugs and slept warmly. The fleas were serried, but my nakedness, the Arab defense against a verminous bed, lessened their plague, and the bruises did not prevail because I was too tired. In the morning I rose with a splitting headache, and said I must go on. 2 men were found to ride with me, though all said we should not reach Tafili that night. However, I thought it could not be worse than yesterday. So we skated timorously down the rapid path to the plain across which still stretched the Roman road with its groups of fallen milestones, inscribed by famous emperors. From this plain the 2 faint-hearts with me slipped back to their fellows on the castle hill. I proceeded, alternately on and off my camel, like the day before, though now the way was all too slippery, except on the ancient paving, the last footprint of imperial Rome which had once, so much more preciously, played the Turk to the desert dwellers. On it I could ride, but I had to walk and wade the dips where the floods of 14 centuries had washed the road's foundations out. Rain came on, and soaked me, and then it blew fine and freezing till I crackled in armor of white silk, like a theatre knight, or like a bridal cake, hard iced. The camel and I were over the plain in 3 hours. Wonderful going, but our troubles were not ended. The snow was indeed as my guides had said, and completely hid the path, which wound uphill between walls and ditches, and confused piles of stone. It cost me an infinity of pain to turn the first 2 comers. Wodiha, tired of wading to her bony knees in useless white stuff, began perceptibly to flag. However, she got up one more steep bit, only to miss the edge of the path in a banked place. We fell together some 18 feet down the hillside into a yard-deep drift of frozen snow. After the fall she rose to her feet whimpering and stood still, in a tremble. When he camels so balked, they would die on their spot, after days. And I feared that now I had found the limit of effort in she camels. I plunged to my neck in front of her, and tried to tow her out, vainly. Then I spent a long time hitting her behind. I mounted, and she sat down. I jumped off, heaved her up, and wondered if, perhaps, it was that the drift was too thick. So I carved her a beautiful little road, a foot wide, 3 deep, and 18 paces long, using my bare feet and hands as tools. The snow was so frozen on the surface that it took all my weight first, to break it down, and then to scoop it out. The crust was sharp, and cut my wrists and ankles till they bled freely, and the roadside became lined with pink crystals, looking like pale, very pale, watermelon flesh. Afterwards I went back to Wodiha, patiently standing there, and climbed into the saddle. She started easily. We went running at it, and such was her speed that the rush carried her right over the shallow stuff, back to the proper road. Up this we went cautiously, with me, afoot, sounding the path in front with my stick, or digging new passes when the drifts were deep. In 3 hours we were on the summit, and found it wind-swept on the western side. So we left the track, and scrambled unsteadily along the very broken crest, looking down across the chessboard houses of Dana village, into sunny Aqaba, fresh and green thousands of feet below. When the ridge served no more we did further heavy work, and at last Wodiha balked again. It was getting serious, for the evening was near. Suddenly I realized the loneliness, and that if the night found us yet beyond help on this hilltop, Wodiha would die, and she was a very noble beast. There was also the solid weight of gold, and I felt not sure how far, even in Arabia, I could safely put 6,000 sovereigns by the roadside with a signet as mark of ownership, and leave them for a night. So I took her back 100 yards along our beaten track, mounted, and charged her at the bank. She responded. We burst through and over the northern lip which looked down on the Sanusi village of Rashidiya. This face of the hill, sheltered from the wind and open to the sun all afternoon, had thawed. Underneath the superficial snow lay wet and muddy ground. And when Wodiha ran upon this at speed her feet went from under her and she sprawled, with her 4 feet locked. So on her tail, with me yet in the saddle, we went sliding round and down 100 feet. Perhaps it hurt the tail, there were stones under the snow, for on the level she sprang up unsteadily, grunting, and lashed it about like a scorpion's. Then she began to run at 10 miles an hour down the greasy path towards Rashidiya, sliding and plunging wildly, with me, in terror of a fall and broken bones, clinging to the horns of the saddle. A crowd of Arabs, Zayd's men, weather-bound here on their way to Faisal, ran out when they heard her trumpeting approach, and shouted with joy at so distinguished an entry to the village. I asked them the news, they told me all was well. Then I remounted, for the last 8 miles into Tafili, where I gave Zayd his letters and some money, and went gladly to bed, flea-proof for another night. Chapter 90. Morning found me nearly snow-blind, but glad and vigorous. I cast about for something to fill the inactive days before the other gold arrived. The final judgment was to make a personal examination of the approaches to Kerak, and the ground over which we would later advance to Jordan. I asked Zayd to take from Motlog the coming £24,000, and spend what was necessary for current expenses until my return. Zayd told me there was another Englishman in Tafili. The news astonished me, and I went off to meet Lieutenant Kirkbride, a young Arabic-speaking staff officer sent by Deeds to report intelligence possibilities on the Arab front. It was the beginning of a connection profitable to us, and creditable to Kirkbride, a taciturn, enduring fellow, only a boy in years, but ruthless in action, who messed for 8 months with the Arab officers, their silent companion. The cold had passed off and movement, even on the heights, was practicable. We crossed Wadi Hiza, and rode as far as the edge of the Jordan Valley, whose depths were noisy with Allenby's advance. They said the Turks yet held Jericho. Thence we turned back to Tafili, after a reconnaissance very assuring for our future. Each step of our road to join the British was possible, most of them easy. The weather was so fine that we might reasonably begin at once, and could hope to finish in a month. Zayd heard me coldly. I saw Motlog next him, and greeted him sarcastically, asking what was his tally of the gold. Then I began to repeat my program of what we might fairly do. Zayd stopped me, but that will need a lot of money. I said, not at all, our funds in hand would cover it, and more. Zayd replied that he had nothing, and when I gaped at him, muttered rather shamefacedly that he had spent all I brought. I thought he was joking, but he went on to say that so much had been due to Diab, Sheikh of Tafili, so much to the villagers, so much to the Jatsi Hawitat, so much to the Beni Sacr. Only for a defensive was such expenditure conceivable. The peoples named were elements centering in Tafili, men whose blood feuds made them impossible for use north of Wadi Hiza. Admittedly, the sharifs, as they advanced, enrolled all the men of every district at a monthly wage, but it was perfectly understood that the wage was fictitious, to be paid only if they had been called on for active service. Faisal had more than 40,000 on his Aqaba books, while his whole subsidy from England would not pay 17,000. The wages of the rest were nominally due and often asked for, but not a lawful liability. However, Zayd said that he had paid them. I was aghast, for this meant the complete ruin of my plans and hopes, the collapse of our effort to keep faith with Allenby. Zayd stuck to his word that the money was all gone. Afterwards I went off to learn the truth from Nasir, who was in bed with fever. He despondently said that everything was wrong, Zayd too young and shy to counter his dishonest, cowardly counselors. All night I thought over what could be done, but found a blank, and when morning came could only send word to Zayd that, if he would not return the money, I must go away. He sent me back his supposed account of the spent money. While we were packing, Joyce and Marshall arrived. They had ridden from Gawera to give me a pleasant surprise. I told them why it had happened, that I was going back to Allenby to put my further employment in his hands. Joyce made a vain appeal to Zayd, and promised to explain to Faisal. He would close down my affairs and disperse my bodyguard. So I was able, with only 4 men, to set off, late that very afternoon, for Beersheba, the quickest way to British headquarters. The coming of spring made the first part of the ride along the edge of the Araba scarp surpassingly beautiful, and my farewell mood showed me its beauties, keenly. The ravines were clothed below with trees, but near to us, by the top, their precipitous flanks, as seen from above, were a patchwork of close lawns, which tipped toward downright faces of bare rock of many colors. Some of the colors were mineral, in the rock itself, but others were accidental, due to water from the melting snow falling over the cliff edge, either in drifts of dusty spray, or diamond strings down hanging tresses of green fern. At Buzera, the little village on a hull of rock over the abyss, they insisted that we halt to eat. I was willing, because if we fed our camels here with a little barley we might ride all night and reach Beersheba on the morrow, but to avoid delay I refused to enter their houses, and instead ate in the little cemetery, off a tomb, into whose joints were cemented plates of hair, the sacrificed head ornaments of mourners. Afterwards we went down the zigzags of the great pass into the hot bottom of Wadi Dahal, over which the cliffs and the hills so drew together that hardly did the stars shine into its pitchy blackness. We halted a moment while our camels stilled the nervous trembling of their forelegs after the strain of the terrible descent. Then we plashed, fetlock deep, down the swift stream, under a long arch of rustling bamboos, which met so nearly over our heads that their fans brushed our faces. The strange echoes of the vaulted passage frightened our camels into a trot. Soon we were out of it, and out of the horns of the valley, scouring across the open Araba. We reached the central bed, and found that we were off the track, not wonderful, for we were steering only on my 3-year-old memories of Newcomb's map. A half-hour was wasted in finding a ramp for the camels, up the earth cliff. At last we found one, and threaded the windings of the Marley labyrinth beyond, a strange place, sterile with salt, like a rough sea suddenly stilled, with all its tossing waves transformed into hard, fibrous earth. Very grey under tonight's half-moon. Afterwards we aimed westward till the tall branched tree of Husb outlined itself against the sky, and we heard the murmurings of the great spring which flowed out from the roots. Our camels drank a little. They had come down 5,000 feet from the Tafili hills, and had to climb up 3,000 now to Palestine. In the little foothills before Wadi Mura, suddenly, we saw a fire of large logs, freshly piled, and still at white heat. No one was visible, proof that the kindlers were a war party, yet it was not kindled in nomad fashion. The liveliness showed that they were still near it, the size that they were many, so prudence made us hurry on. Actually it was the campfire of a British section of Ford cars, under the 2 famous Macs, looking for a car road from Sinai to Aqaba. They were hidden in the shadows, covering us with their Lewis guns. We climbed the pass as day broke. There was a little rain, balmy after the extreme of Tafel. Rags of thinnest cloud stood unreasonably motionless in the hills, as we rode over the comfortable plain, to Beersheba, about noon, a good performance, down and up hills for nearly 80 miles. They told us Jericho was just taken. I went through to Allenby's headquarters. Hogarth was there on the platform. To him I confessed that I had made a mess of things, and had come to beg Allenby to find me some smaller part elsewhere. I had put all myself into the Arab business, and had come to wreck because of my sick judgment, the occasion being Zayd, own brother to Faisal, and a little man I really liked. I now had no tricks left worth a meal in the Arab marketplace, and wanted the security of custom, to be conveyed, to pillow myself on duty and obedience, irresponsibly. I complained that since landing in Arabia I had had options and requests, never an order, that I was tired to death of free will, and of many things beside free will. For a year and a half I had been in motion, riding 1,000 miles each month upon camels, with added nervous hours in crazy aeroplanes, or rushing across country in powerful cars. In my last 5 actions I had been hit, and my body so dreaded further pain that now I had to force myself under fire. Generally I had been hungry, lately always cold, and frost and dirt had poisoned my hurts into a festering mass of sores. However, these worries would have taken their due petty place, in my despite of the body, and of my soiled body in particular. But for the rankling fraudulence which had to be my mind's habit, that pretends to lead the national uprising of another race, the daily posturing in alien dress. Preaching in alien speech, with behind it a sense that the promises on which the Arabs worked were worth what their armed strength would be when the moment of fulfillment came. We had deluded ourselves that perhaps peace might find the Arabs able, unhelped and untaught, to defend themselves with paper tools. Meanwhile we glozed our fraud by conducting their necessary war purely and cheaply. But now this gloss had gone from me. Chargeable against my conceit were the causeless, ineffectual deaths of Heza. My will had gone and I feared to be alone, lest the winds of circumstance, or power, or lust, blow my empty soul away. Chapter 91. Diplomatically, Hogarth replied not a word, but took me to breakfast with Clayton. There I gathered that Smuts had come from the War Cabinet to Palestine, with news which had changed our relative situation. For days they had been trying to get me to the conferences, and finally had sent out aeroplanes to find Tafeli, but the pilots had dropped their messages near Shobek, among Arabs too weather-daunted to move. Clayton said that in the new conditions there could be no question of letting me off. The East was only now going to begin. Allenby told me that the War Cabinet were leaning heavily on him to repair the stalemate of the West. He was to take at least Damascus, and, if possible, Aleppo, as soon as he could. Turkey was to be put out of the war once and for all. His difficulty lay with his eastern flank, the right, which today rested on Jordan. He had called me to consider if the Arabs could relieve him of its burden. There was no escape for me. I must take up again my mantle of fraud in the East. With my certain contempt for half-measures I took it up quickly and wrapped myself in it completely. It might be fraud or it might be farce, no one should say that I could not play it. So I did not even mention the reasons which had brought me across, but pointed out that this was the Jordan scheme seen from the British angle. Allenby assented, and asked if we could still do it. I said, not at present, unless new factors were first discounted. The first was Mon. We should have to take it before we could afford a second sphere. If more transport gave a longer range to the units of the Arab regular army, they could take position some miles north of Mon and cut the railway permanently, so forcing the Mon garrison to come out and fight them. And in the field the Arabs would easily defeat the Turks. We would require 700 baggage camels, more guns and machine guns, and, lastly, assurance against flank attack from Ammon, while we dealt with Mon. On this basis a scheme was worked out. Allenby ordered down to Aqaba 2 units of the Camel Transport Corps, an organization of Egyptians under British officers, which had proved highly successful in the Beersheba campaign. It was a great gift, for its carrying capacity ensured that we should now be able to keep our 4,000 regulars 80 miles in advance of their base. The guns and machine guns were also promised. As for shielding us against attack from Amman, Allenby said that was easily arranged. He intended, for his own flank security, shortly to take Salt, beyond Jordan, and hold it with an Indian brigade. A corps conference was due next day, and I was to stay for it. At this conference it was determined that the Arab army move instantly to the Mon plateau, to take Mon. That the British cross the Jordan, occupy Salt, and destroy south of Amman as much of the railway as possible, especially the Great Tunnel. It was debated what share the Amman Arabs should take in the British operation. Bowles thought we should join in the advance. I opposed this, since the later retirement to Salt would cause rumor and reaction, and it would be easier if we did not enter till this had spent itself. Chetwode, who was to direct the advance, asked how his men were to distinguish friendly from hostile Arabs, since their tendency was a prejudice against all wearing skirts. I was sitting skirted in their midst and replied, naturally, that skirt wearers disliked men in uniform. The laugh clinched the question, and it was agreed that we support the British retention of Salt only after they came to rest there. As soon as Mon fell, the Arab regulars would move up and draw supplies from Jericho. The 700 camels would come along, still giving them 80 miles radius of action. This would be enough to let them work above Amman in Allenby's grand attack along the line from the Mediterranean to the Dead Sea, the second phase of the operation, directed to the capture of Damascus. My business was finished. I went to Cairo for 2 days, and then was flown to Aqaba, to make my new terms with Faisal. I told him I thought they had treated me badly, in diverting without my knowledge money of the special account which, by agreement, I had drawn solely for the Dead Sea campaign. Consequently, I had left Zayd, it being impossible for a flouted adviser to carry on. Allenby had sent me back. But my return did not mean that the damage was repaired. A great opportunity had been missed, and a valuable advance thrown away. The Turks would retake Tafili in a week's time without difficulty. Faisal was distressed lest the loss of Tafili do his reputation harm, and shocked by my little interest in its fate. To comfort him, I pointed out that it now meant nothing to us. The two interests were the extremes of his area, Amman and Mon. Tafili was not worth losing a man over. Indeed, if the Turks moved there, they would weaken either Mon or Amman, and make our real work easier. He was a little reconciled by this, but sent urgent warnings to Zayd of the coining danger, without avail, for 6 days later the Turks retook Tafili. Meanwhile, Faisal rearranged the basis of his army funds. I gave him the good news that Allenby, as thanks for the Dead Sea and Abal Lisan, had put £300,000 into my independent credit, and given us a train of 700 pack camels complete with personnel and equipment. This raised great joy in all the army, for the baggage columns would enable us to prove the value in the field of the Arab regular troops on whose training and organization Joyce, Jaffer, and so many Arab and English officers had worked for months. We arranged rough timetables and schemes, then I shipped busily back to Egypt. Book 8. The Ruin of High Hope. Chapters 92 to 97. In conjunction with Allenby we laid a triple plan to join hands across Jordan, to capture Mon, and to cut off Medina, in one operation. This was too proud and neither of us fulfilled his part. So the Arabs exchanged the care of the placid Medina railway for the greater burden of investing, in Mon, a Turk force as big as their available regular army. To help in this duty Allenby increased our transport, that we might have longer range and more mobility. Mon was impregnable for us, so we concentrated on cutting its northern railway and diverting the Turkish effort to relieve its garrison from the Amman side. Clearly no decision lay in such tactics, but the German advance in Flanders at this moment took from Allenby his British units, and consequently his advantage over the Turks. He notified us that he was unable to attack. A stalemate, as we were, throughout 1918 was an intolerable prospect. We schemed to strengthen the Arab army for autumn operations near Dira and in the Beni Sakra country. If this drew off one division from the enemy in Palestine, it would make possible a British ancillary attack, one of whose ends would be our junction in the lower Jordan Valley, by Jericho. After a month's preparation, this plan was dropped, because of its risk, and because a better offered. Chapter 92. In Cairo, where I spent 4 days, our affairs were now far from haphazard. Allenby's smile had given us staff. We had supply officers, a shipping expert, an ordnance expert, an intelligence branch, under Alan Donnay, brother of the maker of the Beersheba plan, who had now gone to France. Donnay was Allenby's greatest gift to us, greater than thousands of baggage camels. As a professional officer, he had the class touch, so that even the reddest hearer recognized an authentic redness. His was an understanding mind, feeling instinctively the special qualities of rebellion. At the same time, his war training enriched his treatment of this antithetic subject. He married war and rebellion in himself. As, of old in Yenbo, it had been my dream every regular officer would. Yet, in 3 years' practice, only Donnay succeeded. He could not take complete, direct command, because he did not know Arabic, and because of his Flanders broken health. He had the gift, rare among Englishmen, of making the best of a good thing. He was exceptionally educated, for an army officer, and imaginative. His perfect manner made him friends with all races and classes. From his teaching we began to learn the technique of fighting in matters we had been content to settle by rude and wasteful rules of thumb. His sense of fitness remodeled our standing. The Arab movement had lived as a wild man show, with its means as small as its duties and prospects. Henceforward Allenby counted it as a sensible part of his scheme. And the responsibility upon us of doing better than he wished, knowing that forfeit for our failure would necessarily be part paid in his soldiers' lives, removed it terrifyingly further from the sphere of joyous adventure. With Joyce we laid our triple plan to support Allenby's first stroke. In our center the Arab regulars, under Jaffer, would occupy the line a march north of Mon. Joyce with our armored cars would slip down to Mutawara, and destroy the railway, permanently this time, for now we were ready to cut off Medina. In the north, Merzouk, with myself, would join Allenby when he fell back to Salt about March the 30th. Such a date gave me leisure, and I settled to go to Shobek, with Zaid and Nasir. It was springtime, very pleasant after the biting winter, whose excesses seemed dreamlike, in the new freshness and strength of nature, for there was strength in this hilltop season, when a chill sharpness at sundown corrected the languid noons. All life was alive with us, even the insects. In our first night I had laid my cashmere headcloth on the ground under my head as pad, and at dawn, when I took it up again, 28 lice were tangled in its snowy texture. Afterwards we slept on our saddle covers, the tan fleece hooked last of all over the saddle load to make a slippy and sweat-proof seat for the rider. Even so, we were not left alone. The camel ticks, which had drunk themselves, with blood from our tethered camels, into tight slaty blue cushions, thumbnail wide, and thick, used to creep under us. Hugging the leathern underside of the sheepskins, and if we rolled on them in the night, our weight burst them to brown mats of blood and dust. While we were in this comfortable air, with milk plentiful about us, news came from Azrak, of Ali ibn el-Hussein and the Indians still on faithful watch. One Indian had died of cold, and also Dud, my Ajali boy, the friend of Faraj. Faraj himself told us. These two had been friends from childhood, in eternal gaiety, working together, sleeping together, sharing every scrape and profit with the openness and honesty of perfect love. So I was not astonished to see Faraj look dark and hard of face, leaden-eyed and old, when he came to tell me that his fellow was dead, and from that day till his service ended he made no more laughter for us. He took punctilious care, greater even than before, of my camel, of the coffee, of my clothes and saddles, and fell to praying his 3 regular prayings every day. The others offered themselves to comfort him, but instead he wandered restlessly, grey and silent, very much alone. When looked at from this torrid east, our British conception of woman seemed to partake of the northern climate which had also contracted our faith. In the Mediterranean, woman's influence and supposed purpose were made cogent by an understanding in which she was accorded the physical world in simplicity, unchallenged, like the poor in spirit. Yet this same agreement, by denying equality of sex, made love, companionship and friendliness impossible between man and woman. Woman became a machine for muscular exercise, while man's psychic side could be slaked only amongst his peers. Whence arose these partnerships of man and man, to supply human nature with more than the contact of flesh with flesh. We Westerners of this complex age, monks in our bodies' cells, who searched for something to fill us beyond speech and sense, were, by the mere effort of the search, shut from it forever. Yet it came to children like these unthinking a jail, content to receive without return, even from one another. We racked ourselves with inherited remorse for the flesh indulgence of our gross birth, striving to pay for it through a lifetime of misery. Meeting happiness, life's overdraft, by a compensating hell, and striking a ledger balance of good or evil against a day of judgment. Meanwhile at Abal Lisan things went not well with our scheme to destroy the Mon garrison by posting the Arab army across the railway in the north, and forcing them to open battle, as Allenby attacked their base and supports at Amman. Faisal and Jafar liked the scheme, but their officers clamored for direct attack on Mon. Joyce pointed out their weakness in artillery and machine guns, their untried men, the greater strategical wisdom of the railway scheme. It was of no effect. Maulud, hot for immediate assault, wrote memoranda to Faisal upon the danger of English interference with Arab liberty. At such a moment Joyce fell ill of pneumonia, and left for Suez. Dawnay came up to reason with the malcontents. He was our best card, with his proved military reputation, exquisite field boots, and air of well-dressed science, but he came too late, for the Arab officers now felt their honor to be engaged. We agreed that we must give them their heads on the point, though we were really all-powerful, with the money, the supplies, and now the transport, in our hands. However, if the people were slattern, why, then, they must have a slatternly government, and particularly must we go slow with that self-governing democracy, the Arab army, in which service was as voluntary as enlistment. Between us we were familiar with the Turkish, the Egyptian and the British armies, and championed our respective taskmasters. Joyce alleged the parade magnificence of his Egyptians, formal men, who loved mechanical movement and surpassed British troops in physique, in smartness, in perfection of drill. I maintained the frugality of the Turks, that shambling, ragged army of serfs. The British army we all were acquainted with in a fashion. And as we contrasted services we found variety of obedience according to the degree of ordered force which served each as sanction. In Egypt soldiers belonged to their service without check of public opinion. Consequently they had a peace incentive to perfection of formal conduct. In Turkey the men were, in theory, equally the officers, body and soul, but their lot was mitigated by the possibility of escape. In England the voluntary recruit served as utterly as any Turk, except that the growth of civil decency had taken away from authority the resource of inflicting direct physical pain, but in practice, upon our less obtuse population. The effects of pack drill or fatigues fell little short of an Oriental system. In the regular Arab army there was no power of punishment whatever. This vital difference showed itself in all our troops. They had no formality of discipline. There was no subordination. Service was active. Attack always imminent, and, like the army of Italy, men recognized the duty of defeating the enemy. For the rest they were not soldiers, but pilgrims, intent always to go the little farther. I was not discontented with this state of things, for it had seemed to me that discipline, or at least formal discipline, was a virtue of peace, a character or stamp by which to mark off soldiers from complete men, and obliterate the humanity of the individual. It resolved itself easiest into the restrictive, the making men not do this or that, and so could be fostered by a rule severe enough to make them despair of disobedience. It was a process of the mass, an element of the impersonal crowd, inapplicable to one man, since it involved obedience, a duality of will. It was not to impress upon men that their will must actively second the officers, for then there would have been, as in the Arab army and among irregulars, that momentary pause for thought transmission, or digestion. For the nerves to resolve the relaying private will into active consequence. On the contrary, each regular army sedulously rooted out this significant pause from its companies on parade. The drill instructors tried to make obedience an instinct, a mental reflex, following as instantly on the command as though the motor power of the individual wills had been invested together in the system. This was well, so far as it increased quickness, but it made no provision for casualties, beyond the weak assumption that each subordinate had his will motor not atrophied, but reserved in perfect order, ready at the instant to take over his late superior's office. The efficiency of direction passing smoothly down the great hierarchy till vested in the senior of the two surviving privates. It had the further weakness, seeing men's jealousy, of putting power in the hands of arbitrary old age, with its petulant activity, additionally corrupted by long habit of control, an indulgence which ruined its victim by causing the death of his subjunctive mood. Also, it was an idiosyncrasy with me to distrust instinct, which had its roots in our animality. Reason seemed to give men something deliberately more precious than fear or pain, and this made me discount the value of peace smartness as a war education. For with war a subtle change happened to the soldier. Discipline was modified, supported, even swallowed by an eagerness of the man to fight. This eagerness it was which brought victory in the moral sense, and often in the physical sense, of the combat. War was made up of crises of intense effort. For psychological reasons commanders wished for the least duration of this maximum effort, not because the men would not try to give it, usually they would go on till they dropped, but because each such effort weakened their remaining force. Eagerness of the kind was nervous, and, when present in high power, it tore apart flesh and spirit. To rouse the excitement of war for the creation of a military spirit in peacetime would be dangerous, like the too early doping of an athlete. Consequently discipline, with its concomitant smartness, a suspect word implying superficial restraint and pain, was invented to take its place. The Arab army, born and brought up in the fighting line, had never known a peace habit, and was not faced with problems of maintenance till armistice time, then it failed signally. Chapter 93. After Joyce and Donnay had gone, I rode off from Abal with Merzuk. Our starting day promised to crown the spring freshness of this lofty tableland. A week before there had been a furious blizzard, and some of the whiteness of the snow seemed to have passed into the light. The ground was vivid with new grass. And the sunlight, which slanted across us, pale like straw, mellowed the fluttering wind. With us journeyed 2,000 Sirhan camels, carrying our ammunition and food. For the convoy's sake we marched easily, to reach the railway after dark. A few of us rode forward, to search the strangely alone. Our armored car men were persons to me, from their fewness and our long companionship. And also in themselves, for these months unshieldedly open to the flaming sun and bullying wind had worn and refined them into individuals. In such a mob of unaccustomed soldiery, British, Australian and Indian, they went as strange and timid as myself. Distinguished also by grime, for with weeks of wearing their clothes had been molded to them by sweat and use and had become rather integuments than wrappings. But these others were really soldiers, a novelty after 2 years' irregularity. And it came upon me freshly how the secret of uniform was to make a crowd solid, dignified, impersonal, to give it the singleness and tautness of an upstanding man. This death's livery which walled its bearers from ordinary life, was sign that they had sold their wills and bodies to the state, and contracted themselves into a service not the less abject for that its beginning was voluntary. Some of them had obeyed the instinct of lawlessness, some were hungry, others thirsted for glamour, for the supposed color of a military life, but, of them all, those only received satisfaction who had sought to degrade themselves. For to the peace eye they were below humanity. Only women with a leck were allured by those witnessing clothes. The soldiers' pay, not sustenance like a laborer's, but pocket money, seemed most profitably spent when it let them drink sometimes and forget. Convicts had violence put upon them. Slaves might be free, if they could, in intention. But the soldier assigned his owner the 24 hours use of his body, and sole conduct of his mind and passions. A convict had license to hate the rule which confined him, and all humanity outside, if he were greedy in hate, but the sulking soldier was a bad soldier, indeed, no soldier. His affections must be hired pieces on the chessboard of the king. The strange power of war which made us all as a duty so demean ourselves. These Australians, shouldering me in unceremonious horseplay, had put off half civilization with their civil clothes. They were dominant tonight, too sure of themselves to be careful, and yet, as they lazily swaggered those quick bodies, all curves with never a straight line, but with old and disillusioned eyes, and yet, I felt them thin-tempered, hollow, instinctive. Always going to do great things, with the disquieting suppleness of blades half drawn from the scabbard. Disquieting, not dreadful. The English fellows were not instinctive, nor negligent like the line by daylight, and be sure of peace during the hours these scattered numbers would consume in crossing. My bodyguard was with me, and Merzuk had his jail, with 2 famous racing camels. The gaiety of the air and season caught them. Soon they were challenging to races, threatening one another, or skirmishing. My imperfect camel riding, and my mood, forbade me to thrust among the lads, who swung more to the north, while I worked on, ridding my mind of the lees of camp clamor and intrigue. The abstraction of the desert landscape cleansed me, and rendered my mind vacant with its superfluous greatness, a greatness achieved not by the addition of thought to its emptiness, but by its subtraction. In the weakness of earth's life was mirrored the strength of heaven, so vast, so beautiful, so strong. Near sunset the line became visible, curving spaciously across the disclosed land, among low tufts of grass and bushes. Seeing everything was peaceful I pushed on, meaning to halt beyond and watch the others over. There was always a little thrill in touching the rails which were the target of so many of our efforts. As I rode up the bank my camel's feet scrambled in the loose ballast, and out of the long shadow of a culvert to my left, where, no doubt, he had slept all day, rose a Turkish soldier. He glanced wildly at me and at the pistol in my hand, and then with sadness at his rifle against the abutment, yards beyond. He was a young man, stout, but sulky-looking. I stared at him, and said, softly, God is merciful. He knew the sound and sense of the Arabic phrase, and raised his eyes like a flash to mine, while his heavy sleep-ridden face began slowly to change into incredulous joy. However, he said not a word. I pressed my camel's hairy shoulder with my foot, she picked her delicate stride across the metals and down the further slope, and the little Turk was man enough not to shoot me in the back, as I rode away, feeling warm towards him. As ever towards a life one has saved. At a safe distance I glanced back. He put thumb to nose, and twinkled his fingers at me. We lit a coffee fire as beacon for the rest, and waited till their dark lines passed by. Next day we marched to Wadi el-Jinns. To flood pools, shallow eyes of water set in wrinkles of the clay, their rims lashed about with scrubby stems of brushwood. The water was grey, like the Marley Valley bed, but sweet. There we rested for the night, since the Zagi had shot a bustard, and Xenophon did rightly call its white meat good. While we feasted the camels feasted. By the bounty of spring they were knee-deep in succulent green stuff. A fourth easy march took us to the Atara, our goal, where our allies, Mifla, Fahad and Adhub, were camped. Fahad was still stricken, but Mifla, with honeyed words, came out to welcome us, his face eaten up by greed, and his voice wheezy with it. Our plan, thanks to Allenby's lion's share, promised simply. We would, when ready, cross the line to Themed, the main Beni Sakr watering. Thence under cover of a screen of their cavalry we would move to Mediba, and fit it as our headquarters, while Allenby put the Jericho Salt Road in condition. We ought to link up with the British comfortably without firing a shot. Meanwhile we had only to wait in the Atatir, which to our joy were really green, with every hollow a standing pool, and the valley beds of tall grass prinked with flowers. The chalky ridges, sterile with salt, framed the water channels delightfully. From their tallest point we could look north and south, and see how the rain, running down, had painted the valleys across the white in broad stripes of green, sharp and firm like brushstrokes. Everything was growing, and daily the picture was fuller and brighter till the desert became like a rank water meadow. Playful packs of winds came crossing and tumbling over one another, their wide, brief gusts surging through the grass, to lay it momentarily in swathes of dark and light satin, like young corn after the roller. On the hill we sat and shivered before these sweeping shadows, expecting a heavy blast, and there would come into our faces a warm and perfumed breath, very gentle, which passed away behind us as a silver-grey light down the plain of green. Our fastidious camels grazed an hour or so, and then lay down to digest, bringing up stomach-load after stomach-load of butter-smelling green cud, and chewing weightily. At last news came that the English had taken Amman. In half an hour we were making for Themed, across the deserted line. Later messages told us that the English were falling back, and though we had forewarned the Arabs of it, yet they were troubled. A further messenger reported how the English had just fled from Salt. This was plainly contrary to Allenby's intention, and I swore straight out that it was not true. A man galloped in to say that the English had broken only a few rails south of Amman, after 2 days of vain assaults against the town. I grew seriously disturbed in the conflict of rumor, and sent at Hub, who might be trusted not to lose his head, to Salt with a letter for Chetwode or Shea, asking for a note on the real situation. For the intervening hours we tramped restlessly over the fields of young barley, our minds working out plan after plan with feverish activity. Very late at night at Hub's racing horse hooves echoed across the valley and he came in to tell us that Jemal Pasha was now in Salt, victorious, hanging those local Arabs who had welcomed the English. The Turks were still chasing Allenby far down the Jordan Valley. It was thought that Jerusalem would be recovered. I knew enough of my countrymen to reject that possibility, but clearly things were very wrong. We slipped off, bemused, to the Atatir again. This reverse, being unawares, hurt me the more. Allenby's plan had seemed modest, and that we should so fall down before the Arabs was deplorable. They had never trusted us to do the great things which I foretold, and now their independent thoughts set out to enjoy the springtide here. They were abetted by some gypsy families from the north with the materials of their tinkering trade on donkeys. The Zeban tribesmen greeted them with a humor I little understood, till I saw that, beside their legitimate profits of handicraft, the women were open to other advances. Particularly they were easy to the Ajail. And for a while they prospered exceedingly, since our men were eager and very generous. I also made use of them. It seemed a pity to be at a loose end so near to Amman, and not bother to look at it. So Faraj and I hired 3 of the merry little women, wrapped ourselves up like them, and strolled through the village. The visit was successful, though my final determination was that the place should be left alone. We had one evil moment, by the bridge, when we were returning. Some Turkish soldiers crossed our party, and taking us all 5 for what we looked, grew much too friendly. We showed a coyness, and good turn of speed for gypsy women, and escaped intact. For the future I decided to resume my habit of wearing ordinary British soldiers' rig in enemy camps. It was too brazen to be suspect. After this I determined to order the Indians from Azraq back to Faisal, and to return myself. We started on one of those clean dawns which woke up the senses with the sun, while the intellect, tired after the thinking of the night, was yet abed. For an hour or 2 on such a morning the sounds, scents and colors of the world struck man individually indirectly, not filtered through or made typical by thought. They seemed to exist sufficiently by themselves, and the lack of design and of carefulness in creation no longer irritated. We marched southward along the railway, expecting to cross the slower-moving Indians from Azraq. Our little party on prize camels swooping from one point of vantage to another, on the lookout. The still day encouraged us to speed over all the flint-strewn ridges, ignoring the multitude of desert paths which led only to the abandoned camps of last year, or of the last 1,000 or 10,000 years, for a road, once trodden into such flint and limestone, marked the face of the desert for so long as the desert lasted. By Farifra we saw a little patrol of 8 Turks marching up the line. My men, fresh after the holiday in the Atatir, begged me to ride on them. I thought it too trifling, but when they chafed, agreed. The younger ones instantly rushed forward at a gallop. I ordered the rest across the line, to drive the enemy away from their shelter behind a culvert. The Zaghi, 100 yards to my right, seeing what was wanted, swerved aside at once. Mohsen followed him a moment later, with his section, whilst Abdullah and I pushed forward steadily on our side, to take the enemy on both flanks together. Faraj, riding in front of everyone, would not listen to our cries nor notice the warning shots fired past his head. He looked round at our maneuver, but himself continued to canter madly towards the bridge, which he reached before the Zaghi and his party had crossed the line. The Turks held their fire, and we supposed them gone down the further side of the embankment into safety, but as Faraj drew rein beneath the archway, there was a shot, and he seemed to fall or leap out of the saddle, and disappeared. A while after, the Zaghi got into position on the bank and his party fired 20 or 30 ragged shots, as though the enemy was still there. I was very anxious about Faraj. His camel stood unharmed by the bridge, alone. He might be hit, or might be following the enemy. I could not believe that he had deliberately ridden up to them in the open and halted, yet it looked like it. I sent Fihid to the Zaghi and told him to rush along the far side as soon as possible, whilst we went at a fast trot straight into the bridge. We reached it together, and found there one dead Turk, and Faraj terribly wounded through the body, lying by the arch just as he had fallen from his camel. He looked unconscious. But, when we dismounted, greeted us, and then fell silent, sunken in that loneliness which came to hurt men who believed death near. We tore his clothes away and looked uselessly at the wound. The bullet had smashed right through him, and his spine seemed injured. The Arabs said at once that he had only a few hours to live. We tried to move him, for he was helpless, though he showed no pain. We tried to stop the wide, slow bleeding, which made poppy splashes in the grass, but it seemed impossible, and after a while he told us to let him alone, as he was dying, and happy to die, since he had no care of me. Indeed, for long he had been so, and men very tired and sorry often fell in love with death, with that triumphal weakness coming home after strength has been vanquished in a last battle. While we fussed about him, Abd el-Latif shouted in alarm. He could see about 50 Turks working up the line towards us, and soon after a motor trolley was heard coming from the north. We were only 16 men, and had an impossible position. I said we must retire at once, carrying Faraj with us. They tried to lift him, first in his cloak, afterwards in a blanket, but consciousness was coming back, and he screamed so pitifully that we had not the heart to hurt him more. We could not leave him where he was, to the Turks, because we had seen them burn alive our hapless wounded. For this reason we were all agreed, before action, to finish off one another, if badly hurt, but I had never realized that it might fall to me to kill Faraj. I knelt down beside him, holding my pistol near the ground by his head, so that he should not see my purpose. But he must have guessed it, for he opened his eyes, and clutched me with his harsh, scaly hand, the tiny hand of these unripe nedged fellows. I waited a moment, and he said, "Dud will be angry with you," the old smile coming back so strangely to this grey shrinking face. I replied, "Salute him from me." He returned the formal answer, "God will give you peace," and at last wearily closed his eyes. The Turkish trolley was now very close, swaying down the line towards us like a dung beetle, and its machine gun bullets stung the air about our heads as we fled back into the ridges. Mohsen led Faraj's camel, on which were his sheepskin and trappings, still with the shape of his body in them, just as he had fallen by the bridge. Near dark we halted. And the Zaghi came whispering to me that all were wrangling as to who should ride the splendid animal next day. He wanted her for himself. But I was bitter that these perfected dead had again robbed my poverty, and to cheapen the great loss with a little one I shot the poor beast with my second bullet. Then the sun set on us. Through the breathless noon in the valleys of Kerak the prisoned air had brooded stagnantly without relief, while the heat sucked the perfume from the flowers. With darkness the world moved once more, and a breath from the west crept out over the desert. We were miles from the grass and flowers, but suddenly we felt them all about us, as waves of this scented air drew past us with a sticky sweetness. However, quickly it faded, and the night wind, damp and wholesome, followed. Abdullah brought me supper, rice and camel meat, Faraja's camel. Afterwards we slept. Chapter 94. In the morning, near Wadi el-Jinns, we met the Indians, halted by a solitary tree. It was like old times, like our gentle and memorable ride to the bridges the year before, to be going again across country with Hassan Shah, hearing the vicar's guns still clinking in the carriers. And helping the troopers retie their slipping loads, or saddles. They seemed just as unhandy with camels as at first, so not till dusk did we cross the railway. There I left the Indians, because I felt restless, and movement fast in the night might cure my mind. So we pressed forward all the chill darkness, riding for Odro. When we topped its rise we noticed gleams of fire to our left, bright flashes went up constantly, it might be from about Jordan. We drew rein and heard the low boom of explosions, a steady flame appeared, grew greater and divided into two. Perhaps the station was burning. We rode quick, to ask master. However, his place was deserted, with only a jackal on the old camping ground. I decided to push ahead to Faisal. We trotted our fastest, as the sun grew higher in the heavens. The road was bestial with locusts, though from a little distance they looked beautiful, silvering the air with the shimmer of their wings. Summer had come upon us unawares, my 7th consecutive summer in this east. As we approached, we heard firing in front, on Semna, the crescent mound which covered Mon. Parties of troops walked gently up its face to halt below the crest. Evidently we had taken the Semna, so we rode towards the new position. On the flat, this side of it, we met a camel with litters. The man leading it said, "Maulad Pasha," pointing to his load. I ran up, crying, "Is Maulad hit?" for he was one of the best officers in the army, a man also most honest towards us. Not, indeed, that admiration could anyhow have been refused so sturdy and uncompromising a patriot. The old man replied out of his litter in a weak voice, saying, "Yes, indeed, Lurens Bey, I am hurt, but, thanks be to God, it is nothing. We have taken Semna." I replied that I was going there. Maulad craned himself feverishly over the edge of the litter, hardly able to see or speak, his thigh bone was splintered above the knee, showing me point after point, for organizing the hillside defensively. We arrived as the Turks were beginning to throw half-hearted shells at it. Nuri said was commanding in Maulad's place. He stood coolly on the hilltop. Most men talked faster under fire, and acted a betraying ease and joviality. Nuri grew calmer, and Zayd bored. I asked where Jafar was. Nuri said that at midnight he was due to have attacked Jordan. I told him of the night flares, which must have marked his success. While we were glad together his messengers arrived reporting prisoners and machine guns, also the station and 3,000 rails destroyed. So splendid an effort would settle the northern line for weeks. Then Nuri told me that the preceding dawn he had rushed Ghadir el-Hajj station and wrecked it, with 5 bridges and 1,000 rails. So the southern line was also settled. Late in the afternoon it grew deadly quiet. Both sides stopped their aimless shelling. They said that Faisal had moved to Haida. We crossed the little flooded stream, by a temporary hospital where Maulad lay. Mahmud, the red-bearded, defiant doctor, thought that he would recover without amputation. Faisal was on the hilltop, on the very edge, black against the sun, whose light threw a queer haze about his slender figure, and suffused his head with gold, through the floss silk of his headcloth. I made my camel kneel. Faisal stretched out his hands crying, "Please God, good." I replied, "The praise and the victory be to God." And he swept me into his tent that we might exchange the news. Faisal had heard from Donny more than I knew of the British failure before Amman, of the bad weather and confusion, and how Allenby had telephoned to Shea, and made one of his lightning decisions to cut the loss. A wise decision, though it hurt us sorely. Joyce was in hospital, but mending well, and Donai lay ready at Gawera to start for Mutawara with all the cars. Faisal asked me about Semna and Jafar, and I told him what I knew, and Nuri's opinion, and the prospect. Nuri had complained that the Abu Tay had done nothing for him all day. Ada denied it. And I recalled the story of our first taking the plateau, and the jibe by which I had shamed them into the charge at Abal Lisan. The tale was new to Faisal. Its raking up hurt old Ada deeply. He swore vehemently that he had done his best today, only conditions were not favorable for tribal work, and, when I withstood him further, he went out of the tent, very bitter. Maynard and I spent the next days watching operations. The Abu Tay captured 2 outposts east of the station, while Salah ibn Shifia took a breastwork with a machine gun and 20 prisoners. These gains gave us liberty of movement round Mon. And on the 3rd day Jafar massed his artillery on the southern ridge, while Nuri said led a storming party into the sheds of the railway station. As he reached their cover the French guns ceased fire. We were wandering in a Ford car, trying to keep up with the successive advances, when Nuri, perfectly dressed and gloved, smoking his briar pipe, met us and sent us back to Captain Pisani, artillery commander, with an urgent appeal for support. We found Pisani wringing his hands in despair, every round expended. He said he had implored Nuri not to attack at this moment of his penury. There was nothing to do, but see our men volleyed out of the railway station again. The road was littered with crumpled khaki figures, and the eyes of the wounded, gone rich with pain, stared accusingly at us. The control had gone from their broken bodies and their torn flesh shook them helplessly. We could see everything and think dispassionately, but it was soundless, our hearing had been taken away by the knowledge that we had failed. Afterwards we understood that we had never expected such excellent spirit from our infantry, who fought cheerfully under machine gun fire, and made clever use of ground. So little leading was required that only 3 officers were lost. Mon showed us that the Arabs were good enough without British stiffening. This made us more free to plan, so the failure was not unredeemed. On the morning of April the 18th, Jafar wisely decided that he could not afford more loss, and drew back to the Semna positions while the troops rested. Being an old college friend of the Turkish commandant, he sent him a white-flagged letter, inviting surrender. The reply said that they would love it, but had orders to hold out to the last cartridge. Jafar offered a respite, in which they could fire off their reserves, but the Turks hesitated till Jemal Pasha was able to collect troops from Amman, reoccupy Jordan, and pass a pack convoy of food and ammunition into the beleaguered town. The railway remained broken for weeks. Forthwith I took car to join Donai. I was uneasy at irregular fighting his first guerrilla battle with that most involved and intricate weapon, the armored car. Also Donai was no Arabist, and neither Peake, his camel expert, nor Marshall, his doctor, was fluent. His troops were mixed, British, Egyptian and Bedouin. The last 2 were antipathetic. So I drove into his camp above Tel Sham after midnight, and offered myself, delicately, as an interpreter. Fortunately he received me well, and took me round his lines. A wonderful show. The cars were parked geometrically here. Armored cars there, sentries and pickets were out, with machine guns ready. Even the Arabs were in a tactical place behind a hill, in support, but out of sight and hearing, by some magic Sharif Haza and himself had kept them where they were put. My tongue coiled into my cheek with the wish to say that the only thing lacking was an enemy. His conversation as he unfolded his plan deepened my admiration to unplumbed depths. He had prepared operation orders. Orthodox-sounding things with 0 times and a sequence of movements. Each unit had its appointed duty. We would attack the plain post, at dawn, armored cars, from the vantage of the hillock on which Joyce and myself had sat and laughed ruefully the last abortive time. The cars, with closed cut-out, would take station before daylight, and carry the trenches by surprise. Tenders 1 and 3 would then demolish bridges A and B on the operations plan, scale 1/250,000, at 01. 30 hours while the cars moved to Rock Post, and with the support of Haza and the Arabs rushed it, 02.15. Hornby and the explosives, in Talbot's No. 40531 and 41226, would move after them, and demolish bridges D, E, and F, while the force lunched. After lunch, when the low sun permitted sight through the mirage, at 08 hours to be exact, the united mass would attack South Post. The Egyptians from the east, the Arabs from the north, covered by long-range machine gun fire from the cars, and by Brodie's 10-pounder guns, sighted on Observation Hill. The post would fall and the force transport itself to the station of Tel Sham, which would be shelled by Brodie from the northwest. Bombed by aeroplanes flying from the mudflats of Rum, at 010 hours, and approached by armored cars from the west. The Arabs would follow the cars, while Peake with his camel corps descended from South Post. The station will be taken at 011.30 foot, said the scheme, breaking into humor at the last. But there it failed, for the Turks, ignorantly and in haste, surrendered 10 minutes too soon, and made the only blot on a bloodless day. In a liquid voice I inquired if Hawza understood. I was informed that as he had no watch to synchronize, by the way, would I please put mine right now? He would make his first move when the cars turned northward and time his later actions by express order. I crept away and hid myself for an hour's sleep. At dawn we saw the cars roll silently on top of the sleeping sandy trenches, and the astonished Turks walk out with their hands up. It was like picking a ripe peach. Hornby dashed up in his 2 Rolls tenders, put 100 weight of gun cotton under Bridge A and blew it up convincingly. The roar nearly lifted Donnie and myself out of our 3rd tender, in which we sat grandly overseeing all, and we ran in, to show Hornby the cheaper way of the drainage holes as mine chambers. Subsequent bridges came down for 10 slabs apiece. While we were at Bridge B, the cars concentrated their machine guns on the parapet of Hawk Post, a circle of thick stone walls, very visible from their long early shadows, on a knoll too steep for wheels. Hawza was ready, willing and excited, and the Turks so frightened by the splashing and splattering of the 4 machine guns that the Arabs took them almost in their stride. That was Peach the second. Then it was interval for the others, but activity for Hornby, and for myself, now assistant engineer. We ran down the line in our Rolls-Royces, carrying 2 tons of gun cotton, bridges and rails roared up wherever fancy dictated. The crews of the cars covered us, and sometimes covered themselves, under their cars, when fragments came sailing musically through the smoky air. 1 20-pound flint clanged plumb on a turret head and made a harmless dint. At intervals everybody took photographs of the happy bursts. It was fighting deluxe, and demolition deluxe, we enjoyed ourselves. After the peripatetic lunch hour we went off to see the fall of South Post. It fell to its minute, but not properly. Hawza and his Amran were too wound up to advance soberly in alternate rushes like Peake and the Egyptians. Instead they thought it was a steeplechase, and did a camel charge up the mound over breastwork and trenches. The war-weary Turks gave it up in disgust. Then came the central act of the day, the assault upon the station. Peake drew down towards it from the north, moving his men by repeated exposure of himself, hardly, for they were not fierce for honor. Brodie opened on it with his usual nicety, while the aeroplanes circled round in their cold-blooded way, to drop whistling bombs into its trenches. The armored cars went forward snuffling smoke, and through this haze a file of Turks waving white things rose out of their main trench in a dejected fashion. We cranked up our Rolls tenders, the Arabs leaped on to their camels. Peake's now bold men broke into a run, and the force converged wildly upon the station. Our car won, and I gained the station bell, a dignified piece of Damascus brasswork. The next man took the ticket punch and the third the office stamp, while the bewildered Turks stared at us, with a growing indignation that their importance should be merely secondary. A minute later, with a howl, the Bedouin were upon the maddest looting of their history. 200 rifles, 80,000 rounds of ammunition, many bombs, much food and clothing were in the station, and everybody smashed and profited. An unlucky camel increased the confusion by firing one of the many Turkish trip mines as it entered the yard. The explosion blew it arse over tip, and caused a panic. They thought Brody was opening up again. In the pause the Egyptian officer found an unbroken storehouse, and put a guard of soldiers over it, because they were short of food. Hawza's wolves, not yet sated, did not recognize the Egyptians' right to share equally. Shooting began, but by mediation we obtained that the Egyptians pick first what rations they needed. Afterwards there followed a general scramble, which burst the storeroom walls. The profit of Sham was so great that 8 out of every 10 of the Arabs were contented with it. In the morning only Hawza and a handful of men remained with us for further operations. Donay's program said Ramla Station. But his orders were inchoate, since the position had not been examined. So we sent down Wade in his armored car, with a second car in support. He drove on, cautiously, stage by stage, in dead silence. At last, without a shot fired, he entered the station yard, carefully, for fear of the mines, whose trip and trigger wires diapered the ground. The station was closed up. He put half a belt through the door and shutters, and, getting no reply, slipped out of his car, searched the building, and found it empty of men, though full enough of desirable goods to make Hawza and the faithful remnant prize their virtue aloud. We spent the day destroying miles more of the unoccupied line, till we judged that we had done damage to occupy the largest possible repair party for a fortnight. The third day was to be Mutawara, but we had no great hope or force left. The Arabs were gone, Peak's men too little warlike. However, Mutawara might panic like Ramla, so we slept the night by our latest capture. The unwearied Donay set out sentries, who, emulous of their smart commanding officer, did a Buckingham Palace stunt up and down beside our would-be sleeping heads, till I got up and instructed them in the arts of desert watching. In the morning we set off to look at Mutawara, driving like kings splendidly in our roaring cars over the smooth plains of sand and flint, with the low sun pale behind us in the east. The light hit us till we were close in and saw that a long train stood in the station. Reinforcement or evacuation? A moment afterwards they let fly at us with 4 guns, of which 2 were active and accurate little Austrian mountain howitzers. At 7,000 yards they did admirable shooting, while we made off in undignified haste to some distant hollows. Thence we made a wide circuit to where, with Zal, we had mined our first train. We blew up the long bridge under which the Turkish patrol had slept out that tense midday. Afterwards we returned to Ramla, and persevered in destroying line and bridges, to make our break permanent. A demolition too serious for Fakhri ever to restore, while Faisal sent Muhammad el-Dylan against the yet intact stations between our break and Mon. Donay joined up with them, geographically, below the escarpment, a day later, and so this 80 miles from Mon to Mutawara, with its 7 stations, fell wholly into our hands. The active defense of Medina ended with this operation. A new officer, young, came from Mesopotamia to reinforce our staff. He was a regular of exceptional quality, with long and wide experience of war, and perfect fluency in Arabic. His intended role was to double mine, with the tribes, that our activity against the enemy might be broader, and better directed. To let him play himself into our fresh conditions, I handed him over the possibility of combining Zaid, Nasir and Merzuk into an 80-mile-long interruption of the railway from Mon northward, while I went down to Aqaba and took ship for Suez. To discuss futures with Allenby. Chapter 95. Donay met me, and we talked over our brief before going up to Allenby's camp. Their General Bowles smiled happily at us, and said, "Well, we're in salt all right." To our amazed stares he went on that the chiefs of the Beni Sakr had come into Jericho one morning, to offer the immediate cooperation of their 20,000 tribesmen at Themed. And in his bath next day he had thought out a scheme, and fixed it all right. I asked who the chief of the Beni Sakr was, and he said to Had, triumphing in his efficient inroad into what had been my province. It sounded madder and madder. I knew that Fahad could not raise 400 men, and, that at the moment there was not a tent on Themed, they had moved south, to Young. We hurried to the office for the real story, and learned that it was, unfortunately, as Bowles had said. The British cavalry had gone impromptu up the hills of Moab on some airy promise of the Zebn sheiks, greedy fellows who had ridden into Jerusalem only to taste Allenby's bounty but had there been taken at their mouth value. In this season there was no third partner at GHQ. Guy Donny, brother of our gladiator, he who had made the Jerusalem plan, had gone to Haig's staff. Bartholomew, who was to work out the autumn drive upon Damascus, was still with Chetwode. So the executive of Allenby's work in these months was unequal to the conception. For, of course, this raid miscarried, while I was still in Jerusalem, solacing myself against the inadequacy of Bowles with stores, now the urbane and artful governor of the place. The Beni Sacre were supine in their tents or away with young. General Chauvel, without the help of one of them, saw the Turks reopen the Jordan fords behind his back and seize the road by which he had advanced. We escaped heavy disaster only because Allenby's instinct for a situation showed him his danger just in time. Yet we suffered painfully. The Czech taught the British to be more patient with Faisal's difficulties. Convinced the Turks that the Amman sector was their danger point, and made the Beni Sacre feel that the English were past understanding, not great fighting men, perhaps, but ready on the spur of the moment to be awed. So, in part, it redeemed the Amman failure by its deliberate repetition of what had looked accidental. At the same time it ruined the hopes which Faisal had entertained of acting independently with the Beni Sacre. This cautious and very wealthy tribe asked for dependable allies. Our movement, clean-cut while alone with a simple enemy, was now bogged in its partner's contingencies. We had to take our tune from Allenby, and he was not happy. The German offensive in France was stripping him of troops. He would retain Jerusalem, but could not afford a casualty, much less an attack, 4 months. The War Office promised him Indian divisions from Mesopotamia, and Indian drafts. With these he would rebuild his army on the Indian model. Perhaps, after the summer, he might be again in fighting trim, but for the moment we must both just hold on. This he told me on May the 5th, the date chosen under the Smuts arrangement for the heave northward of the whole army as prelude to the fall of Damascus and Aleppo. As first phase of this arrangement we had undertaken the liability of Mon, and Allenby's pause stuck us with this siege of a superior force. In addition, the Turks from Amman might now have leisure to sweep us off Abal Lisan, back to Aqaba. In so nasty a situation the common habit of joint operations, cursing the other partner, weighed strongly upon me. However, Allenby's staunchness was aiming to relieve us. He was threatening the enemy by a vast bridgehead across Jordan, as if he were about to cross a third time. So he would keep Amman tender. To strengthen us on our plateau he offered what technical equipment we needed. We took the opportunity to ask for repeated air raids on the Hejaz Railway. General Salmond was called in, and proved as generous, in word and deed, as the Commander-in-Chief. The Royal Air Force kept up a dull, troublesome pressure on Amman from now till the fall of Turkey. Much of the inactivity of the enemy in our lean season was due to the disorganization of their railway by bombing. At tea-time Allenby mentioned the Imperial Camel Brigade in Sinai, regretting that in the new stringency he must abolish it and use its men as mounted reinforcements. I asked, "What are you going to do with their camels?" He laughed, and said, "Ask Q. Obediently, I went across the dusty garden, broke in upon the Quartermaster General, Sir Walter Campbell, very Scotch, and repeated my question. He answered firmly that they were earmarked as divisional transport for the second of the new Indian divisions. I explained that I wanted 2,000 of them. His first reply was irrelevant, his second conveyed that I might go on wanting. I argued, but he seemed unable to see my side at all. Of course, it was of the nature of a Q to be costive. I returned to Allenby and said aloud, before his party, that there were for disposal 2,200 riding camels, and 1,300 baggage camels. All were provisionally allotted to transport. But, of course, riding camels were riding camels. The staff whistled, and looked wise, as though they, too, doubted whether riding camels could carry baggage. A technicality, even a sham one, might be helpful. Every British officer understood animals, as a point of honor. So I was not astonished when Sir Walter Campbell was asked to dine with the Commander-in-Chief that night. We sat on the right hand and on the left, and with the soup Allenby began to talk about camels. Sir Walter broke out that the providential dispersing of the Camel Brigade brought the transport of the Th Division up to strength. A godsend, for the Orient had been vainly ransacked for camels. He overacted. Allenby, a reader of Milton, had an acute sense of style, and the line was a weak one. He cared nothing for strengths, the fetish of administrative branches. He looked at me with a twinkle, and what do you want them for? I replied hotly, to put 1,000 men into Dera any day you please. He smiled and shook his head at Sir Walter Campbell, saying sadly, Q, you lose. The goat became giddy and the sheep sheepish. It was an immense, a regal gift, the gift of unlimited mobility. The Arabs could now win their war when and where they liked. Next morning I was off to join Faisal in his cool eyrie at liaison. We discussed histories, tribes, migration, sentiments, the spring rains, pasture, at length. Finally, I remarked that Allenby had given us 2,000 camels. Faisal gasped and caught my knee, saying, how? I told him all the story. He leaped up and kissed me, then he clapped his hands loudly. Hijr's black shape appeared at the tent door. Hurry, cried Faisal, call them. Hijris asked whom. Oh, Fahad, Abdullah el-Fire, Atta, Motlog, Zal, and not Murzuk? Queried Hijris mildly. Faisal shouted at him for a fool, and the black ran off, while I said, it is nearly finished. Soon you can let me go. He protested, saying that I must remain with them always, and not just till Damascus, as I had promised in Ern Ledge. I, who wanted so to get away. Feet came pattering to the tent door, and paused, while the chiefs recovered their grave faces and set straight their headcloths for the entry. One by one they sat down stilly on the rugs, each saying unconcernedly, Please God, good. To each Faisal replied, Praise God, and they stared in wonder at his dancing eyes. When the last had rustled in, Faisal told them that God had sent the means of victory, 2,000 riding camels. Our war was to march unchecked to freedom, its triumphant end. They murmured in astonishment, doing their best, as great men, to be calm, eyeing me to guess my share in the event. I said, the bounty of Allenby. Zal cut in swiftly for them all, God keep his me and yours. I replied, we have been made victorious, stood up, with a, by your leave, to Faisal, and slipped away to tell Joyce. Behind my back they burst out into wild words of their coming wilder deeds, childish, perhaps, but it would be a pretty war in which each man did not feel that he was winning it. Joyce also was gladdened and made smooth by the news of the 2,000 camels. We dreamed of the stroke to which they should be put, of their march from Beersheba to Aqaba, and where for 2 months we could find grazing for this vast multitude of animals. They must be broken from barley if they were to be of use to us. These were not pressing thoughts. We had, meanwhile, the need to maintain ourselves all summer on the plateau, besieging Mon, and keeping the railways cut. The task was difficult. First, about supply. I had just thrown the existing arrangements out of gear. The Egyptian camel transport companies had been carrying steadily between Aqaba and Aba el-Lisan, but carrying less and marching less than our least sanguine estimate. We urged them to increase weights and speeds, but found ourselves up against cast iron core regulations, framed to keep down the figures of animal wastage. By increasing them slightly, we could double the carrying capacity of the column. Consequently, I had offered to take over the animals and send back the Egyptian camel men. The British, being short of labor, jumped at my idea, almost too quickly. We had a terrible scramble to improvise drivers upon the moment. Goslet, single-handed, had hitherto done supplies, transport, ordnance, paymaster, base commandant. The extra work was cruelty to him. So Donnay found Scott, a perfect Irishman, for base commandant. He had good temper, capacity, spirit. Aqaba breathed quietly. Ordnance we gave to Bright, sergeant or sergeant major, and Young took over transport and quartermaster work. Young had overstrained himself, riding furiously between Naimat, Hijaya and Beni Sakr, between Nasir and Murzik and Faisal, striving to combine and move them in one piece. Incidentally, he had furiously overstrained the Arabs. In transport duties his drive and ability would be better employed. Using his full power, he grappled with the chaos. He had no stores for his columns, no saddles, no clerks, no veterinaries, no drugs and few drivers, so that to run a harmonious and orderly train was impossible, but Young very nearly did it, in his curious ungrateful way. Thanks to him, the supply problem of the Arab regulars on the plateau was solved. All this time the face of our revolt was growing. Faisal, veiled in his tent, maintained incessantly the teaching and preaching of his Arab movement. Aqaba boomed, even our fieldwork was going well. The Arab regulars had just had their third success against Jordan, the battered station which they made it almost a habit to take and lose. Our armored cars happened on a Turkish sortie from Mon and smashed it in such style that the opportunity never recurred. Zayd, in command of half the army posted north of Ohida, was showing great vigor. His gaiety of spirit appealed more to the professional officers than did Faisal's poetry and lean earnestness, so this happy association of the two brothers gave every sort of man a sympathy with one or other of the leaders of the revolt. Yet there were clouds in the north. At Amman was a forcible Turkish concentration of troops earmarked for Mon when supply conditions would let them move. This supply reserve was being put in by rail from Damascus, as well as the bombing attacks of the Royal Air Force from Palestine permitted. To make head against them, Nasir, our best guerrilla general, had been appointed, in advance of Zayd, to do something great against the railway. He had camped in Wadi Hiza, with Hornby, full of explosives, and Peake's trained section of Egyptian Army Camel Corps to help in demolition. Time, till Allenby recovered, was what we had to fight for, and Nasir would very much help our desire if he secured us a month's breathing space by playing the intangible ghost at the Turkish army. If he failed we must expect the relief of Mon and an onslaught of the reinvigorated enemy upon Aba el-Lisan. Chapter 96. Nasir attacked Hiza station in his old fashion, cutting the line to north and south the night before, and opening a sharp bombardment of the buildings when it was light enough to see. Razm was the gunner and the gun our Krupp antiquity of Medina, Wage and Tafali. When the Turks weakened, the Arabs charged into the station, Beni Sakr and Hawatat vying for the lead. We had, of course, no killed. As was ever the way with such tactics. Hornby and Peake reduced the place to a heap of ruins. They blew in the well, the tanks, engines, pumps, buildings, 3 bridges, rolling stock, and about 4 miles of rail. Next day Nasir moved north, and destroyed Farifra station. Peake and Hornby continued work that day and the day following. Altogether it sounded like our biggest demolition. I determined to go up and see for myself. A dozen of my men marched with me. Below the Rashidiyya ridge we came to the lone tree, Shejarat el-Tayr. My Horanis drew rein under its thorny branches, on which were impaled many tatters of wayfarers' offered clothes. Muhammad said, "Upon you, O Mustafa." Reluctantly Mustafa let himself down from his saddle and piece by piece took off his clothes, till nearly naked, when he lay down arching himself over the tumbled cairn. The other men dismounted, picked each a thorn, and in solemn file drove them, hard and sharp as brass, deep into his flesh and left them standing there. The Ajail stared open-mouthed at the ceremony, but before it ended swung themselves monkey-like down, grinning lewdly, and stabbed in their thorns where they would be most painful. Mustafa shivered quietly till he heard Muhammad say, "Get up," using the feminine inflection. He sadly pulled out the thorns, dressed, and remounted. Abdullah knew no reason for the punishment, and the Horani's manner showed that they did not wish me to ask them. We reached Hiza to find Nasir, with 600 men, concealed under cliffs and bushes, afraid of enemy aircraft, which had killed many. One bomb had fallen into a pool while 11 camels had been drinking, and had thrown them all, dead, in a ring about the water side among torn flowers of oleander. We wrote to Air Vice Marshal Salmond for a revengeful counterstroke. The railway was still in Nasir's hand, and whenever they had explosives Hornby and Peake went down to it. They had blown in a cutting, and were developing a new rail demolition, turning over each section by main force, as it was cut. From Sultani in the north to Jerf in the south, the damage extended 14 miles. Nasir fully understood the importance of maintaining his activity, and there seemed a fair hope of his lasting. He had found a comfortable and bomb-proof cave between two limestone reefs which, articulated like teeth, broke out from the green hillside. The heat and flies in the valley were not yet formidable. It was running with water, fertile with pasture. Behind lay Tafili, and if Nasir were hard-pressed he had only to send a message, and the mounted peasantry of the villages, on their rough ponies jangling with shrill bells, would come pouring over the range to his support. The day of our arrival the Turks sent a force of camel corps, cavalry and infantry, down to reoccupy Faraifra as a first counterstroke. Nasir at once was up and at them. While his machine guns kept down the Turks' heads, the Abu Tayyip charged up to within 100 yards of the crumbling wall which was the only defense, and cut out all the camels and some horses. To expose riding animals to the sight of Bedouins was a sure way to lose them. Afterwards I was down with Atta, near the fork of the valley, when there came the throbbing and moaning overhead of Mercedes engines. Nature stilled itself before the master noise, even the birds and insects hushed. We crawled between fallen boulders, and heard the first bomb drop lower in the valley where Peake's camp lay hidden in a 12-foot oleander thicket. The machines were flying towards us, for the next bombs were nearer, and the last fell just in front, with a shattering, dusty roar, by our captured camels. When the smoke cleared, 2 of them were kicking in agony on the ground. A faceless man, spraying blood from a fringe of red flesh about his neck, stumbled screaming towards our rocks. He crashed blindly over one and another, tripping and scrambling with arms outstretched, maddened by pain. In a moment he lay quiet, and we who had scattered from him ventured near, but he was dead. I went back to Nasir, safe in his cave with Nawaf el-Foiz, brother of Mithqal, head of the Beni Sakr. Nawaf, a shifty man, was so full and careful of his pride that he would stoop to any private meanness to preserve it publicly, but then he was mad, like all the Foiz clan, uncertain like them, and voluble, with flickering eyes. Our acquaintance of before the war had been renewed secretly a year before, when 3 of us crept in after sunset to their rich family tents near Ziza. Fawaz, the senior Foiz, was a notable Arab, a committeeman of the Damascus group, prominent in the Party of Independence. He received me with fair words and hospitality, fed us richly, and brought out, after we had talked, his richest bedquilts. I had slept an hour or 2 when a charged voice whispered through a smoke-smelling beard into my ear. It was Nawaf, the brother, to say that, behind the friendly seeming, Fawaz had sent horsemen to Ziza, and soon the troops would be here to take me. We were certainly caught. My Arabs crouched in their place, meaning to fight like cornered animals, and kill at least some of the enemy before they themselves died. Such tactics displeased me. When combats came to the physical, bare hand against hand, I was finished. The disgust of being touched revolted me more than the thought of death and defeat, perhaps because one such terrible struggle in my youth had given me an enduring fear of contact, or because I so reverenced my wits and despised my body that I would not be beholden to the second for the life of the first. I whispered to Nawaf for counsel. He crawled back through the tent curtain, we followed dragging my few things in their light saddle pouch. Behind the next tent, his own, sat the camels, knee-haltered and saddled. We mounted circumspectly. Nawaf led out his mare, and guided us, loaded rifle across his thigh, to the railway and beyond it into the desert. There he gave us the star direction of our supposed goal in Bear. A few days later Sheikh Fawaz was dead. Chapter 97. I explained to Faisal that Nasir's cutting of the line would endure another month, and, after the Turks had got rid of him, it would be yet a 3rd month before they attacked us in Abal Lisan. By then our new camels should be fit for use in an offensive of our own. I suggested that we ask his father, King Hussein, to transfer to Aqaba the regular units at present with Ali and Abdullah. Their reinforcement would raise us to 10,000 strong, in uniformed men. We would divide them into 3 parts. The immobile would constitute a retaining force to hold Mon quiet. 1,000, on our new camels, would attack the Deir-Damascus sector. The balance would form a second expedition, of 2,000 or 3,000 infantry, to move into the Beni Sakr country and connect with Allenby at Jericho. The long-distance mounted raid, by taking Deira or Damascus, would compel the Turks to withdraw from Palestine 1 division, or even 2, to restore their communications. By so weakening the enemy, we would give Allenby the power to advance his line, at any rate to Nablus. The fall of Nablus would cut the lateral communication which made the Turks strong in Moab. And they would be compelled to fall back on Ammon, yielding us quiet possession of the Jordan bottom. Practically I was proposing that we use up the Horan Arabs to let us reach Jericho, halfway to our Damascus goal. Faisal fell in with the proposal, and gave me letters to his father advising it. Unhappily the old man was, nowadays, little inclined to take his advice, out of green-eyed hatred for this son who was doing too well and was being disproportionately helped by the British. For dealing with the king I relied on joint action by Wingate and Allenby, his paymasters. I decided to go up to Egypt personally, to press them to write him letters of the necessary stiffness. In Cairo, Donay agreed both to the transfer of the southern regulars, and to the independent offensive. We went to Wingate, argued it, and convinced him that the ideas were good. He wrote letters to King Hussein, strongly advising the reinforcement of Faisal. I pressed him to make clear to the king that the continuance of a war subsidy would depend on his giving effect to our advice, but he refused to be stringent, and couched the letter in terms of politeness, which would be lost on the hard and suspicious old man in Mecca. Yet the effort promised so much for us that we went up to Allenby, to beg his help with the king. At GHQ, we felt a remarkable difference in the air. The place was, as always, throbbing with energy and hope, but now logic and coordination were manifest in an uncommon degree. Allenby had a curious blindness of judgment in choosing men, due largely to his positive greatness, which made good qualities in his subordinates seem superfluous. But Chetwode, not content, had interposed again, setting up Bartholomew, his own chief of staff, in the 3rd place of the hierarchy. Bartholomew, not made, like Donay, with many foreign sides to his imagination, was yet more intricate, yet more polished as a soldier, more careful and conscientious, and seemed a friendly team leader. We unrolled before him our scheme to start the ball rolling in the autumn, hoping by our pushes to make it possible for him to come in later vigorously to our support. He listened smiling, and said that we were 3 days too late. Their new army was arriving to time from Mesopotamia and India, prodigious advances in grouping and training were being made. On June the 15th it had been the considered opinion of a private conference that the army would be capable of a general and sustained offensive in September. The sky was, indeed, opening over us. And we went into Allenby, who said outright that late in September he would make a grand attack to fulfill the Smuts plan even to Damascus and Aleppo. Our role would be as laid down in the spring. We must make the Deira raid on the 2,000 new camels. Times and details would be fixed as the weeks went on, and as Bartholomew's calculations took shape. Our hopes of victory had been too often dashed for me to take this as assured. So, for second string, I got Allenby's blessing upon the transfer of Ali's and Abdullah's khaki-clad contingents, and set off, fortified, to Jeddah, where I had no more success than I expected. The king had got wind of my purpose and took refuge, on the pretext of Ramadan, in Mecca, his inaccessible capital. We talked over the telephone, King Hussein sheltering himself behind the incompetence of the operators in the Mecca exchange, whenever the subject turned dangerous. My throned mind was not in the mood for farce, so I rang off, put Faisal's, Wingate's and Allenby's letters back unopened into my bag and returned to Cairo in the next ship. Book 9. Balancing for a Last Effort. Chapters 98 to 106. Allenby, in rapid embodiment of reliefs from India and Mesopotamia, so surpassed hope that he was able to plan an autumn offensive. The near balance of the forces on each side meant that victory would depend on his subtly deceiving the Turks that their entire danger yet lay beyond the Jordan. We might help, by lying quiet for 6 weeks, feigning a feebleness which should tempt the Turks to attack. The Arabs were then to lead off at the critical moment by cutting the railway communications of Palestine. Such bluff within bluff called for most accurate timing, since the balance would have been wrecked either by a premature Turkish retreat in Palestine, or by their premature attack against the Arabs beyond Jordan. We borrowed from Allenby some imperial camel corps to lend extra color to our supposed critical situation, while preparations for Dera went on with no more check than an untimely show of pique from King Hussein. Chapter 98. On July the 11th, Donny and I were again talking to Allenby and Bartholomew, and, of their generosity and confidence, seeing the undress working of a general's mind. It was an experience, technical, reassuring, and very valuable to me, who was mildly a general, too, in my own odd show. Bowles was on leave while the plans were working out. Sir Walter Campbell also was absent. Bartholomew and Evans, their deputies, plotted to rearrange the army transport, regardless of formations, with such elasticity that any pursuit could be sustained. Allenby's confidence was like a wall. Before the attack he went to see his troops massed in secrecy, waiting the signal, and told them he was sure, with their good help, of 30,000 prisoners, this, when the whole game turned on a chance. Bartholomew was most anxious. He said it would be desperate work to have the whole army reformed by September, and even if they were ready, actually some brigades existed as such for the first time when they went over, we must not assume that the attack would follow as planned. It could be delivered only in the coastal sector, opposite Ramla, the railhead, where only could a necessary reserve of stores be gathered. This seemed so obvious that he could not dream of the Turks staying blind, though momently their dispositions ignored it. Allenby's plan was to collect the bulk of his infantry and all his cavalry under the orange and olive groves of Ramleg just before September the 19th. Simultaneously he hoped to make in the Jordan Valley such demonstrations as should persuade the Turks of a concentration there in progress. The 2 raids to Salt had fixed the Turks' eyes exclusively beyond Jordan. Every move there, whether of British or Arabs, was accompanied by counter-precautions on the Turks' part, showing how fearful they were. In the coast sector, the area of real danger, the enemy had absurdly few men. Success hung on maintaining them in this fatal misappreciation. After the Meinertshagen success, deceptions, which for the ordinary general were just witty hors d'oeuvres before battle, became for Allenby a main point of strategy. Bartholomew would accordingly erect, near Jericho, all condemned tents in Egypt, would transfer veterinary hospitals and sick lines there, would put dummy camps, dummy horses and dummy troops wherever there was plausible room. Would throw more bridges across the river, would collect and open against enemy country all captured guns. And on the right days would ensure the movement of non-combatant bodies along the dusty roads, to give the impression of 11th-hour concentrations for an assault. At the same time the Royal Air Force was going to fill the air with husband formations of the latest fighting machines. The preponderance of these would deprive the enemy for days of the advantage of air reconnaissance. Bartholomew wished us to supplement his efforts with all vigor and ingenuity, from our side of Ammon. Yet he warned us that, even with this, success would hang on a thread, since the Turks could save themselves and their army, and give us our concentration to do over again, by simply retiring their coast sector 7 or 8 miles. The British army would then be like a fish flapping on dry land, with its railways, its heavy artillery, its dumps, its stores, its camps all misplaced, and without olive groves in which to hide its concentration next time. So, while he guaranteed that the British were doing their utmost, he implored us not to engage the Arabs, on his behalf, in a position from which they could not escape. The noble prospect sent Donay and myself back to Cairo in great fettle and cogitation. News from Aqaba had raised again the question of defending the plateau against the Turks, who had just turned Nasir out of Hiza and were contemplating a stroke against Abd al-Lisan about the end of August, when our Dera detachment should start. Unless we could delay the Turks another fortnight, their threat might cripple us. A new factor was urgently required. At this juncture Donay was inspired to think of the surviving battalion of the Imperial Camel Corps. Perhaps GHQ might lend it us to confuse the Turks' reckoning. We telephoned Bartholomew, who understood, and backed our request to Bowles in Alexandria, and to Allenby. After an active telegraphing, we got our way. Colonel Buxton, with 300 men, was lent to us for a month on two conditions: first, that we should forthwith furnish their scheme of operations; second, that they should have no casualties. Bartholomew felt it necessary to apologize for the last magnificent, heartwarming condition, which he thought unsoldierly. Donay and I sat down with a map and measured that Buxton should march from the canal to Aqaba. Thence, by Rum, to carry Mutawara by night attack, thence by Bear, to destroy the bridge and tunnel near Amman, and back to Palestine on August the 30th. Their activity would give us a peaceful month, in which our 2,000 new camels could learn to graze, while carrying the extra dumps of forage and food which Buxton's force would expect. As we worked out these schemes, there came from Aqaba one more elaborate, worked out graphically by Young for Joyce, on our June understanding for independent Arab operations in Horan. They had figured out the food, ammunition, forage, and transport for 2,000 men of all ranks, from Aba el Lisan to Dira. They had taken into consideration all our resources and worked out schedules by which dumps would be completed and the attack begun in November. Even had Allenby not pulled his army together, this scheme would have broken down intrinsically. It depended on the immediate reinforcement of the Arab army at Aba el Lisan, which King Hussein had refused. Also November was too near to winter with its muddy impassable roads in the Horan. Weather and strengths might be matters of opinion, but Allenby meant to attack on September the 19th, and wanted us to lead off not more than 4 nor less than 2 days before he did. His words to me were that 3 men and a boy with pistols in front of Dira on September the 16th would fill his conception. Would he better than thousands a week before or a week after? The truth was, he cared nothing for our fighting power, and did not reckon us part of his tactical strength. Our purpose, to him, was moral, psychological, diethetic, to keep the enemy command intent upon the Transjordan front. In my English capacity I shared this view, but on my Arab side both agitation and battle seemed equally important, the one to serve the joint success, the other to establish Arab self-respect, without which victory would not be wholesome. So, unhesitatingly, we laid the Young scheme aside and turned to build up our own. To reach Dira from Aba el Lisan would take a fortnight, the cutting of the 3 railways and withdrawal to reform in the desert, another week. Our raiders must carry their maintenance for 3 weeks. The picture of what this meant was in my head. We had been doing it for 2 years, and so at once I gave Donay my estimate that our 2,000 camels, in a single journey, without advanced depots or supplementary supply columns, would suffice 500 regular mounted infantry, the battery of French quick-firing .65 mountain guns, proportionate machine guns, 2 armored cars, sappers, camel scouts, and 2 aeroplanes until we had fulfilled our mission. This seemed like a liberal reading of Allenby's 3 men and a boy. We told Bartholomew, and received GHQ blessing. Young and Joyce were not best pleased when I returned to say that the great schedule had been torn up. I did not call their plans top-heavy and too late. I threw the onus of change on Allenby's recovery. My new proposal, for which in advance I had pledged their performance, was an intricate dovetailing in the next crowded month and a half, of a despoiling raid by the British Camel Corps and the main raid to surprise the Turks by Dira. Joyce felt that I had made a mistake. To introduce foreigners would unman the Arabs, and to let them go a month later would be even worse. Young returned a stubborn, combative impossible to my idea. The Camel Corps would engross the baggage camels, which otherwise might have enabled the Dira force to reach its goal. By trying to do 2 greedy things I should end in doing neither. I argued my case and we had a battle. In the first place I tackled Joyce concerning the Imperial Camel Corps. They would arrive one morning at Aqaba, no Arab suspecting them, and would vanish equally suddenly towards Rum. From Mutawara to Kisser Bridge they would march in the desert, far from the sight of the Arab army, and from the hearing of the villages. In the resultant vagueness the enemy intelligence would conclude that the whole of the defunct Camel Brigade was now on Faisal's front. Such an accession of shock strength to Faisal would make the Turks very tender of the safety of their railway, while Buxton's appearance at Kisser, apparently on preliminary reconnaissance, would put credence into the wildest tales of our intention shortly to attack Amman. Joyce, disarmed by these reasonings, now backed me with his favorable opinion. For Young's transport troubles I had little sympathy. He, a newcomer, said my problems were insoluble, but I had done such things casually, without half his ability and concentration, and knew they were not even difficult. For the Camel Corps, we left him to grapple with weights and timetables, since the British Army was his profession. And though he would not promise anything, except that it could not be done, done of course it was, and 2 or 3 days before the necessary time. The Dera raid was a different proposition, and point by point I disputed his conception of its nature and equipment. I crossed out forage, the heaviest item, after bear. Young became ironic upon the patient endurance of camels, but this year the pasture was grand in the Azraq-Dera region. From the men's food I cut off provision for the second attack, and the return journey. Young supposed aloud that the men would fight well hungry. I explained that we would live on the country. Young thought it a poor country to live on. I called it very good. He said that the 10 days' march home after the attacks would be a long fast, but I had no intention of coming back to Aqaba. Then might he ask if it was defeat or victory which was in my mind? I pointed out how each man had a camel under him, and if we killed only 6 camels a day the whole force would feed abundantly. Yet this did not solace him. I went on to cut down his petrol, cars, ammunition, and everything else to the exact point, without margin, which would meet what we planned. In riposte he became aggressively regular. I prosed forth on my hoary theorem that we lived by our raggedness and beat the Turk by our uncertainty. Young's scheme was faulty, because precise. Instead, we would march a camel column of 1,000 men to Azraq where their concentration must be complete on September the 13th. On the 16th we would envelop Dera, and cut its railways. 2 days later we would fall back east of the Hijaz Railway and wait events with Allenby. As reserve against accident we would purchase barley in Jebel Druze, and store it at Azraq. Nuri Shah Alan would accompany us with a contingent of Ruala, also the Surdia, the Sarahin, and Horani peasants of the Hollow Land, under Talal el-Huraydan. Young thought it a deplorable adventure. Joyce, who had loved our dogfight conference, was game to try, though doubting I was ambitious. However, it was sure that both would do their best, since the thing was already settled, and Donay had helped the organizing side by getting us from G.H.Q., the loan of Sterling, a skilled staff officer, tactful and wise. Sterling's passion for horses was a passport to intimacy with Faisal and the chiefs. Among the Arab officers were distributed some British military decorations, tokens of their gallantry about Mon. These marks of Allenby's esteem heartened the Arab army. Nuri Pasha said offered to command the Dera expedition, for which his courage, authority and coolness marked him as the ideal leader. He began to pick for it the best 400 men in the army. Pisani, the French commandant, fortified by a military cross, and in urgent pursuit of a DSO, took bodily possession of the 4 Schneider guns which Kuss had sent down to us after Bremond left. And spent agonized hours with Young, trying to put the scheduled ammunition, and mule forage, with his men in his own private kitchen onto 1/2 the requisite camels. The camps buzzed with eagerness and preparation, and all promised well. Our own family rifts were distressing, but inevitable. The Arab affair had now outgrown our rough and ready help organization. But the next was probably the last act, and by a little patience we might make our present resources serve. The troubles were only between ourselves, and thanks to the magnificent unselfishness of Joyce, we preserved enough of team spirit to prevent a complete breakdown. However high-handed I appeared, and I had a reserve of confidence to carry the whole thing, if need be, on my shoulders. They used to think me boastful when I said so, but my confidence was not so much ability to do a thing perfectly, as a preference for botching it somehow rather than letting it go altogether by default. Chapter 99. It was now the end of July, and by the end of August the Dira expedition must be on the road. In the meantime Buxton's Camel Corps had to be guided through their program. Nuri Shah Alan warned, the armored cars taught their road to Azraq, and landing grounds found for aeroplanes. A busy month. Nuri Shah Alan, the furthest, was tackled first. He was called to meet Faisal at Jifur about August the 7th. Buxton's force seemed the second need. I told Faisal, under seal, of their coming. To ensure their having no casualties, they must strike Mutawara with absolute surprise. I would guide them myself to Rum, in the first critical march through the fag ends of Hawatat about Aqaba. Accordingly I went down to Aqaba, where Buxton let me explain to each company their march, and the impatient nature of the allies whom they, unasked, had come to help, begging them to turn the other cheek if there was a row. Partly because they were better educated than the Arabs, and therefore less prejudiced, partly because they were very few. After such solemnities came the ride up the oppressive gorge of Itm, under the red cliffs of Najd and over the breast-like curves of Imran, that slow preparation for Rum's greatness, till we passed through the gap before the rock Kuzail. And into the inner shrine of the springs, with its worship-compelling coolness. There the landscape refused to be accessory, but took the skies, and we chattering humans became dust at its feet. In Rum the men had their first experience of watering inequality with Arabs, and found it troublesome. However, they were wonderfully mild, and Buxton was an old Sudan official, speaking Arabic, and understanding nomadic ways, very patient, good-humored, sympathetic. Hawza was helpful in admonishing the Arabs, and Sterling and Marshall, who accompanied the column, were familiars of the Beni Atiyah. Thanks to their diplomacy, and to the care of the British rank and file, nothing untoward happened. I stayed at Rum for their first day, dumb at the unreality of these healthy-looking fellows, like stiff-bodied schoolboys in their shirt-sleeves and shorts, as they wandered, anonymous and irresponsible, about the cliffs which had been my private resort. 3 years of Sinai had burned the color from their tanned faces, in which the blue eyes flickered weakly against the dark-possessed gaze of the Bedouin. For the rest they were a broad-faced, low-browed people, blunt-featured beside the fine-drawn Arabs whom generations of inbreeding had sharpened to a radiance ages older than the primitive, blotched, honest Englishman. Continental soldiers looked lumpish beside our lean-bred fellows, but against my supple neddies the British in their turn looked lumpish. Later I rode for Aqaba, through the high-walled Itm, alone now with 6 silent, unquestioning guards, who followed after me like shadows, harmonious and submerged in their natural sand and bush and hill. And a homesickness came over me, stressing vividly my outcast life among these Arabs, while I exploited their highest ideals and made their love of freedom one more tool to help England win. It was evening, and on the straight bar of Sinai ahead the low sun was falling, its globe extravagantly brilliant in my eyes, because I was dead tired of my me, longing as seldom before for the moody skies of England. This sunset was fierce, stimulant, barbaric. Reviving the colors of the desert like a draught, as indeed it did each evening, in a new miracle of strength and heat, while my longings were for weakness, chills and grey mistiness, that the world might not be so crystalline clear, so definitely right and wrong. We English, who lived years abroad among strangers, went always dressed in the pride of our remembered country, that strange entity which had no part with the inhabitants, for those who loved England most, often liked Englishmen least. Here, in Arabia, in the war's need, I was trading my honesty for her sustenance, inevitably. In Aqaba the rest of my bodyguard were assembled, prepared for victory, for I had promised the Horan men that they should pass this great feast in their freed villages, and its date was near. So for the last time we mustered on the windy beach by the sea's edge, the sun on its brilliant waves glinting in rivalry with my flashing and changing men. They were 60. Seldom had the Zaghi brought so many of his troop together, and as we rode into the brown hills for Guerra he was busy sorting them in a jail fashion, center and wings, with poets and singers on the right and left. So our ride was musical. It hurt him I would not have a banner, like a prince. I was on my gazala, the old grandmother camel, now again magnificently fit. Her foal had lately died, and Abdullah, who rode next me, had skinned the little carcass, and carried the dry pelt behind his saddle, like a crupper piece. We started well, thanks to the Zaghi's chanting, but after an hour Gazala lifted her head high, and began to pace uneasily, picking up her feet like a sword dancer. I tried to urge her, but Abdullah dashed alongside me, swept his cloak about him, and sprang from his saddle, calf skin in hand. He lighted with a splash of gravel in front of Gazala, who had come to a standstill, gently moaning. On the ground before her he spread the little hide, and drew her head down to it. She stopped crying, shuffled its dryness thrice with her lips, then again lifted her head and, with a whimper, strode forward. Several times in the day this happened. But afterward she seemed to forget. At Guerra, Siddons had an aeroplane waiting. Nuri Shah Alan and Faisal wanted me at once in Jifar. The air was thin and bumpy, so that we hardly scraped over the crest of Shtar. I sat wondering if we would crash, almost hoping it. I felt sure Nuri was about to claim fulfillment of our dishonorable half-bargain, whose execution seemed more impure than its thought. Death in the air would be a clean escape. Yet I scarcely hoped it, not from fear, for I was too tired to be much afraid, nor from scruple, for our lives seemed to me absolutely our own, to keep or give away, but from habit. For lately I had risked myself only when it seemed profitable to our cause. I was busy compartmenting up my mind, finding instinct and reason as ever at strong war. Instinct said, die, but reason said that was only to cut the mind's tether, and loose it into freedom, better to seek some mental death, some slow wasting of the brain to sink it below these puzzlements. An accident was meaner than deliberate fault. If I did not hesitate to risk my life, why fuss to dirty it? Yet life and honor seemed in different categories, not able to be sold one for another, and for honor, had I not lost that a year ago when I assured the Arabs that England kept her plighted word? Or was honor like the Sibyl's leaves, the more that was lost the more precious the little left? Its part equal to the whole. My self-secrecy had left me no arbiter of responsibility. The debauch of physical work yet ended in a craving for more, while the everlasting doubt, the questioning, bound up my mind in a giddy spiral and left me never space for thought. So we came at last, alive, to Jifar, where met us Faisal and Nuri in the smoothest spirits, with no mention of my price. It seemed incredible that this old man had freely joined our youth. For he was very old. Livid, and worn, with a grey sorrow and remorse about him and a bitter smile the only mobility of his face. Upon his coarse eyelashes the eyelids sagged down in tired folds, through which, from the overhead sun, a red light glittered into his eye sockets and made them look like fiery pits in which the man was slowly burning. Only the dead black of his dyed hair, only the dead skin of the face, with its net of lines, betrayed his 70 years. There was ceremonial talk about this little spoken leader, for with him were the head men of his tribe, famous sheiks so bodied out with silks of their own wearing, or of Faisal's gift, that they rustled like women while moving in slow state like oxen. First of them was Fans, like Hamlet, not forgiving Nuri his murdered father, Sodom, a lean man with drooping mustache, and white, unnatural face, who met the hidden censure of the world with a soft manner and luscious, deprecating voice. Yifam, he squeaked of me in astonishment, he understands our Arabic. Trad and Sultan were there, round-eyed, grave, and direct-spoken, honorable figures of men, and great leaders of cavalry. Also Mijam, the rebellious, had been brought in by Faisal and reconciled with his unwilling uncle, who seemed only half to tolerate his small-featured bleak presence beside him, though Mijam's manner was eagerly friendly. Mijam was a great leader too, Trad's rival in the conduct of raids, but weak and cruel at heart. He sat next Khalid, Trad's brother, another healthy, cheerful rider, like Trad in face, but not so full a man. Durzi ibn Dugmi swelled in and welcomed me, reminding me ungratefully of his greediness at Nebk, a one-eyed, sinister, hook-nosed man, heavy, menacing and mean, but brave. There was the Kafaji, the spoilt child of Nuri's age, who looked for equality of friendliness from me, because of his father. And not for any promise in himself, he was young enough to be glad of the looming adventure of war and proud of his new bristling weapons. Bender, the laughing boy, fellow in years and play with the Kafaji, tripped me before them all by begging for a place in my bodyguard. He had heard from my Rahel, his foster brother, of their immoderate griefs and joys, and servitude called to him with its unwholesome glamour. I fenced, and when he pleaded further, turned it by muttering that I was not a king to have Shah Alan servants. Nuri's somber look met mine for a moment, in approval. Beside me sat Rahel, peacocking his lusty self in strident clothes. Under cover of the conversation he whispered me the name of each chief. They had not to ask who I was, for my clothes and appearance were peculiar in the desert. It was notoriety to be the only Cleanshaven one, and I doubled it by wearing always the suspect pure silk, of the whitest, at least outside, with a gold and crimson Meccan head rope, and gold dagger. By so dressing I staked a claim which Faisal's public consideration of me confirmed. Many times in such councils had Faisal won over and set aflame new tribes, many times had the work fallen to me. But never until today had we been actively together in one company, reinforcing and relaying one another, from our opposite poles, and the work went like child's play, the ruala melted in our double heat. We could move them with a touch and a word. There was tenseness, a holding of breath, the glitter of belief in their thin eyes so fixed on us. Faisal brought nationality to their minds in a phrase, which set them thinking of Arab history and language. Then he dropped into silence for a moment, for with these illiterate masters of the tongue words were lively, and they liked to savor each, unmingled, on the palate. Another phrase showed them the spirit of Faisal, their fellow and leader, sacrificing everything for the national freedom. And then silence again, while they imagined him day and night in his tent, teaching, preaching, ordering and making friends, and they felt something of the idea behind this pictured man sitting there iconically, drained of desires, ambitions, weakness, faults. So rich a personality enslaved by an abstraction, made one-eyed, one-armed, with the one sense and purpose, to live or die in its service. Of course it was a picture man. Not flesh and blood, but nevertheless true, for his individuality had yielded its third dimension to the idea, had surrendered the world's wealth and artifices. Faisal was hidden in his tent, veiled to remain our leader, while in reality he was nationality's best servant, its tool, not its owner. Yet in the tented twilight nothing seemed more noble. He went on to conjure up for them the trammelled enemy on the eternal defensive, whose best end was to have done no more than the necessary. While we abstinents swam calmly and coolly in the friendly silence of the desert, till pleased to come ashore. Our conversation was cunningly directed to light trains of their buried thoughts. That the excitement might be their own and the conclusions native, not inserted by us. Soon we felt them kindle, we leaned back, watching them move and speak, and vivify each other with mutual heat, till the air was vibrant. And in stammered phrases they experienced the first heave and thrust of notions which ran up beyond their sight. They turned to hurry us, themselves the begetters, and we laggard strangers, strove to make us comprehend the full intensity of their belief, forgot us, flashed out the means and end of our desire. A new tribe was added to our comedy, though Nuri's plain yes at the end carried more than all had said. In our preaching there was nothing merely nervous. We did our best to exclude the senses, that our support might be slow, durable, unsentimental. We wanted no rice converts. Persistently we did refuse to let our abundant and famous gold bring over those not spiritually convinced. The money was a confirmation, mortar, not building stone. To have bought men would have put our movement on the base of interest, whereas our followers must be ready to go all the way without other mixture in their motives than human frailty. Even I, the stranger, the godless fraud inspiring an alien nationality, felt a delivery from the hatred and eternal questioning of self in my imitation of their bondage to the idea, and this despite the lack of instinct in my own performance. For naturally I could not long deceive myself, but my part was worked out so flippantly that none but Joyce, Nezib and Muhammad el-Dylan seemed to know I was acting. With man instinctive, anything believed by 2 or 3 had a miraculous sanction to which individual ease and life might honestly be sacrificed. To man rational, wars of nationality were as much a cheat as religious wars, and nothing was worth fighting for, nor could fighting, the act of fighting, hold any need of intrinsic virtue. Life was so deliberately private that no circumstances could justify one man in laying violent hands upon another's, though a man's own death was his last free will, a saving grace and measure of intolerable pain. We made the Arab strain on tiptoe to reach our creed, for it led to works, a dangerous country where men might take the deed for the will. My fault, my blindness of leadership, eager to find a quick means to conversion, allowed them this finite image of our end, which properly existed only in unending effort towards unattainable imagined light. Our crowd seeking light in things were like pathetic dogs snuffling round the shank of a lamppost. It was only myself who valeted the abstract, whose duty took him beyond the shrine. The irony was in my loving objects before life or ideas. The incongruity in my answering the infectious call of action, which laid weight on the diversity of things. It was a hard task for me to straddle feeling and action. I had had one craving all my life, for the power of self-expression in some imaginative form, but had been too diffuse ever to acquire a technique. At last accident, with perverted humor, in casting me as a man of action had given me place in the Arab Revolt, a theme ready and epic to a direct eye and hand, thus offering me an outlet in literature, the technique-less art. Whereupon I became excited only over mechanism. The epic mode was alien to me, as to my generation. Memory gave me no clue to the heroic, so that I could not feel such men as Audda in myself. He seemed fantastic as the hills of Rum, old as Mallory. Among the Arabs I was the disillusioned, the skeptic, who envied their cheap belief. The unperceived sham looked so well-fitting and becoming a dress for shoddy man. The ignorant, the superficial, the deceived were the happy among us. By our swindle they were glorified. We paid for them our self-respect, and they gained the deepest feeling of their lives. The more we condemned and despised ourselves, the more we could cynically take pride in them, our creatures. It was so easy to overcredit others, so impossible to write down their motives to the level of our own uncharitable truth. They were our dupes, wholeheartedly fighting the enemy. They blew before our intentions like chaff, being not chaff, but the bravest, simplest and merriest of men. Credo quia sum. But did not the being believed by many make for a distorted righteousness? The mounting together of the devoted hopes of years from near-sighted multitudes, might endow even an unwilling idol with Godhead, and strengthen it whenever men prayed silently to him. Chapter 100. Upon this text my mind went weaving across its dusty space, amid the sunbeam thoughts and their dancing motes of idea. Then I saw that this preferring the unknown to the God was a scapegoat idea, which lulled only to a false peace. To endure by order, or because it was a duty, that was easy. The soldier suffered only involuntary knocks. Whereas our will had to play the ganger till the workman fainted, to keep in a safe place and thrust others into danger. It might have been heroic to have offered up my own life for a cause in which I could not believe, but it was a theft of souls to make others die in sincerity for my graven image. Because they accepted our message as truth, they were ready to be killed for it, a condition which made their acts more proper than glorious, a logical bastard fortitude, suitable to a profit and loss balance of conduct. To invent a message, and then with open eye to perish for its self-made image, that was greater. The whole business of the movement seemed to be expressible only in terms of death and life. Generally we were conscious of our flesh because it hurt us. Joy came sharper from our long habitude of pain, but our resources in suffering seemed greater than our capacity for gladness. Lethargy played its part here. Both emotions were in our gift, for our pain was full of eddies, confusing its purity. A reef on which many came to a shipwreck of estimation was the vanity that our endurance might win redemption, perhaps for all a race. Such false investiture bred a hot though transient satisfaction, in that we felt we had assumed another's pain or experience, his personality. It was triumph, and a mood of enlargement. We had avoided our sultry selves, conquered our geometrical completeness, snatched a momentary change of mind. Yet in reality we had borne the vicarious for our own sakes, or at least because it was pointed for our benefit, and could escape from this knowledge only by a make-belief in sense as well as in motive. The self-immolated victim took for his own the rare gift of sacrifice, and no pride and few pleasures in the world were so joyful, so rich as this choosing voluntarily another's evil to perfect the self. There was a hidden selfishness in it, as in all perfections. To each opportunity there could be only one vicar, and the snatching of it robbed the fellows of their due hurt. Their vicar rejoiced, while his brethren were wounded in their manhood. To accept humbly so rich a release was imperfection in them, their gladness at the saving of its cost was sinful in that it made them accessory, part guilty of inflicting it upon their mediator. His purer part, for the mediator, might have been to stand among the crowd, to watch another win the cleanness of a Redeemer's name. By the one road lay self-perfection, by the other self-immolation, and a making perfect of the neighbor. Hauptmann told us to take as generously as we gave, but rather we seemed like the cells of a bee-comb, of which one might change, or swell itself, only at the cost of all. To endure for another in simplicity gave a sense of greatness. There was nothing loftier than a cross, from which to contemplate the world. The pride and exhilaration of it were beyond conceit. Yet each cross, occupied, robbed the latecomers of all but the poor part of copying, and the meanest of things were those done by example. The virtue of sacrifice lay within the victim's soul. Honest redemption must have been free and child-minded. When the expiator was conscious of the undermotives and the afterglory of his act, both were wasted on him. So the introspective altruist appropriated a share worthless, indeed harmful, to himself, for had he remained passive, his cross might have been granted to an innocent. To rescue simple ones from such evil by paying for them his complicated self would be avaricious in the modern man. He, thought-riddled, could not share their belief in others discharged through his agony, and they, looking on him without understanding, might feel the shame which was the manly disciple's lot, or might fail to feel it, and incur the double punishment of ignorance. Or was this shame, too, a self-abnegation, to be admitted and admired for its own sake? How was it right to let men die because they did not understand? Blindness and folly aping the way of right were punished more heavily than purposed evil, at least in the present consciousness and remorse of man alive. Complex men who knew how self-sacrifice uplifted the Redeemer and cast down the bought, and who held back in his knowledge, might so let a foolish brother take the place of false nobility and its later awakened due of heavier sentence. There seemed no straight walking for us leaders in this crooked lane of conduct, ring within ring of unknown, shame-faced motives cancelling or double-charging their precedence. Yet I cannot put down my acquiescence in the Arab fraud to weakness of character or native hypocrisy, though of course I must have had some tendency, some aptitude, for deceit, or I would not have deceived men so well. And persisted 2 years in bringing to success a deceit which others had framed and set afoot. I had had no concern with the Arab Revolt in the beginning. In the end I was responsible for its being an embarrassment to the inventors. Where exactly in the interim my guilt passed from accessory to principal, upon what headings I should be condemned, were not for me to say. Suffice it that since the march to Aqaba I bitterly repented my entanglement in the movement, with a bitterness sufficient to corrode my inactive hours, but insufficient to make me cut myself clear of it. Hence the wobbling of my will, and endless, vapid complainings. Chapter 101. Siddons flew me back to Gawera that evening, and in the night at Aqaba I told Dawne, just arrived, that life was full, but slipping smoothly. Next morning we heard by aeroplane how Buxton's force had fared at Mutawara. They decided to assault it before dawn mainly by means of bombers, in 3 parties, one to enter the station, the other 2 for the main redoubts. Accordingly, before midnight white tapes were laid as guides to the 0 point. The opening had been timed for 3:45, but the way proved difficult to find, so that daylight was almost upon them before things began against the southern redoubt. After a number of bombs had burst in and about it, the men rushed up and took it easily, to find that the station party had achieved their end a moment before. These alarms roused the middle redoubt, but only for defeat. Its men surrendered 20 minutes later. The northern redoubt, which had a gun, seemed better-hearted and splashed its shot freely into the station yard, and at our troops. Buxton, under cover of the southern redoubt, directed the fire of Brodie's guns which, with their usual deliberate accuracy, sent in shell after shell. Siddons came over in his machines and bombed it, while the Camel Corps from north and east and west subjected the breastworks to severe Lewis gunfire. At 7 in the morning the last of the enemy surrendered quietly. We had lost 4 killed and 10 wounded. The Turks lost 21 killed, and 150 prisoners, with 2 field guns and 3 machine guns. Buxton at once set the Turks to getting steam on the pumping engine, so that he could water his camels, while men blew in the wells, and smashed the engine pumps, with 2,000 yards of rail. At dusk, charges at the foot of the great water tower spattered it in single stones across the plain. Buxton a moment later called, "Walk, march!" to his men, and the 400 camels, rising like one and roaring like the day of judgment, started off for Jiffer. Donai went up very brightly to Aba el Lisan, to greet Faisal. Allenby had sent him across to give Faisal a warning message. He was to beg him to do nothing rash, as the British push was a chance, and if it failed the Arabs would be on the wrong side of Jordan to be given help. Particularly, Allenby begged Faisal not to rush upon Damascus, but to hold his hand till events were surely favorable. This very sound and proper caution had come on my account. Exasperated one night at GHQ. I had blurted out that to me 1918 seemed the last chance, and we would take Damascus, anyhow, whatever happened at Deira or Ramla, since it was better to have taken it and lost it, than never to have taken it at all. Faisal smiled wisely at Donai's homily, and replied that he would try this autumn for Damascus though the heavens fell, and, if the British were not able to carry their share of the attack, he would save his own people by making separate peace with Turkey. He had been long in touch with elements in Turkey, Jemal Pasha opening the correspondence. By instinct, when sober, Jemal was Islamic, and to him the revolt of Mecca was a judgment. He was ready to do almost anything to compose such a breach in the faith. His letters were, for this reason, illuminating. Faisal sent them to Mecca and Egypt, hoping that they would read into them what we did, but the points were taken literally, and we received injunction to reply that the sword was now our judge. This was magnificent. But in war so rich a diathetical opportunity could not be missed. True, that accommodation with Jemal was not possible. He had lopped the tall heads of Syria, and we should deny our friend's blood if we admitted him to our peace, but by indicating this subtly in our reply we might widen the national clerical rift in Turkey. Our particular targets were the anti-German section of the General Staff, under Mustafa Kemal, who were too keen on the Turkishness of their mission to deny the right of autonomy to the Arabic provinces of the Ottoman Empire. Accordingly, Faisal sent back tendentious answers, and the correspondence continued brilliantly. The Turkish soldiers began to complain of the pietists, who put relics before strategy. The nationalists wrote that Faisal was only putting into premature and disastrous activity their own convictions upon the just, inevitable self-determination of Turkey. Knowledge of the ferment affected Jemal's determination. At first we were offered autonomy for Hijaz. Then Syria was admitted to the benefit, then Mesopotamia. Faisal seemed still not content. So Jemal's deputy, while his master was in Constantinople, boldly added a crown to the offered share of Hussein of Mecca. Lastly, they told us they saw logic in the claim of the Prophet's family to the spiritual leadership of Islam. The comic side of the letters must not obscure their real help in dividing the Turkish staff. Old-fashioned Muslims thought the Sharif an unpardonable sinner. Modernists thought him a sincere but impatient nationalist misled by British promises. They had a desire to correct him rather by argument than by military defeat. Their strongest card was the Sykes-Picot Agreement, an old-style division of Turkey between England, France, and Russia, made public by the Soviets. Djimel read the more spiteful paragraphs at a banquet in Beirut. For a while the disclosure hurt us, justly, for we and the French had thought to plaster over a split in policy by a formula vague enough for each to interpret in his divergent way. Fortunately, I had early betrayed the treaty's existence to Faisal, and had convinced him that his escape was to help the British so much that after peace they would not be able, for shame, to shoot him down in its fulfillment, while, if the Arabs did as I intended, there would be no one-sided talk of shooting. I begged him to trust not in our promises, like his father, but in his own strong performance. Conveniently, at this juncture the British cabinet, in joyous style, gave with the left hand also. They promised to the Arabs, or rather to an unauthorized committee of 7 Gothamites in Cairo, that the Arabs should keep, for their own, the territory they conquered from Turkey in the war. The glad news circulated over Syria. To help the downcast Turks, and to show us that it could give as many promises as there were parties, the British finally countered document A to the Sharif, B to their allies, C to the Arab Committee, by document D to Lord Rothschild, a new power, whose race was promised something equivocal in Palestine. Old Nuri Shah Alam, wrinkling his wise nose, returned to me with his file of documents, asking in puzzlement which of them all he might believe. As before, I glibly repeated, the last in date, and the Emir's sense of the honor of his word made him see the humor. Ever after he did his best for our joint cause, only warning me, when he failed in a promise, that it had been superseded by a later intention. However, Djimel went on hoping, he being an obstinate and ruffianly man. After Allenby's defeat at Salt, he sent down to us the Emir Muhammad said, brother of the egregious Abd el-Qadir. Muhammad said, a low-browed degenerate with a bad mouth, was as devious as his brother, but less brave. He was very modest as he stood before Faisal and offered him Djimel's peace. Faisal told him that he was come at an opportune moment. He could offer Djimel the loyal behavior of the Arab army, if Turkey evacuated Amman, and handed over its province to Arab keeping. The Sealy Algerian, thinking he had scored a huge success, rushed back to Damascus, where Djimel nearly hanged him for his pains. Mustafa Kemal, alarmed, begged Faisal not to play into Djimel's hands, promising that when the Arabs were installed in their capital, the disaffected in Turkey would rally to them and use their territory as a base from which to attack Enver and his German allies in Anatolia. Mustafa hoped that the adhesion of all Turkish forces east of the Taurus would enable him to march direct on Constantinople. Events at the end made abortive these complicated negotiations, which were not disclosed to Egypt or to Mecca, because of the disappointing issue of our first confidence. I feared that the British might be shaken at Faisal's thus entertaining separate relations. Yet in fairness to the fighting Arabs, we could not close all avenues of accommodation with Turkey. If the European war failed, it was their only way out, and I had always the lurking fear that Great Britain might forestall Faisal and conclude its own separate peace, not with the nationalist, but with the conservative Turks. The British government had gone very far in this direction, without informing her smallest ally. Our information of the precise steps, and of the proposals, which would have been fatal to so many of the Arabs in arms on our side, came, not officially, to me, but privately. It was only one of the 20 times in which friends helped me more than did our government, whose action and silence were at once an example, a spur and a license to me to do the like. Chapter 102. After the peace talk we could set again to clean work. Joyce and myself decided upon another of our joint car excursions, this time to Azraq, to break trail so far towards Dira. Therefore we ran out to Jifar to meet the victorious Camel Corps, who came gliding, in splendid trim and formal appearance, across the shining flat just before sunset, officers and men delighted at their Mutawara success and their freedom from orders and restraint in the desert. Buxton said they were fit to go anywhere. They would rest 2 nights and draw 4 days' rations from their store, duly set out near Auda's tent by Young's care. Accordingly, on the morrow, early, Joyce and I got into our tender, with the resourceful rolls to drive us, and ran easily into Wadi Bear, at whose wells lay Ulwain, Audah's kinsman, a smooth-cheeked, oppressed silent man, hiding, to possess himself in peace far from Audah. We stopped only the few minutes to arrange with him the safety of Buxton's men, and then drove out, with a young and very wild Shirari to help us find our way. His camel training would not equip him to road-pick for a 5-ton armored car, but his knowing the track might serve other cars coming up by themselves later. The plateau of Ara was good going, its flint openings interspersed with beds of hard mud, and we devoured the fast miles into the shallow heads of Wadi Jins, well grown with pasture. There, numbers of grazing camels were being driven anxiously together by their ragged herdsmen of the Abu Ta'i, who, riding bareheaded, rifles in hand, were singing a war chant. When they heard our roaring exhausts they rushed towards us, with urgent shouts of mounted men seen lurking in the low grounds ahead. We put the cars in the direction and after a little flushed 5 camel riders, who made off northwards at their best. We ran them down in 10 minutes. They couched their camels gracefully and came to meet us as friends, the only role left them, since naked men could not quarrel with swifter men in armor. They were Jotzi Hawatat, undoubted robbers, but now all kindness, crying loudly at the pleasure of meeting me here suddenly. I was a little short, and ordered them back to their tents at once. They went off, crestfallen, westwards. We followed Karug's east bank, finding the way firm, but slow, for there were gutters of tributaries to cross, and we had to lay brushwood fascines where the old beds of the flood water were soft or full of sand. Towards the end of the day the valleys grew thick with tufted grass, grazing for our prospective caravans. In the morning the northern air and fresh wind of this desert were so cool to us that we made a hot breakfast before we cranked up the cars and purred over the meeting of Karug and Derwa, over the broad basin of Derwa itself, and past its imperceptible water parting into the Jesha. These were shallow systems running into Sirhan, by Amman, which I meant to visit, for if evil came to us at Azraq, our next refuge should be Amman, if accessible to cars. Such battalions of ifs skirmished about every new plan continually. The night's rest had freshened Rolls and Sanderson, and they drove splendidly over the saffron ridge of the little Jesha into the great valley. In the afternoon we saw the chalk banks, and turned down their ashy slopes, into the Sirhan, just by the waterholes. This made our retreat always safe, for no enemy would be mobile enough to close both Azraq and Amman at once to us. So we refilled our radiators with the horrible water of the pool in which Faraj and Dud had played, and drew westward over the open ridges, until far enough from the wells to acquit raiding parties from the need to stumble on us in the dark. There Joyce and I sat down and watched a sunset, which grew from grey to pink, and to red, and then to a crimson so intolerably deep that we held our breath in trepidation for some stroke of flame or thunder to break its dizzy stillness. The men, meanwhile, cut open tinned meats, boiled tea, and laid them out with biscuits on a blanket for our supper table. Afterwards there were more blankets, in which we slept lusciously. Next day we ran quickly across the delta of Gaddaf till we were out on the immense mud-flat which stretched for 7 miles, southward and eastward, from the marshes by the old castle of Azraq. Today the mirage blotted its limits for us with blurs of steely blue, which were the tamarisk bounds raised high in the air and smoothed by heat vapor. I wanted the Majaber Springs, down whose tree-grown bed we might creep unperceived, so Rolls made his car leap forward in a palpitant rush across the great width. The earth fell away in front of us, and a plume like a dust devil waved along our track behind. At the end the brakes sang protestingly as we slowed into a young plantation of tamarisk, tall on heaps of wind-collected sand. We twisted through them on the hard, intervening soil, till tamarisk ceased, and damp sand, speckled with close thorn bushes, took its place. The cars stopped behind the hummock of Ain el-Assad, under cover of this high-lipped cup of reeds, between whose vivid stems the transparent water dripped like jewels. We went gently up the knoll of graves over the great pools, and saw that the watering places were empty. A mirage hung over the open spaces, but here, where the ground was bushed, no heatwaves could collect, and the strong sunlight showed us the valley as crystal clear as its running waters, and deserted except by wild birds. And these herds of gazelles, which, alarmed by the popple of our closed exhausts, were grouping timidly in preparation for flight. Rolls drew his tender past the Roman fish pond, we skirted the western lava field, along the now hard, grass-grown swamp, to the blue walls of the silent fort, with its silken-sounding palms, behind whose stillness lay perhaps more fear than peace. I felt guilty at introducing the throbbing car, and its trim crew of khaki-clad northerners, into the remoteness of this most hidden legendary place, but my anticipation went astray. For it was the men who looked real and the background which became scene-painting. Their newness and certainty, the definiteness of British troops in uniform, did Azrak greater honor than plain loneliness. We stopped only a moment. Joyce and I climbed the western tower, and agreed upon the manifold advantages of Azrak as a working base, though, to my sorrow, there was no grazing here, so that we could not linger in it for the interval of our first and second raids. Then we crossed to the northern lobe of the mudflat, a fit landing ground for the aeroplanes which Siddons was adding to our flying column. Amongst other qualities was its visibility. Our machines flying 200 miles to this, their new base, could not fail to see its electrum shield reflecting the sunlight. We went back to Ain el-Assad, where the armored car was, and led it at a faster pace out to the open flint desert once again. It was mid-afternoon, and very hot, especially in the glowing metal of the steel-turreted car. But the broiling drivers kept at it, and before sunset we were on the dividing ridge between the Jesha valleys, to find a shorter and easier way than our coming. Night caught us not far south of Amari, and we camped on the top of the country, with a breeze, very precious after the blistering day, coming down to us scent-laden from the flowering slopes of Jebel Druze. It made us glad of the men's hot tea, and of the blankets with which we had softly padded the angles of the box body. The trip was one delight to me, since I had no responsibility but the road. Also there was the spice of the reflections of the Shirari boy, reflections naturally confided to me, since I alone wore his sort of clothes, and spoke his dialect. He, poor outcast, had never before been treated as a considerate thing, and was astonished at the manners of the English. Not once had he been struck or even threatened. He said that each soldier carried himself apart like a family, and that he felt something of defense in their tight, insufficient clothes and laborious appearance. He was fluttering in skirts, headcloth and cloak. They had only shirts and shorts, puttees and boots, and the breeze could take no hold on them. Indeed, they had worn these things so long day and night in heat and sweat, busied about the dusty oily cars, that the cloth had set to their bodies, like bark to a tree. Then they were all clean-shaven, and all dressed alike. And his eye, which most often distinguished man from man by clothes, here was baffled by an outward uniformity. To know them apart he must learn their individual, as though naked, shapes. Their food took no cooking, their drink was hot, they hardly spoke to one another, but then a word sent them into fits of incomprehensible crackling laughter, unworthy and inhuman. His belief was that they were my slaves, and that there was little rest or satisfaction in their lives, though to a Shirari it would have been luxury so to travel like the wind, sitting down, and a privilege to eat meat, tinned meat, daily. In the morning we hurried along our ridge, to reach Bear in the afternoon. Unfortunately there were tire troubles. The armored car was too heavy for the flints, and always she sank in a little, making heavy going on third speed. This heated up the covers. We endured a vexatious series of bursts, of stoppings to jack up and change wheel or tire. The day was hot and we were hurried, so that the repeated levering and pumping wore thin our tempers. At noon we reached the great spinal ridge to Ras Muhiwar. I promised the sulky drivers it would be splendid going. And it was. We all took new heart, even the tires stood better, while we rushed along the winding ridge, swinging in long curves from east to west and back again, looking now to the left over the shallow valleys trending toward Sirhan. Now to the right as far as the Hejaz Railway. Gleaming specks in the haze of distance were its white stations lit by the pouring sun. In late afternoon we reached the end of the ridge, dipped into the hollow and roared at 40 miles an hour up the breast of Hadi. Darkness was near as we cut across the furrows of Ozaji to Bear Wells, where the valley was alive with fires. Buxton, Marshall and the Camel Corps were pitching camp, after 2 easy marches from El Jiffer. There was heartburning among them, for Bear had still only 2 wells, and both were beset. At one the Hawattat and Beni Sakr were drawing for 600 of their camels, thirsty from the pastures a day's journey to the southeast, and at the other was a mob of 1,000 Druzes and Syrian refugees, Damascus merchants and Armenians, on their way to Aqaba. These unhandy travelers cluttered up our access to the water with their noisy struggles. We sat down with Buxton in a council of war. Young had duly sent to Bear 14 days' rations for man and beast. Of this there remained 8 days for the men, 10 for the animals. The camel drivers of the supply column, driven forward only by Young's strong will, had left Jiffer half mutinous with fear of the desert. They had lost, stolen or sold the rest of Buxton's stores upon their way. I suspected the complaining Armenians, but nothing could be recovered from them, and we had to adjust the plan to its new conditions. Buxton purged his column of every inessential, while I cut down the 2 armored cars to 1, and changed the route. Chapter 103. Lazily and mildly I helped the Camel Corps in their long watering at the 40-foot wells, and enjoyed the kindness of Buxton and his 300 fellows. The valley seemed alive with them. And the Hawattat, who had never imagined there were so many English in the world, could not have their fill of staring. I was proud of my kind, for their dapper possession and the orderly busyness of their self-appointed labor. Beside them the Arabs looked strangers in Arabia. Also Buxton's talk was a joy, as he was understanding, well-read and bold, though mostly he was engaged in preparing for the long forced march. Accordingly I spent hours apart by myself, taking stock of where I stood, mentally, on this my 30th birthday. It came to me queerly how, 4 years ago, I had meant to be a general and knighted, when 30. Such temporal dignities, if I survived the next 4 weeks, were now in my grasp, only that my sense of the falsity of the Arab position had cured me of crude ambition, while it left me my craving for good repute among men. This craving made me profoundly suspect my truthfulness to myself. Only too good an actor could so impress his favorable opinion. Here were the Arabs believing me, Allenby and Clayton trusting me, my bodyguard dying for me, and I began to wonder if all established reputations were founded, like mine, on fraud. The praise wages of my acting had now to be accepted. Any protestation of the truth from me was called modesty, self-depreciation, and charming, for men were always fond to believe a romantic tale. It irritated me, this silly confusion of shyness, which was conduct, with modesty, which was a point of view. I was not modest, but ashamed of my awkwardness, of my physical envelope, and of my solitary unlikeness which made me no companion, but an acquaintance, complete, angular, uncomfortable, as a crystal. With men I had a sense always of being out of depth. This led to elaboration, the vice of amateurs tentative in their arts. As my war was overthought, because I was not a soldier, so my activity was overwrought, because I was not a man of action. They were intensely conscious efforts, with my detached self always eyeing the performance from the wings in criticism. To be added to this attitude were the cross-strains of hunger, fatigue, heat or cold, and the beastliness of living among the Arabs. These made for abnormality. Instead of facts and figures, my notebooks were full of states of mind, the reveries and self-questioning induced or educed by our situations, expressed in abstract words to the dotted rhythm of the camels marching. On this birthday in Bear, to satisfy my sense of sincerity, I began to dissect my beliefs and motives, groping about in my own pitchy darkness. This self-distrusting shyness held a mask, often a mask of indifference or flippancy, before my face, and puzzled me. My thoughts clawed, wondering, at this apparent peace, knowing that it was only a mask. Because, despite my trying never to dwell on what was interesting, there were moments too strong for control when my appetite burst out and frightened me. I was very conscious of the bundled powers and entities within me. It was their character which hid. There was my craving to be liked, so strong and nervous that never could I open myself friendly to another. The terror of failure in an effort so important made me shrink from trying. Besides, there was the standard, for intimacy seemed shameful unless the other could make the perfect reply, in the same language, after the same method, for the same reasons. There was a craving to be famous. And a horror of being known to like being known. Contempt for my passion for distinction made me refuse every offered honor. I cherished my independence almost as did a Bedouin, but my impotence of vision showed me my shape best in painted pictures, and the oblique overheard remarks of others best taught me my created impression. The eagerness to overhear and oversee myself was my assault upon my own inviolate citadel. The lower creation I avoided, as a reflection upon our failure to attain real intellectuality. If they forced themselves on me, I hated them. To put my hand on a living thing was defilement, and it made me tremble if they touched me or took too quick an interest in me. This was an atomic repulsion, like the intact course of a snowflake. The opposite would have been my choice if my head had not been tyrannous. I had a longing for the absolutism of women and animals, and lamented myself most when I saw a soldier with a girl, or a man fondling a dog, because my wish was to be as superficial, as perfected, and my jailer held me back. Always feelings and illusion were at war within me, reason strong enough to win, but not strong enough to annihilate the vanquished, or refrain from liking them better, and perhaps the truest knowledge of love might be to love what self despised. Yet I could only wish to, could see happiness in the supremacy of the material, and could not surrender to it, could try to put my mind to sleep that suggestion might blow through me freely, and remained bitterly awake. I liked the things underneath me and took my pleasures and adventures downward. There seemed a certainty in degradation, a final safety. Man could rise to any height, but there was an animal level beneath which he could not fall. It was a satisfaction on which to rest. The force of things, years and an artificial dignity, denied it me more and more. But there endured the aftertaste of liberty from one youthful submerged fortnight in Port Said, coaling steamers by day with other outcasts of 3 continents and curling up by night to sleep on the breakwater by de Lesseps, where the sea surged past. True, there lurked always that will uneasily waiting to burst out. My brain was sudden and silent as a wild cat, my senses like mud clogging its feet, and myself, conscious always of itself and its shyness, telling the beast it was bad form to spring and vulgar to feed upon the kill. So meshed in nerves and hesitation, it could not be a thing to be afraid of, yet it was a real beast, and this book its mangy skin, dried, stuffed and set up squarely for men to stare at. I quickly outgrew ideas. So I distrusted experts, who were often intelligences confined within high walls, knowing indeed every paving stone of their prison courts, while I might know from what quarry the stones were hewn and what wages the mason earned. I gainsaid them out of carelessness, for I had found materials always apt to serve a purpose, and will a sure guide to some one of the many roads leading from purpose to achievement. There was no flesh. Many things I had picked up, dallied with, regarded, and laid down, for the conviction of doing was not in me. Fiction seemed more solid than activity. Self-seeking ambitions visited me, but not to stay, since my critical self would make me fastidiously reject their fruits. Always I grew to dominate those things into which I had drifted, but in none of them did I voluntarily engage. Indeed, I saw myself a danger to ordinary men, with such capacity yawing rudderless at their disposal. I followed and did not institute, indeed, had no desire even to follow. It was only weakness which delayed me from mind suicide, some slow task to choke at length this furnace in my brain. I had developed ideas of other men, and helped them, but had never created a thing of my own, since I could not approve creation. When other men created, I would serve and patch to make it as good as might be, for, if it were sinful to create, it must be sin and shame added to have created one-eyed or halt. Always in working I had tried to serve, for the scrutiny of leading was too prominent. Subjection to order achieved economy of thought, the painful, and was a cold storage for character and will, leading painlessly to the oblivion of activity. It was a part of my failure never to have found a chief to use me. All of them, through incapacity or timidity or liking, allowed me too free a hand. As if they could not see that voluntary slavery was the deep pride of a morbid spirit, and vicarious pain its gladdest decoration. Instead of this, they gave me license, which I abused in insipid indulgence. Every orchard fit to rob must have a guardian, dogs, a high wall, barbed wire. Out upon joyless impunity. Faisal was a brave, weak, ignorant spirit, trying to do work for which only a genius, a prophet or a great criminal, was fitted. I served him out of pity, a motive which degraded us both. Allenby came nearest to my longings for a master, but I had to avoid him, not daring to bow down for fear lest he show feet of clay with that friendly word which must shatter my allegiance. Yet, what an idol the man was to us, prismatic with the unmixed self-standing quality of greatness, instinct and compact with it. There were qualities like courage which could not stand alone, but must be mixed with a good or bad medium to appear. Greatness in Allenby showed itself other, in category, self-sufficient, a facet of character, not of intellect. It made superfluous in him ordinary qualities, intelligence, imagination, acuteness, industry, looked silly beside him. He was not to be judged by our standards, any more than the sharpness of bow of a liner was to be judged by the sharpness of razors. He dispensed with them by his inner power. The hearing other people praised made me despair jealously of myself, for I took it at its face value, whereas, had they spoken 10 times as well of me, I would have discounted it to nothing. I was a standing court-martial on myself, inevitably, because to me the inner springs of action were bare with the knowledge of exploited chance. The creditable must have been thought out beforehand, foreseen, prepared, worked for. The self, knowing the detriment, was forced into depreciation by others' uncritical praise. It was a revenge of my trained historical faculty upon the evidence of public judgment, the lowest common denominator to those who knew, but from which there was no appeal because the world was wide. When a thing was in my reach, I no longer wanted it, my delight lay in the desire. Everything which my mind could consistently wish for was attainable, as with all the ambitions of all sane men, and when a desire gained head, I used to strive until I had just to open my hand and take it. Then I would turn away, content that it had been within my strength. I sought only to assure myself, and cared not a jot to make the others know it. There was a special attraction in beginnings, which drove me into everlasting endeavor to free my personality from accretions and project it on a fresh medium, that my curiosity to see its naked shadow might be fed. The invisible self appeared to be reflected clearest in the still water of another man's yet incurious mind. Considered judgments, which had in them of the past and the future, were worthless compared with the revealing first sight, the instinctive opening or closing of a man as he met the stranger. Much of my doing was from this egoistic curiosity. When in fresh company, I would embark on little wanton problems of conduct, observing the impact of this or that approach on my hearers. Treating fellow men as so many targets for intellectual ingenuity, until I could hardly tell my own self where the leg-pulling began or ended. This pettiness helped to make me uncomfortable with other men, lest my whim drive me suddenly to collect them as trophies of marksmanship. Also they were interested in so much which my self-consciousness rejected. They talked of food and illness, games and pleasures, with me, who felt that to recognize our possession of bodies was degradation enough, without enlarging upon their failings and attributes. I would feel shame for myself at seeing them wallow in the physical which could be only a glorification of man's cross. Indeed, the truth was I did not like that of myself I could see and hear. Chapter 104. I had reached this useful stage when there was a disturbance from the Taweha tents. Shouting men ran towards Inc. I pulled myself together to appease a fight between the Arabs and the Camel Corps, but instead it was an appeal for help against a Shammar raid 2 hours since, away by the Snainarat. 80 camels had been driven off. Not to seem wholly ungracious, I put on our spare camels the 4 or 5 of my men whose friends or relatives had suffered, and sent them off. Buxton and his men started in the mid-afternoon while I delayed till evening, seeing my men load our 6,000 pounds of gun cotton on the 30 Egyptian pack camels. My disgusted bodyguard were for this ride to lead or drive the explosives train. We had judged that Buxton would sleep just short of the Hadi, so we rode thither, but saw no campfire, nor was the track trodden. We looked over the crest of the ridge, into a bitter north wind coming off Hermon into our flustered faces. The slopes beyond were black and silent, and to us town dwellers, accustomed to the reek of smoke, or sweat, or the ferment of soil freshly dug, there was something searching, disquieting, almost dangerous, in the steely desert wind. So we turned back a few paces, and bid under the lip of the ridge to sleep comfortably in its cloistered air. In the morning we looked out across 50 miles of blank country, and wondered at this missing our companions, but Daher shouted suddenly from the Hadi side, seeing their column winding up from the southeast. They had early lost the track and camped till dawn. My men jested with humor against Sheikh Slay, their guide, as one who could lose his road between the Thlathaqwat and Bear, just like one might say between the Marble Arch and Oxford Circus. However, it was a perfect morning, with the sun hot on our backs, and the wind fresh in our faces. The Camel Corps strode splendidly past the frosted tips of the 3 peaks into the green depths of Derwa. They looked different from the stiff, respectful companies which had reached Aqaba, for Buxton's supple brain and friendly observation had taken in the experience of irregular fighting, and revised their training rules for the new needs. He had changed their column formation, breaking its formal subdivision of 2 hard companies. He had changed the order of march, so that, instead of their old immaculate lines, they came clotted in groups which split up or drew together without delay upon each variation of road or ground surface. He had reduced the loads and rehung them, thereby lengthening the camel's pace and daily mileage. He had cut into their infantry system of clockwork halts every so often, to let the camels stale, and grooming was less honored. In the old days, they had prinked their animals, cosseting them like Pekingese, and each halt had been lightened by a noisy flapping massage of the beast's stripped humps with the saddle blanket, whereas now the spare time was spent in grazing. Consequently, our Imperial Camel Corps had become rapid, elastic, enduring, silent, except when they mounted by numbers, for then the 300 he-camels would roar in concert, giving out a wave of sound audible miles across the night. Each march saw them more workmanlike, more at home on the animals, tougher, leaner, faster. They behaved like boys on holiday, and the easy mixing of officers and men made their atmosphere delightful. My camels were brought up to walk in Arab fashion, that bent-kneed gait with much swinging of the fetlock, the stride a little longer and a little quicker than the normal. Buxton's camels strolled along at their native pace, unaffected by the men on their backs, who were kept from direct contact with them by iron-shod boots and by their wood and steel Manchester-made saddles. Consequently, though I started each stage alongside Buxton in the van, I forged steadily in front with my 5 attendants. Especially when I rode my Baha, the immensely tall, large-boned, upstanding beast, who got her name from the bleat voice forced on her by a bullet through the chin. She was very finely bred, but bad-tempered, half a wild camel, and had never patience for an ordinary walk. Instead, with high nose and wind-stirred hair, she would jig along in an uneasy dance, hateful to my Ajael for it strained their tender loins, but to me not unamusing. In this fashion we would gain 3 miles on the British, look for a plot of grass or juicy thorns, he in the warm freshness of air, and let our beasts graze while we were overtaken, and a beautiful sight the Camel Corps would be as it came up. Through the mirage of heat which flickered over the shining flint stones of the ridge we would see, at first, only the knotted brown mass of the column, swaying in the haze. As it grew nearer the masses used to divide into little groups, which swung, parting and breaking into one another. At last, when close to us, we would distinguish the individual riders, like great waterbirds breast deep in the silver mirage, with Buxton's athletic, splendidly mounted figure leading his sunburned, laughing, khaki men. It was odd to see how diversely they rode. Some sat naturally, despite the clumsy saddle, some pushed out their hinder parts, and leaned forward like Arab villagers, others lolled in the saddle as if they were Australians riding horses. My men, judging by the look, were inclined to scoff. I told them how from that 300 I would pick 40 fellows who would outride, outfight and outsuffer any 40 men in Faisal's army. At noon, by Ras Muhur, we halted an hour or two, for though the heat today was less than in Egypt in August, Buxton did not wish to drive his men through it without a break. The camels were loosed out, while we lay and lunched and tried to sleep, defying the multitude of flies which had marched with us from Bear in colonies on our sweaty backs. Meanwhile, my bodyguard passed through, grumbling at their indignity of baggage driving, making believe never to have been so shamed before, and praying profanely that the world would not hear of my tyranny to them. Their sorrow was doubled since the baggage animals were Somali camels, whose greatest speed was about 3 miles an hour. Buxton's force marched nearly 4, myself more than 5, so that the marches were for the Zaghi and his 40 thieves a torment of slowness, modified only by balking camels, or displaced loads. We abused their clumsiness, caning them drovers and coolies, offering to buy their goods when they came to market, till perforce they laughed at their plight. After the first day they kept up with us by lengthening the march into the night, only a little, for these ophthalmia-stricken brutes were blind in the dark, and by stealing from the breakfast and midday halts. They brought their caravan through without losing one of all their charges, a fine performance for such gilded gentlemen, only possible because under their gilt they were the best camel masters for hire in Arabia. That night we slept in Gadaf. The armored car overtook us as we halted, its delighted Shirari guide grinning in triumph on the turret lid. An hour or two later the Zaghi arrived, reporting all up and well. He begged that Buxton should not kill, directly in the road, such camels as broke down on the march, for his men made each successive carcass excuse for a feast and a delay. Abdullah was troubled to understand why the British shot their abandoned beasts. I pointed out how we Arabs shot one another if badly wounded in battle, but Abdullah retorted it was to save us from being so tortured that we might do ourselves shame. He believed there was hardly a man alive who would not choose a gradual death of weakness in the desert, rather than a sudden cutting off. Indeed, in his judgment, the slowest death was the most merciful of all, since absence of hope would prevent the bitterness of a losing fight, and leave the man's nature untrammeled to compose itself and him into the mercy of God. Our English argument, that it was kinder to kill quickly anything except a man, he would not take seriously. Chapter 105. Our morrow was like the day before, a steady grind of 40 miles. Next day was the last before the bridge effort. I took half of my men from the baggage train, and threw them forward on our line of march, to crown each hilltop. This was well done, but did not profit us, for in mid-morning, with Muagger, our ambush, in full sight, we were marching strongly and hopefully when a Turkish aeroplane came from the south, flew the length of our column, and went down, before us, into Amman. We plodded heavily into Muagger by noon, and hid in the substructures of the Roman temple platform. Our watchers took post on the crest, looking out over the harvested plains to the Hijaz railway. Over these hill slopes, as we stared through our glasses, the grey stones seemed to line out like flocks of grazing sheep. We sent my peasants into the villages below us, to get news, and warn the people to keep within doors. They returned to say that chance was fighting against us. Round the winnowed corn upon the threshing floors stood Turkish soldiers, for the tax-gatherers were measuring the heaps under guard of sections of mounted infantry. 3 such troops, 40 men, lay for this night in the 3 villages nearest the Great Bridge, villages through whose precincts we must necessarily go and come. We held a hurried council. The aeroplane had or had not seen us. It would cause, at worst, the strengthening of the bridge guard, but I had little fear of its effect. The Turks would believe we were the advance guard of a third raid on Amman, and were more likely to concentrate than to detach troops. Buxton's men were great fighters, he had laid admirable plans. Success was certain. The doubt was about the bridge's cost, or rather as to its value in British life, having regard to Bartholomew's prohibition of casualties. The presence of these mule riders meant that our retreat would not be unencumbered. The camel corps were to dismount nearly a mile from the bridge, their noisy camels, and advance on foot. The noise of their assault, not to speak of the firing of 3 tons of gun-cotton against the bridge piers, would wake up the district. The Turkish patrols in the villages might stumble on our camel park, a disaster for us, or, at least, would hamper us in the broken ground, as we retired. Buxton's men could not scatter like a swarm of birds, after the bridge explosion, to find their own way back to the Mwagger. In any night fighting some would be cut off and lost. We should have to wait for them, possibly losing more in the business. The whole cost might be 50 men, and I put the worth of the bridge at less than 5. Its destruction was so to frighten and disturb the Turks, that they would leave us alone till August the 30th, when our long column set out for Azraq. Today was the 20th. The danger had seemed pressing in July, but was now nearly over. Buxton agreed. We decided to cry off, and move back at once. At the moment more Turkish machines got up from Amman and quartered the rough hills northward from Mwagger, looking for us. The men groaned in disappointment when they heard the change. They had set pride on this long raid, and were burning to tell incredulous Egypt that their program had been literally fulfilled. To gain what we could, I sent Saleh and the other chiefs down to spruce their people with tall rumors of our numbers, and our coming as the reconnaissance of Faisal's army, to carry Amman by assault in the new moon. This was the story the Turks feared to learn, the operation they imagined, the stroke they dreaded. They pushed cavalry cautiously into Mwagger, and found confirmation of the wild tales of the villagers, for the hilltop was littered with empty meat tins, and the valley slopes cut up by the deep tracks of enormous cars. Very many tracks there were. This alarm checked them, and, at a bloodless price for us, kept them hovering a week. The destruction of the bridge would have gained us a fortnight. We waited till dusk was thick, and then rode off for Azraq, 50 miles away. We pretended that the raid was become a tour, and talked of Roman remains and of Ghassanide hunting places. The Camel Corps had a practice, almost a habit, of night journeys, so that their pace was as by day, and units never strayed nor lost touch. There was a brilliant moon and we marched till it was pale in the morning, passing the lone palace of Khurana about midnight, too careless to turn aside and see its strangeness. Part blame for this lay on the moon, whose whiteness made our minds as frozen and shadowless as itself, so that we sat still in our saddles, just sitting still. At first I feared lest we encounter Arab raiders, who might have attacked the Camel Corps in ignorance, so I put forward with my men some half-mile before the column. As we slipped on, gradually we became aware of night birds, flying up from under our feet in numbers, black and large. They increased, till it seemed as though the earth was carpeted in birds, so thickly did they start up, but in dead silence, and dizzily, wheeling about us in circles, like feathers in a soundless whirl of wind. The weaving curves of their mad flight spun into my brain. Their number and quietness terrified my men, who unslung their rifles, and lashed bullet after bullet into the flutter. After 2 miles the night became empty again. And at last we lay down and slept in the fragrant wormwood, till the sun roused us out. In the afternoon, tired, we came to Khuzair el Amra, the little hunting lodge of Harith, the shepherd king, a patron of poets. It stood beautifully against its background of bosky rustling trees. Buxton put headquarters in the cool dusk of its hall, and we lay there puzzling out the worn frescoes of the wall, with more laughter than moral profit. Of the men, some sheltered themselves in other rooms, most, with the camels, stretched themselves beneath the trees, for a slumberous afternoon and evening. The aeroplanes had not found us, could not find us here. Tomorrow there was Azraq, and fresh water to replace this stuff of bear which, with the passing days, was getting too tasty for our liking. Also Azraq was a famous place, queen of these oases, more beautiful than Amru, with its verdure and running springs. I had promised everyone a bathe, the Englishmen, not washed since Aqaba, were longing towards it. Meanwhile, Amru was wonderful. They asked me with astonishment who were these kings of Ghassan with the unfamiliar halls and pictures. I could tell them vague tales of their poetry, and cruel wars, but it seemed so distant and tinselled an age. Next day we walked gently to Azraq. When we were over the last ridge of lava pebbles and saw the ring of the Mejabar graves, that most beautifully put of cemeteries, I trotted forward with my men, to be sure against accident in the place. And to feel again its remoteness before the others came. These soldiers seemed so secure that I dreaded lest Azraq lose its rareness and be drawn back to the tide of life which had left it 1,000 years ago. However, both fears were silly. Azraq was empty of Arabs, beautiful as ever, and even more beautiful a little later when its shining pools were brilliant with the white bodies of our men swimming. And the slow drift of the wind through its reeds was pointed by their gay shouts and splashing echoed off the water. We made a great pit, and buried our tons of gun cotton, for the Dira expedition in September, and then roamed about collecting the scarlet sweetwater berry of the Saa bushes. Shirari grapes my followers, indulgent to our caprice, called them. We rested there 2 days, the refreshment of the pools being so great. Buxton rode with me to the fort, to examine the altar of Diocletian and Maximian, meaning to add a word in favor of King George V. But our stay was poisoned by the grey flies, and then ruined by a tragic accident. An Arab, shooting fish in the fort pool, dropped his rifle, which exploded and killed instantly Lieutenant Rowan, of the Scottish Horse. We buried him in the little Majaber graveyard, whose spotless quiet had long been my envy. On the 3rd day we marched past Amari, across Jesha to near the Flaithaquat, the old country whose almost imperceptible variations I had come to know. By the Hadi we felt at home, and made a night march, the men's strident yells of, "Are we well fed? No. Do we see life? Yes," thundering up the long slopes after me. When they tired of telling the truth I could hear the rattle of their accoutrements hitched over the wooden saddles, 11 or 15 hitchings they had, each time they loaded up. In place of the Arab's all-embracing saddlebag thrown on in one movement. I was so bound up in their dark body and tail behind me, that I, too, lost my way between the Hadi and Bear. However, till dawn we steered by the stars. The men's next meal was in Bear, for yesterday their iron ration was exhausted, and day broke on us in a wooded valley which was certainly Wadi Bear. But for my life I could not tell if we were above or below the wells. I confessed my fault to Buxton and Marshall, and we tettered for a while, till, by chance, Sagre ibn Shah Alan, one of our old allies of the distant days of wage, rode down the track, and put us on the road. An hour later the Camel Corps had new rations in their old tents by the wells, and found that Salama, the provident Egyptian doctor, calculating their return today, had already filled the drinking cisterns with enough water to slake the half of their thirsty beasts. I determined to go into Aba el Lisan with the armored cars, for Buxton was now on proved ground among friends, and could do without my help. So we drove fast down the scarp to the Jiffer Flat, and skipped across it at 60 miles an hour, ourselves the leading car. We threw up such a dust cloud that we lost our sister, and when we reached the south edge of the flat she was nowhere visible. Probably tire trouble, so we sat down to wait, gazing back into the dappled waves of mirage which streamed over the ground. Their dark vapor, below the pale sky, which got more and more blue as it went higher, shifted a dozen times in the hour, giving us a false alarm of our coming friends. But at last, through the grayness, came spinning a black spot wagging a long trail of sunshining dust. This was Greenhill tearing after, at speed through the shriveling air, which eddied about his burning metal turret, making it so hot that its naked steel seared the bare arms and knees of the crew whenever the huge car lurched in the soft heat-powdered ground, whose carpeted dust lay waiting for the low autumn wind to sweep it across the open in a blinding choking storm. Our car stood tire-deep, and, while we waited, the men slopped petrol on a hillock of dust and boiled tea for us, army tea, as full of leaves as flood water, and yellow with tinned milk, but good for parched throats. While we drank the others drew alongside, and reported 2 bursts of beldam tubes in the heat of their swoop at a mile a minute across the scorching plain. We gave them of our boiled tea, and laughing they knocked the dust off their faces with oily hands. They looked aged, with its grayness in their bleached eyebrows and eyelashes and in the pores of their faces, except where the sweat had washed dark-edged furrows through to the red skin. They drank hurriedly, for the sun was falling, and we had yet 50 miles to go, throwing out the last dregs on the ground, where the drops ran apart like quicksilver upon the dusty surface till they were clotted and sank in speckled shot holes over its drifted grayness. Then we drove through the ruined railway to Aba-el-Lisan, where Joyce, Donnay and Young reported all going marvelously. In fact, preparations were complete, and they were breaking up, Joyce for Cairo to see a dentist, Donnay for GHQ. To tell Allenby we were prosperous and obedient. Chapter 106. Joyce's ship had come up from Jeddah, with the Meccan mail. Faisal opened his Qibla, King Hussein's Gazette, to find staring at him a royal proclamation, saying that fools were calling Jafar Pasha the general officer commanding the Arab Northern Army, whereas there was no such rank. Indeed no rank higher than captain in the Arab army, wherein Sheikh Jafar, like another, was doing his duty. This had been published by King Hussein, after reading that Allenby had decorated Jafar, without warning Faisal. To spite the northern town Arabs, the Syrian and Mesopotamian officers, whom the king at once despised for their laxity and feared for their accomplishments. He knew that they were fighting, not to give him dominion, but to set free their own countries for their own governing, and the lust for power had grown uncontrollable in the old man. Jafar came in and proffered his resignation to Faisal. There followed him our divisional officers and their staffs, with the regimental and battalion commanders. I begged them to pay no heed to the humors of an old man of 70, out of the world in Mecca, whose greatness they themselves had made. And Faisal refused to accept their resignations, pointing out that the commissions, since his father had not approved their service, were issued by himself, and he alone was discredited by the proclamation. On this assumption he telegraphed to Mecca, and received a return telegram which called him traitor and outlaw. He replied laying down his command of the Aqaba front. Hussein appointed Zayd to succeed him. Zayd promptly refused. Hussein's cipher messages became corrupt with rage, and the military life of Aba-el-Lisan came to a sudden stop. Donnay, from Aqaba, before the ship sailed, rang me up, and asked dolefully if all hope were over. I answered that things hung on chance, but perhaps we should get through. 3 courses lay before us. The first, to get pressure put on King Hussein to withdraw his statement. The second, to carry on, ignoring it. The third, to set up Faisal in formal independence of his father. There were advocates of each course, amongst the English, as amongst the Arabs. We wired to Allenby asking him to smooth out the incident. Hussein was obstinate and crafty, and it might take weeks to force him out of his obstacles to an apology. Normally, we could have afforded these weeks. But today we were in the unhappy position that after 3 days, if at all, our expedition to Dira must start. We must find some means of carrying on the war, while Egypt sought for a solution. My first duty was to send express to Nuri Shah Alam that I could not meet him at the gathering of his tribes in Kaf, but would be in Azraq from the first day of the new moon, at his service. This was a sad expedient, for Nuri might take suspicion of my change and fail at the tryst, and without the Ruala half our efficiency and importance at Dira on September the 16th would disappear. However, we had to risk this smaller loss, since without Faisal and the regulars and Pisani's guns there would be no expedition, and for the sake of reforming their tempers I must wait in Aba-el-Lisan. My second duty was to start off the caravans for Azraq, the baggage, the food, the petrol, the ammunition. Young prepared these, rising, as ever, to any occasion not of his own seeking. He was his own first obstacle, but would have no man hinder him. Never could I forget the radiant face of Nuri said, after a joint conference, encountering a group of Arab officers with the cheerful words, "Never mind, you fellows. He talks to the English just as he does to us." Now he saw that each echelon started, not, indeed, to time but only a day late, under its appointed officers, according to program. It had been our principle to issue orders to the Arabs only through their own chiefs, so they had no precedent either for obedience or for disobedience, and off they went like lambs. My third duty was to face a mutiny of the troops. They had heard false rumors about the crisis. Particularly, the gunners misunderstood, and one afternoon fell out with their officers, and rushed off to turn the guns on their tents. However, Razum, the artillery commandant, had forestalled them by collecting the breech blocks into a pyramid inside his tent. I took advantage of this comic moment to meet the men. They were tense at first, but eventually out of curiosity they fell to talking with me, who to them had been only an eccentric name, as a half-Bedouin Englishman. I told them the coffee cup storm which was raging among the high heads, and they laughed merrily. Their faces were turned towards Damascus, not Mecca, and they cared for nothing outside their army. Their fear was that Faisal had deserted, since for days he had not been out. I promised to bring him down instantly. When he, with Zayd, looking as usual, drove through the lines in the Vauxhall, which Bowles had painted specially green for him, their eyes convinced them of their error. My fourth duty was to start off the troops for Azraq on the right day. To effect this, their confidence in the confidence of the officers had to be restored. Sterling's tact was called upon. Nuri said was ambitious, as any soldier would have been, to make much of the opportunity before him, and readily agreed to move as far as Azraq, pending Hussein's apology. If this was unsatisfactory they could return, or throw off allegiance. If it was adequate, as I assured him it would be, the interim and unmerited services of the Northern Army should bring a blush to the old man's cheek. The ranks responded to bluffer arguments. We made plain that such gross questions as food and pay depended entirely on the maintenance of organization. They yielded, and the separate columns, of mounted infantry, of machine gunners, of Egyptian sappers, of Gurkhas, of Pisani's gunners, moved off in their courses, according to the routine of Sterling and Young, only 2 days late. The last obligation was to restore Faisal's supremacy. To attempt anything serious between Dera and Damascus without him would be vain. We could put in the attack on Dera, which was what Allenby expected from us. But the capture of Damascus, which was what I expected from the Arabs, the reason why I had joined with them in the field, taken 10,000 pains, and spent my wit and strength, that depended on Faisal's being present with us in the fighting line, undistracted by military duties, but ready to take over and exploit the political value of what our bodies conquered for him. Eventually he offered to come up under my orders. As for the apology from Mecca, Allenby and Wilson were doing their best, engrossing the cables. If they failed, my course would be to promise Faisal the direct support of the British government, and drive him into Damascus as sovereign prince. It was possible, but I wanted to avoid it except as a last necessity. The Arabs hitherto in their revolt had made clean history, and I did not wish our adventure to come to the pitiable state of scission before the common victory and its peace. King Hussein behaved truly to type, protesting fluently, with endless circumlocution, showing no understanding of the grave effect of his incursion into Northern Army affairs. To clear his mind we sent him plain statements, which drew abusive but involved returns. His telegrams came through Egypt and by wireless to our operators in Aqaba, and were sent up to me by car, for delivery to Faisal. The Arabic ciphers were simple, and I had undesirable passages mutilated by rearranging their figures into nonsense, before handing them in code to Faisal. By this easy expedient the temper of his entourage was not needlessly complicated. The play went on for several days, Mecca never repeating a message notified corrupt, but telegraphing in its place a fresh version toned down at each re-editing from the previous harshness. Finally, there came a long message, the first half a lame apology and withdrawal of the mischievous proclamation, the second half a repetition of the offense in a new form. I suppressed the tail, and took the head marked very urgent, to Faisal's tent, where he sat in the full circle of his staff officers. His secretary worked out the dispatch, and handed the decipher to Faisal. My hints had roused expectation, and all eyes were on him as he read it. He was astonished, and gazed wonderingly at me, for the meek words were unlike his father's querulous obstinacy. Then he pulled himself together, read the apology aloud, and at the end said thrillingly, "The telegraph has saved all our honor." A chorus of delight burst out, during which he bent aside to whisper in my ear, "I mean the honor of nearly all of us." It was done so delightfully that I laughed, and said demurely, "I cannot understand what you mean." He replied, "I offered to serve for this last march under your orders, why was that not enough?" "Because it would not go with your honor." He murmured, you prefer mine always before your own," and then sprang energetically to his feet, saying, "Now, sirs, praise God and work." In 3 hours we had settled timetables, and arranged for our successors here in Abal Lisan, with their spheres and duties. I took my leave. Joyce had just returned to us from Egypt, and Faisal promised that he would come, with him and Marshall, to Azraq to join me on the 12th at latest. All the camp was happy as I got into a Rolls tender and set off northward, hoping yet to rally the Ruala under Nuri Shah Alan in time for our attack on Dira.